The scene opens on a dark, ominous landscape, the jagged silhouettes of rocky crags piercing the twilight sky. A desolate vista that hinted at a hidden, perilous path ahead. A narrow chasm, barely wide enough for a man to pass, cuts through the rock face. A glimpse of a distant city visible in the distance, shrouded in a hazy twilight. Suddenly, a flash of light and a blur of motion, a fierce battle erupts. His blade a silver streak cutting through the air. Hajin, despite his skill, is clearly overwhelmed. He growls, "I'm busy. All of you, bring it on together." Hajin scoffs, "Just a few guys?" Surrounded, Shion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself facing a relentless onslaught from martial artists of varying allegiances. Their swords flashed, a deadly ballet of steel, as they pressed their attack, their leader bellowing, "We'll grant you your wish." Hajin, despite his injuries, moved with lethal precision, his movements a blur as he evaded the blows of his pursuers. He was a whirlwind of motion, a phantom amidst the chaos. He countered with brutal efficiency, his blade a silver streak cutting through the air, dispatching his opponents with swift, deadly strikes. Blood splattered across the dusty ground as he fought for his life. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of his attackers, Hajin fought on, his mind a whirlwind of grim determination. He reflected, "I don't even remember how many I've killed so far." His weapon, battered and broken, was a testament to the ferocity of the battle. His grip tightened as he prepared for the next wave of attacks. With a desperate lunge, he drove his blade into another opponent. But the relentless assault continued, leaving him wounded and exhausted. A pained groan escaped his lips as he staggered back. Bleeding and battered, Hajin reflected on the brutal fight. "I simply cut down the pursuers that came after me again and again." Surrounded and outnumbered, Shion Hajin, a master assassin, fought desperately against his pursuers. His enemies, a mix of martial artists from various factions, pressed their attack relentlessly, their blades flashing in the dim light. A chorus of battle cries echoing around him. One of his attackers, emboldened by their advantage, taunted him, declaring it was his time to die. Hajin, despite his grievous wounds, refused to yield. His thoughts turned to the freedom he had sought for 30 long years, now cruelly snatched away at the moment of its attainment. His resolve hardened, Hajin's gaze fell upon his own bloodied foot, a spark of defiance igniting within him. A faint glow emanating from the ground beneath him as he braced himself for a final stand. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted, and Hajin found himself in a new reality. He was Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his body racked with a mysterious ailment that prevented him from using qi. Despite his new circumstances, the fighting spirit of Shion Hajin remained unbroken. He glared at his attackers, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Uttering a defiant vow to kill anyone who stood in his path to freedom. Leaving his opponents wounded and reeling from the unexpected ferocity of his assault. Shion Hajin, a master assassin, desperately fought for his freedom, his blade a blur against the relentless onslaught of his pursuers. He moved with lethal grace, each strike precise and deadly. But his enemies were numerous and determined, their voices a chorus of grim determination as they pressed their attack. "Right now! Don't let him get away," they shouted, their blades flashing in the harsh sunlight. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of his attackers, Hajin collapsed, his body racked with pain. His pursuers watched in stunned silence as he fell, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Whoa! How could this be? Hajin's body lay amidst a tangle of swords, his escape seemingly thwarted. He had been outmatched, his strength failing him in the face of such overwhelming odds. Yet, even in defeat, a flicker of defiance remained in his eyes. His hand, though bloodied and bruised, still gripped the hilt of his sword. With a final surge of adrenaline, Hajin launched himself into the air, his body a projectile aimed at his stunned opponents, crashing down upon them with the force of a battering ram. The impact sent a shockwave through the group, leaving them reeling and disoriented. Impossible! The onlookers watched in disbelief as the dust settled, revealing the extent of Hajin's unexpected power. One of them gasped, "That's the man who was one of the top 10 strongest martial masters." Wounded and pursued, Shion Hajin, the world's best assassin, desperately leaped across the chasm, his pursuers hot on his heels. His eyes widening as he braced for impact. He was clearly overwhelmed. The pursuers identified their target, Shun Hajin, the Assassin King. A blinding flash of light erupted from below as a powerful energy wave shot upwards. The force of the blast sending debris flying and shaking the very ground. A muffled cough escaped Hajin's lips. Several of his pursuers lay dead, victims of the blast's destructive power. While Hajin, severely wounded, fell into a newly formed crater. Exhausted and battered, Hajin muttered to himself, "I'm tired." Wondering if his pursuers had finally given up the chase. A desperate struggle for freedom played out on the dusty ground. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, was surrounded, his body already racked with wounds. His pursuers, a mix of martial artists from various factions, pressed their attack, shouting that he was at his limits. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he collapsed, his breath hitching in his throat. He cursed his situation, realizing there seemed to be no end to his pursuers. His blade, once sharp and deadly, now lay broken and dull on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Despite his exhaustion and injuries, a flicker of defiance remained in his eyes. He couldn't believe that even after fighting until his blade was dull, he still had so many opponents left to face. Hajin's thoughts turned inward. He wondered if his enemy's relentless pursuit stemmed from a deep-seated hatred of the idea of him being free. More pursuers appeared, blocking his path. One of them groaned in pain as Hajin, despite his weakened state, continued his desperate struggle. With a surge of adrenaline, Hajin grabbed his broken blade, his eyes blazing with a fierce red light. He vowed to kill them all, unleashing a whirlwind of desperate attacks. The ground was soon littered with the bodies of his fallen foes. Despite his injuries, Hajin continued to fight with a ferocious energy, his movements creating a shockwave that sent his remaining opponents flying. He was a whirlwind of death, fueled by his will to survive. A figure, wounded and gasping for breath, collapses amidst a chaotic scene. A voice, laced with contempt, cuts through the air. Shun Hajin, do you know this? You might be the world's best assassin, the Assassin King. But you are just a mere hunting dog of the righteous Heavenly Alliance leader, a soulless, murderous demon. Hajin, his breath ragged, lies amidst a desolate landscape under a full moon. His bloodied sword lies discarded on the ground, a stark testament to the brutal battle he has just endured. You who killed as you obeyed your orders. The voice continues, its tone unwavering. The scene shifts. Hajin, his back to the viewer, walks away from the carnage under the pale moonlight. The voice echoes once more. What do you know about life? Even the afterlife curses you for eternity. His bloody footprints mark his path. The camera pans to reveal the numerous corpses scattered around him, a grim reminder of his bloody past. Your life and all the people you have killed, your life is filled. Shion Hajin, a master assassin, lay bleeding, his body racked with pain. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally short-lived. He clutched at his wounds, his breath ragged. The crimson staining his fingers, a stark reminder of his desperate fight for freedom. A single, unwavering thought pierced the haze of agony: I must survive. His thoughts drifted back to his past. He had lived his entire life as a tool of the Divine Justice Alliance, a dog bound by their righteous chains. A bitter realization dawning on him as he felt the cold grip of death tightening around him. Damn it, he cursed, his voice barely a whisper. Despite the pain, a surge of defiance coursed through him. He had finally broken free from their control. But his triumph was short-lived. Damn it, get a grip, Shun Hajin, he urged himself, his voice strained with effort. With a final, desperate effort, he plunged his sword into the earth, using it as a crutch to pull himself up. His escape, however, was far from over. Severely wounded, Shion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, dragged himself through the dense forest. Blood stained his clothes and his sword, a grim testament to his desperate struggle for freedom. His body screamed in protest with each labored breath, but the relentless pursuit pushed him onward. He had to escape, his life depended on it. A voice, faint but encouraging, reached him from the distance. You're almost there, it urged, offering a sliver of hope amidst the despair. Ignoring the searing pain, Hajin pressed on, his resolve hardening with each step. His pursuer, a grizzled warrior with blood on his face, was closing in. A little more, just a little more, he muttered to himself, his vision blurring as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. In the distance, he could make out a small structure nestled within a rocky outcrop. A desperate thought pierced through the fog of his pain: there's a secret place in the vicinity. If I consume the elixirs and herbs there to treat my wounds and recover my energy. With a final surge of adrenaline, Hajin stumbled towards the hidden sanctuary. Hang in there, a little more. He gasped, his breath ragged and shallow. The end was near. He collapsed, his body spent, near the entrance to the hidden sanctuary. His pursuer was still close behind, but Hajin had finally reached his destination. Before tending to his wounds, Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself consumed by an overwhelming hunger. He lamented that he had only eaten a few pieces of beef jerky in the past 7 days. A gnawing emptiness that left him feeling utterly ravenous. His hunger pangs intensified, and he found himself craving dumplings under the pale moonlight. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, moving with unnatural speed. Launching a swift and unexpected attack. Xiao Riang reacted instantly, his body moving with surprising agility despite his inability to use qi. He met the attacker's blow with a powerful kick, sending the assailant flying backward with a resounding crash. The force of the impact created a small crater in the ground, highlighting the raw power behind Xiao Riang's seemingly effortless movement. Observing the aftermath, Xiao Riang marveled at the stealth of the attack, a technique so skillful that even he, the world's best assassin, hadn't noticed it. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, grimaced in pain, his face contorted in a silent scream. A guttural ugh escaped his lips as he struggled against unseen forces. His pursuer, a figure cloaked in shadow and a wide-brimmed hat, materialized from the darkness, their eyes glowing ominously. Blue energy crackled around them, hinting at formidable power. Hajin, weakened and wounded, was thrown backwards, plummeting from a great height, his body tumbling through the air. His sword clattered away, lost in the distance. He crashed onto the rocky ground below, the impact jarring him to his core. His attacker landed gracefully nearby, their movements fluid and precise. A gasp escaped Hajin as he registered the sheer power of his opponent's technique. That technique. The cloaked figure launched a swift, devastating attack, a blur of motion that left Hajin no time to react, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. The scene opens on a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Broken tree trunks and debris litter the ground, suggesting a recent battle of immense power. The devastation is vast, the sheer scale of destruction hints at a martial prowess beyond the ordinary. A martial arts expert capable of leveling a forest with nothing but the aura of their sword. A close-up reveals a masked figure, their face partially obscured, eyes wide with shock and fear. Tears stream down their cheeks as they gasp in terror. A figure in dark clothing, sword drawn, moves swiftly through the ravaged forest, leaving a trail of snow in their wake. Observed by a man with white hair and sunglasses, his expression grim. He recognizes the assassin's prowess. This is Cheon Hajin, the deadliest assassin in the southern Central Plains, also known as Death Lord. Hajin continues his escape, his movements fluid and precise as he navigates the treacherous terrain. He reflects on his pursuers. He understands why the righteous Heavenly Alliance is after him, but he did not expect the Steel Blood Fortress's elite warriors to join the hunt. Hajin's internal monologue reveals his surprise at the involvement of the Steel Blood Fortress and their leader, the Steel King, in the pursuit. He questions whether his reputation as one of Morim's top martial masters has preceded him. The scene opens with a confrontation between two figures. One is an elderly martial artist, his face etched with the weariness of countless battles. The other, cloaked and masked, exudes an aura of lethal expertise. The masked figure questioned the old man's resolve, highlighting his exhaustion after facing hundreds of martial arts masters. The old man, despite his exhaustion, countered with a defiant glare, asserting that even in his weakened state, he could easily defeat his opponent. His eyes, though bloodshot, burned with unwavering intensity. The masked figure lunged, initiating a swift and brutal attack. A flurry of blows exchanged in a blur of motion. The masked assassin's attack was relentless, a whirlwind of deadly strikes. But the old warrior, despite his fatigue, managed to parry each blow with surprising agility. Seizing an opening, he countered with a powerful strike, sending the masked figure flying backward, his sword embedded in the ground, blood staining the blade. The old warrior stood victorious, but clearly spent. Wounded and bleeding, Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, plummeted from the sky, his body a testament to the brutal fight for his freedom. His escape attempt from the Divine Justice Alliance had failed spectacularly, the impact of his fall jarring him to his core. A figure, cloaked in shadow, moved with lethal speed, their fist ablur as they approached Hajin's fallen form. A tense standoff unfolding between the mysterious figure and another martial artist, swords drawn, ready for conflict. Hajin's body lay still, blood staining the ground beneath him. His struggle was far from over. His sword, a grim reminder of the battle's ferocity, lay discarded nearby, dripping with crimson. A hand, bandaged and scarred, reached out weakly, a desperate grasp for survival. In the background, a figure stood, their presence ominous and imposing. The figure, revealed to be a man with gray hair and a stern expression, stood over Hajin, his bloody sword held firmly in his grasp. His identity remained shrouded in mystery. If you're done watching the show, how about coming out already? A surge of pink energy erupted from the shadows of a dark forest, illuminating a mysterious figure. Secret Demon Queen. The old man's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the figure emerging from the forest. What an honor it is for you to still remember me, he thought. Has it been around 6 years? The woman emerged fully, her pink energy swirling around her like a mystical aura. She addressed the old man, her voice calm yet laced with a hint of amusement. Her smile held a knowing glint, hinting at a long and complex history between them. The aftermath of a brutal battle unfolded under a dark, starless sky. A lone figure, cloaked in white, sat atop a horse, surveying the scene. The ground littered with the corpses of fallen warriors, their purple uniforms stained crimson. The scene spoke of a fierce and decisive conflict. A hand reached out, gently touching the shoulder of a fallen soldier, his uniform bearing the emblem of a snarling tiger. A voice cried out, "First Elder." Another figure, his face etched with concern, explained, "All of the corpses in this area belong to the martial masters of the Steel Blood Fortress." The white-cloaked figure, identified as young Aelyong, the righteous Heavenly Alliance's first elder, stood tall, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Beside him stood a masked figure, silent and watchful. Aelyong mused, "To think he would get past the inescapable net formation we deployed, and kill so many of the Steel Blood Fortress martial masters." His expression hardened. Chun Hajin, he indeed lives up to the name of Assassin King. A close-up on Aelyong's hand, a single, weathered finger extended, hinted at a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, several figures in blue uniforms frantically attended to the fallen white horse, their movements suggesting urgency and concern. A lone figure, cloaked and weary, was led by a horse through a desolate landscape. The night was dark, the air heavy with the unspoken tension of a clandestine journey. A chilling voice boomed, shattering the silence. An old man with long white hair, his face contorted in a furious grimace, revealed the location of their target. "Follow the death energy to the secret of the Demon Queen. That's where Chun Hajin will be." Cheon Hajin, a master assassin, lay wounded on the forest floor, his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance thwarted. He was alone, save for a lone figure approaching him. A mysterious, ethereal figure descending from above. The narration box identified her as the Secret Demon Queen. An older man with graying hair and a weathered face watched from the shadows, his expression a mixture of surprise and grim determination. He muttered to himself about the passage of time. The secret demon queen, Kawak Sokyo, materialized before him, her presence radiating an otherworldly aura. Kawak Sokyo addressed Hajin directly, her words a chilling greeting. Despite her youthful appearance, a narration box revealed Kawak Sokyo's true age and the methods she employed to maintain her deceptive facade. The panel showed Kawak Sokyo's true, terrifying visage, a stark contrast to her youthful appearance. The older man's words highlighted the danger she posed, even as her deceptive beauty masked her deadly nature. A man's face, etched with worry and tension, filled the panel. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow as he muttered to himself, disturbed by the involvement of a dangerous murderer. He cursed under his breath, the word shit a stark testament to his mounting frustration and fear. His hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, a desperate reflex in the face of overwhelming odds. But a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Despite the dire situation, he still held a secret weapon, a final trick up his sleeve. A woman with long brown hair, adorned in elegant attire, appeared, her expression a mixture of disappointment and amusement. She lamented his decision to resort to violence, given their supposed special relationship. The man scoffed, dismissing her notion of its special relationship with a cynical retort. He was clearly not amused by her condescending tone. The woman, unfazed by his outburst, calmly countered, highlighting his weakened state and predicting his imminent defeat. Her words dripped with a chilling confidence. She offered an alternative, a seemingly easier path to resolution. However, her suggestion was laced with a subtle threat. The man, undeterred, defiantly rejected her proposal. He scoffed at the idea of fearing a frail old woman, his words laced with sarcasm and a hint of bravado. And prepared to face her, ready to prove his strength despite his weakened condition. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of countless battles, observed Xiao Riang. He noted the young man's increased sensitivity, a change noticeable even in the short time since their last meeting. Xiao Riang, in turn, questioned him, addressing him as grandma. The old man's gaze hardened, his expression shifting from observation to fury. His words, sharp as shards of ice, cut through the air, "You bastard." The woman's face, contorted in a mask of rage, filled the panel. Her eyes burned with an intense, furious light. Her lips curled into a snarl, a silent promise of retribution hanging heavy in the air. The old man's face, now drenched in sweat, reflected his own inner turmoil. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. The woman, her features sharp and elegant, spoke, revealing a surprising piece of information: Xiao Riang's past as an assassin trained by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. She connected this to the Steel Blood Fortress's request, making the situation even more complex. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Riang's core energy, revealing its surprisingly pure and good nature, a stark contrast to his current affiliation with the Heavenly Demon cult. This discovery further complicated the situation. The woman expressed her astonishment at Xiao Riang's ability to capture so many martial arts masters alive, highlighting his exceptional skill and prowess. She deduced that his preference for direct action over conversation stemmed from his extensive training and experience as an assassin. The old man listened, his expression unreadable. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, lay wounded on the desolate ground, his dark blue robes stained crimson. A powerful, ethereal energy pulsed from the earth around him, its crimson tendrils reaching towards him like grasping claws. His pursuers, figures of various martial arts sects, had cornered him. An older man with a scarred face and grizzled white hair loomed over him, his voice cold and accusatory. He accused Hajin of seeking forbidden knowledge about the 9 sects and the righteous Heavenly Alliance. A woman with striking dark hair and piercing eyes, adorned with ornate jewelry, appeared. Her expression was a mixture of amusement and disdain. She commented on Hajin's unexpected intelligence. She initially underestimated him, believing him to be a simple assassin, but his cunning actions proved her wrong. She acknowledged his strategic thinking. Hajin, despite his injuries, remained resolute. He swore he would not betray the secrets of the Steel Blood Fortress, even under duress. The woman, amused by his defiance, admitted that she did not actually need the secrets of the Steel Blood Fortress or the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Her true objective was far more intriguing. She revealed her true intentions: she only desired the martial prowess of the 9 sects. A group of warriors, their faces obscured, stood before Hajin. Their leader offered him a proposition: reveal the information, and his life would be spared. It was a seemingly fair deal, but the implications remained unclear. A grizzled, elderly man with a long white beard and stern expression let out a sound of disdain. His eyes, though aged, held a sharp glint of disapproval. He scoffed, his words laced with bitterness: "Why are there so many disloyal scoundrels in the Great Lakes? It's not a fair trade, I'm already dying." A pained gasp escaped his lips. He wondered aloud, is it because of the blood parasite? The old man's face contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow as he confirmed his suspicion: the blood parasite. The old man's voice boomed: "It is the end for all those who betray the righteous Heavenly Alliance." He continued, his words dripping with cold fury: "The blood parasite in your bodies will relay judgment of your betrayal." His gaze hardened: "I saved your life, and you have forsaken my mercy." His final words hung heavy in the air: "Your life and death is solely possessed by the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance." The name Chun Hajin appeared on the screen, written in both English and Korean. A voice, unseen, declared that Chun Ha-jin would never be able to forsake the righteous Heavenly Alliance. A figure, presumably an ally, proposed a solution. If Ha-jin got rid of his blood parasite, he wouldn't have to worry about the righteous Heavenly Alliance anymore, regardless of any other secrets he might expose. Close up on a man's face, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. A woman, seemingly confident and powerful, introduced herself, explaining her expertise in demonic arts and toxins. She claimed that with her demonic prowess, she could get rid of the blood parasite within Ha-jin's body. The man from the previous panel, now visibly distressed, listened intently. She offered to set him free. The man, however, had a condition: she must teach him the 9-sex martial prowess. A woman, her face partially obscured, lets out a short, sharp breath, a sound barely audible above the tense silence. Her eyes, wide and intense, fixed on something unseen, a question hanging unspoken in the air. A man, his face etched with weariness, addresses the woman. He questions whether her pursuit is solely due to his escape from the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief at his words. She is clearly taken aback. He continues, revealing his status as one of the top 10 strongest martial masters. The man explains that he learned how to expel the blood parasite 5 years ago, but needed to reach a higher level to break through the inescapable net formation. A centipede-like creature, stained with blood, lies on the ground, a testament to his arduous training. He reflects on the extensive time it took to master this technique. The man, seemingly defeated, believes he was close to achieving his goal. A wounded Cheon Ha-jin, master assassin, proposed a desperate bargain: "You'll let me live if I share the martial prowess of the 9 sex?" His offer was met with immediate scorn. A woman with striking eyes and dark hair scoffed, "Stop uttering such bullshit." An older man with piercing red eyes glared, his anger palpable. He spat, "You think I don't know your detestable nature?" His voice was thick with bitterness as he revealed a painful truth: 30 years of my life were stolen by those bastards. The woman's expression hardened. A surge of power emanated from her as she declared, "I will no longer be fooled by anyone else." The old man, his face contorted in fury, roared, "Get out of my sight." The woman, seemingly unfazed, offered a chilling ultimatum: "If you choose to run now, you can at least spare your disgusting life." Ha-jin, however, remained defiant. His eyes burned with a fierce determination as he thought, "No need to worry about that." A surge of dark energy erupted from him as he declared, "I'm not a pitiful fool like you." A woman with striking golden eyes and dark hair confronts a figure whose face is obscured. She declares that she's never let anyone live after insulting her. The woman's gaze intensifies as she observes the figure, her expression unwavering. She states that the figure is not going to teach her martial prowess, and that their eyes tell her so. The figure, revealed to be an elderly man with a grizzled beard, draws a sword, its blade glowing with a faint blue energy. The woman, unfazed, unleashes a furious retort, ordering the old man to die. And the old man, equally defiant, retorts with a defiant curse of his own. The old man's face contorts in rage as he prepares for battle, his eyes blazing with fury. He lunges forward, his sword a blur of motion, clashing against the woman's attack. Their weapons collide in a shower of sparks, the force of their blows creating a shockwave. The resulting explosion engulfs them both in a blinding flash of light. A colossal explosion rocked the landscape, the force of it visible even from afar. A plume of fiery energy erupted skyward, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. The shockwave sending debris flying through the air like shrapnel from a shattered world. A vortex of chaotic energy spiraled downwards, consuming everything in its path, leaving behind only a crater of devastation and lingering dust. Amidst the chaos, 2 figures stood their ground. One, a woman in flowing white robes, held a sword aloft. Opposite her, a man in dark clothing stood firm, his expression grim. Their confrontation was a stark contrast to the destruction around them, a silent battle brewing between the two. Suddenly, the man lunged forward, his sword flashing. A swift, brutal strike landed, and blood sprayed from the woman's side, a pained cough escaping her lips as she stumbled back. He moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as he prepared to deliver the final blow. A brutal confrontation unfolded. An unseen assailant launched a swift, vicious attack, their strike connecting with the elder's side, drawing blood. The first elder, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, recoiled from the sudden blow. He gasped, "The first elder? Since when did he get here?" His attacker, a blur of motion, pressed their advantage, unleashing a flurry of blows, each strike precise and deadly. The first elder grunted in pain as he struggled to defend himself, a desperate cry escaping his lips, "AGH." The first elder's face contorted in agony as he staggered back, his body racked with pain. A cough rattled in his chest, "Cook." His attacker, having delivered the final blow, stood over him, their silhouette dark and menacing. The first elder fell to the ground, defeated. Blood flowed freely from his wounds. A crimson pool formed around him, a stark testament to the ferocity of the attack. Cheon Ha-jin's eyes, wide with a desperate fury, reflected the crimson glow of his surroundings. His face, contorted in a mask of pain and rage, spoke of a battle fought with unmatched ferocity. A struggle that left him bleeding and broken. Above him, a figure in flowing white robes stood poised, a sword held aloft, the aftermath of a brutal confrontation scattered around them. The scene was one of carnage. A body lay lifeless on the ground, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. Hajin's own mouth was open, a silent scream frozen on his lips. A stark contrast to the serene expression of his attacker, who stood over him, seemingly unmoved by the bloodshed. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the chaos, their face a mask of shock and horror. The weight of the situation pressed down on them, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the extent of the devastation. A woman with dark hair, her face twisted in a cruel smirk, approached the fallen assassin. "What a sight," she sneered, "now that you've lost your limbs." Her words dripped with malice, a chilling prelude to further violence. As she contemplated her next move, "Oh no," she exclaimed, "should I pluck your head off, too?" A grotesque face filled the panel, a horrifying visage of a woman with an unnatural grin, her eyes glowing with malevolent purple light. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated malice. The woman's voice echoed, a chilling promise of silence, so that you may never utter anything else ever again. A swift, brutal attack followed. A dark figure was struck down, blood spraying across the scene. The woman, her face contorted in a triumphant sneer, stood over her fallen victim. Her cruel laughter filled the air as she delivered a final, contemptuous remark, "Crawl around in hell, like a parasite." The scene shifted to a vast, desolate landscape. A lone figure knelt before a powerful woman, surrounded by an army of shadowy figures. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. A single word appeared on a black background, stark and ominous, "Finally." The kneeling figure looked up at the night sky, a question forming in his mind, is this wretched moment the last sight before my death? His thoughts drifted to a simpler time, a longing for a life he never had. I just wanted to live out an ordinary life. He imagined a life of normalcy, a simple existence far removed from his current plight, like an ordinary man, an ordinary human. Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded and defeated. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had failed, leaving him battered and broken. A single, desperate thought echoed in his mind, is that so impossible to achieve? If I were to get another chance, He awoke. The imposing structure of the heavenly demon divine cult's main sanctuary loomed before him, a stark contrast to his previous life. He found himself in the body of Seo Riang, a prince of the cult, lying in a bed within the sanctuary. A faint groan escaped his lips. His hand, frail and weak, rested on the crimson bedding. A wave of disorientation washed over him. Seo Riang's face, pale and drawn, was turned to the side. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a confusion that mirrored Hajin's own. A single thought pierced through the fog of his new reality: if I were to get another chance. Hajin's consciousness surged, his eyes blazing with a newfound determination. He was no longer the defeated assassin, he was Seo Riang, and he would survive. A sweeping vista of the heavenly demon cult's inner sanctuary unfolds, its majestic architecture shrouded in a soft, ethereal mist. The scene is further clarified by a title card identifying the location. The camera focuses on a pair of worn leather boots, suggesting a figure of some importance. Then shifts to a smoking pipe resting on a nearby table, hinting at a moment of quiet contemplation. An elderly man, kneeling before another unseen figure, greets them as the fourth young lord of the divine cult. The unseen figure, their back to the viewer, remains silent, their posture suggesting a sense of weariness or disinterest. As they casually bring the smoking pipe to their lips, an elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, sat calmly, his hands clasped together. He had just checked the pulse of someone unseen, and a thoughtful expression crossed his features as he murmured, "I just felt his pulse, for the third. I mean." A knowing glint appeared in his eyes, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a hidden understanding. Meanwhile, in another room, a figure with dark hair and a sly smile watched from the shadows, their expression hinting at anticipation. Seated on a plush rug, a regal-looking man in rich robes spoke to a kneeling attendant, "Things are going better than I expected." The scene shifts to a desolate battlefield. Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, lies wounded amongst the corpses of his enemies. A man approaches him, asking, "Hajin, are you done?" Hajin, exhausted but resolute, replies, "Yes, I killed everyone on this side." "Let's take a rest then." His companion agrees, but adds a word of caution, "All right. But we can't rest for too long, the leader said we can't be detected." The companion notices something, "Huh? What's that?" Cheon Hajin, a master assassin weary of his life, clutched a small, intricately carved wooden bird. A faint whisper escaped his lips, "Oh okay. A bird? A carving of a bird." The question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication, "Did you carve it?" Another voice, sharp and concerned, cut through the silence. "Hajin, aren't you tired of living as an assassin?" Hajin, his face etched with determination, responded with quiet resolve. "I'm going to get out of here using any means necessary." He continued, his gaze distant and filled with longing. "And I will live out the rest of my life as a free bird." His hand rested on the scabbard of his sword, a symbol of his past life. "I'll go down to the rural regions where I can smell fresh greenery instead of this musky scent of blood." His voice cracked with emotion. "I want to go." Another figure, a woman with striking blue hair, appeared beside him. Hajin's desire for escape was echoed in her own words, "I want to go too. To the fresh green rural region." But her words were met with immediate resistance, "You can't. Don't even think about it. Despite the warning, Hajin's resolve remained unshaken. He declared, why not? Let's go together. The woman's sharp retort cut him short, no. Take me with you. Shut up. A young man with vibrant blue hair coughed up blood, collapsing onto the rain-slicked ground. His face was pale, his eyes wide with pain. A concerned older man with short, gray hair knelt beside him, his expression etched with worry. What's wrong? He stammered, his voice laced with alarm. The older man's face hardened. He glared down at the injured man, his voice dripping with cold fury. He had saved the young man's life, only to have his mercy repaid with an attempt at escape. A silent, furious exclamation escaped him. The injured man's face was contorted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks as he struggled to breathe. The older man continued, his voice cold and unforgiving. He gestured towards the fallen man, his words cutting like shards of ice. Take a good look. This is the end for all those who betray the righteous heavenly alliance. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured by darkness. A tall man in a light robe stood at their head, his expression grim. He spoke, his voice low and menacing. The blood parasites within their bodies would relay judgment for their betrayal. A close-up revealed a horrifying image, a cluster of parasitic insects feeding on a pulsating, fleshy mass. The scene was disturbingly graphic. The tall man's expression twisted into a cruel smile. He threatened to end the injured man's life, too. His words were chilling, he would silence the injured man forever. With a swift, brutal movement, the tall man ended the young man's life. His head was severed, blood spurting from the wound. A guttural cry ripped through the silence as Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a start. His eyes flew open, wide with terror and confusion. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. His mouth gaped open, a silent scream trapped within. Panic clawed at him, a visceral fear that transcended mere physical discomfort. He was disoriented, his mind reeling from the disjointed memories of his previous life as Cheon Hajin, the master assassin. The jarring reality of his current situation crashed down upon him, he had been beheaded by the demon queen. His thoughts turned to his surroundings. Where was he? He found himself in a lavishly decorated room, the opulence a stark contrast to the grim circumstances of his death. The sheer luxury of the chamber was almost surreal. He sensed a presence, a subtle shift in the air that spoke of someone else in the room. A young woman, Manhwa, entered the room, carrying a tray of food. She addressed him respectfully as young lord. The revelation of his identity, and the implications of his survival, settled upon him. He was alive, but in a body he did not recognize, in a place he did not understand. A young woman, her face etched with worry, stared at a bowl of food, chopsticks poised mid-air. Her eyes darted around nervously, reflecting a deep unease. A sudden close-up revealed her trembling hand and the chopsticks, still frozen in place. A looming figure appeared behind her, their expression stern and menacing. Do you know what will happen to you if you make a sound? The figure hissed. The young woman's eyes widened in terror as a man with brown hair leaned in, his gaze intense. Who are you? She whispered, fear evident in her voice. Are you from the Steel Blood Fortress? He pressed. Trembling, she stammered a reply, why young lord, it's me, your servant, Angwa. Angwa's confusion mounted. Why are you acting this way? Is something not to your liking? She questioned, her voice laced with concern. The young lord, however, remained unyielding. He demanded, young lord? Stop uttering nonsense and tell me the truth. The young lord's grip tightened as he glared at Anhwa, his frustration palpable. Who brought me here? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Anhwa, visibly shaken, responded, brought you here? Revealing the shocking truth, you've been unconscious for the past 6 months because you fell victim to chi blockage, and only awoke 2 days ago. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a gasp, his eyes wide with confusion and a single thought echoing in his mind, what the hell? He immediately recalled the events leading to his current state, a fierce battle, a chi blockage, and then, nothing. Panic seized him as he realized the horrifying truth, I lost consciousness because of chi blockage? I died. A young woman, his attendant, approached, offering him a meal. He demanded answers, his voice sharp with suspicion, stop fooling around and tell me the truth. The attendant insisted that she was telling the truth, that she had simply brought him a meal while he slept. Xiao Riang, however, remained unconvinced, his gaze fixed on the reflection in a nearby mirror. And his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw his reflection. Ha? Who is this bastard? The reflection was not his own. It was a younger, more slender version of himself, his body noticeably thinner and weaker than he remembered. A horrifying realization dawned on him, this is, me? The fragmented memories of his past life flooded back, confirming his suspicions. It wasn't a dream, he had died and been reborn in this body. That wasn't a dream. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He had been reincarnated, his consciousness transferred into the body of Xiao Riang. Then what is this? Incarnation? A fierce clash erupted, the air thick with the scent of blood. Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, found himself overwhelmed, his body a canvas of crimson streaks as he was thrown back by a powerful blow. His mind reeling from the brutal attack, a single, disbelieving thought echoed in his head: how could this happen? He awoke to the gentle ministrations of a young woman, her face etched with concern as she offered him a bowl of steaming broth. The room was opulent, far removed from the brutal battle he had just endured. His gaze fell upon his own body, unfamiliar and strangely weak. A wave of confusion washed over him as he struggled to reconcile his surroundings with his memories of the fight. Then, a chilling realization dawned on him: he was no longer Cheon Hajin. Where was he? He cautiously rose, his movements stiff and uncertain, and peered through a screen. A glimpse of ornate architecture hinted at a place of power and mystery. A young woman with long brown hair appeared, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. She was clearly startled by his sudden appearance. His thoughts raced, a torrent of questions flooding his mind. How could a place like this exist in Murim? The view from his window offered a breathtaking panorama of a sprawling complex, hinting at the vastness and power of this unknown location. Seo Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, and his attendant walked through the palace grounds. A lone figure in white robes stood at the top of the grand staircase, their presence radiating an aura of mystery. Their approach causing Seo Riang to pause, a question forming in his mind: who were these individuals? As they drew closer, two figures emerged from a nearby building. One was a stern-looking man in dark robes, the other an older man in white, carrying a small chest. The man in dark robes stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Seo Riang. His expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Seo Riang, still weak from his recent ordeal, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his side, causing him to crumple to the ground. The man in dark robes spoke, his voice booming with authority: all demons fall down at your feet. Congratulations on your recovery, third young lord. He bowed deeply, his face a mask of respectful subservience. Seo Riang, in the body of Cheon Hajin, awoke with a start. His eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the words echoing in his mind: divine teachings are, what? A wave of confusion washed over him as he grappled with the implications. He muttered to himself: if it's a divine cult within Murim, the heavenly demon divine cult, the demon cult? The scene shifted to a grand hall within the heavenly demon cult's palace. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, walked with measured steps. The camera angle widened, revealing the vastness of the hall and a figure seated on a throne at the far end. He appeared to be waiting. As the cloaked figure approached, a booming voice echoed through the hall. The divine teachings are unquestionable. All demons fall down at your feet. The scene opens within the imposing architecture of the heavenly demon cult, the intricate details of the building hinting at the cult's power and influence. Where Mudam, the first royal guard of the divine cult, awaits the arrival of his master, the demon lord. His posture is one of respectful anticipation. Mudam, a figure of imposing stature and bearing, is identified as the heavenly demon cult's first royal guard. Seated upon his throne, the demon lord exudes an aura of quiet menace. His gaze is fixed on Mudam, who kneels before him. A palpable tension hanging in the air between them. The anticipation is thick, heavy with unspoken words. Mudam's face is partially obscured, but his expression is one of grave concern as he speaks. Inquiring about the reason for Mudam's urgent visit, Mudam solemnly reports that the third young lord has awakened. The demon lord's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise and perhaps unease crossing his features. An ornate chamber within the heavenly demon cult. A conversation unfolds, marked by a hesitant agreement, yes, however. The scene shifts to reveal a lavishly decorated room, hinting at the cult's wealth and power. The focus falls upon Seo Riang, the prince, lying listlessly on a low table. He appears weak and vulnerable. A voice, presumably that of a concerned observer, narrates: he has lost all of his martial prowess from overextension. A man with a stern expression observes him from the shadows, his gaze filled with a mixture of concern and calculation. The observer speaks, his words laced with a hint of malice: what would you like to do with the third young lord? The scene shifts dramatically. A powerful figure, the first royal guard, is shown in a moment of intense action, his body radiating energy. He unleashes a devastating attack, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow sending the first royal guard sprawling across the floor. The scene opens in a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with incense. Several tall, slender candles cast flickering shadows on the walls, their flames dancing in the stillness. A man, his face etched with worry and weariness, kneels before a figure unseen. He speaks, his voice a low murmur of subservience: speak your will, my lord. His hands fidget nervously, betraying the anxiety hidden beneath his outwardly calm demeanor. The unseen figure responds, his voice echoing with a chilling finality: until the closing ceremony in 3 months. He continues, his words sharp and commanding: do not provide me with any further reports. The panel shifts to a dark, ominous image, suggesting a vast, shadowy expanse. The darkness seems to writhe and pulse with an unseen energy. The perspective changes again, focusing on another man. This one is older, with a stern, imposing presence. His gaze is intense, unwavering. He bows his head, his expression unreadable, a silent acknowledgement of the unseen figure's power. Dust motes danced in the dim light of a grand hall, the air thick with the scent of incense and aged wood. A heavy, ornate curtain hung above, partially obscuring the high ceiling. Seated upon a throne, his back to the viewer, sat a figure cloaked in dark red robes. He held out a hand, as if offering something unseen. A single speech bubble floated above him. I sincerely hope that you may accomplish the great deed. The final words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken weight and expectation. The narrative opens with an introduction to the heavenly demon divine cult. A 1,000-year-old demonic cult, the oldest and most evil demonic power of this generation, created by a Mura master several thousand years ago. The image depicts three figures, likely members of the cult, poised for action. One wields a sword. Their martial power is unmatched, and their mere existence causes anxiety throughout the Mura world, symbolizing chaos. However, in terms of sheer numbers, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress significantly outnumber the heavenly demon cult. The scene shifts to a mysterious woman standing atop a massive pile of skulls, a chilling testament to the cult's power. The sheer scale of the skull pile emphasizes the cult's ruthless history and the vast number of lives they have claimed. The narration box ominously declared that the heavenly demon cult was considered a greater threat than war or plague itself. The next panel showed a young man with light brown hair, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning realization. He was identified as Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, and the narration box confirmed the cult's reputation as the most evil demonic group. Peeking from behind a door, Xiao Riang wondered aloud how he had ended up in this place. He then questioned whether he had truly been granted a second life. His confusion intensified as he looked out at the heavenly demon cult's grounds, exclaiming his disbelief at his current predicament. However, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself to remain calm and assess the situation. Xiao Riang resolved to understand his current circumstances and formulate a plan for the future. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a precarious situation. He had escaped the Divine Justice Alliance, but his injuries were severe. He concluded that even his stealth techniques were insufficient for his current state, his ragged breathing a testament to his exhaustion. Meanwhile, two figures in the attire of the heavenly demon cult walked away from the scene. Unseen by them, Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, watched them from the shadows, his new life within the cult beginning. Hajin's awakening was deemed miraculous. After 6 months of chi blockage, he had somehow regained consciousness. However, it was also noted that he had lost all his martial prowess. Yet, the lingering possibility of residual martial skill remained. Given his nickname, Monstrous Demon, even a fraction of his former strength would be a significant threat. Two cult members discussed the implications of Xiao Riang's awakening, emphasizing the need for caution and avoiding any actions that might provoke him. From a rooftop vantage point, Hajin observed the conversation, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. One of the cult members expressed his frustration and anger towards Xiao Riang, referring to him as a troublemaker and a bastard. Hajin, still struggling to adapt to his new reality, pondered the life of the monstrous demon, questioning how such a person could have lived. Finally, he confirmed his location. He was indeed within the heavenly demon cult. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, plotted his escape. He knew that a meticulous plan was essential for survival. He stood at a window, gazing out at the sprawling landscape of the heavenly demon cult's compound, his escape route still uncertain. His previous night's exertion took its toll, even a short period of intense stealth had left him profoundly exhausted. Despite his fatigue, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. He reflected on his fortunate survival, a sentiment he found surprisingly admirable. Hajin examined his reflection, his new body, that of Xiao Riang, a prince of the cult, revealing its frail condition. He realized the body was as weak as an 80-year-old man. His immediate priority was clear: he needed to regain his physical strength. With a determined gaze, he resolved to begin the process of physical rehabilitation. He decided to assess his current state. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, unveiling a hidden potential within. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, felt a familiar pang of frustration. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that his 8 extraordinary meridians were irreparably damaged. Despite his condition, which prevented him from using chi, he was determined to act. He resolved to remove the small, rotten energy within him. A desperate attempt to find truth amidst the chaos that consumed him. He would break through the conduits of life itself. A cryptic message echoed in his mind, promising fortune for embracing the turmoil within. He closed his eyes, preparing for the ordeal. As he began the process, a noticeable change swept over the room. The temperature rose sharply, and the air grew heavy with moisture. He focused on the boundless technique, intending to expel the clouded energy. A surge of power building within him. With a final, desperate effort, he forced the energy outside his body. A young man with short, dark hair sat cross-legged, a faint blue glow emanating from his hands. Energy pulsed around him, radiating outward in shimmering waves. In his past life, Xion Hajin, a master assassin, had honed his skills to perfection, mastering a unique martial art he called the boundless technique. Now, reborn as Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, and unable to use chi, this technique was his only lifeline. A flashback showed Hajin, in his previous life, meditating amidst a snowy forest, the same ethereal blue energy surrounding him. Xiao Riang, in his current body, lay unconscious, his face pale and serene. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of recognition in their depths. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Xiao Riang sat up, a question forming in his mind: is this my limit? He reflected on his progress, acknowledging a small victory, but also noting the unsettling quiet of his surroundings. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, prince of the heavenly demon cult, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. It had been some time since his awakening. And besides the occasional visit from his doctor, he had been left alone. The speed of his recovery, however, was remarkable. A young servant girl entered the room, her fear palpable as she approached the still recovering prince. Her trembling betrayed her anxiety. Nervously delivering his herbal medicine, the young lord, still weak from his ordeal, accepted the offering. Xiao Riang's thoughts turned to the rumors surrounding his reputation. He knew of the nickname Monstrous Demon and the implications it carried, confirming his suspicions about the prince's troublesome and unruly nature. Hajin, trapped within Xiao Riang's body, reminded himself to remain cautious. Until he understood his surroundings, he must avoid any rash actions. 3 months have passed since the events that transpired. The moon hangs high in the inky sky above the heavenly demon cult's sprawling estate. Inside, a figure sits, observing a pipe. He wonders aloud if the effects of the poison he ingested 3 months prior will ever manifest. Another figure, seemingly a physician, approaches and reports that not only has the poison not taken effect, but Xiao Riang, the prince, is recovering at an accelerated rate. The physician expresses concern, reminding his companion that the potency of the poison should correlate with the victim's martial prowess. The stronger the martial artist, the more lethal the poison should be. The physician, clearly perplexed, agrees, stating that Xiao Riang's rapid recovery is indeed unusual. Meanwhile, Xiao Riang, seemingly unaffected by the conversation, calmly smokes his pipe, his expression betraying a hint of amusement as he reflects that his recovery exceeds expectations. A title card identifies Xiao Riang's true identity, the fourth young lord, Hong Yuaimun, of the heavenly demon divine cult. The physician, still troubled by Xiao Riang's unexpected recovery, asks his companion what they should do next. Hong Yuaimun, seemingly unconcerned, inquires about Rin's arrival. A chef, his back to the viewer, spoke quietly to himself. He mused that Rin should be arriving at the main temple around noon. A man with long, graying hair and gold earrings pondered aloud. He questioned if 6 months had passed since Lin's return. He then stated that something interesting would happen soon, instructing someone to continue observing and reporting. The other party responded with a simple, "I understand." A fist hurtled forward, a blur of motion. The fist connected with something, a soft impact, followed by another, more powerful blow from a different individual. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood poised in a martial arts stance, his body taut with concentration. Despite his inability to use qi, he focused on the precise movements of his form, a testament to his rigorous training. A subtle tremor ran through the floor as his foot impacted the ground with surprising force. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone tiles, a testament to the raw power he channeled through his body. A faint blue glow emanated from his hand, swirling like a miniature galaxy. It was a startling display of power, unexpected from someone supposedly incapable of manipulating qi. He unleashed a blindingly fast punch, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that rippled outwards. The air crackled with energy, a stark contrast to his earlier stillness. Sweat beaded on Xiao Riang's brow as he clenched his fists, his breathing ragged. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face. He surveyed the destruction he had wrought, a large section of the training hall reduced to rubble. A grim smile touched his lips as he spoke. "Well, this is better." The remnants of broken training weapons lay scattered across the floor, a testament to the raw power of Xiao Riang's unexpected outburst. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling with exertion. He had dedicated the last 3 months to restoring his body to normal, a frustrating endeavor given his inability to use qi. His muscular physique, though impressive, spoke of the arduous training he had endured. A simple red sash was his only garment. A servant girl approached, her expression gentle. She informed him that thanks to his rigorous training, the remaining cloudy energy and demonic energy within him had dissipated. She presented him with a bowl of herbal medicine. He accepted it with a simple thanks. He brought the bowl to his lips and drank. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. A kiak that signaled something amiss. His eyes widened in alarm as he stared into the bowl. From within the depths of the herbal medicine, several small, crimson creatures emerged, their many legs scuttling. The bowl shattered as the creatures swarmed, their movements quick and chaotic. A voice boomed, cutting through the chaos, "Shun Hajin." Xion Hajin, the world's deadliest assassin, desperately attempted to escape the clutches of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. His pursuers, masters of martial arts from various factions, both orthodox and heretical, relentlessly hunted him. A powerful figure, his face obscured by shadow, unleashed a wave of energy, his movements a blur of motion. The attack striking Hajin with brutal force. His former mentor, enraged by Hajin's betrayal, roared his accusations. Even mortally wounded, Hajin knew escape was impossible, the Alliance's grip was inescapable. Hajin's body convulsed as a parasitic insect burrowed into his chest, a horrifying sign of a deadly blood parasite. Terror seized him as he realized the parasite's return, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. A silent scream of agony tearing through him. He awoke, reborn as Seo Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his body strangely devoid of chi. A servant called out to him. A young woman, her face etched with concern, approached Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult. She inquired anxiously, "Are you all right, young lord?" Seo Riang, however, dismissed her worry with a dismissive thought. It was merely a hallucination. The young woman, still carrying a bowl of what appeared to be tea, retreated as Seo Riang, now revealed to be bare-chested, declared, "I will head out now." His mind raced, envisioning a new life he had always dreamed of. A question, heavy with longing and uncertainty, formed in his mind: will I be able to be free? Seo Riang, still bare-chested, began to dress himself, preparing to leave. A new character, a man with brown hair, observed Seo Riang's departure with a questioning expression. He muttered, "Pardon? Ah, yes. He is, but..." A young woman, her face contorted in a mixture of shock and disgust, stared at something unseen. Her eyes widened, and a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she exclaimed, "What? Is it a demonic cult bastard?" Meanwhile, inside the heavenly demon cult, a servant nervously approached a closed door, muttering to himself, I need to announce to the young lord that..." A sharp sound echoed through the halls as the door was violently thrown open. The servant's words were cut short by a sudden, forceful interruption. A blur of motion indicated someone had burst through the door with incredible speed. The image focused on a single, intense eye, filled with barely contained rage. A woman with long purple hair, adorned in elegant, dark robes, stood calmly in the room, a look of amusement playing on her lips. Beside her, a younger woman, her face pale with fear, watched with wide eyes. The young man, Seo Riang, paused, his expression shifting slightly as he took in the scene. He murmured, The younger woman, startled by the sudden intrusion, flinched and covered her mouth in alarm. The purple-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed Seo Riang. She spoke, her voice barely a whisper, "Who?" A question hung in the air, her gaze lingering on him. A thought bubble above her head revealed her inner turmoil. Is she? A young woman with long, lilac hair and a jeweled crown, her eyes wide with surprise, whispered, barely audible, "Who?" A question hanging in the air as the camera focused on her lips, painted a striking red. A thought bubble above her revealed the unspoken question, "Is she?" The scene shifted to a richly decorated room. Two women stood there, one in a simple, elegant robe, her face partially obscured by her hand, and the other, the lilac-haired woman from before, sat regally on a low seat, her expression unreadable. A man with long, unbound brown hair, his torso bare, stood observing them from a distance. He wore a dark robe and appeared thoughtful. He murmured, A low hum that preceded his next words, directed at the lilac-haired woman, "You look better than I thought." A young woman, adorned in rich, crimson robes and a jeweled crown, addressed a young man with impatience. She inquired, "Are you going to keep me standing? I want to drink a cup of tea, though." The young man's internal monologue urged him to flee. At times like this, he thought, the only option was to run. He offered a hasty apology, explaining that he needed to be somewhere urgently. The woman, clearly annoyed, demanded to know where he was going. With a flick of his wrist, the young man subtly signaled someone. He turned, his expression hardening into a mask of determination. Two stern-faced men, dressed in dark robes, observed him from a distance. Their expressions were grim and watchful. The two men exchanged a silent, meaningful glance. The young man, now surrounded by the two men, walked away, his back to the observers. A woman with purple hair, adorned in regal attire, addressed a group of subordinates. She expressed uncertainty about how long it would take to deter those approaching their location. A young man with brown hair, tied back in a ponytail, stood with his back to the viewer, seemingly contemplating the woman's words. The woman, seated now, invited him to sit, suggesting they had matters to discuss. The young man hesitated, his back still turned. He then explained that he hadn't had time to clean himself after recovering, and requested permission to change clothes. The woman agreed to wait, adding that it would be preferable if he had no other plans. As the young man turned, a thought bubble revealed his assessment of the woman. He sensed something unusual about her. Despite his apprehension, he concluded that he had no other choice but to comply. Inside a richly decorated room, Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, was recovering from a recent injury. His attendant, Manhwa, approached him, instructing him to follow her. They moved through the opulent chambers of the cult's palace. Manhwa paused, a question forming on her lips. She asked Seo Riang who the person he had been with was. Seo Riang, still suffering from the effects of his chi blockage and the resulting memory loss, explained that he had woken up with a severe headache and fragmented memories. Manhwa, deeply concerned, exclaimed that he couldn't die, as it hadn't been long since he woke up. Seo Riang retorted, questioning why he would die. Manhwa then revealed the identity of the woman Seo Riang had been with, a powerful demon affiliated with the religion's internal enlightenment facility, the daughter of the influential Jiaxa family within the demon cult. A striking image of the woman appeared, showcasing her beauty and imposing presence. Manhwa continued, describing her as the most talented disciple, highly skilled in her work, and acknowledged by the cult's chief. And, to Seo Riang's surprise, she was revealed to be the fourth young lord's sister. Seo Riang, the prince, questioned the woman's motives. He wondered why she had sought him out and what their relationship entailed. The woman, flustered, admitted she didn't know. Despite his confusion, a voiceover narration pointed out that the two had met numerous times within a single month. Xiao Riang, considering this fact, concluded that their relationship was anything but ordinary. He thanked the woman for the information. And she, noticing his swollen face, urged him to rest. Xiao Riang, though hesitant, agreed that he should rest. He mumbled a quiet affirmation. The woman, concerned, addressed him with a formal title, revealing her surprise and respect. The woman's internal monologue revealed her shock and disbelief at his current state, wondering if he had gone mad. A flashback revealed that Xiao Riang was the third young lord to die in the past. A man in a dark robe, his expression contrite, apologized for his previous rudeness. Seated before him, a woman with long purple hair listened patiently, her expression unreadable. She simply responded that it was all right. The woman then inquired about the purpose of his visit. The woman's eyes widened slightly in surprise at his response. Comparing his current demeanor to his past self, she noted a distinct lack of his former sharpness and brightness. The woman confirmed her suspicions that the man had indeed lost his martial prowess after overcoming a chi blockage. His past self was clearly more assertive. She suggested open communication, proposing to get straight to the point. The woman presented a contract, sealed by both parties, reminding the man of its existence. She explained that the contract would be invalidated under certain circumstances. The man, clearly surprised, reacted with a questioning expression upon hearing the word contract. A woman with long, dark purple hair explained that the amount she had invested in a wonder drug was close to 1,000 niang. In addition to that, other money from other things amounted to a little over 2,000 niang, but she would take out the little things because they were close. Xiao Riang, the prince, questioned the meaning of wonder drug and investment, his brow furrowed in confusion. He then realized that he had been sponsored with money and medicine by the fourth young lord's younger sister. Xiao Riang's inner thoughts revealed his frustration. What the hell is this bastard thinking? The woman, now shown in full view, demanded 6,000 niang in total, requesting immediate payment or a contract for repayment. Xiao Riang's thoughts continued, explaining that the woman, using Xiao Riang's chi blockage as an excuse, had made herself the victim, nullified the contract, and now wanted her money back. He reflected on his original intentions, to build his reputation and increase his wealth. The woman, looking down at him, muttered, "This youngster." A woman with striking purple hair and crimson lipstick regarded someone with a knowing smirk. Her expression suggested she was aware of some wrongdoing. A man with brown hair, dressed in dark robes, consulted a map. He seemed confident as he spoke to the purple-haired woman, assuring her that a large sum of money was easily within his reach. The man then instructed his servant, Manhwa, to prepare writing materials. Manhwa promptly responded with an affirmation, and the man continued his internal monologue, unconcerned with the woman's actions as long as his own needs were met. He began to write, his thoughts drifting to his impending departure. The purple-haired woman observed the man's actions, judging his recklessness in handling such a significant contract. He then added a final clause to the agreement. The woman listened intently as the man laid out the final condition of their agreement. Should he fail to repay his debt, she would come for him. A voice, laced with disdain, echoed in Xiao Riang's mind, like a loyal dog. Xiao Riang's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he processed the implication. A sharp question forming in his mind, she's going to treat this body like a dog? His irritation simmered, a quiet thought bubbling to the surface, this is getting on my nerves. He sat, his posture rigid, a subtle display of his inner turmoil. A scene unfolding before him. A man, dressed in dark robes, explained to a woman with purple hair, the contract will end when I receive all the money. He continued, addressing the woman, until then, we should respect each other since we're both contractors, right? The woman, her expression sharp and calculating, responded with a subtle smirk. A man skeptical thought trailing off, respect, huh? Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, questioned the propriety of the contract being presented to him, his expression a mixture of skepticism and annoyance. His attendant, a woman with long purple hair, looked on with a questioning expression, clearly surprised by his words. The attendant, along with another woman, reacted to Xiao Riang's statement. The attendant affirmed his words, addressing him as young lord. The purple-haired woman then expressed her confusion, questioning why the commander was being summoned so suddenly. As the commander arrived, he bowed deeply, addressing Xiao Riang with respect and awe, referring to him as the third young lord and acknowledging the undefeated nature of the divine cult. He then inquired about the reason for his sudden summons. Xiao Riang, holding the contract, observed the commander's respectful demeanor. A close-up on Xiao Riang's face showed a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips. An older man, presumably a high-ranking member of the cult, approached Xiao Riang, expressing his concern over the prince's physical state, though acknowledging it wasn't his place to comment. Xiao Riang, however, declared his intention to visit the demon lord. A stern-faced woman, her expression sharp and commanding, issued an order. She instructed her subordinate to prepare a carriage and send word to the demon lord's palace, further specifying that the message should convey the third disciple's wish to see his master. The subordinate, a woman with dark hair and intense eyes, responded with an affirmation. She confirmed that she would relay the message to the demon god's palace. and added that she would prepare the carriage once permission was granted. Meanwhile, another woman, this one with purple hair and a regal bearing, gasped, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension. She murmured the word Lord. The first woman, observing her colleague's reaction, questioned her actions. She pointed out that she should also fight back, suggesting a shared sense of urgency and a need for proactive defense. Proposing that they go together to see if the contract with the Demon Lord was fair. The purple-haired woman, however, seemed to misinterpret the suggestion. She reacted with alarm, questioning if her colleague was suggesting they die together. The brown-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, simply asked if there was a problem. A man with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in dark robes, smirked knowingly. He warned his companion, if the Demon Lord knows you made a contract with me, you won't be safe either. The scene shifted to reveal a woman with long purple hair, dressed in similar dark robes, standing opposite the man. She appeared apprehensive. The brown-haired man continued, "You're right. If he knows about this, I'll also be scolded. And I might be exiled because I've lost my martial prowess." She replied, "That's just what'll happen to me. What about you, though?" A fiery backdrop illuminated the next exchange. He stated, "Everyone in the world knows that your family is amazing, but that excuse only works in some cases. The worst-case scenario for me is I get exiled. But in your case, you won't be excused from imprisonment for the sin of raising the Giosa family poorly." The purple-haired woman's face registered shock and fear as she covered her mouth. She was clearly distressed by the implications of his words. Her eyes widened in a silent gasp of horror. The brown-haired man announced, "I'll be going now. It's time for my walk." The purple-haired woman stammered, "Wait." Before he left, she asked, Do you not want to become the supreme leader?" Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood with his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable. His long brown hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and he wore the dark robes of his cult. He questioned his own capabilities, a doubt clouding his mind. Could he truly lead the cult, given his physical limitations? Xiao Riang scoffed inwardly, the absurdity of the situation weighing heavily on him. The notion of him, in his current state, leading the cult seemed ludicrous. A woman with purple hair, dressed in richly embroidered robes, approached him. She spoke, her voice laced with a hint of mockery, reminding him of his powerlessness. Undeterred, Xiao Riang proposed a meeting at the Demon Lord's palace, a challenge veiled in his words. The woman clenched her fist, a subtle display of power and determination. Xiao Riang pondered his next move, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty and resolve. He turned his back to the woman, his question hanging heavy in the air. The woman responded, her words a cryptic instruction. A young man with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in dark robes, stared intently into the distance, his expression unreadable. He was being questioned by a woman with long purple hair, adorned with an ornate gold hairpin. Her voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of suspicion as she asked if he intended to meet with the Demon Lord. The woman held a contract, its contents obscured, her fingers tracing the intricate script. Suddenly, the young man snatched the contract from her grasp, his movements swift and decisive. He commanded her to tear it up herself. His tone was sharp, brooking no argument. He insisted she destroy the contract with her own hands. The young man, his expression hardening, prepared to take action. The woman hesitated, her gaze dropping to the contract in his hand. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of his life of violence, contemplates escape. He yearns for a respite from the constant bloodshed, a chance to breathe fresh air instead of the stench of death. His plan is simple, to abandon his current life and seek refuge in the quiet countryside, far from the conflict and the constant threat to his life. Hajin's escape attempt is short-lived. He is ambushed and severely wounded in a brutal confrontation with several martial artists, their allegiances unclear. A group of martial artists surveys the scene, their leader questioning if they have found everyone involved in the assassination attempt. His subordinates assure him that they have searched thoroughly, finding no one else. The leader suspects that there is still someone hiding nearby, someone who betrayed the alliance and committed treason. He orders a thorough search of the nearby population. His orders are swiftly obeyed, as his men begin to systematically search the village. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, lay wounded and defeated. His escape attempt had failed, leaving him battered and bleeding amongst the corpses of his enemies. He clutched a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a memento of a life now lost. The rain washing away the blood from the cobblestones. His breath hitched in his chest, each gasp a painful reminder of his failing body. He was alone, surrounded by the silent testament to his desperate struggle for freedom. His fingers, stained crimson, tightened around the wooden bird. A single tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. A silent farewell to the life he once knew. The weight of his injuries threatened to pull him under. Darkness encroached, blurring the edges of his vision. His consciousness flickered, teetering on the precipice of oblivion. Then, a jarring shout pierced through the haze. He was roughly shoved aside, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he landed hard on the ground. The world spun, a dizzying kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. Above him, figures moved with a blur of motion, their voices a distant murmur. He felt a searing pain in his side, a sharp, agonizing stab. Then, nothing. Shion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself cornered. He moved with lethal grace, his body a whirlwind of motion as he deflected blows from multiple attackers, blood staining his clothes. His eyes wide with a desperate intensity as he fought for his life. The weight of his injuries began to take their toll. And with a final, desperate lunge, he fell, his sword clattering to the ground beside him. He awoke as Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, cursed with an inability to use qi. His body felt weak, unfamiliar. But a flicker of his old skill remained. He moved instinctively, a blur of motion. A desperate attempt to defend himself against an unseen attacker. The blade flashed, finding its mark with brutal efficiency. His opponent crumpled to the ground. Another attack came, swift and unexpected. Xiao Riang barely had time to react, sending him crashing through a wall, his body battered and bruised. He landed hard, the impact jarring his senses. Shion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself engaged in a desperate struggle. A sword sliced through the air, the brutal force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground, a crimson stain blooming across his chest. His vision swam, the world dissolving into a blur of pain and confusion. Then, darkness. Hajin awoke to find himself in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his attacker, a man with a bloodied face, speaking urgently. The man explained that his mission was to eliminate traitors to the alliance, those who had committed treason. Xiao Riang, however, protested his innocence, he truly didn't know. As the attacker moved to finish him, Xiao Riang, now inhabiting Hajin's mind, felt a surge of desperate determination. A silent vow forming in his heart as he watched his attacker approach. A guttural cry escaped his lips, a raw expression of anguish and defiance. A rainstorm lashes down. A lone figure, his face obscured, contemplates the act of killing. He muses that it is merely a job. Just a job to him? The rain continues to fall, washing blood from a stone lantern. The scene is grim and desolate. The question hangs heavy in the air, is taking someone's life truly just a job? Several figures, cloaked and somber, pass by the bloody lantern, their faces obscured by the downpour. A young man, his face contorted in agony, clutches at his chest, blood staining his clothes. Tears stream down his face as he struggles for breath. He is dying. A man with graying hair, his face etched with concern, kneels beside the dying youth. He asks Chun Hajin if he knows anything about life, but dismisses the idea that an assassin like Hajin could possibly understand. As the young man's life ebbs away, he curses his killer, vowing vengeance even from the afterlife. The assassin, his face grim, looks down at his bloodied hands. He reflects that the young man's death will become the death of many more. Shion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, had escaped their grasp only to be cornered by a relentless wave of martial artists. Critically wounded in the ensuing battle, he found himself reborn as Xiao Riang, a prince of the infamous heavenly demon cult. His new reality was harsh, an accusation of murder hung heavy in the air. A stark reminder of the treacherous power dynamics within the cult. The imposing architecture of the heavenly demon cult's headquarters loomed before him, a testament to their influence and power. A vast complex of buildings stretched across a wide expanse of land, connected by elegant bridges that spanned a tranquil waterway. From above, the bridge appeared as a lone, straight path leading to the heart of the cult's stronghold. The scene was serene, yet the underlying tension was palpable. Xiao Riang, burdened by his new identity and the weight of his past, found himself in a lavishly decorated chamber. The room was dimly lit, creating an atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. A large, ornate bed dominated the space, its rich fabrics hinting at a life of luxury and comfort, a stark contrast to the harsh realities he now faced. A sudden, sharp pain shot through him, a visceral reminder of his injuries. He clutched his side, his breath catching in his throat. A young woman, her expression serene yet tinged with a hint of sadness, carefully cradled a bundle of dark feathers in her hands. The soft light cast a warm glow on the scene, highlighting the delicate texture of the feathers. She began to carefully drape a dark, heavy robe over the broad shoulders of a muscular man, his back to the viewer. His physique suggested immense strength, a stark contrast to the delicate task at hand. Another woman assisted, their movements precise and practiced. The air crackled with unspoken tension. From a distance, a high-angle shot revealed the muscular man now fully robed, seated amongst other figures in an opulent room. The scene suggested a gathering of some importance. A celebratory message appeared: "Congratulations on accomplishing your great deed, Demon Lord." A lone figure prostrated themselves on the ornate floor, their back to the viewer. The scene was one of subservience and respect. A close-up revealed a hand delicately holding an ornate vase, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons. The details were exquisite. The robed figure from the previous panels, now seen from behind, approached a table, placing the vase down. The setting appeared to be a grand hall, suggesting a significant event. The scene opens on a grand hall within the heavenly demon cult's palace. Several figures, their faces obscured, stand in respectful silence, their attention focused on something unseen. The atmosphere is one of hushed anticipation. A hand, adorned with ornate rings, delicately holds a golden dish, intricately decorated with a coiled dragon. The question hangs in the air: "The third requested to see me, you say?" Within a dimly lit chamber, a figure lies prostrate on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Another figure, their face partially hidden, approaches cautiously, holding a small, ornate bottle. A close-up reveals a determined, almost cruel, expression on a character's face, their lips pressed into a thin line. The scene is tense, hinting at a brewing conflict. The figure from the previous panel addresses a guard standing stiffly in a richly decorated room. "Yes, my lord," the guard replies, his voice respectful but strained. A hand carefully pours a viscous, glowing liquid from a dragon-emblazoned flask into the golden dish from earlier. The liquid cascades into the dish, its luminescence illuminating the scene. The liquid appears to be some kind of potent elixir. The figure from the dimly lit chamber, now revealed to be a man with dark hair and a weary expression, prostrates himself before the golden dish, his posture suggesting deep reverence or perhaps desperation. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone, nursing a cup of tea. His body, though outwardly strong, was racked with an internal weakness, a disorder that prevented him from using qi, the life force that powered martial artists. He finished his tea, placing the empty cup down with a soft clink. A silent observer in his opulent chambers. A voice, barely a whisper, cut through the stillness. "Escort him." To the demonic judgment pavilion, the order was given. A sudden jolt of fear shot through Riang. The demonic judgment pavilion, the very name sent shivers down his spine. He knew what awaited him there. He stood, his hand instinctively reaching for a nearby vase, a golden dragon coiled around its side. A symbol of his family's power, now a cold comfort in the face of his impending doom. A grim-faced guard entered the room. He bowed deeply, his voice a low murmur, "I have received your orders." The scene opens with a close-up on a pair of worn leather boots, standing on a richly colored carpet. In the background, a dimly lit room is visible through a screen, a lone figure in dark robes sitting silently. The face of Xiao Riang, the prince, partially obscured by shadow, is revealed. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of weariness in his eyes. The camera focuses on Xiao Riang's neck, highlighting the delicate pulse throbbing beneath his skin. A wide yawn escapes his lips, a sound of utter exhaustion. He stretches languidly, his movements slow and deliberate, betraying his lack of energy. He is clearly unwell. An exterior shot shows a large building, seemingly a palace or temple, nestled amongst barren winter trees. The scene is cold and desolate. The panel shifts to a close-up of Xiao Riang's wrist, where another person is checking his pulse. A thought bubble reveals his internal monologue. He still struggles to adapt to the chaotic aura he feels in his pulse, finding it intensely cold. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, lay on his bed, his body recovering at an astonishing rate. His veins, previously ravaged by battle, had visibly healed within days, a testament to his incredible regenerative abilities. His physician, a seasoned practitioner of acupuncture and herbal medicine, observed Riang with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The speed of his recovery was unprecedented. A stark contrast to his previous condition. Riang, noticing the doctor's intense stare, frowned, questioning the reason for such scrutiny. The physician, startled by Riang's sharp gaze, quickly apologized, explaining that he was simply amazed by the young prince's rapid healing. The physician's face was etched with concern, his gaze lingering on Riang's body. He seemed to be wrestling with a profound realization. Concluding that Riang no longer required acupuncture treatments. His healing was complete. Instead, the physician prescribed a regimen of nutrient-rich meals and a mysterious supreme healing potion. Riang, intrigued, expressed his curiosity about this potent concoction, prompting the physician to offer an explanation. Riang's question, however, revealed his unfamiliarity with this seemingly crucial element of the cult's resources. The physician's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation as he considered the implications of Riang's ignorance regarding the supreme healing potion. A steaming bowl of dark liquid sat on a low table, surrounded by fallen autumn leaves. The accompanying text explained, it was a decoction of fine herbs, intended to aid in energy recovery. The image focused on the bowl, highlighting its craftsmanship. A caption detailed that it was handcrafted by artisans within the household and served only to the highest-ranking members of the main sanctuary. A young man with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in dark robes, stood before an older man in white robes. He questioned, "Ah, is that so?" The young man's expression turned thoughtful as he considered the properties of the drink. He mused, aids in recovering energy? Whatever it's called, it's medicine. His inner thoughts continued, laced with skepticism. If it had actual medicinal properties, I would have recovered much faster. The older man, preparing to leave, informed the young man, "I will return in 2 days. I hope you recover quickly." The young man, left alone, offered a self-deprecating thought, "Well, I suppose something could be off with my senses." The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a large, traditional-style building, nestled amongst bare trees. The atmosphere was somber and quiet. Back inside, the young man yawned widely, stretching his arms behind him. He commented, "Yawn. What a dank neighborhood." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood before a closed door, his expression pensive. A thought bubble above him simply read, "The Demon Lord." He turned his back to the door, his internal monologue continuing. He mused, "I guess I'm finally meeting him. I wonder what type of person he is. A narration box appeared, explaining, "There is nobody who lives within the Kengho Murin that isn't curious of the heavenly demon. It's an obvious fact, since he could be the strongest person under the sky." The panel then showed the demon lord himself, a powerful figure cloaked in darkness, a sinister red energy swirling around his hand. Another narration box provided further context. Though he's never displayed his full powers, he has been, and still is, considered one of the most powerful people in the world. Riang's face was shown again, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity etched on his features. As he thought, meeting him right now could be dangerous for me. The scene shifted to a table with a torn piece of paper lying on it. Riang, shown again from behind, pondered, "Since I don't know much about the demon cult, should I have been more cautious?" Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, inwardly berated himself for his unintentional rudeness towards a powerful figure within the cult. He couldn't help but feel resentment at his current predicament, reborn only to become someone else's pawn. His frustration boiled over into a muttered curse. His anger intensified as he reflected on the absurdity of his situation, feeling utterly defeated. Just then, a servant approached with alarming news. The demon god's palace had contacted them. A servant informed Xiao Riang that a carriage awaited, ready to take him to the palace. Given the turn of events, Xiao Riang resolved to confront whatever awaited him head-on. A steely determination hardened his gaze as he prepared himself for the journey. He approached the palace doors, his resolve unwavering. With a determined grip, Xiao Riang opened the heavy doors, stepping into the unknown. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood framed in a doorway, his expression inscrutable. His dark robes, accented with crimson, hung loosely on his frame, hinting at an underlying fragility. Behind him, a young woman, her face partially obscured, watched him with a mixture of apprehension and concern. The scene opens with a close-up of a weathered wooden wheel, resting on cobblestones. A faint sense of anticipation hangs in the air. As Xiao Riang, a young man with long brown hair, emerges from a palanquin. Two guards flank him, their expressions stoic. He appears frail, his movements hesitant. One of the guards informs Xiao Riang of his summons to the demonic judgment pavilion. The weight of the news settles heavily upon him. And the other guard urges him to proceed with the guide. The scene shifts to a dramatic vista of a mountain pass, shrouded in mist. A sense of foreboding permeates the atmosphere. The path ahead is treacherous, winding through jagged peaks and deep shadows. A narrow, winding staircase carved into the rock face is visible, disappearing into the swirling mist. Xiao Riang, followed closely by his guard, begins his ascent. The air is thick with tension. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with shoulder-length brown hair, furrowed his brows in confusion. His question hung in the air: what in the world was the demonic judgment pavilion? The demonic judgment pavilion stood perched atop a sheer cliff face, a small, ornate structure against the vast, imposing landscape. A testament to the cult's secluded and imposing nature. The path leading to it was treacherous, winding through a misty gorge. Inside the pavilion, a man with long black hair sat alone, casually sipping from an ornate dagger-shaped cup. He mused to himself that alcohol seemed to taste sweeter today, a subtle hint of melancholy in his tone. A pair of feet, clad in dark boots, descended a stone staircase. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing in the quiet mountain pass. Two figures, a man and a woman, walked towards the pavilion. A lone figure, clad in simple white robes, walked along a stone path, his footsteps echoing in the quiet morning. He approached a towering, imposing structure, partially obscured by shadows and mist. The headquarters of the heavenly demon cult. Xiao Riang, the prince, though he appeared outwardly calm, felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. It was a place of immense power and danger. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in thought. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he ascended the steps. A chilling memory flashing through his mind. He recalled his previous life, Xion Hajin, the master assassin, trapped within an inescapable formation by the Righteous Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress. Peering from behind the rocks, three shadowy figures watched Xiao Riang's approach. Their eyes glowed with an ominous intensity. A silent warning conveyed through their watchful presence. High-level masters were completely surrounding the area, their power a palpable threat. Two more figures emerged from the shadows, their presence adding to the growing sense of danger. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Xiao Riang felt a surge of icy dread. He was trapped, surrounded by powerful enemies. It felt as if he were inside a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. His face reflected his inner turmoil. A single mistake, he realized, could mean certain death. A winding staircase carved into the cliff face led to a secluded structure. Two figures, a man and a woman, approached the imposing double doors. They reached the entrance. The man, dressed in dark robes, spoke quietly to his companion, "We're here." The woman paused on the steps, a question mark hanging in the air. As she pondered aloud, didn't they call it the demonic judgment pavilion? It's not a pavilion, though? As they entered, a puff of smoke and dust filled the air, causing the woman to flinch. She internally berated herself, "No, I shouldn't be startled. I have to act like I know everything." The man, his back to the viewer, pressed his hands against the cold stone of the entrance. He thought, every single move I make could be a deciding factor of my survival here in the demon cult. The woman, her expression serious, urged him to proceed, enter. She turned to face him, her gaze unwavering. She addressed him by his true name, let's focus, Shion Hajin. A figure, cloaked and imposing, stood before an unseen opponent. The words, you're facing the demon lord, hung heavy in the air, a stark warning of the impending confrontation. A dramatic flourish of ink-like brushstrokes filling the panel, symbolizing the power and mystery surrounding the demon lord. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, his face etched with a mixture of defiance and apprehension, was shown in profile. His expression hinted at the internal struggle he faced. His brown hair partially obscuring his intense gaze. The subtle details of his appearance spoke volumes about his character. A sweeping vista of a majestic mountain range, shrouded in mist and mystery, filled the panel. The scene evoked a sense of isolation and the vastness of the world Xiao Riang inhabited. The towering peaks and cascading waterfalls hinting at the hidden dangers and challenges that lay ahead. Xiao Riang walked along a tranquil path, surrounded by lush greenery and wildflowers. The serene beauty of the landscape contrasted sharply with the ominous warning he had just received. A quiet unease evident in his posture as he continued his journey. A soft "ha" escaped his lips, a murmur of confusion and uncertainty. A young woman's face, partially obscured, is shown in close-up. Her mouth is slightly open, as if mid-speech. The soft pink hues surrounding her suggest a gentle, dreamlike atmosphere. She mused that she thought it was winter, but the scene before her was one of springtime. A deer drank peacefully from a clear stream, its reflection shimmering in the water. The surrounding landscape was lush and green. The incongruity of the season led her to question if she was dreaming. 3 small birds perched on a branch, their colorful plumage adding to the surreal atmosphere. A young man with brown hair, dressed in ornate robes, stood in a field. A small rabbit hopped nearby. He shielded his eyes, seemingly disoriented. He wondered if this was real, and if so, what it meant. His expression was one of dawning realization, a mixture of confusion and wonder. The young man pondered whether this idyllic scene was an illusion. The question hung in the air, unanswered. He acknowledged that there was no other way to explain the discrepancy between the springtime scene before him and the winter outside. He walked through a field of wildflowers. The young man reflected that this was exactly like the place in his dreams, somewhere with lots of fresh greenery. He was lying down in the grass, relaxed and content. But a sense of unease clouded his peaceful reverie as he looked up at the blossoming cherry tree above him. A woman, her face partially obscured, observed a delicate shower of pink petals falling to the ground. She murmured to herself, impressed by the illusion's realism. A hand gently cupped a single petal as it drifted down. Then, a young man with brown hair, dressed in a red and black robe, appeared, his face contorted in a mixture of surprise and alarm. He exclaimed in shock. He stared, speechless, at a distant pavilion that had materialized seemingly out of thin air. The camera angle shifted, revealing a grand, ornate pavilion in the distance, bathed in a soft, golden light. A figure with long, dark hair stood on the pavilion steps, their back to the viewer. They observed the scene unfolding below, commenting on the sudden appearance of the structure. The young man's eyes widened, his gaze sharp and focused. His expression shifted from surprise to suspicion. He whispered, sensing a presence nearby. More pink petals scattered as an unseen force seemed to disturb the air around him. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood amidst a flurry of falling petals. His attire, a stark white robe accented with crimson, spoke of his noble birth within the infamous cult. A faint air of melancholy hung about him, despite his outwardly composed demeanor. His journey began with a single step. A heavy boot descending onto the soft earth. Then another, as he moved through a field of delicate wildflowers. His progress disturbing the fragile blossoms. A thought, unbidden, crossed his mind, my feet are moving on their own. He paused, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at confusion and a dawning awareness. A new internal question arose, it's as if something beyond his control was guiding his steps. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, clutched a dagger. His gaze was fixed, his expression unreadable, as he examined the intricate dragon etched into the weapon's hilt. A chilling realization washed over him, he had been bewitched. A series of strange, pulsating plants sprouted from the ground, their movements erratic and unsettling. As if drawn to some unseen force. Above, a figure, a young woman with long brown hair, fell from the sky, seemingly caught in the plant's strange influence. Xiao Riang cautiously approached the strange plants, his movements slow and deliberate. A silent contemplation in his eyes. He seemed to be testing the ground, feeling for something. He picked up the dagger again, his fingers tracing the dragon's form. A grim thought crossed his mind, with each step, he was closer to life, but also to death. A stark reminder of his precarious existence. He found the situation interesting. Observing the young woman from afar, Xiao Riang wondered if this was the demonic judgment pavilion, a place spoken of in hushed whispers. A lone figure, clad in simple, travel-worn clothes, trudged along a verdant path, the setting sun casting long shadows behind him. He approached a cliffside pavilion, perched precariously on the edge of a steep drop, where 2 figures sat in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a large rock dislodged from above. plummeting towards the pavilion below. Xiao Riang, the prince, felt a tremor of unease as he continued his journey, his assassin's instincts screaming a warning. His instincts, honed over years of deadly training, told him this place was dangerous. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. Despite the danger, he knew he couldn't turn back. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but retreat was not an option. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself on the run from the Divine Justice Alliance. His escape, however, proved far from easy. He resolved, if I am to escape the demon cult and live a new life, I must face the demon lord. Severely wounded from his desperate flight, Hajin awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. He peered cautiously from behind a piece of furniture, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face. The thought crossed his mind, am I finally going to meet the demon god? The scene before him revealed only the feet of a powerful figure, seated on a grand throne, their presence radiating an aura of immense power. A voice boomed, its tone both ancient and commanding, the ninth person to have been called forth by the heavenly demon. Xiao Riang, now inhabited by Hajin's consciousness, stood before the unseen figure, his expression a mask of controlled apprehension. The voice continued, its power shaking the very air, the great ninth heavenly demon. The panel shifts to reveal a glimpse of the demon lord's imposing physique, a testament to their immense power and terrifying presence. Xiao Riang, the third prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood tall and imposing in his ornate robes. His expression was one of steely determination, belying the secret that he was, in fact, Xion Hajin, a master assassin inhabiting the prince's body. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he focused his gaze, a flicker of his assassin's instincts still present beneath the surface. A stark reminder of the perilous situation he found himself in. The narration box proclaimed, the demon lord Li Chansang. Li Chansang, a powerful figure within the cult, sat brooding, his dark hair framing a stern face. His attire hinted at his high status. He slowly sipped from a small cup, his expression unreadable. A weight of unspoken concerns heavy on his shoulders. His eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a growing unease. A question hung in the air, a servant's voice echoing in the halls, has the third young lord entered? The ornate carvings on a nearby door hinted at the cult's power and mystery. Two figures, a stern-looking man with a beard and a younger attendant, stood before a grand entrance. The attendant responded respectfully to an unseen superior, his words a quiet, yes, sir. The older man turned his gaze to the younger man, concern etched on his face. He asked, is there something bothering you? The younger man hesitated, a question mark hanging in the air as he seemed to search for the right words. Before finally offering a hasty apology. Apologies, he said, I have misspoken. The two men stood before a large, imposing door set into a cliff face, a lotus flower emblem visible on its surface. They descended a short flight of stairs leading to the entrance. A narration box appeared, setting the scene, under the demon lord's reign. There are only two instances when an outsider has entered the demonic judgment pavilion. The bearded man continued his explanation, his words painting a picture of the cult's history. The first time was around 25 years ago, when the Lord took in his first disciple. A conversation unfolds between two figures within the heavenly demon cult. One, a man of imposing stature and bearing, inquires of the other, a younger man with a more delicate appearance, are you referring to his first disciple? The younger man ponders the question, his gaze drifting to the distant mountains. He wonders aloud, would that be the first young lord? The elder man shakes his head, his response firm and decisive, no. The first young lord became the demon lord's disciple exactly 20 years ago. Intrigued, the younger man presses for clarification, questioning, do you mean to tell me that there was another disciple before the first young lord? The elder man reveals a dark secret, stating, and the unknown disciple that looms in the shadows died at the demonic judgment pavilion. A gruesome image flashes before their eyes, the body of the deceased disciple, his skin torn to shreds as if mauled by wild animals. The younger man, visibly disturbed by the revelation, contemplates the implications. He muses, then did the demon lord. The elder man finishes his thought, if the Lord had intended on killing him, he wouldn't have brought him here to begin with. A question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable, then who's the other person to have entered this place? A man with a stern expression and a neatly tied ponytail, his back to the viewer, was identified as the general strategist. The narration box described him as the person of absolute authority, overseeing both significant and minor affairs. The scene shifted to a man with glasses and a scholarly appearance, holding a scroll. He was described as the only one to rise to the top through intellect, not martial prowess. A crowd of people, their backs to the viewer, were shown. The narration box revealed that this was the second person to enter the demonic judgment pavilion. A young man with a worried expression was shown, seemingly part of the crowd. The general strategist, his face now visible, confirmed that the individual had emerged from the demonic judgment pavilion unscathed. The general strategist's gaze hardened as he revealed that the demonic judgment pavilion had opened its gates for the third time. A large, ornate dragon emblem was shown, symbolizing the demonic judgment pavilion. A thought bubble expressed concern for the survival of the third young lord, who had entered the pavilion. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao Riang's temple as he shielded his eyes, a frown furrowing his brow. The prince of the heavenly demon cult, despite his noble birth, found himself grappling with an unusual affliction, a complete inability to manipulate his chi. Meanwhile, in a separate chamber, a strikingly handsome man with long, dark hair leisurely swirled a dark, ornate vase in his hand. His expression was one of calm contemplation, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within the cult. His gaze was intense, unwavering, hinting at a hidden depth and power. The scene opens with a declaration: the divine teachings are unquestionable, and all demons must prostrate themselves. A lone figure walks along a path, the setting suggesting a serene, almost idyllic environment. Until a voice cuts through the tranquility. Someone greets a demon lord. A man with long brown hair, dressed in ornate robes, bows deeply in a gesture of reverence. A command is given: rise. The man's eyes widen, a look of shock and perhaps disbelief washing over him. He is clearly surprised by something. The focus shifts to another man, this one with long black hair, casually holding a bottle. The black-haired man's thoughts are revealed. He identifies the bowing man as Li Chansang, the demon lord. A figure, seemingly a high-ranking member of the heavenly demon cult, observed Xiao Riang, the prince, with a thoughtful expression. Their internal monologue revealed their assessment: he's indeed different. The grand demonic master and the ruler of all. While he's not emitting any chi, as if to say those statements are a lie. I can sense the mountainous dignity he possesses. The scene shifted to another individual, seemingly a powerful martial artist, who reflected on Xiao Riang's true nature. Their thoughts were clear: this is someone who has no reason to be trapped within the confines of being one of the top 10 strongest martial artists. He's the world's most powerful martial god. The observer continued their internal monologue, pondering the enigma of Xiao Riang's power and restraint. He's so powerful that he's considered to be half immortal and dwells in an entirely different dimension. So why didn't he try to become a tyrant? Back to Xiao Riang, a look of shock and disbelief washed over his face as he reacted to the weight of the revelations. He muttered to himself, "Look." Xiao Riang's inner turmoil intensified, as he slapped himself twice, a desperate attempt to regain control. He cursed, "Shit. I'm getting scared by just his aura alone. Get a hold of yourself, Chun Hajin. Where has your pride as one of the 10 strongest martial artists gone?" A servant carefully poured a drink into a delicate, ornate cup. Offering it to Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, who regarded it with a questioning expression. The servant presented a small dish, which Xiao Riang received with a murmured thank you. Xiao Riang examined the drink, a look of surprise dawning on his face as he realized its quality. He mused to himself about how long it had been since he last tasted such fine liquor. He took a sip, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips as he declared it to be exactly what he needed. Just then, a voice interrupted him. Xiao Riang's eyes widened in surprise as he was informed that someone had requested an audience with him. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone, a look of discomfort etched on his face as he consumed a bitter-tasting liquid from an ornate cup. His body trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. A figure entered the room, clearing their throat. They inquired about the reason for Riang's distress. The newcomer, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, waited patiently for an answer, his expression unreadable. Riang, still visibly shaken, noted the newcomer's coldness. He wondered if the harshness between masters and disciples in the cult was typical. Regardless, he decided to be direct with the man, foregoing any pleasantries. He resolved to state his request plainly. Riang announced that he had a request. The dark-haired man, intrigued, asked what the request entailed. Riang hesitated before beginning to explain. A confrontation unfolds. An unseen speaker addresses Cheon Hajin, the once renowned assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang. He is accused of hesitation, a stark contrast to his former reputation as one of the 10 strongest martial artists. The speaker presses Hajin, questioning his silence and apparent inaction. A bead of sweat trickles down Hajin's brow, betraying his inner turmoil. Xiao Riang, the prince, contemplates a question. His thoughts are uncertain, hesitant. He wonders aloud if leaving the heavenly demon cult would be acceptable. His expression is one of apprehension. Riang's companion corrects him sharply. His attempt to leave the cult was poorly phrased. The companion explains that Riang should have simply requested some fresh air, not a full-blown declaration of defection. Hajin, still in Riang's body, is shown from behind, his expression obscured. The scene shifts to a different location. A man with dark hair sips tea, his expression contemplative. The man, seemingly a high-ranking member of the cult, asks Riang if he truly wishes to leave. Riang confirms his desire, albeit hesitantly. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a state of anxious contemplation. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he silently questioned the success of his recent, clandestine maneuver. He wondered, with a palpable tension, if his attempt at honesty had borne fruit. A hand, strong and deliberate, reached out to pour a liquid from a delicately crafted bowl, adorned with intricate golden dragon designs. The prince's internal turmoil intensified. His brow furrowed, and a fresh wave of perspiration broke out on his forehead. He was struggling to interpret the subtle cues of the person before him, his inability to read their facial expression causing him significant distress. He confessed to himself, with a growing sense of panic, that he was losing his grip on the situation. With practiced grace, despite his inner turmoil, Seo Riang poured a liquid from an ornate flask into a waiting bowl held out by another figure, their face obscured by shadow. The liquid poured smoothly, a subtle splash marking the end of the transfer. The unseen figure commented on the vagueness of Seo Riang's recent actions. The unseen figure, their voice calm but probing, inquired whether Seo Riang wished to leave the cult. The figure bowed their head slightly, their long black hair cascading down their shoulders, a gesture of quiet contemplation. As the pouring continued, a silent exchange of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Seo Riang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination hardening his gaze. The question of severing ties with the cult was laid bare, a decision of immense consequence hanging in the balance. A stern-faced man, his eyes narrowed in appraisal, questioned his disciple, "Do you not like being my disciple?" The young disciple, flustered and sweating, stammered a denial, "Huh? And no. That's not what I meant." Or perhaps their sudden discomfort stemmed from physical exhaustion? The man's gaze sharpened, his suspicion growing, or have you already given up because your body has become so exhausted? The disciple, clearly agitated, protested, "Is that the extent of your abilities?" "No. Let me speak." The man sighed, his expression one of deep disappointment. His thoughts were clear, what a disappointment. A wave of panic washed over the disciple as they realized the gravity of the situation. Their internal monologue revealed their fear, "Shit, I'm screwed." The disciple attempted to clarify their position, their voice laced with desperation, "Well, I'm not trying to cut ties." The man listened patiently, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He reflected on the situation, "But it isn't as easy as I thought. So I thought perhaps it would be better if I go out for some fresh air." Xion Hajin, or rather, Seo Riang now, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stared pensively into the distance. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within him. Before him stood a man, his features sharp and his demeanor confident. He declared his purpose, "That's what I came here to request today." Seo Riang, seemingly unconcerned, nonchalantly smashed a teacup on the floor. The sound echoed the growing tension in the room. The man before him, clearly taken aback by this display, stammered, "Should I make up an excuse?" A question formed in Seo Riang's mind, "You requested to see me just to get permission to go out?" The man's face fell. A barely audible gasp escaped his lips. His shoulders slumped, his head bowed low in shame. He mumbled, Meanwhile, unseen by the man, Seo Riang cursed his own carelessness. "Shit. I was too careless." He took a swig of alcohol, his thoughts turning to the absurdity of the situation. If you think about it, it's seriously ridiculous. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, explained his request to see the demon lord. He claimed it was merely to obtain permission for an outing. His companion, a young woman, simply responded with a questioning "So?" The demon lord, a man of imposing presence, poured himself a drink, stating that this was not the time to be thinking about anything else. The young woman urged Xion Hajin, whose consciousness resided within Seo Riang's body, to quickly formulate a response. Hajin, flustered, stammered that he simply wanted to see the demon lord, as it had been a while since they last met. He added that it had been a while since he'd seen his master. The demon lord's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Hajin's response. He then deemed the response not bad. The demon lord continued, explaining that despite his current physical state, Seo Riang still had duties as a disciple. He also expressed gratitude for the kindness shown to him, though he felt unable to repay it fully. A plan formed in someone's mind. They suggested trying to manipulate the demon lord, Chun Hajin, by playing on his emotions. A hand, adorned with a dark ring bearing a golden dragon design, reached out and touched a small, dark object, causing it to crumble into dust. A young woman with long brown hair watched the scene unfold, a smirk playing on her lips. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple. The woman observed the destruction of the object, commenting that it had turned to dust. She then posed a question, inquiring about the duties of a disciple. Chun Hajin, his face partially obscured, listened intently. The woman, slightly confused, asked for clarification, uttering a simple pardon. Suddenly, the woman's expression shifted. Her eyes widened as she noticed something behind her. A gasp escaped her lips. A bead of sweat trickled down Seo Riang's temple as his eyes darted around, wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. His expression was one of stark vulnerability. He stood before a tall, imposing figure, clad in dark robes embroidered with golden dragons. The man's gaze was intense, unwavering. The scene was tense, the silence heavy with unspoken words. The imposing figure spoke, his voice a low rumble, "If you know your duties." He continued, his words laced with a hint of disdain, "You shouldn't have appeared before me with that body." A flicker of doubt crossed the man's face. He questioned himself, or have I misjudged you all this time? Seo Riang's eyes widened in alarm. He thought, the demon god's eyes, does he know that it isn't Seo Riang within this body? The man's expression hardened, his gaze piercing. His eyes held a chilling intensity. He stood, a dark and imposing figure, his presence filling the space. Seo Riang felt a shiver run down his spine. He whispered, "He's staring directly into my soul." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with long brown hair, is shown from a low angle, his expression serious and determined. His attire is that of a cult member, dark robes with red accents. A thought bubble above him reveals his inner turmoil. What excuse am I going to use this time? His face contorts in frustration as he grapples with the situation. He glances behind him, a look of surprise dawning on his face as he whispers, "I didn't get caught?" He reflects on a recent conversation. "I feel a bit upset by what he just said, though. The disciple who suffered chi blockage has come here as soon as he recovered, to pay his respects and know my duties?" Another thought bubble appears. What the heck? Am I the one who's weird? What is it that I'm missing? A wide shot of a mountainous landscape is shown, suggesting a remote location. A figure with long black hair is shown from behind, seemingly observing something in the distance. A close-up shows a hand with a dark, dragon-like symbol on the sleeve, emitting dark smoke. This suggests the use of some kind of dark energy. A woman with long, dark hair, dressed in elegant robes, addressed someone off-panel. She stated that someone would be sent within 3 days, granting permission for their departure. A younger woman with shoulder-length brown hair reacted with disbelief and a hint of frustration to the previous statement. Her expression conveyed a sense of incredulity. That's it? She pressed further, questioning the terms of her impending outing. Her concern was palpable. Was she truly allowed to leave, or not? Her frustration mounted as she demanded a clear answer, emphasizing the stressful nature of the situation. The scene shifted to a man with long black hair, standing on a balcony overlooking a vast, mountainous landscape. He was dressed in dark robes adorned with golden details. A narration box identified the location as the demonic judgment pavilion, characterized by clear skies and verdant pastures. The man on the balcony reflected on the scene, noting that it had been a long time since he had last witnessed such a sight. High in the mountains, shrouded in mist, stood a secluded temple complex, its architecture hinting at an ancient and powerful lineage. Within the temple grounds, a lone figure, a woman with long dark hair, sat in quiet contemplation within an ornate pavilion. The serenity of the scene belied the turmoil that brewed beneath the surface. As night fell, the temple was bathed in the soft glow of the moon, its silhouette stark against the starlit sky. An air of mystery hung heavy in the night. Inside, a servant carefully poured a drink, the liquid shimmering under the dim light. This was no ordinary beverage, it held a significance beyond its simple appearance. A man with dark hair, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and determination, received the offering. He was Xiao Riang, the prince, though his true identity remained hidden. He accepted the reward with a quiet nod, his words a mere whisper of gratitude. The weight of his secret pressed heavily upon him. Elsewhere in the temple, a figure was confined within a cage, their identity obscured by shadows. The silence was broken only by the faint sounds of their labored breathing. Xiao Riang watched from a distance, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He then turned away, his mind preoccupied with a question that gnawed at him: what was the significance of the third? A man, kneeling before what seems to be an altar, presented a small, empty bowl. His expression was one of somber resignation, his posture conveying a deep sense of humility. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Xiao Riang, the prince, was seen through the bars of a cage. His gaze was distant, his face etched with weariness. It was reported that he had been recovering at home. A voice, sharp with impatience, cut through the silence. Is that all? Xiao Riang, his expression unreadable, simply replied, yes, that's all. Another individual, seemingly a servant, commented, he seems pretty good. The servant's hand gently approached a small, horned snake. 10 years prior, the servant had been disappointed to find it was merely a venomous snake, not the mythical creature they had hoped for. However, upon closer inspection today, the snake possessed a magical pearl in its mouth. This discovery was revealed with a sinister smile. A different individual, seemingly a cultivator, observed that while Xiao Riang was distancing himself from evil, he was also gaining an understanding of death. The final panel showed several small, smoldering craters in a field, suggesting recent explosions or some kind of magical energy discharge. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, fled the Divine Justice Alliance, his movements swift and determined as he navigated the overgrown field. But his escape was short-lived. A stern-faced man, his expression one of grim determination, loomed before him. The narration box revealed the location, a pavilion where evil is judged. The man's gaze was intense, his dark hair framing a face etched with power. The object to be judged is brought forth by the Demon Lord, and the judgment is given by the Demon Lord and the formation. The scene shifted to a dark, imposing structure, the demonic judgment pavilion, a place of ominous significance. This pavilion embodies the heart of those who enter it, revealing their current state as well as their subconscious state. But what happens if the judged individual is not to the Demon Lord's liking? A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its presence a terrifying omen. At that moment, depending on the Demon Lord's will, the demonic formation of the pavilion will attack those deemed unworthy. Should they harbor any intention to kill, they will be destroyed in a wretched manner. A lone figure, a man with shoulder-length brown hair, stood in a tranquil garden. He wore the robes of a high-ranking official, his posture suggesting both authority and a quiet contemplation. The narration box above him revealed the existence of a formation technique capable of discerning one's true intentions. This formation, the narration box continued, was of the highest level, a technique only the demon lord could utilize. Inside a dimly lit chamber, a man with long, dark hair, his back to the viewer, was seen. He wore a richly embroidered robe, the details hinting at his high status within the heavenly demon cult. He inquired about the state of the solitary bamboo grove. A subordinate responded, confirming that personnel from the Court of Elders were assigned to maintain the grove every other day. The man with dark hair received a report, an average of 5 casualties per month in the grove, though thankfully, no deaths in the past 4 months. He examined a small, ornate box, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he considered its contents. The man seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant and contemplative as he held the box. He muttered something inaudible. He then announced his intention to send the third person to the solitary bamboo grove. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, lay on the cold stone floor, his body racked with pain. Tears streamed down his face, a stark contrast to the steely determination he usually projected. He gasped for breath, his escape attempt having failed spectacularly. A small, gray rat scurried past, its tiny whiskers twitching as it investigated a dark stain on the floor, oblivious to the fallen assassin's plight. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. A voice, laced with chilling curiosity, echoed in the chamber, to the solitary bamboo grove? Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, observed the scene from his opulent chambers, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He seemed amused by the unfolding events. The rat, having finished its investigation, scampered away, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood. A confirmation of the assassin's fate. Xiao Riang, still in his lavish throne room, confirmed with a curt, "That's right." He mused aloud, "It's the perfect place to get some fresh air." The camera pans to the solitary bamboo grove, where a single, piercing blue eye gleamed from behind the stalks. Then, more eyes appeared, multiple pairs of glowing blue orbs, hinting at a lurking presence. 2 shadowy, demonic figures emerged from the murky water, their eyes glowing with an eerie, cold light. Their presence immediately unsettling. A young man with long brown hair, carrying a backpack and 2 small geckos, walked through a bamboo forest. He seemed oblivious to the lurking danger. Until a voice, laced with disdain, cut through the air, "Demon Lord, you perverse thing." The young man's face contorted in fear as a tentacled creature latched onto his mouth. He sputtered, "I'd requested to go out, but why did you send me to a place in the middle of nowhere?" His panic intensified as he continued, "What did I do wrong for you to send me to such an ominous place by myself?" He stood amidst the bamboo forest, his fists clenched in frustration and fear. A thick fog rolled in, obscuring his vision and adding to the growing sense of dread. A voice, filled with rage and contempt, cut through the night. "Demon Lord, you asshole." A figure, cloaked and mysterious, emerged from the shadows. The words Demon Lord were hissed, laced with venom. Followed by a furious, expletive-laden insult, "You asshole." The scene shifted to a young man, seemingly falling from above, landing amidst a bamboo forest. The word asshole scrawled across the page, mirroring the previous insult. The word asshole repeated, emphasizing the intensity of the verbal attack. The young man, now visible, stood amidst the bamboo, his face a mask of frustration. He muttered about the irony of seeking fresh air in such a place. Then unleashed a torrent of angry insults, calling the unseen assailant a bastard, an asshole, and petty. A second figure appeared, their face partially obscured, addressing the young man with a tone of disapproval. They noted the dangerous nature of his outburst. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, turned sharply to his companion, his expression one of sharp inquiry. He demanded to know what she had just said. The focus shifted to a large, cylindrical object strapped to the woman's back, partially obscured by her cloak. A narration box appeared, detailing the severe consequences of speaking ill of the Demon Lord. Any disrespectful language would result in an immediate death sentence, with no exceptions. The woman, her face etched with worry, glanced nervously at the blonde-haired man, who retorted that she should have listened more carefully. The blonde-haired man apologized for the misunderstanding. The woman muttered under her breath, expressing frustration at the strict rules surrounding the Demon Lord. She wondered why she couldn't speak freely about him. The blonde-haired man's expression turned thoughtful. He mused that people didn't see the Demon Lord as merely royalty, they saw him as a true god. 2 figures stood amidst a bamboo forest, their conversation shrouded in the twilight. One, clad in simple robes, was questioned by the other, a more imposing figure whose attire suggested a position of authority. "So, you're from the Court of Elders?" The individual in simpler robes confirmed his affiliation with a curt nod and a single, declarative statement, "Yes, that's correct." A look of dawning realization crossed the face of the authoritative figure as he brought his hands together, a gesture that seemed to signal a sudden shift in the situation. His expression was one of surprise and perhaps a hint of apprehension. The imposing figure's hand moved swiftly, his grip tightening around the other's arm with surprising force. The sound of a sharp crack echoed through the bamboo grove. He brought the other man to his knees, the force of the blow evident in the way the man's body crumpled. A new character, Ma Dongpil, the third leader of the heavenly demon cult's Court of Elders, appeared. He introduced himself with a formal declaration, "Your servant, Ma Dongpil, is the third leader of the heavenly demon cult's Court of Divine Elders. It is a great honor for me to be able to serve you as your personal guard." A close-up of Ma Dongpil, emphasizing his confident posture and the title card confirming his identity and rank within the heavenly demon cult. The man from the court of elders, his face etched with a mixture of disdain and weariness, responded with a dismissive statement, "My personal guard. I don't care about your honor or whatnot, I just want you to get away from me." Ma Dongpil's face showed a flicker of surprise, quickly masked by a stoic expression. His hand went to his face, a subtle gesture that hinted at his internal conflict. A young man, burning with passion, swore unwavering loyalty to the third young lord, vowing to protect him with his life. However, the third young lord, seemingly weary of such fervent declarations, calmly urged him to stop, advising against such rash oaths. The scene shifts to a tranquil village nestled amidst a bamboo forest, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A figure, their back to the viewer, is seen walking through the bamboo grove. The individual pauses, taking in the serene beauty of their surroundings, remarking on the amazing scenery. However, a darker thought crosses their mind: there is only one possible outcome. The figure, now clearly visible, struggles to navigate the dense bamboo thicket, muttering about their inability to escape. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, despaired. Despite his best efforts, escape remained elusive, he was trapped. Tears streamed down his face, a stark reflection of his helplessness. His frustration boiled over into a furious outburst against his captors. All he had wanted was to leave, yet they had exiled him to this wretched place. He sighed, accepting the grim reality. It wasn't going to be easy. He resolved to stop wasting time on futile thoughts. A question gnawed at him: why had he even wanted to leave the demon cult in the first place? The answer hit him with the force of a revelation. A premonition of his reincarnation as Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, had filled him with dread. He knew he would eventually leave, but for now, escape was impossible. His current reality was inescapable. He was Xiao Riang, and he had to live with it. A hand, calloused and strong, gripped the rough-hewn wood of a pillar. The knuckles were white, the muscles tense with unspoken resolve. A silent vow echoing in the shadow chamber: he must become stronger. The narration box revealed a stark truth about the heavenly demon cult: it was a place where only the fittest survived, a brutal ideology far exceeding that of any other faction in Murim. Xiao Riang, the prince, understood this harsh reality. He couldn't afford to passively await his expulsion from the cult. This was not a place for the weak. His internal monologue revealed a desperate plan: he would embrace the path of martial arts, regardless of the cost. Life or death, he would forge his own strength. He stood amidst a bamboo forest, his figure resolute, his gaze determined. The path ahead was uncertain, but his resolve was firm. Xiao Riang's inner voice echoed his defiance. He would not resort to petty tricks, he would use his own power to rise above, head held high. His face, set in grim determination, reflected his unwavering resolve. A clenched fist symbolized his commitment to self-reliance. He would succeed through his own strength. A sudden interruption. A man, only partially visible, his blonde hair and intense gaze hinting at a looming confrontation. His presence a stark contrast to Xiao Riang's quiet resolve. The scene ends with a close-up on the man's neck, a red scarf partially obscuring his throat. A sharp cry of pain echoed through the room. As Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, thrashed in agony, his face contorted in a mask of distress. His body shook violently, sweat beading on his brow. A servant, startled by the outburst, cautiously approached, announcing that his meal was ready. Xiao Riang, startled by the sudden intrusion, snapped at the servant, irritated by the interruption. He angrily told the servant not to bother him. The servant, however, persisted, pointing out that it had already been 2 days since Xiao Riang had eaten or drunk anything. Xiao Riang, surprised to hear it had been 2 days, questioned the servant's observation about his perpetually uncomfortable demeanor. He curtly dismissed the servant with a warning to mind his own business. The servant, bowing, retreated, leaving Xiao Riang alone once more. He mused on the prince's inflexibility, wondering if all members of the demon cult were so rigid. A blanket of mist shrouded a dense bamboo grove, obscuring the path ahead. 3 days had passed since Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, entered this solitary place. He sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the ground. He resolved to begin his cultivation, starting with the boundless technique to harmonize his body and soul. A faint, ethereal glow emanating from his hands as he focused his intent. A surge of energy enveloped him, a vibrant teal aura swirling around his form as he sat upon a rock. But the unexpected sensation caused him to pause, a question mark forming above his head as he wondered what was happening. The chi circulation from the boundless technique felt different from usual. His cultivation level had reached the 3rd stage of power. The energy pulsed outwards, causing the bamboo shoots nearby to sway gently. A diagram appeared, illustrating the 5 stages of the boundless technique, with Xiao Riang's current level highlighted. Xion Hajin, the former assassin king, reflected on his past life. He had reached the peak of the 4th stage of power, a testament to his mastery. However, he mused that in the boundless martial arts, the unity between technique and physical body was far more crucial than mere enlightenment. Despite his current weakened state, even with his chi blockage, his body, inhabiting the form of Prince Xiao Riang, was at the peak of the 3rd stage of power, poised on the brink of the 4th. An elderly man, observing Xiao Riang, watched in astonishment as a surge of energy emanated from the young prince. A question formed in his mind. Could it be that this Xiao Riang was a genius? A faint green glow surrounded Xiao Riang as he sat in meditation. The air shimmered. A subtle energy coursing through him. The purification technique had automatically activated. This technique cleansed the air by absorbing the turbid qi from the surroundings and drawing it into the body, purifying the surrounding air. The absorbed turbid qi became part of Xiao Riang's internalized power, enhancing his boundless technique's suppression ability. The purer the surrounding air became, the more efficient the internalization of power, accelerating his advancement. Xiao Riang realized that at this rate, he would regain his previous power sooner than he had anticipated. A surge of energy, a vibrant teal, crackled around Xiao Riang's head. He was seated, eyes closed, seemingly lost in a meditative trance. The ethereal glow intensifying, spiraling upwards from his chest, until it enveloped him completely, a swirling vortex of light and power. He sat calmly amidst the tempest, his expression serene. A voice, strong and resolute, echoed in his mind, "Let's advance to the fourth stage of power." Xiao Riang's eyes snapped open, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he struggled. A blinding white light erupted from his body, a beam of pure energy piercing the sky, the force of the blast shaking the very ground beneath him. The light dissipated, leaving behind only a lingering warmth. 5 days had passed since Xiao Riang entered the solitary bamboo grove. He clenched his fist, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "It's done. My body is completely healed," he thought, feeling the renewed strength coursing through his veins. A narration box explained that despite his age, Xiao Riang's vital organs were surprisingly healthy. This unexpected health allowed him to adapt to his new life in the solitary bamboo grove with surprising ease. Even his hair, which had darkened, was a testament to this. Xiao Riang mused that hair darkening is a common symptom of blocked qi. More than anything, Xiao Riang ate well, a fact noted by a fellow cultivator who complimented his cooking skills. He also slept soundly, as shown by a panel of him sleeping while another cultivator worked nearby. Furthermore, Xiao Riang realized he could still access his assassin skills from his past life. He recalled obtaining an ability called hypersensation during his time as the Assassin King. The final panel showed a close-up of Xiao Riang's face, highlighting the intensity of his newfound awareness. It was an ability that naturally awakened from his frequent brushes with death, as well as the experience he gathered from surviving as an assassin. And the martial art that amplifies hypersensation is the Heavenly Net 6 Power Technique. Xiao Riang, now inhabiting the body of Qion Hajin, felt a surge of understanding. A strange image flashed before his eyes, two two-headed lizards intertwined. Representing the Heavenly Net 6 Power Techniques form 1, Omniscient Sight. It's a martial art that rapidly heightens one's 5 senses to the extreme, surpassing that of any beast. Even without turning his head, he could sense all of his surroundings vividly. A smirk played on his lips as he processed this newfound ability. He was adapting to his new reality, embracing the power that came with it. A small lizard is caught in the talons of a large bird of prey. The bird's sharp claws pierce the lizard's flesh as it struggles in vain. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sits amidst bamboo stalks, a white bird perched on his shoulder. He sighs, muttering to himself about his uncanny ability to adapt to his new life, contrasting it with his previous existence as Qion Hajin. A man with blonde hair, partially obscured by a bamboo stalk, is startled by Xiao Riang's sudden appearance. He exclaims in surprise. The blonde man, revealing himself to be a servant, informs Xiao Riang that his meal is ready. He then accuses the young prince of hiding there the whole time. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, challenges the servant to a contest of wills, suggesting that they continue their charade to see who will ultimately prevail. The servant, suspicious of Xiao Riang's nonchalant attitude, observes him closely, suspecting that he is merely pretending to be oblivious. A large black bird flies over a tranquil beach scene. The blonde servant shares a piece of information: the demonic monsters will become active once the sun sets. The servant suggests they return inside. Qion Hajin, the master assassin, and his pursuer, a cultivator from the Divine Justice Alliance, fled through a bamboo forest. Hajin, weakened from his escape, stumbled, his pursuer hot on his heels. The forest floor was littered with fallen bamboo shoots, the only witnesses to their desperate flight. Despite his exhaustion, a grim determination hardened Xiao Riang's features. He silently resolved, if I pound the experience and knowledge I gained as the Assassin King into this talented body, I can become strong again in no time. His pursuer, momentarily losing sight of him, paused, scanning the bamboo grove. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his head. He staggered, collapsing to the ground. The world swam before his eyes. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the bamboo forest. A spectral form coalescing in the shadows. Is that a ghost? The pursuer wondered, fear gripping him. His pursuer's face was etched with terror as he stared at the apparition. Leaves scattered across the ground swirled gently in the breeze. As a young man with dark hair tied back appeared, his expression unreadable. The wind carrying him through a bamboo forest. He landed gracefully, a faint mist swirling around him. He muttered to himself, pleased with his progress. A confident smirk played on his lips as he declared his intention to test his newfound ability to fly. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself upwards, soaring through the air with surprising speed and agility. His martial prowess fully restored. He reflected on the boundless technique that healed his body and the heavenly technique that heightened his senses, leaving only one thing remaining. Cheon Hajin, the renowned assassin, launched himself forward with a powerful kick, his body a blur of motion. The force of his strike sent a shockwave rippling through the air, a testament to his mastery of martial arts. The technique he employed was Dark Shadow Chi, a formidable power born from the combined skills of the 10 great sects. His movements were precise, deadly, each strike imbued with years of honed skill. A smug smile played on his lips as he surveyed the scene. These 3 martial arts were the foundation of his legendary status as the Assassin King, Chun Hajin. He recalled his past glories with a confident smirk, a renewed sense of power coursing through him. With these skills, he believed he could regain his strength quickly. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He had learned Dark Shadow Chi, but something felt amiss. A chilling realization dawning on him, he was within the heavenly demon divine cult. He was no longer Chun Hajin, but Xiao Riang, the 3rd young lord of this very cult. The weight of this revelation settled heavily upon him. A suspicion lingered in his mind, there was a demonic art he had been practicing before his current predicament. He wondered what it was. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a start. Beads of sweat clung to his brow as his eyes darted around wildly, a look of sheer terror etched across his features. A blurry image of a violent struggle flashed before his eyes, the memory of a desperate fight for survival still fresh in his mind. He gasped, his breath catching in his throat as he struggled to recall the details of the brutal conflict that had left him so shaken. His surroundings slowly came into focus, revealing a row of menacing, sharpened stakes, a chilling reminder of the danger that still lurked nearby. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. He heard someone call out, "Hey! Dong Pil." Another figure appeared, responding with a respectful, "Yes. You called for me, young lord?" Startled by the sudden appearance, Xiao Riang exclaimed, "Shit, you scared me." He composed himself, continuing, "There's something I want to ask." Xiao Riang, still visibly shaken, hesitantly inquired, "Among my brothers and I, is there anyone who hasn't mastered a demonic art? Or is there anyone who has?" Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, questioned his instructor about the nature of demonic arts. He wondered if the martial art he was learning was truly demonic. The instructor, seemingly confused by the question, apologized for not understanding. He then asked if the question was even imaginable. Xiao Riang insisted that his question was valid, and he pressed further, asking what would happen if he didn't learn demonic arts. The instructor pondered the question, wondering if such a thing was even possible. But then he stated that if the young lords and ladies of the cult did not learn demonic arts, those higher up would be displeased. The instructor's expression turned serious as he emphasized the displeasure of the higher-ups. Xiao Riang's eyes narrowed in determination. And he then called for Dongpil. Dongpil, responding immediately, was instructed to head to the library. A man with blonde hair and a surprised expression is shown. He seems to be reacting to a piece of information just received. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair gives an order, all available texts on demonic arts must be gathered. She gestures emphatically, underscoring the urgency of her request. Her eyes, sharp and focused, betray a determined resolve. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile plays on her lips. The scene shifts to an ornate building. A question arises regarding the nature of the requested texts. A man with dark hair and a beard confirms that the young lord's request was indeed for texts on demonic arts. The blonde-haired man from the first panel kneels before the bearded man, confirming the order's accuracy. A man with a contemplative expression pondered a question. He mused, the 3rd young lord? He probably knows them all, so why? Another man, his face partially obscured, stroked his chin thoughtfully. His inner voice questioned, is he trying to stimulate himself somehow with them? His gaze was lowered, his expression unreadable. A younger man, kneeling before the first, spoke respectfully. Master, I apologize in advance for asking you such a disrespectful question. But as a guardian, one must know about the target they are assigned to protect. So I shall be so bold as to ask you this in spite of the disrespect it poses. By any chance, did the 3rd young lord lose his memories after he suffered chi blockage? The first man considered this question, his gaze fixed on the younger man. He responded, I don't know. Did he actually lose his memories? The scene shifted to a narration box, revealing a summary of the 3rd young lord's past. The 3rd young lord was talented from the beginning, but greedy and arrogant. A true tyrant who didn't have an ounce of consideration for those beneath him. A young man with long brown hair, dressed in elegant dark robes, stood pensively. His attire suggested a position of authority within the heavenly demon cult. A nearby observer commented on his changed demeanor since recovering from his injuries, noting that he seemed like a completely different person. The observer continued, comparing the prince's current behavior to his past. He was markedly different, his words and actions now confused and hesitant, a stark contrast to his former aggressive self. Even his servant reported a significant change in his personality. Despite his altered state, the prince, Xiao Riang, had managed to survive the trials within the Demon Lord's Judgment Pavilion, a feat in itself. He now stood before two cult members, his expression questioning. A third cult member, observing from a distance, focused intently on the report from Ma Dongpil, his eyes narrowed in thought. The third member, a team leader, addressed the prince's question, explaining that he understood the reason behind it but urged him not to worry too much. He then revealed a startling truth: the prince wasn't just anyone, he was one of 7 candidates to become the next successor of the demon cult. Another cult member, observing the scene, pondered the prince's uncertain mental state, questioning whether his amnesia was genuine or feigned. This uncertainty, she explained, was a major reason why protecting the successors was so difficult. The team leader, however, stated that he had specifically chosen Xiao Riang for the role of successor. He presented a golden key, a symbol of power and authority within the cult. Xiao Riang, the young prince of the heavenly demon cult, his eyes still closed, was addressed by one of his attendants. The attendant's voice, though hushed, carried a note of concern. Master, this is. As you know, the loan period is 3 days. Mix it with other texts and take about 3 or 4 secret texts out. The attendant, a stern-faced man with a neatly trimmed beard, paused, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features. Oh, and one more thing. Did you provide an explanation about the solitary bamboo grove to the young lord? Xiao Riang, still appearing somewhat listless, responded, not yet. I planned on doing that today. The attendant's brow furrowed. You know how dangerous the bamboo grove is, don't you? He continued, his voice laced with concern. I'm sure you'll be fine, but make sure to explain things properly to the young lord as soon as possible. His final instruction was firm and unwavering. Your duty is of utmost significance. Make sure you serve him to the best of your abilities. Xiao Riang bowed his head respectfully. Yes, master, I'll keep that in mind. As Xiao Riang departed, the attendant was left alone with his thoughts. He mused, I wonder what the demon lord is planning in sending the third young lord to the solitary bamboo grove. The scene opens on a glimpse of a figure's back, clad in dark robes with a crimson sash, standing in what appears to be a secluded area. A narration box reveals the location, the solitary bamboo grove, a place of ominous significance. The camera focuses on a section of the bamboo grove, highlighting the dense, almost oppressive atmosphere of the place. Another narration box introduces the grove's history, a demonic forest predating the heavenly demon cult settlement on the 100,000 mountains. A panoramic view of a misty mountain range unfolds, hinting at the vastness and power of the cult's domain. The narration continues, explaining that this place was responsible for countless deaths among demonic humans over 1,000 years. It played a crucial role in the heavenly demon cult's rise to power when the cult was still small. The narration box describes the grove's power. It bestows great gifts upon the fated, while simultaneously dragging the unworthy to their deaths. The image shows a dead creature lying amidst the bamboo, a stark visual representation of the grove's deadly nature. This is the second time the demon lord is putting the third young lord to the test, the narration box reveals. A man in dark robes stood pensively within a courtyard. He received a passing grade at the demonic judgment pavilion. He wondered what would happen at the solitary bamboo grove. Night had fallen. The full moon illuminated a grove of bamboo, where numerous black, pointed objects were lined up against a fence. Inside a building, someone counted 1, 2, 3, 4. 17? A man with long brown hair stared in disbelief. He questioned why so many had been brought. A stack of books sat on a table. Another man, with blonde hair, explained that it wasn't a lot, only the best ones were selected. He cursed, wondering if he really had to master demonic arts now. He looked at a book, then declared that he would not. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself grappling with an internal conflict. He was determined to overcome his limitations, stating that despite his inability to use qi, he would see the true nature of things without bias. A superior, seemingly unfazed, simply responded with an okay. She then instructed him to return 3 specific texts within 3 days. The 3 texts were prominently displayed, their titles hinting at their significance. The superior explained that these were 3 of the 10 great demonic arts, secret texts of their school. She further clarified that access to these texts was restricted to only the first, second, and third young lords. The superior's expression turned serious as he noted that everyone in the divine cult knew about these texts, implying that Xiao Riang's lack of recognition was unusual. Xiao Riang, noticing the superior's intense gaze, questioned the reason for such scrutiny. The superior quickly apologized for his apparent disrespect, attributing it to seeing a new side of the young lord. However, he pressed further, questioning whether Xiao Riang truly had no recollection of these secret texts. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone, his expression unreadable. A profound silence hung in the air. His hand rested on a worn, leather-bound book, the weight of his predicament heavy upon him. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting his contemplation. He looked up, startled. Dongpil, another member of the cult, entered the room. He appeared concerned. Xiao Riang explained his predicament. His qi blockage had robbed him of his martial prowess. His mind and heart felt different. Despite this, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He knew he had to try something. He was desperate. He needed to relearn the demonic arts he had forgotten. His gaze fell upon a stack of ancient texts, his only hope for regaining his strength. He pleaded with Dongpil for help, his voice filled with a desperate hope. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, despite his inability to use qi, found himself issuing a request. He needed weapons, and he needed them by daybreak. A request that was met with immediate confusion by one of his attendants. The man's eyes welled with tears as he questioned the prince's strange demand. Another attendant, however, reacted with fervent loyalty. He pledged his unwavering support to the young lord, his words burning with passionate devotion. A stark contrast to the first attendant's bewilderment. The second attendant's outburst only served to further irritate the prince. Under the cover of night, Xiao Riang made his way towards a secluded bamboo grove. He paused, his gaze fixed on a distant light. 10 days? He mused, noting the lack of movement near the barricades. He felt confident in the security of his chosen location. The most secure area in the solitary bamboo grove. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone in his chambers, poring over a book. His expression was one of intense concentration, his brow furrowed in thought. Outside his room, a man with short, blonde hair and a stern expression stood guard. He muttered to himself, determined to ensure the prince remained undisturbed. He reminded himself of his other duty, to retrieve the weapons the young lord had requested. A task he intended to complete as swiftly as possible. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a constant reminder of his vigilance. He moved through the night, his steps silent and purposeful. The guard remained ever watchful, his resolve unwavering. The narrative opens with a description of Cheon Hajin's Shadow Chi, a dark martial art not widely practiced but renowned for its power within Morim. A flashback depicts Hajin, his back to the viewer, facing a line of martial artists practicing a coordinated form. He is clearly outnumbered and wounded. The narration continues, explaining that while Hajin's Shadow Chi wasn't as potent as the techniques of the 10 great sects, its depth and purity were unmatched in its time. However, demonic arts differ. The focus shifts to a close-up of Hajin's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The narration emphasizes that demonic arts prioritize destruction over purity. The panel shows a page from a martial arts manual, depicting 2 distinct fighting styles. The narration explains that demonic arts focus on raw power and immediate effect, prioritizing attack over defense and sheer power over finesse. The final panel shows a figure walking away, the narration concluding that this approach is similar to the methods of the heavenly demon cult. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself cornered, his escape thwarted by a relentless onslaught of martial artists. Wounded and desperate, he fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast. The clash of steel echoing through the air as sparks flew, a testament to the brutal intensity of the fight. His body, battered and broken, finally succumbed to the overwhelming force. And he awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. He pondered the implications of his new reality, his gaze sharp and calculating. A young woman, her expression thoughtful, observed a stack of ancient texts. The 10 great demonic arts, she mused, certainly are incredible martial arts. Xiao Riang, however, knew his limitations. I will not be able to master all 10 great demonic arts with the way I am right now, though, he thought, a hint of frustration in his internal monologue. A question forming in his mind, what can I do to enhance the dark shadow chi by using these 10 great demonic arts? His search for a solution was intense and focused. An answer, perhaps, lay within the ancient texts before him. The true demonic art, he wondered, a spark of hope igniting within him. A revelation dawned on him as he read further. I think this might work. He thought, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. The text detailed that true demonic art, a foundational technique far more advanced than the 10 great demonic arts, capable of adapting demonic chi. A prince, now with a renewed sense of purpose, continued his studies, his mind racing with possibilities. He was determined to overcome his limitations and master this ancient art. Xiao Riang, or rather, Xion Hajin, the master assassin inhabiting the prince's body, awoke with a start. His senses, dulled by his injuries, were slowly returning. A heavy tome lay open before him, its pages filled with arcane symbols. He grasped the book, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar script. A scene of quiet nocturnal beauty unfolded outside. The moon cast its silvery glow upon a bamboo grove, the air alive with the soft hum of insects. A figure emerged from the shadows, his dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. He was a man of striking presence, his eyes sharp and observant. The boundless technique, he mused, was the best way to deal with his overwhelming thoughts. He moved with a grace that belied his apparent calm, his movements fluid and precise as he passed through the bamboo forest. A figure, his ears perked, listened intently. He recognized the sound of Dongpil's approach. A wave of unease washed over him. He was being watched. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He needed to be more careful. A hearty voice announced that his meal was ready. A large, jovial man with blonde hair emerged, carrying a steaming bowl. Despite his seemingly naive demeanor, Hajin sensed that the man hadn't fully let his guard down. The man declared it was time to end the training session for the day. He bowed and departed, leaving Hajin alone once more. A monstrous avian creature, its talons sharp as obsidian, stalked through the tall grass. its presence a silent threat to the young woman who appeared suddenly, her question hanging in the air, "Are you back already?" The creature's eyes, glowing with malevolent intent, fixed on its prey. Xiao Riang, the prince, his gaze unwavering, met the creature's challenge. With surprising speed, Xiao Riang launched himself forward. A blur of motion as he dodged the creature's attack, the air itself seeming to crack under the force of the impact. The young woman cried out in alarm as the creature's blow sent her flying, the force of the impact shattering the nearby bamboo fence. A cloud of dust and debris filled the air as Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded on the ground. He had escaped the Divine Justice Alliance, only to be ambushed by other martial artists. His thoughts raced, he muttered to himself, "What the hell? That could have been dangerous." His vision swam, the world blurring around him. He felt a sharp pain in his side as he gasped, "Did." Darkness threatened to consume him, but then, a new sensation washed over him. He awoke in a new body, that of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a body that lacked the ability to use qi. Two figures on horseback, cloaked in shadow, approached, their presence ominous. Xiao Riang, in his new body, felt a surge of alarm. His eyes widened, his jaw clenched. He thought, "It looks like trouble had found him again." A monstrous eye, glowing with an eerie light, filled his vision. The eye belonged to a colossal, three-headed rooster, a creature of immense power and ferocity, descending upon him with terrifying speed. Xiao Riang braced himself, preparing for the inevitable attack. The three heads screeched, their beaks open in a silent roar. The rooster lunged, but Xiao Riang, despite his inability to use qi, reacted instinctively, dodging the initial assault. He exclaimed, "Huh? It's a chicken." A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he stared in disbelief at the monstrous fowl. His initial shock gave way to a dawning realization: this was going to be far more difficult than he anticipated. The monstrous creature's lower half was visible first, revealing 6 powerful legs ending in sharp claws. Then, its massive wings, large enough to dwarf a human, came into view. Finally, 3 grotesque heads, each with a sharp beak and piercing eyes, completed the horrifying image. The creature resembled a mutated Yen Luo, the great king of hell. Xiao Riang, speechless with shock, stared at the monstrous avian creature before him. He was completely awestruck by the sheer size and terrifying nature of the beast. The 3 heads of the monstrous chicken let out a series of sharp clucks. And with surprising speed, it launched a devastating attack. Xiao Riang, caught completely off guard, was sent flying backward by the force of the impact. He wondered why such a large creature could move so quickly. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body, racked with pain, was thrown violently through the air. A cry of pain escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. Feathers, scattered like fallen stars, rained down around him. The remnants of a powerful, avian attack. A low, guttural sound echoed through the air. As a monstrous, 3-headed rooster descended upon him, its wings beating with furious power. Riang braced himself for the inevitable impact. Coughing up blood as the force of the blow sent him reeling. He felt a strange energy surge within him, a power he didn't understand. A question forming in his mind: sound arts? Meanwhile, a figure watched from afar, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Oh, look at this bastard," he mused, his gaze cold and calculating. A new character appeared, a man with blonde hair, carrying a large weapon. He looked confident, almost smug. This should be enough, right? He thought, a hint of arrogance in his tone. The third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, Xiao Riang, walked through a bamboo forest. He carried a bundle of weapons on his back, a stark contrast to his current inability to use qi. It was said that the young lord, once a skilled swordsman, had created his own unique fighting style. A thought bubble appeared above Xiao Riang's head. He wondered if wielding a weapon again might trigger the return of his memories as Cheon Hajin, the master assassin. However, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. He mused that regaining his memories might not be in his best interest, given the violent nature of his past self. Xiao Riang's internal monologue continued. He imagined a gruesome scene, a shadowy figure attacking him with twin blades, a grim reminder of the dangers he faced. He hoped things wouldn't turn out that way. He firmly resolved to remain emotionally uninvolved, reminding himself that he was merely a bodyguard for the young lord. Xiao Riang continued walking, his footsteps echoing softly on the path. He focused on maintaining his composure. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood filled the air, causing him to stop and tense. His senses heightened, Xiao Riang's eyes darted around, searching for the source of the metallic odor. A voice called out, "Young lord," filled with urgency and alarm. A monstrous, crimson rooster, its eyes blazing with malevolent energy, lunged forward with a ferocious screech. Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, was caught completely off guard. The rooster's talons raked across his chest as he was sent sprawling. A young woman with determined eyes, her face contorted in a fierce grimace, leaped into action. "You sure are." The impact sent tremors through the air as the rooster staggered back. Another screech ripped through the air as 2 more monstrous roosters appeared, their eyes burning with the same malevolent intensity. She moved with surprising agility, dodging the bird's attacks with practiced ease, landing a powerful kick that sent one of the roosters sprawling. With a furious expression, she turned to face the remaining rooster, her voice laced with righteous anger. How dare you! Two monstrous, crimson roosters, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, charged forward with a menacing cluck, cluck, cluck. Their movements were swift and powerful, a stark contrast to their seemingly innocuous appearance. The sound of their approach intensified, a cacophony of sharp clucking that filled the air, culminating in a deafening roar as the creatures lunged. Xiao Riang, the prince, braced himself, his arms crossed protectively over his face as a guttural kag escaped his lips. He was clearly unprepared for such an assault. The force of the impact sent him sprawling across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he muttered, "What kind of chicken uses sound arts? That's no ordinary mutant chicken. This is going to be tough. Shit. If I only had a weapon." His eyes darted around frantically, searching for anything that could serve as a weapon. What can I use as a weapon? The remnants of a shattered bamboo forest lay scattered on the ground. A single, terse declaration echoed in the silence, "That's it." Suddenly, a monstrous, crimson-feathered creature, resembling a gigantic rooster, burst forth from the debris, its fierce cry, "Kluwak," shaking the very air. 3 such creatures descended upon Xiao Riang, their menacing forms filling the sky. But he reacted instantly, his body a blur of motion as he evaded their initial assault. A swift counterattack already forming in his mind. He scoffed, "You think you can get me using the same attack?" With surprising speed and precision, Xiao Riang launched a bamboo spear, piercing through the air, the projectile striking its target with deadly accuracy. One of the monstrous birds recoiled, squawking, "Cluck, cluck." Xiao Riang followed up with another swift strike, his movements fluid and deadly. His opponent, enraged, roared, "This, you chicken!" Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a desperate struggle. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a primal scream echoing through the air as he grappled with an unseen foe. The image of a monstrous, crimson rooster filled his vision. The struggle ended abruptly. Crimson feathers drifted down, settling on the ground as Xiao Riang, panting heavily, leaned on his staff, perched atop a massive, winged beast. He looked around, his expression one of cautious relief. Below, the ground was scarred and broken. The battle had been fierce, but seemingly over. He questioned the beast's fate. Xiao Riang cautiously approached the fallen creature, his grip tightening on his staff, only to be met with a sudden, violent movement. The beast was far from dead. The creature's crimson eye snapped open, revealing a terrifying intensity. Xiao Riang's face contorted in a grimace of surprise and fear. He cursed under his breath. Xion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself cornered. He fought ferociously against waves of martial artists, his movements a blur of deadly precision. But the relentless assault proved too much. He collapsed, succumbing to his grievous injuries. Hajin awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A 4-headed rooster-like creature swooped down, its attack striking with surprising force, shattering a nearby wooden fence. Xiao Riang, now inhabited by Hajin's consciousness, coughed violently, the impact of the blow leaving him winded and disoriented. The creature, a grotesque avian monstrosity, loomed over him, its sharp beak open in a menacing display. Despite his weakened state, Hajin's assassin instincts kicked in. He braced himself for another attack. The blow connected, causing Xiao Riang to grimace in pain. "That hurt, you stupid chicken," he muttered, clutching his side. Hajin, trapped in Xiao Riang's body, realized the limitations of his new form. "I won't be able to pierce through your feathers with just physical force alone, right?" he thought, assessing his predicament. 2 monstrous, 3-headed roosters, their feathers ruffled and eyes blazing, charged forward with a flurry of movement, their claws scraping against the ground. Xiao Riang, the prince, stood braced, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, admitting that he never thought he'd be forced to fight such a creature, but that he had no choice. One of the rooster's massive claws lashed out, aiming for Riang's head. But Riang, despite his inability to use qi, was ready. He steeled his resolve, muttering that he would simply have to try his best. His face was set in grim determination, his fist clenched tight as he prepared to meet the oncoming attack. With a roar, he lunged forward. He shouted, urging the beast to come on, as he braced for impact. The 3-headed rooster was sent flying backward by the force of Riang's unexpected counterattack. A monstrous, crimson rooster, its feathers ruffled and eyes blazing, descended from the sky. It let out a ferocious cry, "Come on," challenging its unseen opponent. A young man with dark hair, dressed in simple robes, braced himself against the avian onslaught. The rooster's talons raked across his defenses, sending sparks flying. A fierce clash of power erupted as the rooster unleashed a devastating blow. But the young man, eyes glowing with an inner fire, countered with unexpected strength. Activating his heavenly net 6 power technique, a surge of energy coursed through him. His vision sharpened, revealing the rooster's second form, hypervision, a technique that slows down the surroundings within his vision. He realized the second form of the heavenly net 6 power technique exponentially speeds up his thought process by using only qi. Surrounded by foes, Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. His body, racked with pain from previous battles, was pushed to its absolute limit as he fought against the relentless onslaught of martial artists. He was thrown back, his body battered and bruised, as he crashed into the ground. The weight of his injuries threatened to overwhelm him, his vision blurring as he felt the cold grip of death. But even as darkness threatened to consume him, a glimmer of hope appeared. In the heart of his monstrous opponent, a pulsating organ glowed with an unnatural light. Found it, a voice exclaimed internally, that's its weakness. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. This is the end, he thought, a grim determination hardening his gaze. With renewed vigor, Hajin launched a desperate counterattack. He channeled his remaining strength into a powerful blow, aiming for the creature's exposed heart. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, piercing the creature's vulnerable point, and finally ending the monstrous threat. Exhausted but victorious, Hajin collapsed, his body spent from the ordeal. A crimson torrent erupted from a grievous wound as Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, clutched a bloodied weapon. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally interrupted, sending him plummeting through the air, a dark silhouette against a stormy sky. The impact was devastating. Darkness consumed him. He awoke to the frantic cries of young Lord echoing around him. The scene was chaotic. A landscape of shattered stone and rubble. He was no longer Hajin, but Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his body strangely devoid of qi. The cries continued, growing closer. A voice cried out, "Oh no, the city bamboo garden." A scene of devastation unfolded before him. Another voice called out, "Where are you, young lord?" A man with blonde hair, wielding a broken sword, appeared, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and worry. He shouted, "Hey, Mr. Ma!" Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his body bearing the marks of a brutal fight. He simply stated, "You're back." Cheon Hajin, master assassin and fugitive from the Divine Justice Alliance, lay bleeding amidst a scattering of broken bamboo stalks. Crimson stained the ground around him, a stark contrast to the pale dust. A concerned voice cut through the silence. "Are you all right?" A man with blonde hair, his face etched with worry, asked, his hand outstretched. Hajin, his vision still blurry from his injuries, mumbled in response, "What's all the fuss about?" The blonde man's gaze fell upon a large, lifeless bird, its feathers ruffled and stained crimson. That's an azure lotus," he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Another figure, dark-haired and equally concerned, approached, questioning, "Is that the name of this chicken?" The dark-haired man, noticing the bloodstains on Hajin's clothing, stated, "Yes, but first we must treat your injuries." Hajin, examining his own chest, countered, "This isn't my blood." The blonde man's eyes widened in shock. A single word escaped his lips. Hajin, revealing his surprisingly uninjured torso, confirmed the assessment. The blonde man, still visibly shaken, received further explanation, "The azure lotus is a creature that's as dangerous as a leopard." A man with blonde hair, styled in a topknot, questioned Xiao Riang, whose face was partially obscured. He asked if Xiao Riang had defeated his opponent alone, then inquired who else was present. Xiao Riang, his face now visible, stood over a slain beast, its body impaled on several bamboo poles. He responded to the blonde man's question, stating that he needed a large pot. He explained his intentions, stating that he would use the pot to boil water and bamboo shoots for dinner. The blonde man looked confused, uttering a questioning pardon. Xiao Riang's expression hardened. He stated that he needed an explanation. Suddenly, Xiao Riang impaled the blonde man with a bamboo pole, blood spurting from the wound. The scene shifted to Xiao Riang, who questioned how the blonde man knew about the location and the presence of the beast. He continued his questioning, emphasizing the secluded nature of the bamboo grove and the overall strangeness of the situation. Xiao Riang stood defiantly, blood staining his clothes, holding the bloody bamboo pole. The narrative opens with an expositional description of a solitary bamboo grove, predating the heavenly demon cult. It is revealed to be a place of immense spiritual qi, denser than any other known location. The unique properties of this forest are highlighted, something very special about it is implied. Further details about the forest's unique qi circulation are given. Spiritual qi doesn't spread throughout the area but circulates only within the bamboo forest itself, resulting in a concentration that increases over time. Two figures are shown tending a fire, seemingly within the bamboo forest. The bamboo here is described as exceptionally thick and strong, though it appears to have a shorter lifespan than average. The rapid growth rate of the bamboo is explained as a key factor in maintaining the forest's unique properties. It is also hinted that the bamboo possesses strange powers beyond its size and strength. The possibility of medicinal properties is raised. It is revealed that the bamboo can become either poison or elixir, depending on the concentration of spiritual qi. The high density of qi makes it dangerous for human consumption. The scene shifts to show a box containing a dark, possibly precious, object. More than half of the demonic elixirs crafted by the cult are made from the bamboo of the solitary grove. One of the heavenly demon cult members questioned the possibility of mass-producing elixirs, to which another replied that it was impossible. He explained that most trees with medicinal value grow deep within the forest. But the problem was the spiritual animals and beasts that inhabit that area. The other cult member confirmed that the Azure Lotus was the weakest among them, prompting the first to ask if there were stronger ones. It was revealed that some mid-level beasts were as strong as peak cultivation masters. Therefore, high-ranking officials, including the first guardian, visit the forest twice a year to harvest the divine bamboo. The city's bamboo garden was considered the safest place in the solitary bamboo grove. The scene shifts to show two individuals preparing something in a cauldron within the bamboo garden. A man with blonde hair tied in a topknot bowed deeply, his face etched with remorse. He confessed that he hadn't anticipated the Azure Lotus's arrival, apologizing for his failure to protect the young lord due to his own arrogance. The panel shifted to an aerial view, revealing a meticulously planned bamboo garden surrounded by high walls. The garden's design was not merely a simple enclosure, but incorporated a complex octagonal wall formation beyond the primary perimeter, a testament to the guard's thoroughness. The blonde-haired man, visibly relieved, was reassured that his efforts had far exceeded his duties as a guard. He was told not to worry. He was then instructed to take a break and eat. A bowl of steaming food was presented to him. It was described as perfectly cooked. The contents revealed to be a monstrous chicken stew. Hesitantly, the blonde-haired man eyed the unusual dish, questioning its edibility, prompting a nearby woman with dark hair to tease him about his weak stomach, implying that such fare was commonplace for her. A young man with blonde hair slurped noisily from a bowl, while another, with dark hair, stirred a large pot with a ladle. Steam rose from the pot, filling the scene with a warm, earthy aroma. He finished his bowl and, with a hopeful expression, asked for another. The dark-haired young man, seemingly pleased, confirmed that the food was good. The dark-haired young man's expression shifted, a thoughtful frown replacing his previous smile. He mused on the dangerous nature of his surroundings and the circumstances that led him there. His thoughts turned inward, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He resolved to master the demonic arts as quickly as possible. An empty bowl, containing only picked clean bones, sat on a table. The remains of a hearty meal were evident. The dark-haired young man, now happily eating, commented on the impressive construction of the octagonal wall formation, noting its anomalous measurements yet high functionality. The blonde young man acknowledged the dark-haired young man's observation, pointing out that the quality of the work was self-evident. He then inquired whether the dark-haired young man had any prior experience studying formations. The dark-haired young man hesitated, admitting that he had not formally studied formations, but his internal monologue revealed that his knowledge stemmed from a past life. He then explained that formations are a distinct area of study within martial arts. Dongpil, a man with blonde hair tied in a topknot, frowned. It wasn't something that could be understood through simple reading, he mused. He continued to study the texts, his expression shifting. The more he learned about Xiao Riang, the more questions arose. He had finished reading more than 10 demonic arts secret texts in just 3 days. Dongpil was surprised to see that Xiao Riang had already read the texts. He offered them to Dongpil, who was taken aback by the young lord's speed and skill. It was also noted that Xiao Riang had defeated the Azure Lotus with ease, despite not being fully recovered. Dongpil casually asked Xiao Riang if he liked boiled chicken, to which Xiao Riang readily affirmed. Dongpil observed that while Xiao Riang often appeared lighthearted and carefree, he also possessed a formidable aura when serious. He noted Xiao Riang's weak stomach. Despite his loss of martial prowess due to chi blockage, Xiao Riang showed no particular frustration. His eyes narrowed, a serious expression settling on his face. This was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Dongpil, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in atmosphere, let out a loud burp. Xiao Riang, feeling full after his meal, wondered if there was something he didn't know about himself. The scene opens on a tranquil garden, a traditional Asian-style building visible in the background. A thought bubble reveals the protagonist's internal monologue. He has decided to master the demonic arts. He sits at a table, studying a book. However, he acknowledges the difficulty of quickly mastering these arts, as this is his first attempt. His plan is to start with Chi Dark Shadow, a new martial art he created by compiling techniques from various sects during his time as an assassin. More books are shown, and the protagonist contemplates the true demonic arts, which are the basis of all demonic arts. Their nature, character, and quality would vary depending on how he learns them. He wonders if he can compensate for the insufficient foundation of his Dark Shadow Chi with the true demonic arts. A proverb appears: if you spill a drop of ink in clean water, the entire bowl will be contaminated. The image shows black ink spreading and swirling in water, illustrating the proverb. The narration explains that demonic arts are like ink, especially the true demonic arts, which are the parent of all demonic arts cultivated by the heavenly demon cult. The narration concludes that to mature the young martial prowess of Dark Shadow Chi, there is nothing more suitable than the true demonic arts. Two figures stood silhouetted against a hazy background. One, a younger man with dark hair tied back, wore a dark robe and a serious expression. Beside him, an older man with gray hair and a weathered face donned a lighter-colored robe. The younger man's gaze was intense, and a thought crossed his mind: perhaps this was fate. As the younger man declared, "Let's begin." The scene shifted to a close-up of the older man's face, his features illuminated by an ethereal blue glow. A narration box revealed the nature of his power, the true demonic arts and Dark Shadow Chi. He spoke, his voice filled with anticipation. Let's see if the basis of demonic arts and the secret techniques of the 10 great sects can be combined as one. The two men sat cross-legged, back to back, engulfed in swirling, crimson and blue energy. The scene was intensely symbolic, hinting at a powerful fusion about to occur. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple robes, swept the courtyard diligently. Dust motes danced in the air. His gaze drifting towards a closed door, a sense of worry evident in his posture. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Did they say that opposites attract? Xiao Riang, the prince, sat in a meditative pose, a faint glow emanating from him. The narration box declared, the compatibility is divine. His brow furrowed in concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as he pushed through the intense process. A surge of energy coursed through him, a new martial art taking shape within him. The narration box explained, this new martial art that has been created is more destructive than dark shadow chi, and will transform into a more stable art than the true demonic arts. The energy around Xiao Riang intensified, swirling with crimson and azure hues. A culmination of his efforts. He declared, it's done. A wave of demonic energy pulsed through his body, a novel sensation. He realized, it can feel demonic energy rushing through my body for the first time. It's a new martial prowess I have not possessed before. A nearby figure, a man with striking blonde hair, gasped in surprise, oh wow. There's a sudden rush of demonic energy. A surge of dark energy erupted from within Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, as he prepared to unleash a new martial art. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light. A terrifying power coursed through his veins as he declared the name of his technique, the dark shadow demonic art. Suddenly, a monstrous ape-like creature emerged from the forest, its guttural roar echoing through the trees. A warrior with blonde hair and a determined expression charged towards the beast, swinging his sword with deadly precision. But the creature's immense strength proved too much, sending the warrior flying back. Heavily wounded, Xion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, stood over a fallen beast. His ragged breathing punctuated the silence of the forest. That could have been truly dangerous. A grim realization settled upon him as he examined his wounds. He was far weaker than he appeared. It was too dangerous to continue deeper. He lacked the strength to press on. His body screamed in protest. Another body fell before him, adding to the growing pile of slain beasts. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. A companion, a man with dark hair, approached. He suggested a retreat to the city bamboo garden, a wise decision given their current state. The dark-haired man's face was a mask of pain and exhaustion, sweat beading on his brow. His injuries were severe. The final beast lay still, its lifeblood staining the ground. The blade, still dripping, rested on its chest. The dark-haired man, now standing tall, observed the scene. He noted that these creatures lived in herds. But the blonde-haired man questioned if three constituted a herd. The tension between them was palpable. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded amidst a bamboo forest, his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance thwarted. Blood stained his clothes, a testament to the brutal fight he had just endured. A chilling sound pierced the quiet of the forest. His eyes snapped open, a grimace twisting his lips as he recognized the sound. A terrifying horde of Xingxing, monstrous ape-like creatures, emerged from the shadows, their guttural roars echoing through the trees. One of Hajin's companions, recognizing the threat, exclaimed that it was a herd of Xingxing. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts, Ma, another of Hajin's companions, urged a retreat. But Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, the chi-less prince of the heavenly demon cult, refused to back down. A grim smile played on his lips. Dongpil, another companion, noted that Xiao Riang's internal chi was depleted from a day of battling beasts. Despite this, Xiao Riang knew he had no time to rest, he needed to perfect his new martial art to escape his predicament. A surge of determination filled him as he prepared to face the oncoming horde. Xion Hajin, pushing himself to his absolute limit, unleashed a final, desperate attack. Blood streamed down his face, staining his ragged clothes as he gripped his sword. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, reflecting the inner turmoil of his desperate struggle for survival. Despite his grievous injuries, a defiant resolve hardened his gaze. He vowed, I will become strong. The scene shifted, revealing a glimpse of the power he sought, dark shadow demonic art. In a flash of motion, Xiao Riang, now inhabiting Hajin's body, found himself facing a formidable opponent wielding a similar blade. He braced himself for the inevitable clash. Suddenly, several monstrous ape-like creatures plummeted from the sky, interrupting the duel. The chaos momentarily subsided as a voice called out, wait. Another voice responded, what did you just say? The answer revealed a surprising mission. The third young lord is hunting herds of azure lotuses and Xingxing in the solitary bamboo grove. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat upon his ornate throne, reviewing a document. His expression was one of intense concentration, his dark eyes scanning the text with unwavering focus. A figure knelt before him, their head bowed low. That's correct, the figure confirmed, their voice barely a whisper. Xiao Riang's gaze remained fixed on the document, his expression unreadable. A subtle frown played on his lips. He slowly looked up, a hint of amusement in his eyes. How fascinating, he murmured, a low chuckle escaping his lips. The kneeling figure continued. If he had mastered the black dragon, it would have been difficult for him to escape the beast's hideous cries. Another figure, his face etched with worry, appeared. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible. He continued, blood flame is sharp, and capturing heavens is too heavy. The books lay open before him, their titles visible. Neither of them suit him. He added, Red Phoenix might be better, but if he had a good eye, he wouldn't have mastered that either. The first figure spoke again. I believe you gave him 3 of the demonic art's secret texts. Xiao Riang nodded slowly. Yes, they were Blood Flame, Capturing Heavens, and Red Phoenix, he confirmed. He continued, it would be hard to handle Red Phoenix in his state right now, as it would be toxic to the body after suffering from chi blockage. A high-ranking member of the heavenly demon cult, adorned in opulent robes, leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He pondered aloud, I supposed he's mastered the other demonic arts. Did you give him any of the demonic arts secret texts from the secret library? Before him knelt a subordinate, his face etched with worry. He responded, his voice trembling slightly, my apologies, Demon Lord. I accessed the secret library without your permission. The subordinate's plea for death, please kill me, was cut short. The Demon Lord's response was curt and dismissive, rise. The Demon Lord's gaze was unwavering as he stated, you have the authority to access the secret library. The scene shifted to a broader view, showcasing the Demon Lord seated upon an ornate throne. He posed a question, his tone laced with a hint of suspicion, do you regret providing the third young lord with access to the secret library? The subordinate, head bowed low, remained silent for a moment before answering. His response was a simple, no, my lord. The Demon Lord pressed further, can you take the full responsibility for it? The subordinate's reply was immediate and unwavering, yes, my lord. The Demon Lord, observing the subordinate's unwavering acceptance of responsibility, concluded, then, I will respect your decision. 3 hulking, grotesque figures with bestial features and glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows, their guttural roars echoing through the forest. Xian Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, launched himself into the air, his movements surprisingly agile despite his inability to use qi. He drew his sword. The blade a blur as he cut through the air, aiming for a swift, decisive strike. Forcing the creatures to stagger back, momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack. A servant poured a liquid into a bowl, addressing someone unseen as guardian. The unseen individual responded, yes, my lord. Each swing precise and deadly, cleaving through the monstrous forms with surprising power. In a dimly lit chamber, 2 figures observed the scene unfolding outside. One, a man with a stern expression, questioned the other, an adult's fight? A young man, his face streaked with blood and grime, lunged forward, sword flashing. His movements were fierce, desperate, fueled by a reckless abandon that belied his youth. He muttered to himself, his words a testament to his grim determination, children, he thought, do not know when to stop. Observing from a distance, a man with dark hair and intense eyes watched the scene unfold. A subtle frown creased his brow as he reflected on the young man's actions. That's why it's scary, he thought, the unbridled fury of those who don't understand limits. The young man continued his relentless assault, his every move a blur of motion. He seemed to believe that honor demanded absolute commitment, regardless of the cost. He was a whirlwind of steel and fury, a testament to his unwavering conviction. The dark-haired man's gaze intensified. He seemed to understand the young man's mindset, recognizing the moment when blind adherence to a code becomes a dangerous weapon. He mused, the moment they realize where the appropriate line is in a battle armed with sheer ignorance. The child becomes a man. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its guttural roar echoing through the scene. Its appearance was bestial, its eyes burning with primal rage. The creature lunged, its claws extended. The beast's attack was swift and brutal. But the young man met the onslaught with unwavering resolve, his sword a blur of motion as he parried the creature's blows. A muscular man with blonde hair and a determined expression joined the fray, his own sword flashing in a desperate attempt to aid the young man. As the battle raged, a voice cut through the chaos. A warning cry pierced the air, Mr. Ma. Watch out. A pained groan escaped Xiao Riang's lips as he awoke, his vision blurry and his head throbbing. He was disoriented, his body racked with pain. But a fierce determination hardened his gaze. He was alive, and that was all that mattered. He gripped his sword, ready to face whatever came next. A surge of energy, raw and untamed, coursed through him as he prepared for battle. The world seemed to blur around him as he focused on his immediate surroundings. Suddenly, 3 grotesque Xingxing, their eyes wild with malice, lunged at him from the shadows. Their movements were swift and brutal. Their claws extended, aiming to tear him apart. Xiao Riang reacted instinctively, his body moving with surprising speed and agility despite his lack of qi. He deflected their attacks with practiced ease, his movements precise and deadly. Despite the ferocity of the assault, he remained calm and collected. A cold sweat beading on his brow as he parried the blows. His bodyguard, noticing his lapse in concentration, shouted a warning, young lord, stop letting your guard down. Xiao Riang, however, remained unfazed. Those Xingxing were mere obstacles, easily dispatched. He thought to himself, those Xingxing were nothing but numbers. Observing from a distance, a figure smirked, impressed by Xiao Riang's unexpected skill. He muttered to himself, the continuous usage of the dark shadow demonic arts is so smooth. At this rate, I think I can even attempt the heart of the solitary bamboo grove. A violent clash erupted, sending debris flying as two figures engaged in a fierce struggle. The impact of their blows shook the very ground beneath them. Another monstrous beast appeared, its speed a blur as it charged towards them. A young man, his eyes wide with alarm, urged another, a man named Mr. Ma, to dodge. Mr. Ma, a powerful warrior, reacted instantly, his swift kick connecting with the creature's flank, sending it sprawling. But the blow wasn't enough to stop the beast. It retaliated with brutal force, its attack leaving Mr. Ma bleeding and gasping for air. The young man watched in horror, his face a mask of disbelief as he wondered where the creature had even come from. His eyes widened further as he spotted something unexpected in the distance, a horse? But this was no ordinary steed. The creature was clearly something more sinister, a monstrous aberration that lay slain beside the horse. The young man's gaze shifted upwards as a truly terrifying sight emerged from the bamboo forest, a massive, demonic horse with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes. A narration box revealed that Dongpil, through constant battle, had exponentially amplified his inner chi, explaining the sudden appearance of these powerful beasts. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, lay bleeding, his body battered from a desperate fight for freedom against the Divine Justice Alliance. Despite his skills, a single blow had rendered him unconscious. A testament to the overwhelming power of his attacker. A nearby martial artist, observing the scene, noted the beast's exceptional strength, far exceeding anything they had encountered before. The creature's gaze, filled with murderous intent, was unnerving. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural purple light, fixed on its next target. A warrior prepared to face the threat head-on. He stood resolute, his body radiating a fierce determination. Undeterred by the beast's power, the warrior resolved to meet the challenge with his full strength from the outset. But as the battle commenced, a look of surprise crossed his face. Something unexpected had occurred. A swift, unexpected counterattack sent the warrior reeling. The beast's power was far greater than anticipated. The beast unleashed a devastating blow, sending the warrior flying. The impact creating a shockwave that ripped through the bamboo forest. The battle had taken a brutal turn. Several swords lay scattered on the ground, stained crimson with blood. The scene spoke of a fierce and recent battle. A single sword, embedded in the earth, marked the end of the struggle. A wounded, zebra-striped beast stumbled away from the scene. A man, his face grim, leaned against a broken pillar. Blood trickled down his face. "So that wasn't your maximum speed earlier, huh?" he rasped, his voice strained. He watched as the wounded creature collapsed, its legs buckling beneath it. The man's own body trembled, his face contorted in pain. Fresh blood welled from new wounds. He stared at his hands, confusion clouding his eyes. "Ha! Why isn't my body moving?" His right arm hung limply at his side, clearly broken. He winced, the pain sharp and intense. He looked at his arm, his face a mask of disbelief. "My right arm, it's completely broken." The zebra-striped beast, its body broken and battered, finally succumbed to its injuries, collapsing to the ground. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, lay wounded in a forest clearing. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally interrupted. He cursed his predicament. Even in his weakened state, he could feel the presence of his pursuers closing in. "Shit, I won't even be able to attempt a single strike at this rate," he thought, his breath ragged. His thoughts turned inward. I shouldn't have let my guard down in this forest. The realization of his mistake was a bitter pill to swallow. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes burning with predatory intent. Hajin's bloodied sword lay discarded nearby. With a desperate heave, he managed to grasp his weapon. And with a final burst of strength, he lunged forward. Only to be interrupted by the arrival of another martial artist, who shouted, "Hey, monster! Over here! Your opponent is here!" The newcomer, a man with blonde hair and a determined expression, prepared to engage the beast. A grotesque, demonic beast, its features a horrifying blend of equine and monstrous elements, bared its fangs in a silent snarl. Its eyes, clouded with malevolence, fixed on its unseen prey. From a shadowed alcove, a voice cut through the tense silence. It warned Dongpil, another martial artist, that this was no ordinary beast, one he could not handle alone. Dongpil, his face pale, clutched at his bleeding arm. The wounds were deep, evidence of a fierce struggle. Another figure, a blonde-haired man, appeared, observing the scene from a distance. He urged Dongpil to hold on, promising to see the battle through to its end. Sweat beaded on the blonde man's brow, a fresh cut bleeding across his forehead. His expression was grim, determined. With a roar of pain, the blonde man was thrown back by the demonic beast's powerful attack. The creature lunged, its claws extended. The beast's attack was swift and brutal, sending the blonde man sprawling through the undergrowth. As the creature let out a triumphant neigh. From the forest's edge, another figure emerged, shouting a warning. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, desperately fled through a bamboo forest, his pursuers hot on his heels. He leaped over a pile of debris. narrowly avoiding a monstrous, zebra-striped horse-like creature that neighed in fury. The creature lunged, its teeth bared, but Hajin was too quick. He evaded its attack with a skillful roll, narrowly escaping its snapping jaws. He scrambled to his feet and used the momentum to send a flurry of sharpened bamboo stakes into the ground. The stakes erupting from the earth like deadly projectiles, impaling the beast. Hajin let out a relieved sigh. Phew. He wiped blood from his brow, his face etched with exhaustion. Is it dead? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper. But as the dust settled, a single, malevolent eye opened, revealing the creature was far from finished. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a desperate struggle against a monstrous beast. Its clawed paws swiped at him, its teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. The creature's powerful blows sending him sprawling across the ground. Despite the pain, Xiao Riang's eyes burned with determination. He was a tenacious fighter, even without the use of qi. What a tenacious bastard! The beast thought, surprised by the prince's resilience. His body was battered and bleeding, but Xiao Riang refused to yield. A concerned voice echoed nearby, how dare you hurt the precious young lord's body? I should punish you by beheading you right. The beast roared, its eyes filled with rage, as it prepared for another attack. The ground trembled under its weight. But before it could strike, a new voice interrupted, now, but I will leave that for next time. Right now, I have to rescue the young lord first. A figure appeared, swiftly intervening in the fight. They launched a powerful attack, sending the beast reeling back, its powerful body crashing through a nearby wooden structure. The beast let out a final, pained neigh. Xiao Riang, however, insisted, no, you just have to help me up. It's my arm that's broken, not my leg. 8 months passed. The scene opens at the Heavenly Demon Cult's Court of Elders, a location steeped in ancient history and shadowed power. Li Gunsung, the court's first elder, a man of imposing stature and weathered features, lets out a sigh of relief. He had just finished a grueling task, the strain evident in his posture. A younger man, his features softer but bearing a similar air of authority, approaches. He assures the elder that he will take over from here, urging Li Gunsung to rest. Jia Yang, the court's second elder, is shown preparing tea, his movements precise and deliberate. His age is evident in the lines on his face, but his eyes hold a sharp intelligence. He politely declines the offer of further assistance, explaining that changing guards at this time would cause unnecessary unease. He intends to continue his patrol in an hour. The younger man, still present, inquires about the patriarch of the Demon Sword family's visit. Jia Yang responds that the patriarch is a significant figure, likely with matters to discuss with the cult leaders. Jia Yang then reveals he's heard a rumor, an attempt is underway to make the Demon Sword family's eldest son one of the Demon Lord's disciples. The younger man expresses surprise at the prospect of the eldest son becoming one of the Demon Lord's disciples. Two figures, one appearing older and more seasoned, the other younger with a contemplative expression, engaged in a quiet discussion. The older figure, puffing on a pipe, mused that while the notion seemed improbable, it was not entirely impossible, given that 2 of the disciples hailed from the prestigious 7 families. The scene shifted to reveal a grand hall, where a powerful-looking lord stood before a formidable assembly of warriors. The older figure continued, noting the lord's evident trust in these disciples and the special considerations this implied. Their status as members of renowned families within the cult, coupled with their considerable strength, further solidified their importance. However, a question lingered, would the lord accept another disciple? The younger figure, observing the imposing figure of a muscular man among a group of warriors, confidently stated that the lord already had 7 disciples. The older figure, sipping tea, contemplated this statement. He conceded that while this was true, there was a possibility that 7 disciples would remain in the end. The younger figure, intrigued, questioned this statement. The older figure revealed that he was referring to the 3rd young lord. Further details were provided. After suffering from chi blockage, the 3rd young lord had lost his martial prowess and was currently residing at the solitary bamboo grove. The older figure concluded that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the 3rd young lord was far from winning the race at this point. One of the Heavenly Demon Cult's leaders, a man with a stern expression and a dark goatee, sipped his tea thoughtfully. He considered the implications of a recent statement, deeming it a dangerous statement. He continued, reminding his companion that the solitary bamboo grove was known for its inherent dangers. The conversation shifted to the uncertain return of the 3rd young lord. The speakers acknowledged that they ultimately did not know when he would return. The image then shifted to the 3rd young lord, seemingly trapped within the bamboo grove, his expression one of quiet contemplation. One of the leaders slammed his teacup down, exasperated. He declared, enough. The leader sharply told his companion to stop talking immediately, fearing that someone might overhear their conversation. He explained that the 3rd young lord was the most suitable person for the mission to the solitary bamboo grove, having been sent there according to orders. The leader continued, reminding his colleague of the 3rd young lord's importance to the court of elders and how much he valued him. His colleague nervously responded, addressing him as first leader, sir. A third individual, seemingly a servant, peeked nervously from behind a door, clearly overhearing the conversation. Within the Heavenly Demon Cult, 2 figures stood in hushed conversation. One, a man with a relaxed demeanor and a sword at his hip, spoke urgently, Dongpil is here? Bring him in immediately. The scene shifted abruptly. A pair of worn boots stood on a polished floor, the only visible detail in the panel. A figure with blonde hair, tied back in a topknot, was shown from behind, his back to the viewer. A sense of tension filled the air. The two men from the previous scene reacted with alarm, their eyes wide with shock. What the hell? What's with that ominous murderous intent? The blonde-haired man's face was shown in close-up, his expression grim and determined. His face was revealed fully, revealing a weathered countenance. A voice, filled with dawning recognition, whispered, "That's third leader Ma Dongpil?" The scene shifted again, showing Ma Dongpil from the waist up, his expression hardened. He muttered to himself, just what the hell happened in the solitary bamboo grove? His full figure was revealed, standing amidst a cloud of dust and debris. A voice, filled with disbelief, boomed, "For the past 8 months?" The scene opens on a sprawling estate, characteristic of the heavenly demon cult's opulence. Ornate buildings with sweeping roofs and meticulously landscaped gardens fill the frame. Inside, a servant, Dongpil, carefully holds a bundle of cave pine tea leaves. He questions whether this will be enough for his charge. Another servant approaches Dongpil, inquiring about his task. He is a man of stern countenance, his face etched with the lines of hard work. Dongpil explains that he is simply following the orders of the young lord, who instructed him to retrieve the leaves. The stern servant comments on Dongpil's diligence. Dongpil replies that the harder he works, the more comfortable the young lord will be, and that he is willing to bear the burden. He then expresses a desire to catch up with the other servant over a drink, but apologizes for his inability to do so at the moment. The other servant understands and assures Dongpil that there is no need to worry if he is busy. He wishes Dongpil well. Dongpil departs, leaving the other servant to his duties. A sense of quiet determination hangs in the air. Xion Hajin, his body racked with pain from a recent battle, offered a parting word to his unseen companions. He wished them well, a quiet farewell laced with unspoken weariness. He turned away, leaving behind two figures clad in dark robes, their faces partially obscured. They stood silently, their presence hinting at a shared history and unspoken concerns. One of the figures, his face now visible, spoke to his companion, questioning whether he had sensed the same ominous energy. His companion confirmed the feeling. They discussed the unsettling aura emanating from Dongpil, concluding that while his actions were dangerous, it didn't necessarily indicate illness. The second figure, his expression grim, noted that while unfortunate, Dongpil at least appeared healthy. The conversation shifted to Dongpil's well-being, with one expressing confidence in his resilience. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, walked away from the scene. The scene opens on a tranquil bamboo forest, the path leading to a traditional-style gate. A sense of serenity hangs in the air, momentarily masking the tension to come. But this peace is shattered as a young man, blonde hair pulled back in a loose bun, sprints through the undergrowth, his movements suggesting a desperate flight. He is pursued, the sound of pursuing footsteps implied by the motion lines trailing behind him. He slows, gasping for breath, a single thought crossing his mind: "I feel light." The lightness suggests a change in his physical state, a newfound agility. A realization dawns on him as he reflects on his increased strength: "I think I've become much stronger than I was 8 months ago." This suggests a significant transformation has occurred in his body. He resumes his flight, his speed now noticeably increased, a newfound lightness in his step. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he effortlessly navigates the obstacles in his path. His confidence is palpable. But his moment of triumph is short-lived. He senses something nearby, something just moved. A feeling of unease washes over him. He assumes a defensive stance, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, his senses heightened, alert to any potential threat. He pauses, his breath catching in his throat as he assesses the situation. The weight of his pack seems heavier now, a stark contrast to his previous lightness. The tension is palpable. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself alone in the forest. His keen senses, honed despite his inability to use qi, picked up on an approaching presence. The rhythmic footfalls were heavy and steady, unlike the light, erratic steps of a xingxing. He realized with a jolt that whatever was approaching was getting closer. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, the familiar way to small comfort in the growing unease. He braced himself, his resolve hardening. When the threat appeared, he would strike without hesitation. He would cut it down immediately. But a bead of sweat trickled down his temple, betraying his inner turmoil. The sound of struggling and a desperate cry reached his ears. He saw a young man, his clothes torn and stained with blood, desperately trying to free himself from a large, bound beast. "Young lord," the man cried out. The young man, his face bloodied, looked up in surprise. Another figure appeared, a man with blonde hair, calmly addressing the young man. "You're back already? I told you to take your time and catch up with your comrades." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, was found outside the city bamboo garden, far from where he was supposed to be. He had slain another Lushu, a mythical horse-like creature. His servant, Dongpil, expressed concern over his recklessness. Riang explained that boredom had driven him outside, where he encountered the Lushu and, unable to resist, killed it. He couldn't let it pass. The sight of the creature reminded him of a past encounter, fueling his aggression. Riang declared that they would be having horse meat for dinner, instructing Dongpil to wash the pots upon his return. Dongpil, visibly anxious, then hesitantly approached Riang with a request. Dongpil asked Riang to remove his right arm cast, as it appeared to be fully healed. Riang, however, complained of pain and asked Dongpil to make his bed and feed him. Riang reflected on how comfortable his life had been for the past 8 months, questioning if he had been overusing Dongpil. The imposing walls of the heavenly demon cult loomed, a stark contrast to the serene landscape beyond. Inside, Xiao Riang, the young prince and current vessel for Qion Hajin, sat in quiet meditation, a faint blue aura surrounding him. Nearby, a burly man with blonde hair tended to a cauldron, seemingly preparing a meal amidst barrels filled with animal bones. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Xiao Riang, causing the blonde man to pause his work, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he questioned the prince's unexpected display of power. He doubted Xiao Riang could defeat even a single Lushu beast by himself, given his chi blockage. His concerns deepened. The cult grounds were infested with beasts that even peak martial artists struggled to subdue. He couldn't simply stand by as the young lord's guard. Another surge of energy emanated from Xiao Riang. This time, more intense and uncontrolled. The blonde man approached cautiously, inquiring if Xiao Riang had finished his practice. Xiao Riang, startled by the sudden presence, jumped, letting out a cry of surprise. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, opened his eyes, startling his attendant. The attendant noted that Xiao Riang's face appeared even more frightening than usual. The attendant, concerned yet respectful, acknowledged Xiao Riang's strength, but reminded him of his promise to not enter dangerous areas without him. Xiao Riang, however, felt the pressure of time, realizing he was running out of it. He wondered what he should do. The attendant questioned Xiao Riang about his mention of time, confused by his urgency. Xiao Riang explained that the place had become dangerous. The scene shifted to an outdoor setting, where Xiao Riang and his attendant stood, the attendant questioning the meaning of the danger. Xiao Riang's attendant found the place mysterious. A narration box explained that the area's high concentration of spiritual qi produced not only spiritual bamboo but also spiritual beasts. A monstrous, vaguely equine figure loomed, its features grotesque and unsettling. A voice, detached and clinical, observed, but it also changes the bodies of the people here. The panel shifted to show a muscular figure, lying prone, surrounded by discarded weapons. Despite the evident effort expended, a sense of exhaustion permeated the scene. A voice, weary but resolute, stated, "Even though we've put in a lot of effort, the results were still far from satisfactory." A powerfully built man, his back to the viewer, stood holding a large sword. He commented, "These gains are not something that can be achieved within 8 months. Another man, this one with dark hair and a serious expression, observed the scene. He spoke, "So, it's dangerous. Too much is just as lethal as too little." A narration box provided further context. The bamboo beasts may have adapted to this environment perfectly, but the same cannot be said about humans. The scene shifted to a conversation between two individuals. One, addressing another named Dongpil, inquired, "Dongpil, how long do you think it took for this arm to heal after being broken?" Dongpil, examining his bandaged arm, replied, "So, it was completely fine. The bone was broken and dislocated, so it must have taken at least 2 months, right?" He was met with disbelief. Dongpil continued, "Nope, it only took 1 week. And the injuries I got from hunting the Lushu disappeared in less than 2 hours." A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao Riang's temple as he awoke, his brow furrowed in discomfort. A voice, seemingly his own inner monologue, observed, "When the skin breaks, the body heals the wound." The narration continued, questioning, "But if the healing process is hastened to the extreme?" Xiao Riang's arm, previously injured, began to rapidly regenerate. The accelerated healing process manifested as an unnatural, almost monstrous, growth, culminating in a violent explosion. Xiao Riang winced, bracing himself for the impact. A calm voice explained, "That's the environment of the solitary bamboo grove. It's good for growth to a certain extent, but the human body cannot withstand it." "Are you saying that the healing powers of the solitary bamboo grove are becoming stronger?" A figure, presumably a cultivator, explained that the spiritual qi within the solitary bamboo grove was rapidly intensifying. Within 2 to 3 months, it would become so powerful that humans would be unable to withstand its force, prompting another individual to urge an immediate departure from the area to avoid the imminent danger of the qi's explosion. A younger man, seemingly of higher status, voiced his hesitation, only to be firmly told that he could not return home until the demon lord granted permission. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, revealed that the demon lord had only instructed him to visit the bamboo grove, without specifying a return date. He then challenged the other's assumption that his prolonged stay was due to the demon lord's orders. The other man, taken aback, stammered a question, to which the younger man explained that his presence was actually a request granted by the demon lord, a chance to enjoy some fresh air in a secluded location. The other man, still somewhat confused, questioned the validity of this interpretation. One of the cult members, a powerfully built man with dark hair, explained that by defeating 2 more beasts, they would reach a secluded bamboo grove, a place they had never been before. He continued, stating that this grove was where the heavenly demon cult harvested the finest spiritual bamboo, essential for their leaders. A blond, muscular man, his face etched with worry, muttered that he needed to obtain this bamboo within the next 3 months. The dark-haired man, his eyes narrowed in determination, silently vowed to obtain the spiritual bamboo. His fists clenched, a fierce resolve hardening his features. A surge of energy erupted from a bamboo stalk, followed by a powerful beam of light that shot into the sky, revealing a hidden compound nestled within the bamboo forest. The moon hung high above, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. The night fell over the heavenly demon cult's secluded compound, its imposing architecture silhouetted against the darkening sky. Inside, the atmosphere was one of quiet activity. Servants went about their duties, their movements precise and efficient. A young woman meticulously combing out long, dark hair near a steaming bath, while elsewhere, a muscular man had just finished his own bath and was being dried by an attendant. In a dimly lit room, Xiao Riang, the fourth young lord of the cult, sat alone, unable to sleep. He lit his pipe, the smoke curling lazily into the air as he stared into the darkness. He was deep in thought, a revelation striking him: Xiao Riang was still alive. The image of the man in the bath, his muscular physique, flashed in his mind. A wave of confusion washed over him. Why had his master told him this? His brow furrowed in contemplation, the weight of the information settling upon him. Elsewhere, in a grand chamber, Hong Yumun, the heavenly demon cult's leader, sat upon his throne, his expression grim. He spoke, his voice low and menacing: "Those who don't achieve peak mastery of the demonic arts won't last 3 months in the solitary bamboo grove." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself summoned unexpectedly. Confusion clouded his features as he wondered about the reason for this sudden meeting. His advisor inquired about his intentions, specifically his decision to challenge the youngest member of the cult. Riang confirmed his intentions with a curt nod, his resolve unwavering. His advisor, though apprehensive, simply responded with an "all right." A bead of sweat trickled down Riang's brow, betraying his inner tension. The advisor's response was met with a quiet "understood" from Riang. He seemed to be contemplating something profound. A narration box explained the nature of the heavenly demon, an entity beyond human comprehension. Riang knelt, seemingly accepting his fate. The narration continued, explaining that the heavenly demon's actions were designed to test Riang's resolve, pushing him to overcome challenges to become his successor. Riang, however, was left pondering the nature of the world the heavenly demon saw, a world far beyond his current understanding. He resolved to understand the heavenly demon's perspective, hoping to gain a glimpse into the master's vision. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood within the opulent confines of his palace. His gaze was distant, his expression unreadable, betraying little of the turmoil within. He turned, his long black hair flowing behind him as he moved with an almost unnatural grace, considering his condition. A voice, sharp with surprise and barely concealed anger, cut through the silence. "What? Xiao Riang, that bastard." The speaker, a man with long gray hair and a stern expression, watched Xiao Riang depart. He seemed troubled, his thoughts heavy with concern. He muttered to himself, reflecting on the prince's unexpected resilience. He barely managed to survive from chi blockage, and the medicine didn't even take effect. And now he's become strong enough to survive in the solitary bamboo grove? The scene depicted a gruesome battle, with the remains of several large serpents scattered around a small, injured creature. Does that even make sense? The man's disbelief was palpable. The injured creature, seemingly victorious, let out a low growl. Meanwhile, another voice, calm and collected, spoke: "I plan on summoning the third shortly." The camera focuses on the face of the speaker, a look of grim determination etched onto his features. His eyes narrowed, conveying a sense of quiet intensity. A guttural curse escaped Xion Hajin's lips: "Shit." He awoke to the sound of a woman's cry: "Kya." The scene before him was a blur of water and movement, a woman struggling in a bath. His mind raced, a wave of bitter realization washing over him. He wondered if all the trouble he had gone through to eliminate that bastard had been for nothing? The bathhouse was a scene of chaos. He saw himself, naked, in the center of it all. The question echoed in his mind: was it all for nothing? His eyes blazed with fury. A chilling threat formed on his lips: "This time, when you come back, I will turn you into a corpse." A collection of neatly wrapped packages and sealed jars sat on a table. These were the items that had been requested. A young man with dark hair and a cheerful expression exclaimed his surprise at the quality of the procured goods: 5 pouches of turbid elimination herb and a special request for cave pine tea. He explained that the aroma of the cave pine tea could ward off dangerous beasts. A muscular man with blonde hair stood at a table, his back to the viewer. He mentioned that the Wailing Mountain branch of the cult possessed a large quantity of these herbs. The young man, inspecting the herbs, commented on their excellent condition and the multiple uses of the cave pine tea. He then asked if more turbid elimination herbs could be brought next time. The blonde man hesitated, unable to give a definitive answer. He explained that the Demon God's Palace Pharmacy was currently researching the ratio for a supreme healing potion based on this herb. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a weakened state. His inability to use qi, a vital life force for cultivators, left him vulnerable. He was informed that acquiring the main ingredient for the elixir would take at least 2 more months. A significant delay that weighed heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, 2 figures, one appearing to be a high-ranking member of the cult, discussed the supreme healing potion and its creation using turbid elimination herbs. A servant presented Xiao Riang with the supreme healing potion. He was instructed to drink it all. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered the implications. Remembering a similar elixir he'd been given upon awakening, he questioned if this new potion was related to the previous one. The turbid elimination herbs, a key component of the potion, were shown to be capable of removing any impurities from the body. A cultivator, possibly a physician, pondered the implications of using such a potent remedy, specifically on a patient whose qi was severely blocked, nearly killing them. Xiao Riang, now lying in bed, was shown to be quite weak. The narration box explained that the turbid elimination herb, while effective, was too strong for weakened bodies, potentially fatal. He internally questioned the physician's judgment, believing anyone with even basic medical knowledge would know better than to prescribe such a dangerous potion. Xiao Riang then turned to Dongpil, another individual present, and inquired about the silken clarifying needle. A young man with blonde hair tied in a topknot received an explanation. The procedure was a form of acupuncture used to tense up the muscles and balance the body when they had loosened up too much. He had undergone this a few times before going out on missions. After that, he used circulating arts to warm up his body. An older man with a bandage on his head carefully inserted needles into the young man's back. The young man reassured a concerned woman nearby that it wasn't a difficult procedure, and from his memory, it had a fairly good effect. Meanwhile, another man reflected on the treatment he had received. They had served him the supreme healing potion, which contained turbid elimination herbs, to his body that was in its weakest state. And used the silken clarifying needle on a body that was already rigid? Who would do such a thing? He doubted that the physician would have done this by himself. It had to have been at least a high-level executive or one of the disciples. His eyes widened in realization. He wondered what if it was a disciple. A new woman was introduced. She's a demon who's affiliated with and works for the religion's internal enlightenment facility, and the daughter of the Jiaxa family that's one of the 7 families of the demon cult. A woman with striking purple hair and crimson attire regarded someone off-panel with a knowing smirk. Her words, laced with subtle amusement, were directed at an unseen individual. And she's the 4th young lord's younger sister? A young woman with dark hair, styled in simple twin braids, responded hesitantly, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and perhaps apprehension. She stammered a confirmation, why yes. The 4th young lord's younger sister, who had come to see him as soon as he awoke. The scene shifted to a quiet room. A steaming cup of tea was being poured from a teapot, the gentle sound of the liquid filling the cup filling the silence. An older man, dressed in simple, elegant robes, addressed the 4th young lord. He spoke calmly, his tone gentle yet firm. Young lord, I have prepared the cave pine tea. Please drink it before it gets cold. The older man, identified as Xin Hui, turned his gaze towards the 4th young lord, his expression shifting to one of concern. He called out, his voice low, Xin Hui. The 4th young lord remained silent, his expression unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A subtle tension hung in the air. Xin Hui continued, his voice laced with a hint of caution, are you referring to the solitary bamboo grove? The solitary bamboo grove, he explained, was impenetrable, not even high-level executives could enter without the master's permission. The 4th young lord's question, therefore, wasn't about whether or not they could enter, but whether they could plant eyes in that place. An older man, his face etched with worry lines, proposed a question. Wouldn't the military office be the most suitable option? Another man, his voice low and serious, countered. He had heard that the general strategist's control over the organization was so tight that not even the demonic elders could touch them. A younger man, elegantly dressed in flowing robes, disagreed. No, he stated, the military office was an organization that was fairly easy to infiltrate. He continued, explaining that if anything, finding out which forces had infiltrated the military would turn the tides and distinguish who was involved in the power struggle. Therefore, infiltration was never stopped. The younger man calmly sipped his tea. Not everyone chooses to do so, he added simply. The older man, however, remained unconvinced. Since he'll figure out all of your intentions. He pondered, what would then be the best course of action? A powerful figure, seemingly the leader, explained that it was an organization distant from everything else, existing only to protect the demon lord and the cult. Behind him stood 3 imposing figures, clad in dark robes, each wielding a sword, their faces grim and determined. An unseen speaker explained that the heavenly demon cult was unlike other organizations, their power was such that aligning with or against them was tantamount to challenging the demon lord himself. A man with long, dark hair and piercing eyes listened intently, a faint purple aura swirling around his hand as he held a cup. This explained why no one dared to interfere with the cult, they were untouchable. He admitted that he had not paid them any mind, a mistake he now regretted. He confessed his confusion. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room. An older man poured tea for the dark-haired man. The younger man accepted the cup, his expression unreadable. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the room. The older man revealed that Xiao Riang, the prince, was still alive. A man in a white cap, his face etched with disbelief, sputtered, pardon? How? An older man, his expression grim, explained, he was exiled to the solitary bamboo grove over 8 months ago. He continued, adding, I heard they sent someone experienced and talented in order to guard him. To have contacted them if I were. First, I would have been able to, for Xiao Riang for sure. No, even if that were the case, that's impossible. Even the most experienced demonic elders must be on guard in the solitary bamboo grove. A regal figure, cloaked in dark purple, observed, but it was still at the level of a civilian who had not mastered martial arts. A thought bubble appeared above the figure's head. What kind of sorcery did he use in order to survive with that body for 8 months in the solitary bamboo grove? The figure commanded, "Gather your men, along with enough weapons." The man in the white cap's eyes widened in alarm. The regal figure stated, "Today is the last day I will wait for things to happen." An older man, his face etched with worry, questioned a younger, more composed individual with long, dark hair. He asked if the younger person would involve themselves directly in the coming conflict. The younger person responded that they would not, stating their belief that the battle should not descend into a chaotic free-for-all. The younger person continued, explaining that there were those who would fight on their behalf. The older man, seemingly perplexed, awaited further explanation. The younger one clarified that the individuals they had gathered were those seeking vengeance against Xiaoyang for his previous chi blockage, and that they would simply provide them with the means to enact their revenge. The younger person's expression hardened. They pointed out that it wasn't their concern whether those individuals would actually seek out Xiaoyang, given the tools at their disposal. They questioned if this was how their master treated them. The older man, looking increasingly distressed, described their master as someone who left them to do whatever they wanted, even if it meant being cast into hell. The younger person, however, found this approach brilliant. A close-up on Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, reveals a hint of his troubled state. His expression is unreadable, yet a subtle tension emanates from his posture. A concerned voice cuts through the silence. Someone asks Xiao Riang what he means by heading into the heart of the danger right now. Xiao Riang replies that they don't have much time left and will be right back, urging them to stay put. Another individual, seemingly a guard, cautions Xiao Riang against his recklessness, pointing out the unknown dangers lurking in the area he intends to enter. Xiao Riang, unfazed, retorts that knowing the dangers wouldn't change their lack of time. He emphasizes his unwavering determination to obtain the spiritual bamboo, regardless of the risks. The guard, still worried, suggests consulting the master to learn more about the beasts inhabiting the area and how best to prepare. Xiao Riang remains resolute, stating that having or lacking knowledge makes no difference to their urgent situation. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with dark hair tied in a ponytail, a worried expression etched on his face, contemplated his situation. A question hung in the air, voiced by an unseen speaker: why would the demon lord gather high-level executives to harvest spiritual bamboo? Xiao Riang, holding his sword, mused that if the task was simple, any demonic human could have been sent. He pondered the reason behind this specific choice. The reason, he realized, was that only those as strong as the cult's high-level executives were capable of the task. Another voice, this time belonging to Dongpil, interjected, stating that this was all the more reason for Xiao Riang not to go. Xiao Riang, his expression serious, held his sword tightly as Dongpil, a muscular man with blonde hair, stood behind him, his fists clenched. Dongpil, surprised by Xiao Riang's strength, exclaimed that the young lord had become incredibly strong. Dongpil, realizing his mistake, quickly retracted his statement, claiming he misspoke. Xiao Riang, however, agreed with Dongpil's initial assessment, acknowledging that he couldn't compare to the great 9 demonic elders, the strongest in the cult. A man with blonde hair, his face etched with weariness, offered a mumbled apology, but insisted that he possessed a talent they lacked. He continued, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, that his skills encompassed the dark arts, the phantom god assassin techniques, and Chun Hajin's stealth. During his time as an assassin during wartime, he explained, his stealth was inseparable from his life. He confidently declared himself the world's greatest assassin, his mastery of stealth unparalleled. However, for the past 8 months, he had no opportunity to use those skills in the solitary bamboo grove. He noted that this was a training ground, not a war zone. Suddenly, a 3-headed rooster-like creature attacked, forcing him into a defensive stance. But he realized that the heart of the bamboo grove was no longer a training ground, but a place of mystery. A grim determination hardened Xiao Riang's gaze as he reflected on his current predicament. He found himself in a desperate struggle for survival, a fight where any means necessary would be employed to achieve his objectives. However, a significant obstacle stood in his path. Having transformed his shadow chi into a demonic art, he realized he would be unable to wield the dark god phantom as freely as he wished. Xiao Riang carefully examined a small, sealed vial containing turbid elimination herbs. He held the vial with a tense grip, his brow furrowed in concentration. These herbs were crucial to his plan. He needed them to suppress the demonic energy within him, a necessary step to activate the dark god phantom. He held the vial aloft, a grim determination etched on his face. The herbs were essential to control the demonic energy, allowing him to summon the dark god phantom. Once he consumed the herbs, he calculated he would have approximately half an hour to reach his destination. Judging the distance to the solitary bamboo grove, Xiao Riang knew that half an hour would be sufficient time to reach the heart of the grove. However, the female guard, Dongpil, firmly refused to let him go alone, her expression resolute. She insisted that his request was an order, not a suggestion, and that she would not allow him to proceed alone, even if it meant facing death. Xion Hajin, or rather, Xiao Riang now, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a grim determination etched on his face. His eyes, though reflecting the turmoil of his recent transformation, held a steely resolve. He was given orders to accompany someone to the heart of the cult. However, he refused to allow further passage, forbidding it outright. His obedience was immediate and absolute. I accept your orders. A swift movement followed the command. A figure, seemingly a cultivator, launched a surprise attack, sending Xiao Riang sprawling through the bamboo forest. Both attackers were knocked down with surprising speed. Xiao Riang, amidst the chaos, recognized the location. He realized, wait, this is where I hunted the lush last time. Another individual, a woman with dark hair, appeared, confirming his suspicions. I think this is the entrance to the heart. The scene shifted to reveal a mysterious, ethereal glow emanating from within the bamboo forest. Xion Hajin, or rather, Xiao Riang now, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, walked through the bamboo forest. His steps were slow, deliberate, each footfall echoing softly in the stillness. A servant, noticing something amiss, sniffed the air. Young lord, he announced, something stinks. The servant wrinkled his nose, his expression turning grim. As if, something is rotting. He gasped, his eyes widening in horror as he stumbled back. Oh my god. Young lord, take a look at this. His face contorted in a grimace of revulsion as he pointed towards the source of the stench. Several corpses lay scattered amongst the bamboo grove. A grotesque collection of beasts and humans, all bearing the same horrifying signs of death. Blood pooled around them, staining the earth a dark crimson. The scene was a testament to a swift, brutal end. The servant, his voice trembling, whispered a horrifying conclusion. They've all died after vomiting blood. The extent of the carnage was truly horrifying, a grim tableau of death in the heart of the forest. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay bleeding amidst the carnage. Two monstrous figures, a hulking werewolf and a zebra-striped beast, lay lifeless around him, their blood staining the ground. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutal. He had barely registered the approach of another martial artist before a searing pain ripped through his side. Darkness consumed him, the last thing he saw being the imposing figure of a powerfully built man, sword at his hip. The scene opens on a grim tableau. Numerous corpses of both humanoids and monstrous beasts litter the ground amidst a grove of tall bamboo stalks. Blood stains the earth, a testament to a recent, brutal conflict. A lone figure, a man with blonde hair and a muscular build, approaches cautiously, his gaze fixed on the carnage. He carries a large weapon, possibly a sword, at his side. He is met by another man, this one with dark hair tied back, who stands with a defensive posture, seemingly awaiting his approach. The blonde-haired man's face is contorted in horror. He exclaims his shock at the sight of the dead beasts. His companion, the dark-haired man, shares his alarm, noting that all the creatures died after vomiting blood. The dark-haired man speculates that some of the beasts are unlike any they have encountered before. The blonde-haired man identifies one of the corpses as a manji, a powerful beast residing in the solitary bamboo grove. A monstrous, fanged maw dominates the panel, its shadowed form hinting at a creature of immense size and power. A speech bubble reveals a voice expressing concern. It was said that one shouldn't leave the heart of the solitary bamboo grove unless absolutely necessary, making the current situation rather alarming. Two figures, a man and a woman, stand before a dark, ominous background. The man, with blonde hair, explains that the beast possesses the second highest spiritual chi in the solitary bamboo grove. Even the elders haven't seen it, and he finds the current situation unexpected. The woman, intrigued, questions which beast holds the highest spiritual chi, given that the one before them is only second. The blonde man, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, points towards a location just beyond their current view, indicating the location of the strongest beast. The scene shifts to reveal a large, two-tailed serpent, its body coiled on the ground. The man identifies it as the Thundered Serpent. The woman, surprised, questions if the man is referring to the two-tailed snake before them. A close-up on the serpent's head confirms its identity. The man confirms that despite this being his first time seeing it, there is no mistaking the creature. The woman expresses disbelief that such a seemingly unimpressive creature is the strongest beast in the grove. The woman continues, observing that the serpent doesn't appear particularly strong or venomous, and even if it were the strongest, it would just become another corpse like the others. Xion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself cornered. He collapsed, succumbing to his injuries, only to awaken in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man incapable of using qi. Observing the scene, a fellow cultist noted the unusual circumstances of the fallen martial artists, finding their deaths peculiar. The bodies showed no signs of injury, a baffling mystery. Xiao Riang, now inhabiting Hajin's consciousness, examined the corpses, noting the lack of physical trauma. While another cultist pointed out the strange state of the vegetation nearby, all signs of life were absent. The mystery deepened. Who could have caused such a strange death? It seemed as if an unseen force had drained the life from everything in the vicinity, leaving behind only lifeless bodies and a chilling silence. Xiao Riang felt a cool breeze, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Two figures stood amidst a bamboo forest, their forms partially obscured by a swirling mist. One, clad in dark robes, appeared tense, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The other, in lighter attire, seemed to be searching for something, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. The mist intensified, swirling around them like a living entity. As the figure in lighter clothing asked his companion where he was looking, only to be hushed. A bead of sweat trickled down the dark-robed figure's face as his eyes widened, a look of dawning realization washing over him. He sensed something powerful, emanating from the heart of the grove. The two figures moved, the one in lighter clothing seemingly leading the way, his movements swift and purposeful. As he felt a strange sensation, a powerful energy emanating from a source he couldn't quite place. He realized the source of the energy, it was coming from the heart of the solitary bamboo grove. A surge of energy erupted from the grove, a powerful force that shook the very ground beneath their feet. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood before his attendant, a burly man whose face was etched with concern. The attendant's affirmation, "Yes, young lord," hung in the air, a testament to the prince's authority, even if unspoken anxieties lingered. He announced his intention to proceed alone, stating, "I'll be proceeding by myself from here." A clear indication of his resolve, despite the obvious worry etched onto his attendant's face. He urgently instructed the man to remain behind, warning, "You should wait here. Don't follow me in, no matter what." The attendant, his face creased with worry and beads of sweat forming on his brow, could only watch as Xiao Riang disappeared into the shadows, leaving him alone in the dimly lit corridor. The prince's departure was swift and silent, a blur of motion that left the attendant breathless. As Xiao Riang moved deeper into the cult's hidden chambers, a sense of anticipation filled him. He muttered to himself, "There it is." A single, ornate incense burner sat in the center of the room, smoke curling lazily from its dragon-shaped lid. The air hung heavy with the scent of sandalwood and mystery. A hand reached out, gently resting on Xiao Riang's abdomen. The touch was light, almost hesitant, yet it carried a weight of unspoken concern. The scene shifted, revealing Xiao Riang's face, his eyes half closed, a mixture of confusion and apprehension clouding his expression. He opened his eyes fully, a question forming on his lips. "Why have you appeared in front of me?" he silently wondered. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with an eerie luminescence. "Jackal," a voice echoed in the prince's mind. The figure stepped into the light, revealing Qion Hajin, his face etched with a grim determination. Hajin's voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of resentment. "I thought we would have no reason to see each other." A guttural growl echoed through the room, the jackal's true form revealed in a terrifying display of fangs and glowing eyes. Xiao Riang's eyes widened in shock and fear. A silent gasp escaped his lips. A room plunged into chaos as dark tendrils of energy erupted, sending those around Xiao Riang sprawling. He found himself thrown back, landing hard on the floor. In the dimly lit chambers of the heavenly demon cult, Xiao Riang, the prince, lay upon a plush mat. A troubled expression clouded his features as he muttered to himself, pondering a course of action. He silently commanded the summoning of the first guardian. A young woman, dressed in simple white robes, lay unconscious nearby, her peaceful slumber a stark contrast to the prince's inner turmoil. The scene shifted to the imposing figure of the first guardian, kneeling before Xiao Riang. The air crackled with unspoken power as the guardian delivered a solemn declaration, the divine teachings were unquestionable, and all demons must prostrate themselves. The first guardian of the cult answered the prince's summons, his presence filling the room with an aura of unwavering loyalty. The guardian, head bowed low, responded with simple reverence, "Yes, my lord." Xiao Riang, seated regally, questioned the guardian about any unusual activity during his recent solitary training. Specifically, he inquired about any guardians who may have entered the heart of the solitary bamboo grove. The guardian's response was immediate and unwavering, no such thing had occurred. The guardian reiterated his statement, emphasizing that if such an important incident had taken place, he would have reported it to the prince immediately. Xiao Riang's gaze hardened, suspicion lingering in his eyes as he considered the guardian's words. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Then? A servant, clad in dark robes embroidered with golden dragons, reported, "The third one along with the third leader, my lord." Xiao Riang, the prince, remained silent, his expression unreadable. A subtle frown creased his brow. Another voice, this time a woman's, chimed in. "I heard he was a pretty good child." She continued, "Yes, he is young in age, but he is one of the strongest of the 10 masters in the Council of Elders." A man with a stern face and a dark beard spoke next. "He's got talent, experience, and is quite blunt. So I figured he would be perfectly suitable to serve the third young lord." Xiao Riang, seemingly unconcerned, lifted a small dish, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Is that so?" He took a sip from the dish. 8 months. Even if the third leader managed to obtain an opportunity, there would have been limitations to his growth. Then, a sudden shift in topic. "Then is it the third?" One day before the full moon, Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself pondering. Was that why the jackal appeared? A woman, her face etched with worry, lay resting her head on a pillow. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. She offered a humble apology to the prince. Xiao Riang, however, questioned her motives, wondering if her greed had blinded her to the danger she was in. Seated regally on an ornate couch, Xiao Riang surveyed his surroundings with a cold, calculating gaze. Two women carefully adjusted the intricate golden dragon embroidery on his robe. He mused about his survival, attributing it either to his cunning or to sheer luck. A question hung in the air: would he dare to flee down the treacherous mountain ridge? Xiao Riang, prince of the heavenly demon cult and the current vessel for Cheon Hajin, sat upon a lavish throne, attended by 4 servants who meticulously adjusted his robes. His expression was impassive, betraying nothing of the turmoil within. Elsewhere, a figure walked through a forest, their feet barely disturbing the ground as they moved with unnatural speed. A faint, ethereal glow trailed behind them. The figure stopped abruptly, their eyes widening in surprise. What the hell is over there? And what with this terrifying chi that's in this wind? A swirling vortex of intense, blue chi erupted before them, radiating an immense power. Shit. At this rate, it's going to be hard for me to even walk straight. Incredible, it's a chi I've never sensed before. Wait a moment. I did sense something similar recently. Yes, it is similar to that time when I met Li Chansang for the first time. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin, fled the Divine Justice Alliance, only to be cornered by relentless pursuers. His desperate struggle for freedom left him grievously wounded. Awakening to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevents him from using qi. A chilling aura, reminiscent of his near-death experience, washed over him. Xiao Riang's face, now Hajin's, reflected a grim determination. He knew survival in this new life would demand every ounce of his cunning and skill. He moved with surprising speed, despite his inability to manipulate qi. A powerful wind, devoid of intention yet brimming with raw strength, trailed in his wake. A testament to his honed martial arts prowess. An observer noted the danger, comparing his movements to those of the legendary Li Chansang. Yet, the risk was balanced by the potential reward. The observer recalled a past encounter with Li Chansang, hinting at the immense benefits that could be gained from this perilous path. A reward worth fighting for, even in his weakened state. Despite channeling demonic energy, Xiao Riang coughed up blood, his internal injuries still severe. He was running out of time. But his resolve remained unshaken. He would press on, despite the pain and the looming threat of death. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, grappled with an internal conflict. He felt a powerful, uncontrollable energy within him, far exceeding his current capabilities. He decided on a course of action. Using the turbid elimination herb, he would suppress his demonic energy and rely on his stealth techniques to navigate the dangers ahead. He consumed the herb, its effects quickly spreading throughout his body. A visible, ethereal vapor emanated from him as the herb took effect, dissipating the demonic energy that had been protecting him. He felt significantly lighter, a noticeable change in his physical state. The wind now passed freely through his body, a testament to the herb's potency. Revealing the true nature of his new power, the Dark Shadow Art's Dark God Phantom. The narration box introduced Cheon Hajin, the world's best assassin, renowned for his unparalleled stealth techniques. Hajin, his face grim, moved swiftly through a bamboo forest, his movements fluid and silent. A testament to his mastery of stealth, honed to perfection during his peak years. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind: what happened? A man with blonde hair, his expression strained, appeared, stating that the wind and demonic energy were weakening. His eyes widened in alarm as he spoke, his voice laced with panic. Uttering a desperate cry, "The young lord, he's gone." The blonde man looked around frantically, his gaze searching the bamboo forest. He gripped his weapon tightly, his knuckles white with tension. A young man with dark hair lay on the ground, his eyes half-closed, a single leaf drifting down beside him. His face pale and drawn, his expression one of quiet suffering. He was Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, though few would recognize him in this weakened state. He pushed himself up, his movements slow and deliberate. His mind calculating. At this rate, the effects of the medicinal herbs would wear off before he could reach the heart of the bamboo grove. He continued his journey through the grove, his steps measured and purposeful. Each footfall sending a faint tremor through the ground. He recognized the location, the solitary bamboo grove. A voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the quiet of the grove. "Show me what you are hiding within the heart." Xiao Riang's eyes narrowed. He kicked a loose stone. Then another, and another, each impact revealing something hidden beneath the surface. A gasp escaped his lips as he unearthed a small, cloth-wrapped package. Ha! Cheon Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, stumbled through a bamboo forest, his escape hampered by relentless pursuit. He was already wounded from previous battles, his movements clumsy and desperate. And tripped over a rock, his body hitting the ground hard. A pained groan escaped his lips as he cursed his misfortune. He internally berated himself for his carelessness, especially given the precariousness of his situation. His eyes widened as he noticed something unusual about the rock, it pulsed with faint energy. He wondered if it was some kind of spiritual entity. Hajin gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as he cursed the forest itself. The demonic forest, he realized, was far more dangerous than he had initially anticipated. A pair of fox ears twitched nearby, their owner seemingly observing the fallen assassin from the shadows. A low hum of curiosity emanated from the creature. its golden fur shimmering faintly in the dim light. The creature seemed to be assessing the situation, its curiosity piqued by the strange energy emanating from the rock. Hajin, noticing the movement, looked up in alarm. He was completely taken aback by the sudden appearance of the creature. The fox creature yawned, seemingly unbothered by Hajin's presence. It curled up and settled down to sleep amongst the bamboo. Hajin, still recovering from his fall, watched the creature with a mixture of suspicion and bewilderment. He muttered to himself, questioning the strange events unfolding in the demonic forest. The scene opens on a tranquil bamboo forest, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Fireflies danced in the air, their ethereal light illuminating the path. A lone figure, Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood amidst the towering stalks of bamboo. His back was to the viewer, his posture tense, as if on high alert. His gaze fell upon a small, curled-up creature nestled amongst the bamboo roots. A thought bubble above his head revealed his internal question: a fox. Riang's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he questioned aloud, "What is it doing here?" A close-up on the small creature revealed it to be a fox-like animal, its fur a pale yellow, curled into a tight ball. A narration box provided additional context. Then, is that small little thing supposed to be the strongest solitary beast in the entire bamboo grove? Riang's internal monologue continued, "Considering where I am right now, I shouldn't judge it by its appearance." He reminded himself, "I shouldn't let my guard down." However, Riang's resolve faltered as a smile crept onto his face. He chuckled, "It's so cute. I want to pet it." Xiao Riang, in the body of Qion Hajin, narrowly avoided a trap, his internal monologue revealing his surprise. He exclaimed that he almost fell for it, comparing the near miss to the allure of a nine-tailed fox. The deceptive nature of the trap almost drawing him in like some mythical creature. But he quickly recomposed himself, resolving to continue on his way. He paused briefly, making a mental note to check on something later before resuming his journey. Continuing through a bamboo forest bathed in an ethereal purple light. Emerging from the forest, Xiao Riang paused, a question mark forming on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Wondering if he had reached his destination. He found the area smaller than expected. He questioned whether he was lost, surprised at how quickly he seemed to have reached the end of his path. Xiao Riang continued walking, his hand brushing against the bamboo stalks as he moved forward. A young woman with long dark hair, dressed in flowing white robes, stood amidst a bamboo forest. Her eyes, filled with determination, reflected the ethereal glow of the surrounding plants. She silently concluded that the spiritual bamboos before her were the ones she had been searching for. And began her search. Her hand reached out, seemingly guided by an unseen force. Easily locating a particularly vibrant stalk of bamboo. A look of surprise crossed her face as she questioned the unexpected ease of her discovery. A surge of energy emanating from the bamboo. She reached out, drawing the energy towards herself. Sensing the potent spiritual qi concentrated within. She confirmed that she had found the most concentrated source of spiritual qi. The strongest spiritual bamboo in the solitary grove. She realized she had found what she was looking for. And considered the implications. If she purified 3 of these bamboos, she could become the strongest martial artist in terms of internal energy. But she quickly dismissed the idea. She knew her body wasn't strong enough to handle such a large amount of qi. So she decided to limit herself to 1. She had achieved her goal. A voice, laced with avarice, declared that they would take more than 1 spiritual bamboo shoot, driven purely by greed. It was a shame, however. A single bamboo shoot lay before them. Xiao Riang, the prince, questioned why there was only 1. A small, fox-like creature slept soundly nearby. Xiao Riang approached the spiritual bamboo shoot. He realized that the spiritual qi of this bamboo was so pure, he could absorb it without needing the purification technique. A look of determination hardening his features as he prepared to absorb its power. He declared that he would take only 1 spiritual bamboo, but would also take this one. The fox-like creature's ears twitched. As it awoke, startled by Xiao Riang's actions. Xiao Riang reached for a second spiritual bamboo shoot, only to be met with the roots of a massive plant, seemingly guarding the remaining shoots. A close-up reveals a single, intense eye, glowing with an inner fire. The iris is a swirling vortex of crimson and gold, hinting at immense power and a hidden depth. The image fades, transitioning to a dark forest, where embers drift through the air like falling stars. The scene is both beautiful and ominous. A creature emerges from the shadows, a fox-like being with piercing golden eyes, its fur the color of burnt umber. It looks up, seemingly aware of something beyond the immediate surroundings. Xiao Riang, the prince, sits and consumes a glowing purple substance. His expression is one of quiet contemplation as he savors the taste. A question crosses his mind: why doesn't he feel the effects of the spiritual qi, despite its obvious presence? He reflects on the expected surge of qi, noting only a warmth in his chest. The lack of any other sensation is unsettling. Qion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself kneeling on the ground, his body racked with pain. He had escaped the Divine Justice Alliance, only to be ambushed by countless martial artists. Before him lay broken pieces of what appeared to be a spiritual bamboo stalk, the remnants of his desperate struggle for survival. Now, awakening in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, he muttered to himself, resolving to cut down a real spiritual bamboo. He stood before a grove of these mystical plants, their ethereal glow hinting at their power. Xiao Riang, despite his new body, approached the grove with determination. He drew his sword, ready to test his strength. His grip tightened on the hilt, the cold steel of familiar comfort in his unfamiliar surroundings. With a powerful swing, he aimed to cut through one of the stalks. A burst of energy erupted from the impact. But the blade met unyielding resistance, the spiritual bamboo remaining unscathed. A look of confusion and frustration crossed Xiao Riang's face as he stared at the untouched stalk. He questioned his own strength, wondering why his swing had failed to cut through the seemingly ordinary plant. Was his technique flawed, or was there something more to the spiritual bamboo? A sword, gleaming with an ethereal light, sliced through the air with deadly precision. The wielder, a young man with dark hair, paused, his brow furrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself, noting the unusual nature of the spiritual bamboos before him. He gripped his sword tighter, his knuckles white, readying himself for whatever challenge lay ahead. With a powerful swing, he cleaved a bamboo stalk in two. But the unexpected resistance surprised him. He exclaimed in frustration at the unexpected difficulty. His frustration turned to determination as he prepared for another strike. He resolved to cut down the bamboo no matter the cost. A thought bubble revealed his strategy, to let his sword's aura move as a person would, guided by his will. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, stood poised, his body radiating intensity. He held his sword aloft, a fiery aura swirling around the blade, a testament to his power and resolve. His eyes, blazing with fierce determination, narrowed as he prepared to unleash his attack. He muttered to himself, "Here I go." The name of his technique echoed in his mind, Moon Slash. With a swift, decisive movement, Hajin brought his sword down in a powerful arc. The moon slash cleaving through the air, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. The force of the attack was immense, it sliced cleanly through a thick, sturdy bamboo pole, severing it in two with ease. Hajin's movements were precise and deadly, a testament to his years of training. He continued his assault with relentless efficiency, his blade a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. A muscular man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, clad in simple, light-colored robes, effortlessly hefted a massive, dark purple bamboo pole over his shoulder. He moved with a quiet strength, his gaze fixed ahead, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "There you go," he muttered, seemingly to himself, as he surveyed his handiwork. The words were followed by a surprised observation from another voice. "Whoa! This is hard enough to be used as a weapon." A close-up revealed a strong hand, calloused and weathered, testing the pole's resilience. A faint crack appeared on the surface, indicating its exceptional density. The man, now kneeling, examined the pole with a mixture of awe and curiosity. He seemed genuinely impressed by its properties. "The more I learn about this forest, the more amazing it is," he mused, a thoughtful expression on his face. A small, fox-like creature with bright, curious eyes appeared beside him. He leaned closer, his attention fully captured by the creature. A wordless exclamation escaped his lips as he stared at the small animal. The fox-like creature tilted its head, seemingly responding to his unspoken question. Suddenly, the creature let out a small, high-pitched yelp, startling the man. He jumped back, his eyes wide with surprise. The fox-like creature, seemingly unfazed, simply blinked at him, its expression innocent and curious. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded on the ground, his eyes slowly opening. A small, fox-like creature approached him cautiously. "You're that fox from earlier, right? When did you wake up?" it inquired. Hajin, still disoriented, retorted, "No, actually, how long have you been here?" He tried to recall the events leading to his current state. "I know I was distracted by the spiritual bamboo, but I should have noticed it was here. Go away." Fear and confusion clouded his mind as he asked the creature, "What? Do you want something from me?" The fox-like creature warned him, "Don't let your guard down, Shun Hajin. It may look adorable, but it's a beast of the solitary bamboo grove." Hajin, despite his apprehension, sensed no immediate danger. "I don't sense any bloodlust from it, but I need to stay alert." He reassured himself, "No, my hyper-sensation is saying it's okay." He reached out to pet the creature, only to be met with a sudden, sharp cry of pain. The scene opens with a blurred image, suggesting rapid movement or a transition between locations. The focus shifts to a dark bamboo forest at night, the scene is quiet and still. A pair of worn boots stands over a cleanly severed bamboo stalk, the cut is remarkably smooth and precise. A man with blonde hair and a surprised expression observes the cut bamboo. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he utters, "You really got it." Another man, with dark hair tied back, approaches. He states, "Of course. I'm the renowned Shun Hajin." The blonde man replies, "Its spiritual chi is amazing." Shun Hajin continues, explaining, "I had a hard time cutting it down because it's so hard. I even had to use my sword aura." The blonde man stares, speechless, then exclaims, "The cut is scarily smooth." A close-up shows the incredibly clean cut of the bamboo, highlighting its smoothness. The blonde man, still awestruck, asks, "What's amazing sword aura?" Did you use the best sword in existence? To which Chun Hajin replies, tiredly, I'm tired from all that work. A young woman with brown hair tied in a ponytail addressed someone unseen, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. But, young lord. A man with dark hair, dressed in simple, light-colored clothing, stood in a bamboo grove, a small, fox-like creature at his feet. He questioned someone off-panel, his tone curious. What about that fox? The small fox's fluffy, yellow tail swished back and forth. Its large, golden eyes stared innocently upward. The man observed, what a strange little guy. The man explained to the unseen person, I found it sleeping in the middle of the solitary bamboo grove. He continued, his voice laced with surprise, when I tried to pet it, it almost bit my finger off, huh? The young woman from the first panel gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. What? The bite mark's gone. Is it because of the spiritual chi? Another man, with blonde hair and a more aggressive demeanor, appeared, shouting at the fox. You dare put your teeth on the young lord? The man with the fox defended his actions. I can't just let it go when it harmed you. Now you're even going after animals? A young man with dark hair, dressed in simple, loose-fitting clothing, stood before a taller, more muscular man with blonde hair, who was clad in darker, more form-fitting attire. The blonde man commanded the other to stop and come closer, while the dark-haired man offered a simple apology. The blonde man explained that the task was too large to carry all the way back, suggesting they purify it on the spot. The dark-haired man agreed, offering his support. The dark-haired man initiated a martial arts technique, his hands glowing with a bright, ethereal blue energy. He called it the boundless technique. The blonde man watched, impressed, commenting that the technique was always amazing to watch. The dark-haired man continued the technique, his hands moving in a swirling motion, manipulating the energy. A vortex of energy forming around his hands. In an instant, all impurities vanished, leaving the air clean and clear. The blonde man observed, noting that this wasn't just a unique martial arts technique, but also demonstrated a profound understanding of chi techniques. His expression showed a mixture of awe and respect. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, desperately attempted to escape their grasp. He moved with the speed and grace honed over decades of deadly experience. But his pursuers were relentless. The sheer force of their combined attacks left him grievously wounded. He felt the life draining from him, his vision blurring. And then, darkness. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using chi. A hand, not his own, reached out, imbued with a strange, ethereal energy. An energy that pulsed with a power he couldn't comprehend. This was a power beyond his previous understanding, a power that seemed to defy the very laws of chi itself. The energy surged, shattering a nearby stone pillar with effortless ease. The fragments scattered across the ground. A testament to the strange, new abilities he now possessed within Xiao Riang's body. Xiao Riang, now infused with Hajin's memories and instincts, struggled to control the surge of power coursing through his veins. He managed to gather the shattered remains of the pillar, lifting it with surprising strength. A figure, a cultivator from a rival sect, watched from afar, his expression unreadable. A swirling vortex of energy erupted from a shattered piece of bamboo. A young man with dark hair, clad in simple white robes, struggled against its pull, his body straining against the force. While a blond man with a staff watched from above, observing the scene with a calculating gaze. The dark-haired young man, sweat beading on his brow, gritted his teeth in exertion. A wave of blue energy surged from the bamboo, coursing through the young man's body. His eyes widening as he felt a surge of power he had never known before. He collapsed, exhausted but triumphant, as the blond man approached. The blond man declared the process complete, praising the young man's work. A blond-haired man, clad in dark robes, presented a large, cylindrical container filled with a glowing blue liquid to a seated, dark-haired man in simpler attire. He insisted that the other drink first, dismissing it as no trouble. The dark-haired man hesitated, questioning how he could dare to drink such a precious liquid. His expression showed a mixture of apprehension and respect. The blond man countered, stating that this was different, it was only right that the dark-haired man be the one to drink it. He pointed out that the dark-haired man had obtained this without his help. The blond man then questioned if the dark-haired man would continue to be so humble until the very end. The dark-haired man, showing a hint of irritation, retorted that they had formed a bond and urged the blond man to stop being cold and drink the liquid. The blond man, appearing somewhat apologetic, explained that the dark-haired man had saved his life many times and that he should be the one feeling bad. He offered to give half of the liquid to the dark-haired man. He then addressed the dark-haired man as young lord. The dark-haired man sighed, lamenting his continued stay in this undesirable place because of the blond man. Someone tell Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, that he has worked hard. He smiles faintly, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. An older man pledges his unwavering loyalty, vowing to protect Xiao Riang until his duty is over. A younger woman, seemingly a martial artist, kneels before a powerfully built man, who appears to be a fellow cultivator. The powerfully built man declares that no one will harm Xiao Riang while he is alive. The younger woman hesitates, questioning the man's actions and his unwavering devotion, even after his duty is done. He explains that he will always remember her kindness and support. A bucket of water is shown, implying a healing potion or medicine. The younger woman urges Seo Riang to drink the liquid. A servant frantically poured water over Seo Riang, the young prince of the heavenly demon cult, who was coughing violently. The servant cried out in alarm, "Wei! Why, young lord?" Seo Riang continued to cough violently, racked with a deep, racking cough that shook his body. He was surrounded by tall bamboo stalks, the scene bathed in an ethereal blue light. A chilling premonition settling over him as he noticed something moving in the shadows. A bead of sweat trickled down the temple of a woman with dark hair tied in a ponytail, her expression grim. She sensed a disturbance. The woman, sensing danger, warned Seo Riang, "Something's coming this way." Two large snow leopards emerged from the shadows, their growls echoing through the bamboo forest. A flock of large birds with feathered wings took flight, their silhouettes stark against the moonlit sky. Seo Riang, still weak and coughing, looked up in alarm. "Wait! What's happening?" The woman, equally surprised, responded with a frustrated, "How would I know?" A looming sense of dread washed over Seo Riang as he heard the words, "All the beasts of the solitary bamboo grove were closing in on them." Beads of sweat trickled down Seo Riang's brow, his expression one of stark fear. Crowding around them. Two snow leopards, eyes glowing with an eerie light, emerged from the shadows, their fangs bared in a menacing snarl. More creatures emerged from the darkness, a demonic horse, its eyes burning with malevolent energy, flanked by a grotesque, hulking gorilla and several ominous, shadowy figures. A terrifying horde surrounded them. Undeterred, a woman with dark hair, her face grim, declared, "Let's just finish this first." The woman, Dongpil, gulped down water from a large container, her expression one of determination. Turning to the blonde man, she urgently asked, "Dongpil, do you have the layout of this place memorized?" "Of course," he replied, a hint of pride in his voice. She grinned, "What a dependable guy. All right, let's scramble." Seo Riang, however, was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in surprise as he muttered, "Huh?" A small, fox-like creature slept soundly on the forest floor, oblivious to the turmoil around it. A young man with dark hair and a determined expression stood over the sleeping creature. He carried a large hammer on his back. It was still sleeping despite the chaos? He couldn't leave it behind, the creature had followed him all this way. Suddenly, the young man was attacked. He caught the creature before it hit the ground. He instructed his companion to carry the creature and run, ensuring its safety. He would hold off their pursuers. A monstrous two-headed bird and several snow leopards emerged from the forest, their eyes fixed on the fleeing pair. The young man and his companion continued their escape, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. He was called Young Lord. He turned to face his pursuers, a surge of fiery energy enveloping him. He was ready. With a defiant roar, he challenged them to come at him. A chaotic scene unfolded. Amidst the swirling dust and debris of a fierce battle, a young man, his clothes torn and stained with blood, stood defiantly. He clutched a small, fox-like creature protectively to his chest. His gaze was fixed on the approaching figures, a grim determination etched on his face. He spoke, his voice a low growl, "Young lord, get away first. I'll cut them off." The young man's resolve was met with a furious retort. A voice, laced with anger and barely controlled rage, boomed, "Just listen to me, you bastard." A powerful figure, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, launched a swift, devastating blow aimed at the young man's head. He barely managed to evade the attack, the wind from the blow ruffling his hair. He moved with surprising speed and agility, despite his apparent injuries. A blur of motion followed as he countered, sending his attacker reeling back with a powerful strike. The woman crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Her attack had been thwarted, but the young man's victory was short-lived. Another figure, a large man with blonde hair, appeared, launching a swift kick towards the young man's head. The young man braced himself for the impact, a look of grim determination on his face. The fox-like creature in his arms whimpered. A warning cry pierced the air, "Young lord, watch out. Behind you." Seo Riang, the prince, turned, his eyes widening in alarm as three monstrous, avian creatures swooped down upon him. His mind racing, desperately searching for a way to react, despite his inability to use chi. But within the depths of his eyes, a flicker of something unexpected ignited. A surge of raw power, untainted by chi, began to course through his veins. A primal energy, born from years of honed instinct and martial prowess as Cheon Hajin, the master assassin. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating technique, heaven-splitting triple slash. His blade moved in a blur, a whirlwind of steel that tore through the air, cleaving through the first two avian monsters with brutal efficiency, leaving the final beast to face the full force of his attack. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, grimaced. His expression reflected the frustration of his limitations, a disorder prevented him from using chi, the life force essential to most martial arts. He silently resolved to push past those boundaries. This was no time for self-restraint, his training demanded everything he could give. A sweeping vista of a desolate, mountainous landscape unfolded before him. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of snow and the distant echo of something wild. Xiao Riang, cloaked in the dark robes of his princely status, stood with his back to the viewer, his posture suggesting a mixture of apprehension and quiet contemplation. A question arose in his mind, a whisper of unease. Jackal? Had it emerged from its seclusion? A creature emerged from the bamboo grove, a creature that resembled a fox, but with a more wolf-like build. Its fur was a mix of light and dark browns, and its eyes held an ancient wisdom. The creature's appearance triggered a further thought. The guardian of the solitary bamboo grove had abandoned its spiritual grounds and ventured forth. Xiao Riang's confusion deepened. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with long, dark hair, is shown in profile. His expression is one of weariness, his eyes heavy-lidded and downturned. A hint of melancholy hangs in the air. He is alone, amidst a bamboo forest, the scene shrouded in mist and shadow. The atmosphere is quiet, almost eerily so. A sense of isolation amplifies the silence. The only sounds are the faint rustling of leaves and the distant whisper of wind. In the distance, a small pavilion sits perched atop a rocky outcrop, shrouded in a light snowfall. A lone figure is visible within, their back to the viewer. The scene shifts back to the bamboo forest, the mist swirling around the tall stalks. The atmosphere remains heavy with unspoken tension. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. The path ahead is unclear, shrouded in mystery. Xiao Riang walks away from the viewer, his back turned towards the unseen path. He carries a sword at his hip, his posture suggesting a quiet determination. The scene shifts to a dark, shadowy area. A woman with long, dark hair is shown from behind, her head bowed. She appears to be in distress. A thought bubble above her reveals her internal question. The third. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood amidst towering bamboo stalks, a contemplative expression on his face. He mused that his inability to use qi was likely the reason for his current predicament. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed Qion Hajin, the master assassin, his face etched with a grim determination. He had changed. A stark contrast to Xiao Riang's current powerless state, Hajin's image was one of fierce power, two swords held at the ready. Back in the present, Xiao Riang, now inhabiting Hajin's skills, moved with surprising agility, his movements blurring as he engaged in combat. It was noted that he was a completely different person. His opponent, a hulking demonic figure, felt the full force of Xiao Riang's attack. The essence of the assassin Hajin, observed previously in the demonic judgment pavilion, was death itself. The demonic creature's head was severed with brutal efficiency. Another demonic figure lunged, enraged by its comrade's demise, unleashing a furious attack. It cursed Xiao Riang, calling him a foul bastard. Xiao Riang, unfazed, continued his assault, his movements a deadly dance. He roared at his attackers to leave him alone. He effortlessly dispatched the remaining demons, his skill honed by years of experience as Qion Hajin. The chapter ends with Xiao Riang's victory, but his situation remains precarious. Qion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in a desperate flight from the Divine Justice Alliance. His escape, however, was short-lived. As he was ambushed by a relentless wave of martial artists. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of his pursuers, he suffered grievous injuries. A voice echoed in the darkness, the third, have you been to the underworld? He awoke to find himself in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. Now inhabiting Xiao Riang's body, Hajin found himself amidst a scene of carnage. A lone figure stood over several slain demonic beasts. His gaze hardened with grim determination. The weight of his new reality settled upon him. He surveyed the scene, the bodies of the demonic beasts scattered amongst the bamboo forest. A chilling realization washed over him, he was now a prince of the heavenly demon cult, and survival would require navigating the treacherous currents of this new world. Hajin, in Xiao Riang's body, made his way towards a small wooden bridge, leaving the carnage behind. Meanwhile, within the demon judgment pavilion, a figure poured a drink, a ritualistic act. A voice boomed, I'm glad I called him to the demonic judgment pavilion. A regal figure, cloaked in dark robes embroidered with golden dragons, stood on a raised platform. The air hung heavy with an unspoken power, the silence broken only by the faint rustle of the figure's garments. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted from the shadows. A man with blonde hair, a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder, sped past, a voice calling out, Hey, Jackal! The fox-like creature, its large, golden eyes wide, peered intently from behind the man's shoulder. It spoke, its voice surprisingly deep, what did you see in the third? The creature's perspective shifted, revealing a glimpse of a woman's back, her long hair flowing, as if seen through a lens, a golden light swirling around her. A low chuckle escaped the fox's lips. Aha! Meanwhile, a man with dark hair, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a cloud of dust and debris, his posture suggesting a recent confrontation. A monstrous saber-toothed cat, its eyes glowing menacingly, emerged from the shadows, a low growl rumbling in its chest. The dark-haired man stood his ground, drawing his sword, facing the beast with unwavering resolve. A woman with dark hair, her expression fierce, approached, questioning him, Are you the leader of the solitary bamboo grove or something? A snow leopard, its eyes blazing with predatory intent, lunged at Qion Hajin, its massive claws extended. Hajin, however, was ready, he met the beast's attack with a swift, precise counterstrike, his blade a blur of motion as he launched himself into the air. The impact sent shockwaves through the forest as the leopard roared in pain, its attack thwarted. Hajin, momentarily grounded, found himself facing the enraged creature. "Hey, you're attacking me when I'm saying hello?" He noted the speed of the beast's attack, a dangerous blur of motion. "It's fast." His irritation grew with each passing moment. "Ugh, I really don't like this damned forest." Hajin, despite his annoyance, moved with lethal efficiency, his movements a dance of death as he evaded the leopard's next strike. The snow leopard's claws narrowly missing their mark. The beast's ferocity was undeniable. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding another attack. It followed. Well, then. Hajin prepared himself for a decisive counterattack. Grasshopper Ascension. With a roar, Hajin unleashed a powerful technique, his body a whirlwind of motion as he charged towards the leopard. "I'm taking you head on, you bastard." A monstrous roar echoed through the bamboo forest as Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a hulking, bestial figure with glowing eyes, lunged, its claws extended. Its attack a blur of motion. Despite his inability to use chi, Xiao Riang, whose mind was still that of the master assassin Qion Hajin, reacted instinctively, dodging the brutal strike with surprising agility. The force of the near miss sent a shockwave through the undergrowth. A testament to Hajin's years of honed reflexes. He internally mused on the potential of demonic arts, realizing that even simple footwork, like the Grasshopper Ascension, could be weaponized. Xiao Riang, utilizing his knowledge of demonic arts, evaded his opponent's next attack with a swift, precise movement. He then countered with a quick strike, but he was slightly disappointed by the lack of power behind it. He muttered to himself that he was a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, another figure appeared, a woman with dark hair tied back in a ponytail. She observed the fight from a distance, her expression unreadable. She then called out to Xiao Riang, ordering him to stop pretending and come back out, stating that she didn't have much time that day. The beast lunged again, its attack a furious flurry of claws and teeth. The woman's words seemed to have gone unheard. Xiao Riang, however, seemed to have a plan. A grim smile spread across his face as he realized the woman's words pointed him towards a solution. He thought, yes, that's the way. A monstrous snow leopard, its eyes burning with predatory intensity, lunged forward. Its attack was swift and brutal. Xiao Riang, caught off guard, could only gasp, "Ack. It has gotten faster." The leopard's claws tore through the air, narrowly missing him as he barely managed to dodge, sending him sprawling across the ground. A pained cough escaped his lips. He attempted a desperate counterattack. But the beast was too quick, its power overwhelming. A low growl rumbled from its throat, grrr. The aftermath of the battle was clear. Xiao Riang's sword lay broken on the ground, its one sharp blade now dull and fractured. He lay wounded amongst the shattered bamboo, the snow leopard watching him from the shadows. A low growl echoed through the grove. Two snow leopards, their bodies sleek and powerful, stalked through the undergrowth, their low growls echoing through the bamboo forest. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail lay wounded on the ground, his ragged clothing and labored breathing hinting at a recent, brutal struggle. He glared up at the approaching predators, his voice raspy with pain as he cursed, "You oversized cats." His eyes, however, burned with an unnatural crimson light, a stark contrast to his otherwise weakened state. A surge of dark energy pulsed beneath his skin. Xion Hajin, a master assassin renowned for his lethal skills, lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered and bruised. A faint trail of blood marked his descent, his ragged breaths painting a grim picture of his recent struggle against overwhelming odds. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally thwarted. And now, he was left to grapple with the consequences of his defiance. A bitter whisper escaped his lips, "You oversized cats." His eyes snapped open, blazing with a fierce, crimson light. A surge of dark energy pulsed within him as he glared at his unseen assailants. A chilling threat forming on his lips, "Do you want to die?" A monstrous, white feline creature lunged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. Its roar echoed through the desolate landscape. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood amidst the ruins, his ragged clothing testament to a recent struggle. He scoffed, a bitter amusement twisting his lips as he declared that he had already faced every beast in this place at least once. He continued, a defiant glint in his eyes, challenging his unseen opponent, "You think I won't be able to do the same to you?" But as he clenched his fist, a surge of crimson energy pulsed, yet it felt different. A subtle unease settled over him. He realized the source of the discrepancy. The spiritual chi from the spiritual bamboo hadn't fully converted into demonic energy yet. This incomplete transformation was weakening his demonic arts. The spiritual chi, he mused, was diminishing the power of his demonic energy. Adding to his troubles, more enemies continued to appear. His supply of turbid elimination herbs was depleted, rendering his stealth arts unusable. With a roar, the snow leopard lunged, forcing Xiao Riang into a desperate battle for survival. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate flight, his body racked with pain. He cursed as he realized pursuers were gaining on him. A searing pain lanced through his side as he staggered, gasping for breath. He noted that his attackers seemed to be fighting instinctively, yet their power was immense, comparable to a peak martial arts master. His injuries were severe, he knew he couldn't prolong this fight. Death loomed if he didn't act decisively. Suddenly, a snow leopard lunged at him, its claws extended. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving Hajin no time to react or even think. He barely managed to deflect the initial blow, but the beast was relentless. With a roar, he fought back, determined to survive. Hajin, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, unleashed a powerful counterattack. He wouldn't be caught off guard twice. A swift, brutal strike that sent the snow leopard sprawling to the ground, leaving it bleeding and incapacitated. However, he knew this was only a temporary reprieve. He couldn't keep fighting one-on-one. A grim determination settled on his face. He needed a new strategy. If he continued fighting individually, this battle would never end. Surrounded by a pack of snow leopards, a lone figure found himself cornered. The fierce predators circled, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, their growls echoing through the dense undergrowth. The man, his dark hair whipping in the wind, attempted to fight back, but the leopards were relentless. He realized, with a surge of dread, that there were more of them than he could handle. One particularly large snow leopard lunged, its fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. The man braced himself, accepting his fate. He had no choice but to fight. It was pointless to fight them individually, he needed to defeat them all at once to escape. A grim determination settled over his features. His demonic arts were weakened, but he knew what he had to do, increase his demonic energy to make it stronger again. With a roar, he channeled his demonic energy, his body glowing with an infernal light. His muscles bulged as raw power surged through him. He would destroy them all. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve. He unleashed his attack, a devastating blow he called Explosive Mountain Blast. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the forest, obliterating the snow leopards in a fiery maelstrom. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. Surrounded by relentless martial artists, his body was a canvas of brutal wounds as he fought tooth and nail for his freedom. Each blow a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. A monstrous, vaguely feline creature lunged, its fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. Its claws extended, ready to tear into his already ravaged flesh. Another beast joined the attack, its eyes burning with predatory intent. The combined assault threatening to overwhelm him completely. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack, Hajin was thrown back, a crimson explosion erupting around him as he impacted the ground. The impact sending shockwaves through the very earth itself. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of color and motion. And when the dust settled, he was gone. He awoke, gasping for breath, in a bamboo forest. He was alive, but his escape was far from over. He heaved ragged breaths, his body aching. A quiet satisfaction blooming in his chest as he realized he had finally escaped. He clutched a small, fox-like creature to his chest, a silent companion in his arduous journey. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, gasped for air, his face contorted in pain. A tremor ran through his body, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. He stumbled, his vision blurring, a wave of nausea washed over him. The forest itself seemed to shudder around him as he collapsed to the ground. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the power unleashed moments before. He had somehow survived. As he lay there, a small, fox-like creature appeared, seemingly drawn to his presence. It was a fennec fox, its large ears and bright eyes captivating. He reached out a trembling hand, gently scooping up the creature. A voice, filled with concern, called out from a distance, "Young lord?" Riang looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. He clutched the small fox tightly, his mind racing. What had happened? Where was he? He could hear voices approaching, their words muffled by the distance. A wave of anxiety washed over him. What is going on in there? The fennec fox, sensing his fear, looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Groaning in pain, Xion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, found himself disoriented in an unfamiliar bamboo forest. He wondered, with a growing sense of dread, how he could escape this place. He attempted to head back the way he came, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. However, his progress was agonizingly slow, the exertion left him breathless and frustrated. His legs felt heavy, burdened by the lingering effects of the demonic arts he had recently used. He realized that his escape would take far longer than he had anticipated. He needed to leave immediately, before anything else could happen. For he feared encountering more dangerous creatures in the forest. He touched a bamboo stalk, surprised to find it completely dry and devoid of moisture. He realized with a jolt that all the bamboo in the area was similarly dry. This unusual dryness, coupled with his earlier fear, led him to a chilling conclusion. He recalled seeing the corpses of beasts nearby. The lack of moisture in the bamboo was a clear sign of unnatural decay, a grim indication of the area's deadly nature. Xion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He looked around, his eyes scanning his surroundings, and muttered to himself, questioning if this was the path he had taken before. Severely wounded, he collapsed. Only to awaken in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A gasp escaped his lips as he struggled to comprehend his new reality. Suddenly, a monstrous crimson serpent lunged at him. Its fangs bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Xiao Riang, despite his condition, reacted instinctively, drawing his sword. His opponent recognized him, exclaiming that he was the infamous Sundered Serpent. The serpent wrapped around Xiao Riang, constricting his body. He cried out in pain as he struggled against the immense pressure. Despite the pain, Xiao Riang fought back with surprising strength, his muscles straining as he roared in defiance. He knew his arms were about to break, but he refused to yield. As the struggle continued, Xiao Riang noticed something alarming: his sword was rusting. A monstrous, crimson serpent, its scales shimmering with an ominous light, lunged from the shadows, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of predatory intent. The creature's massive jaws snapped shut around a sword, shattering the weapon into fragments as if it were mere wood. The serpent's coils tightened around Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he struggled against the creature's crushing grip. He wondered, in a moment of sheer terror, how such a powerful beast could have appeared so unexpectedly. A voice, cold and detached, echoed in his mind: the Sundering Serpent, a creature of immense power, known for causing devastating droughts. The withered bamboo forest surrounding them was a testament to its destructive capabilities. The serpent's jaws tightened further, its immense strength far surpassing anything Xiao Riang had ever encountered. He realized, with dawning horror, that this creature was far stronger than even the legendary Mingji warriors. A strangled cry escaped Xiao Riang's lips as the serpent's constricting coils threatened to crush him. He felt the life draining from his body, the crushing pressure a stark reminder of his own mortality. With a final, desperate heave, Xiao Riang managed to break free from the serpent's grasp, tumbling to the ground, his body bruised and battered. He lay there, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on the monstrous creature that had nearly ended his life. Despite his injuries, a surge of defiance coursed through him. He would not succumb to this beast. He roared at the serpent, his voice filled with a mixture of rage and desperation: "Get away from me!" His eyes, burning with a fierce intensity, reflected the inner turmoil of a man fighting for survival. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The Sundering Serpent prepared for another attack, its gaping maw a terrifying promise of imminent death. Xiao Riang braced himself, knowing that this next confrontation could be his last. A venomous crimson serpent lunged, its fangs bared, aiming for the throat of a young woman with striking crimson eyes. A glint of steel flashed as a blade sliced through the air. The serpent's head severed cleanly. A young man with blonde hair, wielding a sword, appeared, concern etched on his face as he rushed to the woman's side. "Young lord! Are you okay?" he exclaimed. The young woman, winded but seemingly unharmed, collapsed to the ground. The blonde young man, his face contorted in a grimace, called out, "Dongpil." He swiftly moved to intercept the serpent's still twitching body, narrowly avoiding another strike. Flinging the creature aside with surprising strength. The serpent lay still, defeated. The blonde young man approached the woman again, relief evident in his expression. "I'm glad you don't seem to have any serious injuries. Can you get up?" He checked his sword, a slight tremor in his hand. The young woman, wiping sweat from her brow, replied, "Ha! Do I look okay to you? Your sword almost scared me to death." A wounded Qion Hajin, his escape attempt thwarted, found himself in a desperate situation. His loyal guard, however, remained steadfast, their grip firm as they exchanged a silent vow of protection. The guard questioned how he could abandon his lord, a testament to their unwavering loyalty. The guard reassured Hajin, promising to ensure his escape. Their escape, however, was short-lived. A sudden, violent impact threw Hajin to the ground, the force of the blow leaving him momentarily stunned. The scene shifted to a bamboo forest, the air thick with anticipation. Heavy footsteps echoed through the undergrowth. The guard, ears perked, noted the approaching pursuers, realizing they had arrived sooner than expected. The guard cursed, realizing the sheer number of their pursuers had increased. Their pursuers were not human. A pack of snow leopards, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, emerged from the shadows, their presence a chilling omen. The guard, shocked, questioned how they had been pursued so relentlessly. This distance, the guard concluded, made escape impossible, they would inevitably be caught. Surrounded by a menagerie of monstrous beasts, snow leopards, grotesque apes, and a hulking, demonic creature, Qion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, felt a grim determination harden his gaze. He needed to escape this perilous situation, and he knew that drastic measures were necessary. His loyal protector, Dongpil, offered a selfless sacrifice. He would remain behind to buy time, allowing the prince to flee. "I'll stay behind this time, young lord, please go," Dongpil stated resolutely. But Xiao Riang, his mind still sharp despite his physical limitations, refused to abandon his companion. "Enough with the nonsense. We're leaving this place together," he declared, a surge of defiance igniting within him. Dongpil, though surprised by the prince's unexpected resolve, nodded in agreement. "All right," he conceded, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Dongpil's grim expression reflected the gravity of their situation. Even if one of them stayed behind to create a diversion, the sheer number of pursuers made escape a daunting challenge. "Even if one of us stayed behind to stall for time, there are too many of them for us to shake them all off our tail," she thought, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. A deafening roar echoed through the forest as a pack of snow leopards emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. Faced with overwhelming odds, Xiao Riang knew their only option was a desperate, all-out assault. Either we kill them all right here, or we die, he shouted, his voice filled with a chilling resolve. With a burst of unexpected power, Xiao Riang launched himself into the fray, his movements surprisingly agile despite his inability to use qi. Dongpil, watching in stunned amazement, saw the prince move with a speed and ferocity he had never witnessed before. The fight had begun. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. His body, battered and bruised, moved with a primal fury, delivering a powerful blow that sent his attacker reeling. His consciousness flickered, and he found himself recalling the last words spoken to him before the fight. He awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man plagued by a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A voice boomed, "Shun Hajin, do you know life?" Xiao Riang, now inhabiting Hajin's consciousness, responded with a defiant, "No, I don't." He launched himself into a desperate attack, his movements fueled by a fierce will to survive. A torrent of emotion flooding his mind as he realized the truth, "I lived my entire life as someone else's tool." This revelation ignited a burning desire within him, "That is why I want to live so badly." He vowed to change his destiny, declaring, "I'll become so strong that no one will dare touch me." A culmination of his struggle for freedom finally manifesting itself in a powerful display of strength. He declared, "This time, I'm going to live life freely." A muscular woman with dark hair, her body bearing the marks of a fierce battle, unleashed a powerful blow against a snarling, gray-haired man. His features were contorted in a grimace of pain as he braced for the impact. The force of the strike sending him sprawling. He crashed into the ground, a pain cough escaping his lips as a monstrous snow leopard loomed over him, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. The snow leopard pounced, its claws extended, sending the man flying through the air. He crashed through a wooden structure, the impact jarring him to his core. He tumbled head over heels, a pain cough racking his body as he landed hard on the ground. The snow leopard's claws descending towards him. The woman watched, a grim expression on her face as she questioned, "Are you going to scratch the same place you scratched earlier?" The woman's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. She silently vowed, "I won't die." A surge of crimson energy erupted from her, a roar echoing as she prepared to counterattack. A snow leopard, its eyes glowing with predatory intensity, lunged at Xiao Riang, its massive claws extended. But the prince, despite his inability to use qi, met the attack head-on. He unleashed an explosive technique, a mountain blast that rocked the very ground beneath them. The raw power of the blast radiating outward in a crimson wave, sending the snow leopard reeling back. Its body slammed against the earth with a bone-jarring impact. Xiao Riang, despite his triumph, felt a surge of grim determination. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He snarled, a fierce grin splitting his face. The force of his words seemed to amplify the devastation around him, as a shockwave of energy rippled outwards, leveling the surrounding landscape. Dust settled, revealing Xiao Riang, panting heavily, amidst the rubble. A concerned voice called out, "Young lord, are you okay?" The aftermath of a brutal battle littered the ground. Shattered bamboo stalks lay scattered amongst the corpses of monstrous creatures, their blood staining the earth a dark crimson. Two figures, a young man with blonde hair and a muscular build, and a dark-haired youth with a pained expression, struggled through the carnage. The blonde man, clearly exhausted, groaned, "Man, I can't even stand properly anymore. Can you carry me on your back from this point on?" The dark-haired youth, his face etched with worry, replied, "Young lord, I think that's going to be difficult." A close-up on the dark-haired youth's face revealed the extent of his injuries, cuts and bruises marred his skin, and a trickle of blood ran from his lip. His eyes, wide with exertion, reflected his desperate situation. Suddenly, a monstrous, skeletal creature emerged from the shadows, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Its presence filled the scene with palpable dread. The creature lunged, its attack a blur of bone and fury. But the blond man, despite his injuries, reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with a swift movement. A pack of monstrous, wolf-like creatures surrounded them, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. The blond man braced himself, sword drawn, ready to face the impending threat. A particularly large and terrifying creature emerged from the pack, its three eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The scene ended on a note of impending doom. A frustrated groan escaped Xion Hajin's lips as he awoke. "Damn it!" he cursed, the weight of his situation heavy on him. His vision swam, the world around him still blurry from the aftermath of his escape attempt. A small, fluffy creature, seemingly a fox, padded softly into view. The fox trotted past him, its small form a stark contrast to the imposing gate that loomed ahead. The gate, adorned with elegant calligraphy, marked the entrance to the heavenly demon cult's territory. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, cursed under his breath, the word "damn it," barely audible above the pounding in his ears. His vision swam as he grappled with an unseen assailant, the sounds of battle a dull roar in his ears. A searing pain shot through his side as he was thrown back. The world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors and motion. He felt a sharp blow to the head, and then, nothing. When consciousness returned, he found himself in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his body racked with pain, his mind reeling from the brutal transition. He had survived a horrific death, a fact that dawned on him as he watched a woman's body dissolve into nothingness before his eyes. A grim determination hardened his gaze. He would not let this new life end so easily. His resolve was clear, he would survive. A servant, his face etched with worry, urged the young master to flee. But escape was not so simple. A monstrous snow leopard, its fangs bared, blocked their path, its eyes burning with predatory intent. A large, snow leopard-like creature whimpered, its body trembling as it defecated in fear. Its paw, delicately placed on the ground, betrayed its terror. Nearby, a pack of monstrous, ape-like creatures surrounded the terrified beast, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Two human figures, one with long brown hair and the other with blonde hair tied in a topknot, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of fear and apprehension. A small, golden fox-like creature appeared between them, radiating a faint glow. The man with brown hair, his face etched with worry, stared at the creature with wide eyes. The fox-like creature's eyes glowed intensely, its fur bristling with energy. A surge of electrical energy crackled around it. The energy manifested as a bolt of lightning that struck the ground, illuminating the surrounding bamboo forest. A blinding flash of light erupted from a clearing in the forest, the intense energy leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The aftermath of the explosion was surprisingly peaceful. Two rabbits grazed peacefully in the clearing, seemingly undisturbed by the recent chaos. Two birds soared through the sky above, their flight as serene as the rabbits below. On the forest floor, a young man with long dark hair lay unconscious. A small, fox-like creature licked his face affectionately. Its gentle nudges a stark contrast to the violent energy that had just ravaged the area. Nearby, another figure lay injured, his dark clothing scattered around him. Both men appeared to be victims of the same attack. The unconscious man's eyes fluttered open, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The fox-like creature tilted its head, a curious expression on its face as it watched the man stir. Xion Hajin, master assassin and escapee from the Divine Justice Alliance, lay wounded on the forest floor. A small, fox-like creature watched him anxiously as he groaned, his mind clouded with confusion. A question forming in his mind, had he died again? But the searing pain throughout his body was undeniable proof that he was still alive. He glanced at the small fox, a question forming on his lips. A query directed at the creature, "What, are you?" The fox, seemingly startled by Hajin's sudden movement, leaped onto his chest. Hajin reacted instinctively, pushing the creature away with a pained cry of "Ack! Hey, get off me!" Fear flashed in Hajin's eyes as he stared at the fox, a panicked thought crossing his mind, what? Are you gonna eat me? The fox, seemingly understanding his fear, whimpered and backed away, uttering a soft "Get off!" Suddenly, a voice called out from a nearby structure, "Dongpil! Do something about it!" The panel shifts to reveal a scene of destruction, with a man in dark clothing lying near Hajin and the fox. An unseen individual barked in order, their voice laced with impatience, "Hey, escort guard! Get up and do something!" The sprawling capital of the heavenly demon divine cult stretched out before the viewer, a breathtaking panorama of ornate temples and meticulously landscaped gardens. Prostrating themselves before an unseen figure, a group of cult members chanted in unison. Their voices rising in a fervent chorus, "All hail the demon lord, long live the heavenly demon!" Their devotion was palpable, their faces etched with reverence as they expressed their profound gratitude. "We are moved to tears by the blessing of the sacred god." High above, seated upon an imposing throne, the demon lord surveyed his devout followers. Two figures flanked him, their expressions inscrutable. A silent testament to the power and influence of the heavenly demon cult. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, had barely escaped their clutches when he was ambushed. Critically wounded in the ensuing battle, he found himself inexplicably reborn as Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, cursed with an inability to wield qi. His new reality was a palace rife with intrigue and danger, where even the air crackled with unspoken tensions. A young woman, her face etched with worry, watched him with wide, anxious eyes. While a powerful figure, radiating an aura of dominance, sat upon a throne, his gaze sharp and unwavering. This was the true power behind the heavenly demon cult. The man on the throne, his face a mask of cold calculation, was the cult's leader. His eyes, though seemingly calm, held a depth of experience and ruthlessness. A court official approached, presenting a report detailing the expenses for the upcoming Mara festival. The estimated cost was a staggering 57,000 niang. A full 12,000 niang more than the previous year, a significant increase that hinted at underlying tensions and potential conflicts within the cult. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone, sipping tea. His expression was unreadable, though a hint of weariness lingered in his eyes. He mused on the upcoming event, noting that the reduced attendance due to the special strike forces being on duty would likely make things easier to manage. A fact that piqued the interest of another individual. A gruff voice cut through the quiet contemplation, "I'm curious as to how the expenses increased despite that." The speaker, a burly man with a stern expression, addressed Xiao Riang directly. His words hung heavy in the air, demanding an explanation. A woman, elegantly dressed in vibrant teal and gold, stepped forward. "I shall explain," she announced, her voice calm and assured. She proceeded to reveal that 4 out of the 7 families of the demon cult would be attending the event, with the demon sword family as the key members. The woman, identified as So Yansan, the heavenly demon cult's internal divine enlightenment facility master, continued her explanation, emphasizing the significance of the 7 families as protectors of the sect for centuries. She concluded by stating that it was only right to show the cult's dignity and generosity by awarding them accordingly, a sentiment echoed by history's testament to the cult's enduring strength. The heads of the families gathered, their attention fixed on the ancestral hall. A ceremony was about to begin, involving the 6 heavenly spirit brew, a potent concoction to be prepared by the demon lord himself. A testament to the cult's values. Their generosity and dignity were expressed through the demon lord, not through monetary means. A stern-faced man, likely a high-ranking member of the cult, addressed the assembly. His expression was one of displeasure. He issued a decree, reduced the expected expenses. The cult's financial situation was clearly strained. A woman, dressed in fine robes, responded with a bowed head. She acknowledged her oversight. She apologized for her inadequacy and promised a revised proposal by noon the following day. The woman left the hall, her head bowed low. The meeting continued, with the stern-faced man summarizing the progress reports from both internal and external demonic heads. He then inquired about the progress of a particular individual, assuming they were still in training. A concerned gaze fell upon the closed doors of the 3rd Guardian Demon Hall. Wordlessly, the man waited, his worry palpable in the stillness of the scene. A young man with dark hair delicately sipped from a porcelain cup, his expression unreadable. His attention seemingly elsewhere. The words "the second" hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of his identity. Guan Pyong, the heavenly demonic divine cult's 2nd young lord, stood before a council of elders. His presence commanded attention, despite his apparent youth. He addressed the council with a respectful, "Yes, demon lord." His demeanor was calm, almost serene, belying the weight of his position and the unspoken questions hanging in the air. A question was posed: "Are you planning to go back to training?" Guan Pyong responded with quiet confidence, "Martial arts is already ingrained into my everyday life." His words hinted at a deeper understanding of martial arts, suggesting a level of mastery beyond formal training. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, deemed further closed-door training meaningless until a time of significant change. His confidence in his martial arts skills before the demon lord was noted by onlookers as bold. Xion Hajin, now inhabiting Xiao Riang's body, maintained a stoic expression. The demon lord declared there was no need for teaching those who already knew their place, granting Xiao Riang permission to act as he pleased. The assessment came from someone known for their harsh judgment of martial arts. Xiao Riang received the comment as a compliment. He was considered a strong contender, second only to the 1st young master, who remained in seclusion. Xiao Riang expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, another individual approached the demon lord, addressing him respectfully. A regal figure, Xiao Riang, prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat upon an ornate chair. His dark hair was neatly styled, and his expression was one of quiet contemplation. An older woman, dressed in equally fine attire, stood behind him, observing him with a subtle smile. "You're different from a few days ago," she remarked, her voice gentle yet perceptive. "It seems like you've been working hard." Xiao Riang bowed his head slightly, a hint of weariness in his posture. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. However, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he continued, his voice laced with a hint of desperation, "It's late." The woman's expression turned serious. "If you want to overpower others," she stated firmly, "you must throw yourself into the training, and then some more. Even so, mastery will be difficult to achieve." Meanwhile, several other figures stood in a line before Xiao Riang, their heads bowed in respectful submission. They were dressed in the attire of the heavenly demon cult, their postures reflecting their subservience. Xiao Riang, his gaze fixed on the floor, responded quietly, "I'll keep that in mind, demon lord." The woman's voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of steel. "Devote yourself." One of the figures standing before Xiao Riang, a younger man with light hair, muttered to himself, his voice barely audible, "Don't panic. Master always told me to devote myself too." The older man, still bowed, spoke his thoughts aloud. "What I have to focus on right now isn't martial arts, but expanding a force of supporters. I just need to keep doing what I've been doing." A figure, their face obscured by long dark hair, observed a scene unfolding before them. 3 individuals stood before them, 2 men in dark robes flanking a young woman in a purple and blue hanbok, who held a small child. The word "the fifth" floated in a speech bubble above the scene. The same figure's gaze remained fixed on the young woman, who stood with a determined expression, her hands clenched at her sides. The child beside her bowed their head in deference. A narration box identified the young woman, Ju Xiaoyun, the 5th young lady of the heavenly demonic divine cult. The obscured figure, now revealed to be a man with long dark hair, offered a subtle nod of approval. A speech bubble above him read, "Very good." The man's words echoed in a narration box, "There's a limit to how much your current martial arts can boost your talents." 2 men, one with stern features and the other with a more relaxed expression, watched Xiaoyun. The relaxed man spoke, instructing her to meet with the elder courtmaster after the meeting. The man with dark hair, seated on a throne, addressed Xiaoyun. He offered her a choice, one of the 10 great demonic arts. Xiaoyun, deeply moved, expressed her gratitude for this opportunity. A man with long, dark hair, his expression a mixture of contemplation and calculation, mused to himself. He had just praised someone, a seemingly inconsequential act, yet it left him questioning whether he needed to adjust his plans. He turned to another individual, his question sharp and direct: when would the sixth member return? The response was equally concise: the sixth member was expected to attend the Mara festival with the patriarch. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a young girl, dressed in elaborate pink robes, stood timidly before a group of imposing figures in dark robes. Among them, a woman with long brown hair stood out. The girl, identified as Chayoman, the seventh young lady of the heavenly demonic divine cult, offered a trembling apology to the demon lord. From a raised throne, a stern voice declared that the cult was no place for spoiled children. The camera focuses on the seated demon lord and his advisors. The demon lord's words were sharp and unforgiving: she wouldn't be in this state if she were stronger. The scene shifts back to the woman with long brown hair and the man from the first panel. He looks at her with a mixture of annoyance and weariness. He offers a curt piece of advice: work harder. The young girl, still trembling, bows her head in response. The young girl meekly agrees, addressing him as Demon Lord. He then poses a chilling question: are you afraid of death? A young woman, tears streaming down her face, vehemently denied the title of Demon Lord, her voice laced with distress. Her face was a mask of despair, her eyes wide with unshed tears. The weight of her unspoken words hung heavy in the air. A vast throne room, filled with silent figures in ornate robes, served as a stark backdrop to her anguish. A figure on the throne, seemingly unmoved, declared: I've never taught any of you to rest. A man with dark hair and intense eyes, his expression unreadable, spoke with a low, gravelly voice: if you really want power. He continued, his gaze unwavering: don't be bound by your limits. The camera focused on three faces, each reflecting a different level of intensity and determination. The message resonated deeply. A man with long dark hair, partially obscuring his face, brought a cup to his lips. He placed the cup down, his hand lingering on the ornate surface. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his gaze distant and thoughtful. Inside the heavenly demon cult's secluded chambers, an order was given: tell him to come in. The announcement echoed through the halls: the third young lord Xiaoryang heeds the call of the sacred lord. Xiaoryang, the prince, approached, his movements cautious as he entered the room, where several figures awaited him. He stepped across the threshold. A subtle shift in his posture betraying a hint of apprehension. Two women watched him from a distance, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. Third brother? One of them whispered, he's recovered, but I heard he's lost his martial prowess. The other woman reacted with alarm: Xiaoryang, he's already out of the solitary bamboo grove? Xiaoryang, having reached his destination, declared, I greet the demon lord. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, his dark hair partially obscuring his features. Only the strong line of his jaw and the intensity in his eyes were visible. The darkness slowly receding to reveal Xiaoryang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, his bare chest hinting at the physical strength he possessed despite his inability to use qi. His expression was one of cold calculation, betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. Suddenly, another figure appeared, his face partially obscured by shadow, but his eyes held a knowing glint. A subtle smile played on his lips. A greeting echoing in the air: long time no see, demon lord. The words hung heavy with unspoken implications. A man with dark hair and a stern expression was greeted with the words: long time no see, demon lord. The camera focuses on a pair of eyes, belonging to someone with brown hair, observing the scene with a hint of suspicion. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile plays on the observer's lips. Their internal monologue reveals their thoughts: such dense and luxuriant demonic energy. Another thought crosses their mind: just how much training has he undergone during this period? A young man with long, flowing brown hair, his eyes glowing with an intense red light, is shown radiating demonic energy. The observer's astonishment is evident as they think: for him to be unconsciously boiling over with demonic energy like that? The scene shifts to a grand hall, where a figure stands before a throne occupied by three individuals. Numerous other figures are seated in rows, observing the scene. A single word, excellent, echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the grim expression on the face of the man who spoke it. His dark eyes, narrowed in thought, held a depth of experience that belied his age. Three figures, their faces etched with awe and disbelief, stared upwards. Gasps escaped their lips as they reacted to something unseen. Their shock intensified as one of them declared, that's the highest praise the demon lord has ever given. Seated upon a throne, a man with long, dark hair and a regal bearing exuded an air of quiet confidence. Beside him stood a burly figure, his expression one of stoic loyalty. A woman, her gaze fixed on the enthroned man, commented, it was surprisingly refreshing. I think I've experienced an entire life's worth of weird things in there. The close-up on the enthroned man's eyes revealed a flicker of something unreadable, a hint of calculation behind the calm exterior. He then issued a curt command: come with me. The woman, taken aback by the sudden summons, looked utterly bewildered. Her internal monologue revealed her confusion. What? Why's she telling me to come with him? Was my reply too rude? I went to the solitary bamboo grove and came back as you ordered. A royal meeting of the heavenly demon cult concluded. A subordinate addressed the demon lord, stating that the meeting was adjourned. The demon lord then dismissed the attendees, granting them leave. Xiao Riang, the prince and current vessel for Cheon Hajin, inwardly questioned whether his new master would send him to a more dangerous location after surviving the solitary bamboo grove. He worried about the demon lord overhearing his earlier thoughts. Elsewhere, two individuals conversed. One commented on the stress of recalculating the budget. The other responded that things would soon get busier for them, and that it was necessary work. The first speaker then inquired about the general strategist's absence from the meeting. The second individual responded that they didn't know the reason, but didn't think it was related to the Mara festival. They then revealed that they had heard the Northern Orthodox sects had started some interesting business recently, suggesting that this was the likely cause of the general strategist's absence. Two figures, one older and one middle-aged, stood in hushed conversation. The older man observed, "The North, huh? Regardless of where they're from, they become a game piece. Newcomers to the area who claim to be from an Orthodox sect. They're probably up to something pointless again." The scene shifted to a bustling hall, where several individuals were gathered. One of them inquired, "Anyway, what happened to the third young master?" Another responded, "It was my first time seeing the demon lord give such high praise. I heard he was broken by chi blockage, but that doesn't look as if he ever happened." A close-up revealed a man with a contemplative expression. He mused, "Xiaoryang, not only did he come back alive, but he's got the attention of everyone too. What does the demon lord see in that bastard?" He continued his internal monologue, filled with resentment. "I should have killed him when he was suffering from chi blockage." The man's face was contorted in a grimace, his inner turmoil evident. A black robe, embroidered with golden dragons, hung on a wooden rack near a tranquil pond. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, was a young man of striking features, dark, expressive eyes, and long, flowing brown hair that framed a delicate face. He possessed an air of quiet intensity, a subtle defiance in his gaze. He found himself in a gazebo, a surprisingly serene setting for a member of such a notorious cult. A thought bubble above his head revealed his internal contemplation. A gazebo again? The scene was peaceful, almost idyllic. A man sat at a table nearby, seemingly engrossed in a scroll. Riang's internal monologue continued, "What a cozy garden. It doesn't really fit the vibes of the demonic cult." Suddenly, the man looked up, his gaze sharp and intense. He commanded, "Sit." Riang flinched, visibly startled by the abrupt command. His eyes widened, and a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He whispered, "That scared me." He composed himself, taking a seat with an air of forced calm. His expression hardened, betraying a flicker of his true, hardened nature beneath the surface. Riang's gaze was unwavering as he spoke, his voice low and steady. "I survived 8 months in that hellish solitary bamboo grove." His words were a testament to his resilience, a quiet declaration of his strength. He added, with a hint of defiance, "Don't be scared." His clenched fist emphasized his words, a silent assertion of his innocence. He continued, "I did everything he told me to do, so I haven't done anything wrong." An older man with long dark hair, dressed in dark robes, offered a small vial to a younger man with similar dark hair, but shorter, also in dark robes. He accepted it with a quiet, "Ah, yes." The younger man's thoughts drifted to a more immediate concern: when was the last time he had alcohol? He poured the contents of the vial into a small bowl. The liquid was a light pink. The older man, now holding the empty vial, stated that the younger man had yet to learn the Black Dragon Mountain moving technique. The younger man reacted with surprise and confusion to the mention of the Black Dragon Mountain moving technique. He wondered what the Black Dragon Mountain technique was, but decided against asking in the current tense atmosphere. The younger man found the older man's words unsettling and couldn't even enjoy his drink because of the discomfort. The older man explained that the younger man had unknowingly incorporated something into his demonic art. The younger man was shocked. The older man had seen through his martial arts. A man with dark hair and a contemplative expression observed a martial art form, recognizing it as originating from Buddhist sects. He could discern the nature of the martial art simply by looking at it. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's face as he registered the implications of this observation. Another man, with a calm demeanor, sipped from a cup. The first man was shocked and indignant, questioning the other's actions. He feared the consequences of the other man's actions, anticipating a harsh punishment. But was then unexpectedly complimented for his work. The first man was surprised by the compliment, feeling a sense of relief. And the first man, blushing, admitted to having put a lot of thought into it, feeling shy from the unexpected praise from such a high-ranking figure. An older man with dark hair and intense eyes explained how the younger man before him had come to learn Buddhist arts. The younger man, seated across a low table in an ornate pavilion, listened intently as the older man continued, explaining that while he had tried many things, he found Buddhist arts to be the most effective path to strength. The older man questioned if the younger man understood. The younger man affirmed that the results had been quite good, but the older man countered that he hadn't thought far enough ahead. A look of confusion and concern washed over the younger man's face as he questioned what was happening. The older man, now shown in a more imposing pose, explained that while the demonic art may lack power and impact, it serves as the foundation, the best technique of their cult. He continued, suggesting that with more thought, the younger man wouldn't have needed to modify it with other martial arts. The younger man stammered a negative response, his face etched with worry. The older man delivered a final, cutting assessment. The younger man had created a flower in a place where a tree should have grown. The younger man, frustrated, urged the older man to make up his mind, reminding him of his earlier praise. A superior, his expression unreadable, addressed his subordinate. He stated that the results were satisfactory, despite the inherent difficulties. The panel shows a close-up of a woman's neck and shoulders, her dark hair cascading down. Xiao Riang, the prince, sat alone, a look of apprehension on his face. He appeared to be waiting for someone. Xiao Riang's internal monologue revealed his confusion. He questioned why he had been summoned after being offered a drink. The scene shifted to a tranquil pond with water lilies. The atmosphere was peaceful, yet Xiao Riang's inner turmoil remained. He internally criticized the inefficiency of the summons, wishing for a simple letter instead of a personal meeting. Xiao Riang decided to leave, fearing further discussions about martial arts. His superior offered him a parting gift, a bottle of something. The superior explained that the bottle was a reward for his good work. An unseen observer reflects on the unexpected fusion of Buddhist arts into the assassin's fighting style, noting his capacity for surprise. Xiao Riang, the prince, expresses confusion upon hearing about leftovers. The observer questions whether Xiao Riang's lack of awareness regarding the difficulties faced by the ultimate demon is merely coincidental. The observer anticipates further surprises from Xiao Riang. He muses that if so, the coming winter will be particularly eventful. The sound of a carriage's wheels rolling on the ground is heard. Xiao Riang, riding in the carriage, finds it difficult to breathe in the demon lord's presence. And the more he thinks about it, the more absurd the situation seems. He pours the alcohol, causing Xiao Riang to wince in pain. A young woman with dark hair and a serious expression eyed a small bottle in the hands of a blonde man. 6. What? Do you know what it is? It tastes really good. She mused, intrigued by the drink. The blonde man, beaming, replied that she wouldn't know, as it was the Heavenly Spirit Brew, a drink only the most honorable martial artists in the cult could partake in. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Did the demon lord give it to you himself? She exclaimed, astonished. The blonde man chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. He did, but what's so great about it? He asked, nonchalantly. He explained that the 6 Heavenly Spirit Brew was the cult's highest grade liquor, something enjoyed by past and current demon lords. It was a special drink bestowed upon those who accomplished great deeds within the cult. Merely drinking it was a great honor. Furthermore, it was made by the demon lord himself, a drink that money couldn't buy. The young woman watched, unimpressed, as the blonde man continued to savor the drink. He's a real fan. She muttered to herself, adding, demonic cult guys are so weird. The young woman stretched, clearly relieved to be finished with her task. The blonde man stated, no. Once I escort you to your residence, my duty's done. She replied that she needed to return to the court of elders. She expressed her gratitude for his service, stating it was an honor to work for him. The blonde man simply nodded, his eyes closed. A servant approached Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, offering him a drink. He inquired, so, you're not fine with not drinking this? Xiao Riang, visibly uncomfortable, recoiled slightly as he looked at the offered drink. He sputtered, that's. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Oh well. I'll just drink it on my own, I guess. A servant, however, called out from behind, wait. Young master, please give me time to think. The scene shifted to a wide shot of a grand city, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A lone figure, Xiao Riang, could be seen walking along a wall. He looked out at the city, a quiet sense of homecoming washing over him. I'm finally back. Continuing his walk, he reflected on his return. It's nice to see this place again after such a long time. Suddenly, a small, unexpected sound caught his attention. Ha! A small, fox-like creature appeared before him, its golden fur gleaming in the fading light. It tilted its head, seemingly curious. When did you get here? A young man with dark hair, his expression unreadable, listened patiently as someone spoke to him. The speaker, unseen, had offered reassurance. They had brought him out of the forest and would now take care of him. He smiled faintly, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A small, almost inaudible sound escaped his lips, ang. A small, fluffy fox-like creature with large, expressive eyes appeared, its joyful expression mirroring the young man's relief. The young man, now identified as Xiao Riang, gestured towards a large, imposing red door. He declared that this was their new home, and suggested they clean up and rest in a warm bed. However, a note of caution crept into his voice as he mentioned that it had been a while since he had last seen someone named Manhwa, and that if she saw him. A sudden jolt of fear ran through him, his body tensing. His eyes widened in alarm as he clutched the small fox creature protectively, a silent plea in his gaze. The fox whimpered softly, its body trembling slightly under his touch. Xiao Riang's expression was one of intense worry and protectiveness. His eyes, reflecting a fierce determination, narrowed as he seemed to make a silent vow. A sprawling, ancient palace loomed before him, its silhouette stark against the fading light. A sense of unease settled over Xiao Riang as he gazed upon the imposing structure. He wondered what awaited him within those walls. A palpable sense of dread, a heavy, ominous aura, permeated the very air. He felt a shiver crawl down his spine as he cautiously ascended the palace steps, his heart pounding in his chest. What was this ominous aura that seemed to cling to every corner of the place? A small, fox-like creature whimpered softly, its fur the color of sunset. A hand gently stroked its head, offering comfort. As Xiao Riang, the prince, awoke. His eyes, wide and questioning, focused on the scene before him. What's this? He wondered, a hint of confusion in his gaze. He rose and began to walk, his steps slow and deliberate. A strange, ominous aura permeated the air around him. What's this ominous aura that's everywhere? He mused, a growing sense of unease settling over him. He stopped abruptly, his senses sharpening. Someone was here, he realized, a sudden surge of alertness replacing his initial confusion. He followed the trail, his eyes scanning the ground. Judging by the scent, it hasn't been long since they left. He deduced, his pace quickening. And he noticed a faint trail leading away. They went that way. He murmured, his focus unwavering. He continued his pursuit, a growing sense of unease building within him. They hide in my residence, he thought, a frown furrowing his brow. A question forming in his mind. Who are they? He wondered, his grip tightening on the small fox. Xiao Riang, the third young master of the heavenly demon cult, returned to his residence. His expression was somber, a stark contrast to the joyful greeting awaiting him. Manhwa, a young woman with braided brown hair, rushed towards him, her face alight with uncontainable joy. She exclaimed her relief at his return. He acknowledged her greeting with a smile, confirming his return. A small, fox-like creature nestled in his arms. Manhwa, overwhelmed with relief and reverence, prostrated herself before him, invoking the unquestionable nature of the divine teachings and greeting him as her master. Xiao Riang gently asked Manhwa if such formality was necessary between them, requesting that she rise. Manhwa, still visibly shaken, reiterated her joy at his return. She then revealed that she had heard of a dangerous incident involving him in the solitary bamboo grove. Xiao Riang reassured her that he was all right, but noted her thinner appearance, prompting Manhwa to explain that she had been doing well and was simply relieved to see him safe. Despite his absence of 8 months, he observed that his residence remained impeccably clean. A young maidservant, her face etched with polite attentiveness, addressed the returning young master. She explained that she had diligently cleaned his chambers every other day to ensure his comfort upon his return. The young master, Xiao Riang, reflected that since Manhwa was fine, those watching him must have simply been observing from afar. Xiao Riang, his dark hair falling to his shoulders, stood calmly, a small fox-like creature nestled in his arms. The maidservant, still attending to him, informed Xiao Riang that the water had not yet been heated, as she had only just learned of his return. She politely offered to prepare him a meal first. Xiao Riang politely declined, stating his preference for a shower first. He explained that he wished to cleanse himself of the dirt from the solitary bamboo grove. The maidservant readily agreed, promising to let him know as soon as the hot water was ready. Relaxing in a steaming bath, Xiao Riang sighed contentedly, feeling the tension drain away. He then pondered the unsettling presence he had sensed upon his return. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao Riang's neck as he sat alone, lost in thought. He couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling that had settled over him. A nagging suspicion that something was terribly wrong. Was it him? The one who had glared at him during the meeting. The image of the man's intense gaze flashed through his mind. It was the person who had caused his chi blockage. The fourth young master, Hong Yuamun. Rage boiled within Xiao Riang as he sat in a steaming bath. Ugh, that arrogant little bastard. How dare he seethed, his voice laced with venom. You're dead once I get you. A wave of frustration washing over him as he splashed water from the tub. Phew. I'm gonna be busy once again. He knew he needed to understand how the heavenly demon cult functioned. But at the moment, all he knew was that the demon lord was at the helm. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao Riang's temple as he reflected on his predicament. With so little information, he felt utterly powerless. He couldn't predict the demon lord's actions, therefore, he needed to identify allies within the cult to aid his escape. His plan was to cultivate enough influence to move freely. Night fell. And Xiao Riang, alone in his chambers, felt a surge of determination. With careful maneuvering, he believed he could eventually leave the cult and regain his freedom. He found a small comfort in his status as the noble demon lord's third disciple. Although his plans remained secret, his high position provided a degree of protection and plausible deniability. Under the cloak of night, a new ambition took hold. Xiao Riang resolved to climb the social ladder within the cult, enjoying the process along the way. The scene opens on a moonlit night, overlooking the rooftops of a sprawling complex of buildings, characteristic of East Asian architecture. A light snowfall dusts the scene. Inside, a young woman with long, dark hair exhales sharply, a visible puff of air in the frigid air. Relief washes over her features. She is in the presence of a man, seated and casually smoking a pipe. He is dressed in rich, dark robes, his expression calm and composed. He asks, A man in a doctor's coat approaches the seated figure. He expresses concern about the man's smoking habit. The seated man replies that he's been smoking quite a bit lately but intends to quit soon. The doctor then inquires about why the young woman was sent back to the third young master's residence. The seated man, identified as the fourth young master, explains that while he possesses good insight, he cannot understand the young woman's actions this time. She simply continues smoking instead of finishing the task at hand. The doctor, surprised, asks for clarification. The fourth young master explains that he didn't know how Seoryang would react, so he had the young woman return. The doctor counters that the fourth young master already predicted Seoryang's reaction. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in a precarious situation. He had planned his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance meticulously, but a confrontation with numerous martial artists left him grievously wounded. Now, he awoke in the body of Seoryang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using chi. A fact that was now weighing heavily on his mind. He had thought he knew the risks, but he was wrong. An older man, likely a high-ranking member of the cult, observed Seoryang with a mixture of surprise and concern. The young master had admitted to being wrong. This was unexpected. He questioned the implications of this admission, his curiosity piqued. He had seen Seoryang at a meeting earlier that day. And this was his first time seeing him since the chi blockage incident. The man noted a significant change in Seoryang. He seemed much better. Another individual, a woman, offered her perspective. She didn't know the specifics of what happened in the solitary bamboo grove, but Seoryang appeared to have regained his martial arts skills. However, she clarified that this wasn't the reason for a change in plans. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting long shadows. The observer continued, noting that while Seoryang looked the same, something felt fundamentally different. He felt like a completely different person. The subtle but significant shift in Seoryang's demeanor was undeniable. He was no longer the same person. Shion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Seoryang, felt a piercing gaze upon him. The intensity of the stare was unnerving. As if the observer knew every detail of his past life as an assassin. A chill ran down his spine. Elsewhere, a man observed Seoryang from a distance. He spoke, his words revealing his thoughts. He wasn't concerned about Seoryang's improved martial arts skills. But rather, he needed to reassess his previous judgments of the young prince. A different man, his face etched with suspicion, dismissed the previous speaker's words as lies. He believed Seoryang's recent changes were the source of the confusion. Meanwhile, another individual, calmly smoking a pipe, inquired about the actions of his subordinates after they had been ordered to stand down. His subordinate reported that they were complaining about the cancellation of their plans. The man pondered his next move. Deciding to appease them with money, knowing their obsession with wealth. He then warned against any attempts to attack Seoryang, deeming it unwise at the present time. Seoryang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a state of deep contemplation. His face, etched with worry, reflected the turmoil within. A single question echoed in his mind, then, what should I do? The scene shifted to a grand, imposing structure, the headquarters of the heavenly demon cult. The imposing architecture hinted at the power and influence wielded by this notorious organization. Later, a lavish feast was laid out before Seoryang. His servant, Dongpil, arrived late, causing the prince to complain about his hunger. Dongpil, surprised by the extravagant spread, exclaimed, "What's all this?" Another individual, Manhwa, explained that the feast was prepared for Seoryang. He urged the prince to sit and eat. Seoryang, still somewhat bewildered by the abundance of food, sat down at the table. Meanwhile, Dongpil hesitantly asked if it was all right for him to sit and eat with the young master. Dongpil, feeling out of place, considered eating alone later. Seoryang noticed Dongpil's discomfort and questioned him about it. Seoryang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat at the table, his expression one of intense displeasure. He held his chopsticks with a firm grip, his eyes narrowed in frustration. A burly man with blonde hair, seated across from him, barked in order to begin the meal. A young woman with dark hair sat beside him, looking slightly apprehensive. The three of them clinked their cups together in a toast. And proceeded to heartily enjoy their meal, the sounds of eating and drinking filling the air. The young woman playfully poured a drink over the blonde man's head, causing him to sputter and cough. She giggled. Meanwhile, a small, fluffy creature with fox-like features happily devoured the leftover scraps from the table. Night fell upon the heavenly demon cult's sprawling estate. The moon hung high in the sky. The remnants of the feast remained on the table, empty bowls and bottles scattered across the surface. Seoryang, seemingly unaware of the passing of time, poured himself another drink, only then realizing that he and his companions were alone. Over a table laden with food and drink, Seoryang, the prince, and his companion, Dongpil, enjoyed their meal. Dongpil, already showing signs of inebriation, suggested they call it a night. Seoryang, however, seemed unconcerned, calmly picking up a bottle of 6 heavenly spirit brew. He then gestured for more drinks, while Dongpil, clearly tipsy, warned him against overindulging. Manhwa, another companion, readily obliged the request. Manhwa, a young woman, quickly responded to Seoryang's request for more drinks. Seoryang then turned his attention back to Dongpil, indicating he had some questions before the new drinks arrived. Dongpil, still slightly tipsy but agreeable, readily gave his consent. Seoryang revealed his intention to meet someone well-versed in the heavenly demon cult's inner workings and connections. He inquired if Dongpil had anyone specific in mind. Dongpil responded that there were a few individuals within the organization who possessed extensive knowledge of its inner workings, but finding one with the right connections would be challenging. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a predicament. His thoughts turned inward, a silent question forming in his mind: who should he seek out for assistance? He decided to contact So Yansum, the internal enlightenment facility master. A messenger, tasked with delivering the message, let out a relieved sigh. The task, though important, was fraught with peril. An older man, his face etched with concern, reacted with surprise. He warned the young master that contacting So Yansum rashly was dangerous, given the ongoing conflict between disciples. He further advised a more cautious approach, suggesting that a direct request for cooperation might incur her resentment. Making an enemy of the internal enlightenment facility master would be greatly detrimental to the young master's position. Xiao Riang considered the advice, his expression thoughtful and troubled. A bead of sweat trickled down the weathered face of an older man, his eyes wide with a mixture of concern and apprehension. He muttered, barely audible, "Young master. Now that the lynx has transformed into a viper." A realization dawned on a man with long, gray hair, calmly puffing on a pipe. He concluded, "We have to change our weapon." A broom sweeps across a stone floor, scattering dust and debris. The remnants of a boisterous night are slowly being erased. A young woman with dark hair, pulled back neatly, diligently continues her task. She wears a simple pink hanbok, her expression one of quiet concentration. Elsewhere, a muscular young man with dark hair executes a powerful kick, his movements fluid and precise. The young woman from before watches, a thought bubble above her head reveals her assessment: he drank too much last night. Her memory flashes back to a scene of boisterous drinking. The young man, along with others, is seen enthusiastically consuming large quantities of alcohol. The young man, seemingly recovered, unleashes a flurry of powerful blows, his movements a blur of motion. A display of raw power that leaves the young woman awestruck. She thinks to herself, "What an extraordinary night." The young woman, still holding her broom, watches in amazement as the young man's movements continue to impress her. Finally voicing her awe, "Whoa. He's amazing." Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, desperately attempted to escape their grasp. His escape, however, was short-lived. The brutal fight for his freedom left him grievously wounded. He collapsed, his breath ragged, a sheen of sweat clinging to his skin. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from utilizing qi. Confused and disoriented, a question formed in his mind, suggesting that the general strategist, head of the cult's military, would be the most knowledgeable on such matters. However, she cautioned that even reaching the demon lord would prove exceptionally difficult for anyone outside of the cult's inner circle, highlighting their role as protectors of both the demon lord and the cult itself. They claim to be the most effective organization within the heavenly demon cult. The young woman, intrigued by the conversation, then asked if anyone else possessed intimate knowledge of the cult's internal dynamics. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat at the table, his expression clouded with a mixture of confusion and discomfort. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he stared blankly ahead. His companion, So Yeonchim, voiced a concern: "Is he very drunk?" So Yeonchim continued, referring to the internal enlightenment facility master. "The internal enlightenment facility master, So Yeonchim, will definitely be well versed in that." The scene shifted to show Xiao Riang and So Yeonchim seated at a table, engaged in a meal. So Yeonchim, a man with blonde hair, calmly ate while Xiao Riang appeared troubled. So Yeonchim then explained, "The internal enlightenment facility, which is in charge of the cult's internal finances, has great power." Xiao Riang's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. As So Yeonchim continued, "As they take care of finances, they will probably also have good information on the relations between people." So Yeonchim paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then added, "However, I don't think they would tell you anything easily, young master." Xiao Riang's brow furrowed slightly, concern etched onto his features. So Yeonchim continued, explaining, "It is taboo to leak information containing personal views." So Yeonchim looked at Xiao Riang, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He asked, "But why are you asking me this?" The servant arrived with drinks, causing So Yeonchim to exclaim, "Wow, drinks!" Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, had attempted a daring escape. His struggle, however, was far from over. He found himself beset by martial artists of various factions, their allegiances ranging from the orthodox to the utterly deviant. The ensuing battle left him grievously wounded. Awakening, he discovered a shocking truth: he now inhabited the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. He reflected on his predicament. His new life within the cult was far from the sanctuary he'd envisioned. The fourth prince, openly defying him, was undermining his authority, even within the cult's ranks. Xiao Riang, now bearing the consciousness of Hajin, recognized the inescapable reality. Whether within the heavenly demon cult or outside it, his life would always be in danger. Enemies lurked everywhere. A sudden, violent outburst of energy erupted from Xiao Riang. A raw display of power despite his inability to use qi. He realized he needed allies, people who would stand by him. With newfound resolve, Xiao Riang prepared to forge his own path within the treacherous landscape of the heavenly demon cult. From his vantage point, Qian Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, reflected on the perils of fighting alone. His past life's experiences had taught him a harsh lesson about the importance of allies. Meanwhile, a young woman watched Xiao Riang from a distance, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. Despite his current exhaustion, she noted his imposing figure. His powerful stance, even in repose, spoke volumes. He let out a weary sigh, the exertion of his training evident. Xiao Riang, breathing heavily, noticed the damage he had inflicted on the training grounds. He was acutely aware that his actions were leaving a mark. The extent of the destruction troubled him. He was not supposed to cause this level of damage. Just then, a voice announced the arrival of Dongpil. Dongpil approached, his greeting a mixture of surprise and deference. He had found Xiao Riang after his intense training session. He had observed Xiao Riang's training from afar. The young prince was clearly exhausted but had demonstrated impressive strength. Dongpil presented Xiao Riang with a sword, explaining that it was similar in length to the one he had previously used. It was a thoughtful gesture. Xiao Riang accepted the sword with a simple thanks. As he did, Dongpil's expression shifted, revealing a sudden, intense focus. A palpable tension filled the air. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, despite his inability to use qi, displayed surprising skill with his sword. He moved with a swiftness that belied his condition, his blade a blur as it sliced through the air. The attack, though seemingly light, sent his opponent reeling back, a pained groan escaping his lips. It was clear that Riang's movements concealed a deadly precision. A smirk played on Riang's lips as he watched his opponent struggle. He mused that this unexpected display of strength was quite convenient. With a decisive movement, Riang sheathed his sword, the action precise and controlled. Readying himself for his departure, he declared his intention to leave, his tone suggesting a finality that surprised his companion. His companion, clearly taken aback, questioned his sudden departure. Riang, however, remained resolute, stating his purpose was to build his future. Confused, his companion pressed for clarification, prompting Riang to introduce Ong, a small fox-like creature. Riang extended an invitation to his companion, suggesting they could travel together if they were not too busy. The panel shows Riang, Ong perched on his shoulder, standing confidently with his sword at his side, ready for whatever the future may hold. The scene opens on the Spring Flower Pavilion, a high-class establishment, its elegant architecture silhouetted against a twilight sky. Inside, a woman with dark hair and striking features greets a newcomer, her words a simple yet pointed, "You're here." The newcomer, a man with long, dark hair and a regal bearing, stands before two attendants, their posture indicating respect and deference. As a woman, adorned in rich teal and gold, identifies him as the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master. The woman, overseeing the scene, greets the man, addressing him as the fourth young lord, and invites him to partake in the finest dishes the establishment offers. While casually mentioning that the Spring Flower Pavilion is under her management, she confidently asserts her knowledge of the establishment's culinary excellence, prompting the fourth young lord to reveal that he orchestrated this meeting, rather than simply accepting an invitation. The scene shifts to a private dining area where the fourth young lord and the woman sit across from each other, along with several guards. The fourth young lord, directly questioning the woman's motives, asks, "So, why have you invited me here?" Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat calmly at a table, sipping tea. A servant stood silently behind him. When asked why he summoned the servant, Riang simply replied that there was no particular reason. A woman, Yomsim, entered the scene. She explained that she merely wanted to buy Riang a meal, appreciating his hard work for the cult. Riang's expression remained inscrutable, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. The narration box introduced Yomsim as a woman who had spent decades in the divine cult, climbing the ranks to her current position. She was described as someone with strong self-esteem and a clear understanding of her own value. This panel showed Yomsim seated at a desk, reviewing documents and scrolls, reinforcing her position of authority within the cult. Riang's internal monologue revealed his awareness of the need for caution in his interactions with Yomsim, comparing her to the general strategist in terms of difficulty. The servants having left, Riang and Yomsim were alone. She directly asked him for the real reason behind the meeting. Riang, leaning forward, revealed that he needed her help. A woman in elegant teal and gold robes slumped against a chair, her face pale. She weakly pleaded, "Please lend me a hand." A man with teal robes and long sleeves extended a hand towards the woman, offering assistance. She accepted, murmuring, "Thank you for the drink. I'll see you around." A man with dark hair and a stern expression watched them from across the table. He inquired, "Does my request make you uncomfortable?" The woman in teal replied, "That's not the problem. I don't take bribes when it comes to candidates." The man in dark robes raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" She explained, "I don't know about the other organizations, but I cannot endorse such actions." She continued, "My facility manages the internal affairs of the entire cult. If we do not keep a neutral stance, the cult will be destabilized." He clarified, "Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, you seem to be mistaken. I'm only asking you to lend a hand. I'm not asking you to side with me." Two figures sat across a table, engaged in a tense conversation. One, a woman in teal robes, insisted that the differences between two candidates were negligible. The other, a man with dark hair, countered that the importance of the internal enlightenment facility made the choice significant. He continued, firmly stating that they would not endorse any candidate. The woman in teal, unfazed, retorted that her refusal to endorse was a demonstration of her loyalty to the cult. The man with dark hair, his expression hardening, urged her to reconsider. Rising from the table, the woman thanked him for the meal and departed. As she left, the man revealed that he knew she was searching for the green turtle four-leaf clover. He explained that it was an extremely rare herb, unobtainable even in Yunnan, the usual source of the cult's herbs. He offered to give it to her if she needed it, mentioning that it was so rare it could barely be found near the eastern seas. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone, a cup of something clear in his hand. He claimed he didn't need it. But a woman entered the room, her expression sharp and assessing. She possessed an air of authority. She questioned him, her voice laced with suspicion. How did he know what he knew? Xiao Riang responded with a dismissive air, questioning the importance of her inquiry. The woman insisted, her tone hardening, that the matter was of great importance to her, demanding an answer. She proposed a trade, information for information. Xiao Riang, however, refused to make a deal that would put him at a disadvantage. The woman's expression darkened, she was clearly displeased. She then accused him of threatening her, the internal enlightenment facility master. He countered that he was merely in a difficult situation. A negotiation was underway. One man, seated at a table, explained that to ensure a smooth process, concessions must be made. He suggested a four-leaf clover as a suitable offering. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair, adorned in elegant teal and gold robes, listened intently, her expression unreadable. A subtle frown played on her lips. The woman's hand rested on the table, her fingers lightly tracing the ornate carvings. Her silence was heavy with unspoken thoughts. A subtle smile playing on her lips as she considered her response. She finally spoke, her voice calm but firm. She agreed to hear him out. She invited him to state his request. He claimed it was a small matter, a favor between friends. A seemingly innocuous request to deliver a secret message to a servant. The man's hand reached for a small cup, his intention still veiled in mystery. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, inquires about a servant named Manhwa. A woman, elegantly dressed in teal and gold, reacts with a sharp exclamation. She is a servant who works in the third young lord's residence. She is tasked with reporting on the third young lord's activities for 3 months, daily if possible. The man's request is for her to provide this information. The woman questions the man's intentions, suspecting he plans to harm the third young lord. The man reminds her that she had previously asked him for a difficult favor. He reiterates that she requested his assistance first, implying a quid pro quo. The woman considers the request's difficulty. The man explains that the task is dangerous. If she is caught reporting on the third young lord's daily activities, she will face severe consequences. The woman, now visibly apprehensive, asks what will happen to her if she is discovered. The man simply states that all she needs to do is avoid being caught. Inside a richly decorated room, 2 figures sat at a table. One, a man with dark hair and robes, expressed concern, stating that the plan was risky. The other, a woman in elegant teal attire, listened intently. The man attempted to downplay the danger, suggesting that the woman simply continue her daily routine and send a letter after work. It was, he insisted, a simple task. However, the woman remained unconvinced, her expression conveying doubt and apprehension. The simplicity of the plan belied a deeper, unspoken risk. The man stood up, his back to the viewer, leaving the room. He poured a cup of tea, the liquid shimmering in the dim light. The man, now seated again, spoke, his words as empty as tobacco smoke, a metaphor for the truth's elusive nature. He continued, suggesting that eliminating the tobacco pipe would ensure the smoker's anonymity. Thus, no one would ever know the smoker's identity. Elsewhere, a young girl scratched her ear, wondering why it itched so much. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling complex of the heavenly demon cult. A grand, ornate building, its red walls and upturned roofs hinting at the power and influence within. A young woman with long, dark hair stood on a balcony, gazing out at the scene. A sigh escaped her lips as she murmured to herself, finding the current task too demanding. Inside, a tense conversation unfolded. A woman with stern features and dark hair addressed a man, her voice sharp and accusatory. "It's still too much to ask of me," she insisted. He countered her statement, his expression firm and unwavering. "Enough with the blatant lies," he declared. The woman, unyielding, pressed her point. "I don't even know what kind of person Manhwa is. I can't have her spy on someone for me." The man, seemingly unfazed, offered a simple solution. "Then, just change it to someone else. To someone you can trust." Her gaze hardened, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. "Fourth young lord," she murmured, considering the implications. He pressed further, his tone firm but not unkind. "Don't say you can't do it." A bottle of something dark and potent sat on the table between them. A woman, her face obscured, addressed a man, her voice calm yet firm. She stated that she knew he was capable of anything, so long as he chose to act. The woman's declaration hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. She made it clear that she would not repeat her request. A man with dark hair tied back in a bun, holding a bottle, leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. He interpreted her silence as consent. Her silence, indeed, sealed the deal. Suddenly, a masked figure and an older man appeared, startled by an unseen event. The older man's expression was one of utter confusion. The older man's shock was palpable, he exclaimed in disbelief. A woman's voice cut through the tension, her impatience evident. She demanded to know how long the man would continue his leisurely drinking. Her sharp words were directed at the man, who was now visibly tense. Another woman, her face etched with concern, looked on. The man, his patience wearing thin, declared that he was running out of patience. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with long brown hair and a mischievous grin, sprinted through the bustling marketplace, a small, fox-like creature perched on his shoulder. He carried a small pouch in his hand, seemingly filled with something precious. He was pursued by a cloaked figure, their movements swift and determined. A woman, her face etched with a mixture of surprise and anger, witnessed the chase from a distance. "Third young lord," she exclaimed, her voice sharp with disbelief. Another individual, their expression a mask of furious displeasure, muttered, "What is that bastard doing here?" Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, turned to address someone unseen, asking, "Are you going to keep drinking from those old, dirty cups?" He continued, offering an alternative, "Or will you drink with me?" A concerned voice called out, "Xiao Riang, how did you?" their words trailing off in shock. Xiao Riang, a young man with dark hair and a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder, smiled serenely as he held a small jar. He was in a beautifully decorated room, seemingly oblivious to the tension brewing around him. Someone remarked on his presence in this secluded spot. A woman, elegantly dressed in a teal and green robe, bowed deeply before him. Her expression was one of formal respect, almost subservient. Xiao Riang found her formality uncomfortable, a slight grimace playing on his lips as he asked her to relax. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the room. Three figures, their faces partially obscured, rushed towards Xiao Riang, their movements sharp and urgent. The woman, startled by the intrusion, sharply rebuked the newcomers, explaining that she was entertaining a precious guest and had explicitly instructed them not to allow anyone inside. Xiao Riang, unfazed by the interruption, simply smirked, his gaze sharp and calculating. The fox-like creature on his shoulder let out a soft sound. One of the intruders, addressing Xiao Riang as third brother, questioned his actions and his casual demeanor towards the facility master. Another woman, present in the room, chided the intruders for their abrupt interruption, deeming it extremely rude. Ignoring her completely, Xiao Riang extended an invitation to the facility master for a drink, leaving the woman visibly frustrated and speechless. A man with dark hair tied back, wearing a dark red and white robe, urgently called out to someone, his face contorted in a mixture of frustration and urgency. "Hey, third brother." A woman with dark brown hair styled in an elaborate updo, dressed in a teal and gold robe, responded with a slight bow. Her expression was one of polite apology. "My apologies, third young lord." She continued, her voice calm but firm. "I've already accepted the fourth young lord's invitation." Before she could elaborate further, a young man with dark hair and a mischievous grin interrupted, a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder. "So, before this meeting ends, that's why I said, how about joining me for a second round after this meeting?" The woman's eyes narrowed, a subtle frown etching itself onto her face. "What is he planning?" Another person, seemingly a servant, spoke, their voice laced with suspicion. "Is it because you need the green turtle four-leaf clover?" The woman in teal and gold responded thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on the young man. She explained, her tone measured and informative. "There are usually two reasons why someone would need the green turtle four-leaf clover. One is when it is necessary to rapidly reduce the concentration of yin qi due to excessive depletion of yang qi, or the other is when one is inflicted with 9 yin meridian failure." A close-up of a rare plant, the green turtle four-leaf clover, was shown. The narration box added, "But both of those situations can be resolved with herbs other than the green turtle four-leaf clover." A man with dark hair and a stern expression pondered aloud. He mused that the situation was such that only someone with specific knowledge would understand, implying a hidden location where a particular herb, the green turtle four-leaf clover, could not be substituted. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, a small fox perched on his shoulder, was addressed. He was informed that his chi blockage stemmed from attempting yin cultivation. A woman, her face etched with surprise and disbelief, questioned how he knew. The woman explained that the patient's condition was precarious, bordering on death, and that without the green turtle four-leaf clover, there was little hope. The young man, still holding the fox, countered that using the herb might be more dangerous, given the patient's state. He elaborated that forcing the herb's energy could disrupt the balance of the patient's yang qi, worsening their condition. While eating purple sweets with chopsticks, he acknowledged the woman's anxiety for the patient, but reassured her that there was no need to go to extreme lengths to obtain the herb. The woman, observing the young man's unexpected kindness, questioned if he was truly the person she knew. An older man with long gray hair, dressed in rich, dark robes, glared at a younger man with dark hair, seated across a low table laden with food. He accused the younger man of eavesdropping, calling it a rather crass hobby. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied that he was merely standing by the door and overheard a conversation about a four-leaf clover and a turtle. The older man's anger escalated. He questioned whether such behavior was fitting for the third young lord of the divine cult. His hand slammed down on the table, chopsticks scattering. The younger man, Xiao Riang, calmly questioned the older man's definition of behavior befitting the third young lord, prompting a sharp retort. The older man countered that attempting to kill one's siblings to seize sovereignty was hardly exemplary behavior. A woman in a vibrant green robe sat beside him, observing the exchange. Xiao Riang, taken aback, asked what the older man was talking about. The older man responded by asking if Xiao Riang was inquiring because he was unaware of the situation. The older man continued, stating that if Xiao Riang truly didn't know, then he was a fool who couldn't control his subordinates. However, if he did know and was feigning ignorance, he was only making himself look foolish. A young man with dark hair, dressed in elegant teal robes, stood calmly amidst the tension of a grand hall. He acknowledged the gravity of the situation with a quiet, "I can understand that much." But then, a voice, laced with concern, questioned the severity of the actions taken, particularly concerning the youngest member involved. "But don't you think it's too much to do that, even to the youngest?" The speaker, an older individual with long, dark hair and a stern expression, seemed visibly distressed, beads of sweat forming on their brow as they voiced their apprehension. Another woman, her dark hair pulled back, sharply retorted, "She's just a child who's barely 10. Did you?" The focus shifted to a young woman with light blonde hair styled in buns, her pale face reflecting her fragility. The narration box confirmed, the seventh young lady looked so frail at the meeting. A new speaker, their face partially obscured, accused someone of causing the young woman's distress. The one who made her like that was the fourth young lord. The young man in teal robes, his face now visible, firmly declared, "I will not tolerate any more slander, even if it's you, third brother." The third brother, seemingly unfazed, responded with a cynical remark, "Third brother, huh? What an affectionate name for someone you're trying to kill. Endure it. I survived a near-death incident, so my brother should be able to tolerate some harsh remarks, don't you think?" Finally, a woman with dark hair and a stern expression addressed the young man directly, "So, what will you do, facility master so?" A tense discussion unfolded between two figures, their expressions betraying a palpable tension. One, dressed in dark, rich robes, declared the current arrangement pointless, questioning the other's resolve to remain despite the circumstances. The other individual, a woman with dark hair styled in an elaborate updo, posed a critical question: was there any way to improve the condition of someone suffering from chi blockage? A close-up revealed the woman's face, her expression a mixture of determination and weariness. She reflected on her own past, noting that she had managed to overcome her own chi blockage despite interference. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a stern expression interrupted, impatiently demanding an end to the conversation. The man in dark robes, seemingly unfazed, continued to explain his position. If it was the same deal, there was no reason for him to continue with a hateful person. The woman, despite her initial reservations, expressed gratitude for the invitation and promised to pay her share. With a final farewell, the woman and her companions departed. One of the departing figures, addressing another, announced his intention to accompany his guest. Two figures, one a young man with dark hair and the other a taller, more imposing figure with long dark hair, stood in the background. In the foreground, a young man with brown hair and a fox-like creature on his shoulder observed them, a smirk playing on his lips. He commented on the taller figure's appearance, deeming it a sight to behold. The young man with brown hair and the fox offered a drink to a woman in a teal dress, apologizing that he only had cheap wine. The woman in teal accepted the offer, stating that it was fine as long as the cup was clean. The scene shifted to an opulent room where two men were engaged in conversation. One, dressed in white, apologized to the other, who was dressed in dark robes. The man in white explained that the third young lord had been listening to their conversation for some time, and they were unable to stop him. The man in dark robes declared that they had no choice but to proceed with their plan themselves, as their original strategy had failed. The man in white expressed surprise at this decision, as he had hoped to remain uninvolved. A man with long, light gray hair and intense purple eyes appeared, vowing to make Xiaoriang pay for the humiliation and pain he had caused. The moon hung high in the inky sky above the heavenly demon cult, its pale light illuminating the ornate rooftops of the sprawling complex. Inside, a physician, his brow furrowed in concentration, explained a treatment method to a woman, meticulously detailing the process on a scroll. He assured her that it wasn't a great favor, simply a method excluding martial arts explanations. He continued, clarifying that while not difficult, it would likely take 3 days to understand and attempt the treatment. The physician cautioned that there wouldn't be any immediate significant changes, as he couldn't be certain of the patient's condition. However, he added that with patience and determination, about half a year should be enough for the patient to regain movement. The woman, her eyes wide with surprise, questioned the physician's statement. The physician, seemingly unfazed, explained that if the patient's condition wasn't too severe and they were talented, they would likely be able to move around without discomfort in about half a year. Half a year. The woman pondered this time frame, her expression unreadable. She acknowledged that while it wasn't a short time, it was still better than the Blood Spirit Pavilion's physicians, who couldn't even perform a treatment. She decided to put her doubts aside. A woman, dressed in elegant, traditional garb, sat at a desk. She declared her intention to be straightforward. Her words were met with a questioning look from a young person with dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail. Their expression was one of mild skepticism. The young person then inquired what the woman wanted in return. The woman's face hardened, a look of determination settling upon her features. She seemed ready to answer. Later that evening, under the soft glow of the moon, a young person could be seen stretching their arms, a sigh escaping their lips. They seemed relieved, their work for the day complete. The young person, Manhwa, finished their chores, sweeping the courtyard. Their supervisor praised their hard work. A young woman, her dark hair in twin braids, stood guard, a staff resting on her shoulder. A series of explosions echoed in the distance, causing her to turn her head in surprise. She recognized the sound and murmured to herself, "Ah, is it the young lord? He's back early." The young woman, alerted by the sounds, immediately began to run towards the source of the commotion. Reaching the large wooden doors of a building, she declared, "I'll open it right away," and prepared to open them. As she was about to open the doors, a thought crossed her mind: the bath's not ready. Her eyes widened in alarm as she realized something was wrong. An older man, his face etched with worry, appeared, exclaiming, "Oh, no. You shouldn't just open the door for anyone. It could be someone you weren't expecting." The man's warning was punctuated by the sudden appearance of a stern-faced figure in a white robe, emerging from behind the door. The scene opens on a dimly lit, dilapidated room. Cobwebs hang heavy in the air, dust motes dancing in the scant light that filters through the grimy windows. Two swords, stained crimson, lay submerged in a bucket of dark liquid. A voice, calm yet firm, reassures someone named Manhwa not to be too nervous. A rusty hook, dripping with blood, hangs from a chain in the same room. The grim scene suggests recent violence. The voice instructs Manhwa to raise their head, promising to show them something. A hand, holding a small insect, is presented to Manhwa. The question, "Do you recognize this?" hangs in the air. The insect, identified as a slow corrosion poison insect, is described as harmful, taking a human body as its host. An older man, possibly a doctor or healer, explains that the insect's effects begin 2 days after entering the body. He continues, detailing how the insect then invades the host's internal organs, consuming everything in its path, leading to an excruciating death. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, addressed a younger individual. He explained that if a certain antidote was consumed before a particular insect could act, there would be no adverse effects. The younger person, their face pale and drawn, reacted with confusion and apprehension. They questioned why they were being told this information, their voice laced with disbelief. The older man continued his explanation, revealing that the younger person would need to return every other day to report on the activities of a young lord in exchange for the antidote. He emphasized the need for secrecy, directly addressing the younger person, known as Manhwa, and confirming their understanding of the clandestine nature of this arrangement. Manhwa, visibly distressed, knelt before the older man. Fear and desperation were evident in their posture and expression. A sudden, sharp pain caused Manhwa to cry out in agony as the older man's hand clamped down on her head. The older man reassured Manhwa that following his instructions would prevent further pain. The panel shows a close-up of a small, unsettling insect. He warned her about the risk of blindness if the insect accidentally entered her eye. Manhwa's fear was palpable as she looked at the insect with wide, tearful eyes. The older man, his expression grim, instructed Manhwa to open her mouth. The scene is tense, the anticipation palpable. A desperate plea escaped Seo Riang's lips, his face contorted in pain and fear. Sweat beads on his brow as he whispers, "Please save me, young master." The scene shifts, leaving Seo Riang's fate momentarily unclear. Under the soft glow of the moon, a woman confronts Seo Riang. She asks, "What do you want from me?" The woman, her expression serious and unwavering, states, "I know you came to see me because you want something from me." She continues, explaining that Seo Riang's knowledge saved one of her people, and as an expression of gratitude, she will do anything within her power to help him. Seo Riang, his expression unreadable, simply states, "as an expression of gratitude." He reflects on his past life as Cheon Hajin, recalling, "Even when I was living as the assassin Chun Hajin, I saved lives before." Suddenly, a violent clash erupts. A pained cry escapes Seo Riang's lips as he is attacked. The panel shows two bodies lying lifeless on the ground, their blood staining the earth. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate situation. He had just eliminated a political enemy of the righteous Heavenly Alliance's leader. But the effort left him grievously wounded. A pained groan escaped his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a squad reported to their leader that they had discovered 2 survivors of the recent conflict. Hajin, weakened but still alive, watched from the shadows as the squad approached. The leader, observing the survivors, noted that they seemed to be subordinates of the recently deceased enemy. He then turned to Hajin, accusing him of hiding. Hajin's escape was thwarted. The 2 surviving girls were discovered cowering in fear by a pair of opportunistic thugs. Fortunately for the girls, their names were not on the list of those targeted for assassination. The thugs, however, had other plans. They intended to ransom the girls for a hefty sum. A scream of terror escaped the girls' lips as the thugs' intentions became clear. A young woman, tears streaming down her face, cried out for her sister. The scene shifted to show two figures, one a burly man holding the young woman captive, the other a man with a whip, striking her. She pleaded with them to let her go. The burly man, holding the young woman tightly, was called a demon. Another figure appeared, demanding that they release the young woman, his sister. The captors responded that they should be grateful to be alive, implying a threat of death. One of the captors turned his attention to the newcomer, warning him that he was next. Meanwhile, the young woman continued to cry out for her sister. The newcomer, now on the ground, pleaded for them to stop. A third figure, appearing from above, declared their mission complete and ordered a retreat. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, found himself embroiled in a desperate struggle for survival. He dismissed his companions' concerns with a curt, "Quit it with the unnecessary stuff." His companions, however, were far from appeased. One, a gruff man with a ponytail, retorted, "Do you know how much money we can get from selling them?" A woman, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "The mission might be over for you since you killed those who needed to be killed, but this is what's in it for us." Another man, his face etched with weariness, intervened, "Just stay out of it, Xion Hajin. There's more for us if you don't want to be a part of it." The accusations continued, growing more pointed. "You killed your best friend's wife and children without even blinking an eye. And now you're suddenly being kind? It doesn't suit you." A chilling laugh escaped the man's lips. Suddenly, a brutal attack erupted. A desperate cry, "Ag," filled the air as a sword flashed, striking down one of the group. The attacker, enraged, roared, "How dare you attack me? You little. You wanna die, huh?" Another scream, "Ag," echoed as the attacker's blade found its mark once more. The scene was one of chaos and violence. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself bound and struggling against his captors. His eyes, blazing with defiance, reflected the desperate plea that escaped his lips, "Let me go, you bastard." With a mighty heave, his unseen assailant brought their foot down, shattering the stone beneath Hajin's body. A pained cry, quaff, tore from his throat as he succumbed to the brutal blow. A katana flashed, a blur of steel in motion. The deadly weapon arcing through the air with lethal precision, finding its mark with a sickening thud. Another agonized cry, "Wag," echoed in the night. As the dust settled, a voice, weak and trembling, whispered, what are you doing?" 3 bodies lay scattered across the cobblestones, their lifeless forms a testament to the assassin's brutal efficiency. Hajin, his face grim, stood over them, katana still in hand, his movements precise and deadly as he prepared to leave the scene. A bloody blade, still dripping crimson, is shown against a dark background. The scene is stark and violent, hinting at a recent struggle. The blade is shown closer, the dripping blood more prominent. A single word, "Go," is spoken, a curt command. A man with graying hair, clad in dark clothing, stands with his back to the viewer, a bloody sword sheathed at his hip. He informs someone off-panel that there's a village about 10 kilometers east. 2 young women, their faces etched with grief, embrace each other, tears streaming down their cheeks. One of them questions the situation, expressing confusion. The gray-haired man turns, his face partially obscured by shadow. He urges them to leave, fearing a change of heart. One of the women, her voice laced with bitter accusation, confronts the man, accusing him of killing their family and then feigning kindness. She demands he kill them as well. The scene shifts to show the 2 women and a dead body. The gray-haired man stands over them, his expression cold and unyielding. He scoffs at their expectation of gratitude for saving their lives. The younger woman unleashes a torrent of furious accusations, calling him a heartless monster, no different from those who killed her family. A desperate battle raged. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, unleashed a final, furious attack, his movements a blur of lethal precision. The air thick with the scent of blood and burning wood. Flames licked at the edges of a nearby village, casting an infernal glow on the scene. Hajin, wounded and weary, realized the hypocrisy of his enemies. He had witnessed their cruelty firsthand, their callous disregard for innocent lives. Hajin stood amidst the carnage, his breath ragged. 2 bodies lay sprawled before him, their lifeblood staining the ground. The weight of his actions settled heavily upon him. One of the fallen men, his eyes still wide with disbelief, uttered a final curse upon Hajin before succumbing to his wounds. Another victim, his face contorted in agony, echoed the sentiment, his dying breath a venomous whisper of hatred. Hajin remained unmoved, his expression betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. He had grown accustomed to such displays of hatred. It wasn't the insults that stung, it was the crushing weight of his existence, the endless cycle of violence that seemed to define his life. Hajin looked to the sky, a grim acceptance settling over his features. He felt trapped, destined to forever walk a path of bloodshed. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, lay wounded, his body ravaged by a desperate fight for freedom from the Divine Justice Alliance. His escape attempt had failed, leaving him bleeding and broken. He reflected on his past life, a life he now saw as a torturous hell. The weight of his previous existence pressed heavily upon him. Despite the misery, a flicker of desire remained within him, a longing for something more. But as he awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult afflicted with a chi blockage, Hajin resolved to abandon that desire. Xiao Riang's eyes widened, a silent question forming in his mind. A woman, her face partially obscured, questioned his sudden change of heart, noting his willingness to relinquish something he had previously sought in exchange for knowledge. She pressed him further, incredulous at his apparent generosity, questioning whether he truly intended to give away such valuable knowledge for nothing. She questioned his motives, wondering why he would offer such a significant favor. Xiao Riang, still adjusting to his new reality, explained that his current predicament, his chi blockage, was the reason for his decision. A young man with dark hair and piercing eyes sat listening intently. He was accused of seeking the green turtle four-leaf clover for someone important to him. He responded that if it were for someone who had harmed him, he would have demanded payment. However, he implied that his actions were motivated by a different kind of concern. Across the table, a woman with dark hair, elegantly dressed, questioned his words, her expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The young man continued, explaining that if he could save a life without a price, asking for payment would feel cold and unfeeling. The woman, her gaze thoughtful, expressed her hope for the patient's swift recovery. The woman's surprise was evident as she exclaimed that he wasn't the ruthless young lord she expected, but rather someone unexpectedly kind. She questioned his sincerity, wondering why he would perform such a selfless act for her. The woman added that he had never even met the person he was helping, further emphasizing the unusual nature of his actions. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of something unreadable in his expression. A pair of hands reached for a dark, earthenware vessel, the scene bathed in a soft, dusky light. The hand carefully tilted the vessel, its contents presumably liquid. As Xiao Riang, the fourth young lord, mused aloud, in this world, people can kill others they've never met, so what's the matter with saving someone I've never met? His companion responded, and well, drinking with you has made me feel better. Xiao Riang questioned, what do you mean? She explained, I didn't think you would meet with the fourth young lord. Xiao Riang, taking another sip, commented, it's refreshing to get one back at someone who's been sharpening his blade behind my back. His companion replied, it's a given that successor candidates will fight and betray each other. She continued, but even if one has such thoughts, no one would say it openly. Is there something else he wants? Xiao Riang smiled, enjoying his drink, and said, otherwise, he's exposing all kinds of flaws before me. The narrative opens with a stark declaration, cold, vicious, unforgiving. This sets a tone of harshness and brutality, foreshadowing the challenges to come. A close-up reveals a man with intense, narrowed eyes and blazing red irises. His expression is one of simmering rage, hinting at a volatile personality. The scene shifts to a narration box, revealing a question about the man, the third young lord who was never satisfied with anything less than first place. What is it that has changed him so much? The question is followed by another, focusing on a possible cause, the chi blockage? A figure is seen observing from behind a bamboo grove, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. The narration box poses another question, or the solitary bamboo grove? The observer concludes with a statement of uncertainty, whatever it is, this new third young lord is a stranger to me. The scene shifts to a conversation between two individuals. One comments on the food, noting that the restaurant often serves light dishes, and questions the food's role within the internal enlightenment facility. The other person agrees that the food is good but finds the spices too strong for those with lighter palates. The conversation concludes with a simple address, young lord. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself the subject of a cryptic question. His eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, reflected the weight of the unspoken threat hanging in the air. A question posed by a regal woman, her expression unreadable, as she calmly sipped tea. Is this what you want, information on the other young lords and ladies, perhaps, she inquired, her tone suggesting a deeper game at play. Xiao Riang, despite his inability to use qi, found himself impressed. Oh, she's good, he thought, a grudging respect coloring his internal assessment. The woman continued, her words laced with subtle appraisal. As expected of the master of the internal enlightenment facility, she observed, her gaze unwavering. She delicately placed her cup down, the quiet clink a punctuation mark to her statement. The subtle movements of her hand spoke volumes about her refined nature and control. Her piercing gaze held Xiao Riang captive, a silent challenge in her eyes. The intensity of her stare was palpable, a silent pressure building between them. Xiao Riang, feeling the weight of her scrutiny, responded with a question of his own. Want to know the information and relationships of everyone in the cult, he asked, his voice betraying a hint of defiance. He confirmed his intentions, his expression hardening. The information he sought was crucial to his survival within the treacherous confines of the heavenly demon cult. Night had fallen, a full moon casting its ethereal glow upon a landscape of blossoming plum trees. Petals danced on the gentle breeze. As a pair of hands carefully arranged books within an ornate chest. Two individuals, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, expressed their gratitude to a woman in elegant robes. Thanks to you, I had a good time today, one of them said. The other added, I've received great help from you. The two men, their faces now clearly visible, smiled warmly as they prepared to depart. The man with dark hair had a gentle, almost serene expression, while his blonde companion seemed more reserved, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. They walked away, a small fox-like creature trotting at their heels. The woman in robes, watching them go, voiced a concern to a masked figure. Master, if the information you gave him falls into someone else's hands, we could be in danger. The masked figure responded calmly, "Don't worry. I'm aware of that." A figure, cloaked in shadow, mused to themselves. They had received something far more valuable than they had anticipated, something that warranted a significant risk. Meanwhile, two figures, Dongpil and a younger man, walked through a moonlit courtyard. Dongpil suggested a drinking session, but the younger man, politely but firmly, declined, citing the lateness of the hour. He added that he knew Dongpil's desire for a drink. A woman with striking features, her eyes sharp and intense, reflected on her previous confidence in her knowledge of the cult's inner workings. But that confidence had been shattered by a recent encounter. She sighed, a single word escaping her lips, then, "Just one drink?" The thought lingered, a momentary lapse in her resolve. Elsewhere, concern clouded the thoughts of another individual. They wondered about the actions of the third young lord and his future course. Instructions were given to report any news concerning the third young lord. The order was acknowledged with immediate obedience. Two figures, a woman in elegant robes and a masked individual, stood watch, their expressions unreadable. The imposing structure of the heavenly demon cult loomed, its architecture a blend of elegance and menace, hinting at the power and secrets held within. Xiao Riang, the prince of the cult, sighed, his gaze fixed on the extensive documents from Soyansam. He wondered when he would finish reviewing them all. The documents detailed the traits of the major figures within the cult and their closely guarded secrets. He carefully considered the information, acknowledging its subjective nature and the inherent biases of its source. He knew he had to take it with a grain of salt. Even if only half of it proved true, the information was undeniably intriguing. On the surface, the heavenly demon cult appeared to be a rigidly hierarchical organization, with all facilities strictly loyal to the demon lord's orders. However, Soyansam's investigations revealed a far more complex reality. The outward appearance of order masked a web of hidden conflicts and power struggles. A symbolic image of three intertwined serpents, each a different color, depicted the internal struggles and betrayals within the cult. Soyansam's records detailed the hidden power struggles, alliances, betrayals, and grudges that simmered beneath the surface, even among the seemingly independent disciples. A young man with dark hair, dressed in simple dark robes, pondered the complexities of life within the heavenly demon cult, a stark contrast to the rigid structure of the Divine Justice Alliance he had recently escaped. His gaze fell upon a document detailing the intricacies of the cult's inner workings. He found the information intriguing. Intrigued, he decided to delve deeper into the text. A servant approached, offering the young man a meal. He politely declined, already preoccupied with his reading. A table laden with an assortment of steamed buns, savory dishes, and sweet pastries was presented. The aroma was rich and inviting. He finally partook of the meal, but found the flavors unexpectedly bland. A servant explained that they had recently switched to milder ingredients, per his request. He registered this detail, noting the servant's attentiveness to even minor preferences. Another individual, referred to as Mr. Fox, offered him something else to try. A young woman with dark brown hair styled in twin braids knelt on the floor, her gaze fixed on a small, fox-like creature with bright yellow fur and a fluffy tail. The creature sat before a small bowl, seemingly enjoying a meal of raw meat. She addressed the creature, "Mr. Fox? Is that what you're calling it?" She continued, explaining, "That's because I don't think it has a name yet." A man with dark hair, dressed in dark blue robes, sat at a table nearby. He listened attentively as the young woman spoke. He then asked, "Manhwa, what should we name it?" Manhwa, startled by the question, responded hesitantly, "Huh? See, can I really give my opinion?" The man replied simply, "Why not?" Then, noticing the fox's fluffy tail, she offered another suggestion, or, since he has a big fluffy tail, big tail? The man grimaced, muttering, "Ugh. Terrible." He ultimately decided, "Never mind. I'll name him myself." A young man with dark hair and intense eyes is shown in close-up. A speech bubble above him reads, "Since he's a golden fox." Another character, a young woman with brown hair styled in pigtails, looks concerned as she speaks to a second young woman with long dark hair. She exclaims, "But young master, how is that any different from the names I suggested?" The long-haired woman scoffs, responding, "No, Manhwa, the names you came up with are just bad." The pigtailed girl gasps in shock. The long-haired woman continues, "Goldie just rolls off the tongue." Goldie. A small, fluffy golden fox appears, seemingly reacting to the name. The fox looks up expectantly. The long-haired woman asks, "What do you think? You like it too, right?" Manhwa, the pigtailed girl, repeats in agreement, while the long-haired woman laughs triumphantly, declaring, "Wah! I'm a naming genius." The long-haired woman, now with the fox perched on her head, announces, "Oh, and I might not be back tonight, so just eat dinner without me." Manhwa replies, "Okay." The long-haired woman adds, "Don't skip dinner. Make sure to eat." Manhwa, from below, bids farewell, saying, "All right. See you, young master." A young woman with dark hair styled in twin braids, wearing a peach-colored hanbok, approached someone unseen from the panel. Her expression was one of polite attentiveness, hands clasped before her in a gesture of respect. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair tied in a topknot appeared, wielding a sword that crackled with energy. His eyes were narrowed in concentration as he moved with surprising speed and power. The young man's movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his exceptional martial arts skills. An observer noted that his style was somehow unique and unconventional. He launched himself forward, his sword a blur of motion as he cut through the air with deadly precision. The force of his attack leaving a visible trail of energy in its wake, shattering the stone beneath his feet into countless fragments. The aftermath of the attack was observed by another individual, who reflected on the young man's remarkable speed and adaptability in battle. They mused that this was likely the reason for his rapid improvement in martial arts. The ground beneath Xiao Riang cracked and shattered, the debris raining down around him like a blizzard of stone. He stood amidst the wreckage, his back to the viewer, a single thought echoing in his mind: if only he could be like that. That was amazing, he thought, marveling at the display of power he had just witnessed. A man approached, his voice calm despite the chaos. "Ah, second leader." Jia Yang, the Guardian Court's second leader, addressed Xiao Riang, his tone laced with a mixture of surprise and admiration. The Guardian Demon's red glow. To think you were able to destroy a boulder from such a distance using only this basic technique. Xiao Riang's blonde hair was visible from behind, as he stood amidst the destruction. A figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured by sunglasses, only their imposing silhouette visible. "I'm still." "The same," the figure continued, his voice low and menacing. "Looks like you've grown quite a bit while working for the Third Lord." A young man with blonde hair tied in a topknot listened intently as someone relayed a message. He was informed that someone had been looking for him, but the messenger had claimed he was training, causing the visitor to leave immediately. The messenger continued, adding that the visitor had mentioned attending the Berserk Demon Squad's gathering later that day. A bead of sweat trickled down the young man's face as he processed this information. His expression was one of clear apprehension. The messenger concluded by saying that the visitor had invited the young man to attend if he was interested. Simultaneously, another figure, Dongpil, was seen leaping away from a dark-haired man who had just launched a projectile at him. The dark-haired man shouted after Dongpil, urging him to wait. The blonde young man reacted with alarm, calling out "Young Master." He warned Dongpil not to get involved with the Berserk Demon Squad. His voice was filled with urgency and fear as he emphasized their dangerous nature, stating that they were all insane. The final panel showed the title card for the Berserk Demon Squad, a menacing symbol suggesting their violent and unpredictable nature. The narrative opens with a chilling introduction to a notorious group, a squad of the Heavenly Demon Cult, their name a testament to their ruthless nature. Their fighting style is as brutal as their reputation suggests, they show no mercy and issue both compromise and conversation. A terrifying display of their prowess is shown, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. This elite squad, the most fearsome within the divine cult, is known for their relentless pursuit of their enemies, stopping only when their foes are utterly destroyed. Adding to their terrifying reputation, they make no distinction between friend and foe. The scene shifts to a grand palace, where a member of the cult reflects on the passage of time since their last gathering. A boisterous call rings out, a toast to a violent end, as the squad prepares for another mission. Among them, a woman with fiery red hair stands out, her presence hinting at the intensity of the group. Their arrival is announced with a powerful strike, signaling the beginning of another bloody encounter. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, launched a powerful kick, his body a blur of motion. But his attack landed on empty space. He found himself alone in a deserted courtyard, confusion etched on his face. What the hell? Is there no one here? Why is it empty? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. Chagunag, the second leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, appeared, his face contorted in annoyance. Hey, owner. Are you not open yet? Hajin, still in Xiao Riang's body, turned, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Ha? Who's that? Another figure emerged from within the building, calling out to him. Hey, you. The newcomer, a young woman with dark hair, approached, seemingly oblivious to Chagunag's presence. Ignoring Chagunag's earlier outburst, she turned to Hajin. Hey, didn't you hear me? Hajin slammed his hand on the table, startling both the woman and the fox. His sudden action was a clear display of power, despite his inability to use chi. The woman, clearly surprised, questioned him. Who are you? Are you a high-ranking person of the cult? Hajin responded with a smirk, well, I guess you can say so? A tense confrontation unfolded. One man, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief, accused another, don't you know that we rented out this entire place today? He countered with a skeptical question, his expression unreadable, is there any official notice saying that you guys rented this place today? The first man's fury erupted. What? You bastard. His fist clenched, ready to strike. But a sudden sound caught his attention. Heavy boots approached. A whispered warning, barely audible above the rising tension, she's here. The newcomer entered, a formidable figure. A woman with fiery red hair, a striking eye patch, and a powerful physique. She exuded an aura of authority and danger. Her boots hit the ground with a decisive thud, silencing the brewing conflict. As the narration box identified her, the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, Eui Hungrian. The image focuses on a woman's upper body, her fiery red hair cascading down her shoulders. She wears a dark red top and a brown leather strap across her chest. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze directed away from the viewer. The scene shifts to a room where three individuals are seated around a table. A woman with fiery red hair, her face partially obscured, sits at the head of the table. She addresses a man, asking, "Squad leader?" The focus returns to the red-haired woman. She has a striking eye patch over her left eye. Her expression hardens as she challenges the others, "Do you know who we are?" A man with dark hair responds, "It would be harder for me to not know who you are." The close-up shifts to the dark-haired man's face. His expression is one of quiet confidence and amusement. He scoffs, stating, "You are all a bunch of crazies who don't know any manners." The red-haired woman's anger flares. She snarls, "Do you want to die?" Her gaze is intense, unwavering. Another woman, with dark hair, speaks, "You don't seem to be of ordinary status, nor do you look like someone who would go around picking fights recklessly." Seo Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, sat across from a group of individuals, his expression calm despite the tension in the air. He retorted to their implicit threat with a sarcastic remark, that they were the ones initiating the conflict, not him. He then curtly instructed them to sit if they had something to say. A woman with a striking appearance, her red hair partially obscuring one eye covered by an eye patch, glared at Seo Riang. Her expression conveyed disbelief and disdain, the idea of listening to him was clearly unacceptable. Seo Riang, seemingly unfazed by her intense gaze, simply offered a nonchalant well. In response, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He then explained his dismissive attitude, stating that looking up at them was causing him neck pain. The woman's expression shifted from anger to a mixture of confusion and irritation as she processed his absurd excuse. The close-up on the woman's eyes revealed a sudden surge of demonic energy, her gaze intensifying. Seo Riang observed this display with a hint of amusement, commenting that her demonic energy was quite impressive. His expression turned serious, his eyes reflecting a newfound alertness. Meanwhile, a servant rushed into the room, urging everyone to move and announcing that the best dishes had been prepared for their esteemed guest. A young man with dark hair, seated at a table, looked up in surprise as three figures approached him. One of them, a powerfully built woman with fiery red hair, stood out among the group. An older man, his face etched with worry, exclaimed to the red-haired woman, "Squad leader. You can't do that to him." The red-haired woman and her companions paused, their attention fixed on the young man at the table. A sudden, sharp cry escaped the older man's lips as he reacted to something unseen. A muscular man with short dark hair, his expression hardening, demanded, "What did you just say?" With a swift, decisive movement, he drew his sword, aiming it at the young man. The blade flashed, narrowly missing the young man's head. The older man, his face pale with fear, stammered, "H's." A voice boomed from off-panel, revealing the young man's true identity, the divine cult's third young lord. Prince Seo Riang, in actuality the master assassin Cheon Hajin, cradled a small, fennec fox in his arms. A soft dong escaped the creature's tiny mouth. A man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he stammered, barely able to articulate the words, "H's." The divine cult's third young lord. Seo Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, held a small fennec fox in his arms. A faint smile played on his lips. He let out a soft gasp, a single syllable escaping his lips, "Ung." Another voice, filled with a mixture of fear and awe, whispered, "He's a disciple of the demon lord." A woman with fiery red hair, partially obscured by a patch over her left eye, stood defiantly, her expression a mixture of suspicion and anger. Beside her, a man's face contorted in a grimace of fear. A patron impatiently called out to the restaurant owner, inquiring about the status of their meal. Their hunger was palpable. Another patron boisterously declared their intention to overindulge, simultaneously ordering drinks for their table. Meanwhile, a server, seemingly agitated, carried a bottle of liquor, his expression hinting at a brewing conflict. The server's internal monologue revealed his surprise at the presence of the third young lord, whom he believed to be incapacitated by a chi blockage. At another table, two men discussed the third young lord's condition, confirming his previous chi blockage. One of them deduced that the young lord must still be weak due to this lingering ailment. The men plotted to take action against the third young lord as soon as he irritated their squad leader. However, one of them hesitated, reminding the other of the young lord's status as a potential successor. Despite this, the other man remained unconvinced, arguing that a weak successor would be detrimental to the heavenly demon cult, even if it meant facing potential repercussions for harming him. A burly man with a stern expression poured a drink, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused that his subject couldn't even speak up for himself, let alone defend his reputation. It would be quite amusing. A small bowl of liquid sat on a table. A voice instructed someone to drink. The speaker, a man with dark hair, calmly stated that the other person, a red-haired woman, already knew about the dinner gathering. The man decided to get straight to the point. The red-haired woman, her expression hardening, asked what he wanted from her. He reciprocated her directness, stating that he didn't like beating around the bush either. As he poured another drink, a bead of sweat trickled down the woman's forehead. He bluntly told her to turn herself in to the penal law hall. He added that this was a chance he was giving her. A woman's lips parted slightly, a hint of doubt clouding her features. She murmured to herself, unconvinced. Her gaze, sharp and intense, was fixed on something unseen. A single eye, blazing with fiery determination, peered from beneath a dark eye patch. The woman's expression softened slightly. She nodded slowly, acknowledging something. Meanwhile, in another room, a man with dark hair sipped tea, his expression calm and collected. He spoke, his voice measured and reassuring. The woman's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. She muttered to herself, her voice barely audible. Her thoughts raced, a question forming in her mind: how much did he truly know? The man and woman sat across from each other at a small table. The man spoke again, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. The man's expression shifted to one of concern. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated something. The woman's face hardened. A sharp retort escaped her lips, a clear indication of her disdain. A woman, her face etched with suspicion, questioned the extravagant spending habits of a particular group. Even the heavenly demon cult's main army only received 800 niang a month. How could this other faction be spending over 1,000? The scene transitioned abruptly, indicating a shift in focus. The narrative shifted to a man reviewing financial documents. He was examining budget records provided by Yansum, whose internal enlightenment facility managed the cult's finances. These records detailed the size of the cult's combat squads, and one name in particular caught his attention: the Berserk Demon Squad leader. He found it illogical that a small squad like hers, composed of unpredictable individuals, could have a larger budget than the cult's main army. This discrepancy suggested outside funding. He mused that only one person within the cult would be capable of such underhanded dealings. The man addressed someone, suggesting that if they simply confessed to receiving outside funds, he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. But in return, they would have to reveal the identity of their benefactor. The demand was clear: divulge the source of the illicit funds. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, stared blankly ahead, his expression one of quiet apprehension. His eyes, wide and dark, hinted at a turmoil brewing beneath the surface. A wave of frustration washed over him. Being treated as a mere pawn in the power struggle between the young lords was infuriating. He was confronted by a powerful figure, radiating an aura of immense strength. The man, his face partially obscured by shadow, demanded to know the source of the rumors circulating about Xiao Riang. But Xiao Riang calmly countered that the accusations were unsubstantiated. The man, unmoved, pressed further, emphasizing the lack of evidence to support Xiao Riang's claims. He pointedly questioned the validity of a crime without evidence. The conversation shifted. Xiao Riang, subtly changing the subject, accused the other of needlessly complicating matters. He calmly sipped his tea, a knowing glint in his eyes. Having finished his drink, Xiao Riang announced his departure. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in practical attire, was being addressed. The speaker, unseen, accused her of distributing funds from the fourth young lord amongst her squad members. The camera focuses on the back of a woman with long, dark brown hair tied in a ponytail, suggesting she is another member of the squad. This extravagant spending, the unseen speaker continued, was causing concern. The red-haired woman was again shown from behind, facing away from the viewer. The unseen speaker warned that accepting money from unknown sources could lead to severe consequences for the entire squad. The potential consequences included the squad's reorganization or disbandment. The scene shifts to a boisterous tavern. Members of the Berserk Demon Squad are seen enjoying a meal, seemingly unconcerned by the earlier warning. Another individual, the red-haired woman from earlier, stands near a table, observing the scene with a determined expression. A man with dark hair and a serious expression sits across from her. The man with dark hair speaks, noting the red-haired woman's resolute demeanor. He assures her that everything will be all right as long as she cooperates. He questions her intentions, prompting her to consider drawing her sword. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, stood with his back to the viewer, a faint blue glow emanating from his fist. His sword was strapped to his back, a stark contrast to the subtle energy radiating from his hand. A silent testament to the power he was still learning to control. Observing him was another figure, a man with dark hair, his expression a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. He commented that the bruises were fine, then added, with a hint of sarcasm, that it was so scary. The man's words were clearly intended as a taunt. He was referring to a specific bruise, one that held a hidden significance. Another man, startled by the revelation, spilled his tea in surprise. A close-up on the observing man's eye revealed a flicker of something akin to fear, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. The scene shifted, hinting at an impending confrontation. Suddenly, a swift attack. A man lunged forward, declaring that he would strike first. His fist a blur of motion aimed at Xiao Riang. The speed of the attack was impressive, a testament to the attacker's skill. Xiao Riang, however, anticipated the blow. He moved with surprising agility, dodging the attack with ease. The attacker's expression shifted from confidence to surprise. Xiao Riang countered with a swift strike of his own, a burst of energy radiating from his hand as he delivered a powerful blow. The force of the impact sent the attacker reeling. Xion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He was relentlessly pursued, the combined might of orthodox and deviant martial artists bearing down on him. His body battered and broken from the relentless assault. The impact of a final, devastating blow sent him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. His vision swam, the world dissolving into a blur of pain and disorientation. He awoke to find himself in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A wave of confusion washed over him as he instinctively reacted to a threat, his hand instinctively rising in defense. Ah, yikes. Did I use too much force? He wondered, a hint of alarm in his voice. He hadn't meant to unleash such power. Another figure, a woman with fiery red hair and a striking eye patch, appeared, her expression a mixture of annoyance and amusement. I didn't want any violence today because it's been a long time since my squad has had a party, she began, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. But her words were cut short by a flicker of intense blue energy emanating from her. Her eyes narrowed, a predatory glint replacing her previous amusement. But you keep, she hissed, her voice dripping with menace. Crossing the line. With a burst of speed, she launched herself at Xiao Riang, her attack a blur of motion and crackling energy. A fierce clash of power erupting between them. Xiao Riang, despite his inability to use qi, found himself instinctively dodging and parrying, his movements surprisingly agile. Yua, he exclaimed, surprised by the sudden attack. A blur of motion erupted across the courtyard. A swift attack, precise and deadly, left its mark on the stone, shattering the ground beneath the feet of the attacker's target. The impact sent cracked spider webbing across the stone floor. Dust settled, revealing a man perched precariously on a crumbling wall. He watched the scene unfold, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Whoa, you're pretty good, he muttered, impressed. From a distance, another figure emerged, his voice carrying a note of displeasure. It's the first dinner party we're having in a year. I can't forgive anyone who disrupts a joyous day like this. He continued, his gaze unwavering, even if that person is a disciple of the demon lord. The man on the wall sighed, a weary expression crossing his face. Hey, watch your words. It's not me who ruined the dinner. Suddenly, a figure crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. The swift attack had taken its toll. The woman who had initiated the attack glared down at the fallen man. And you, who won't admit your crime because of your pride. What did you expect? The man on the wall blinked, utterly bewildered. Ha? What just happened? I didn't catch it because everything happened so quickly. A murmur ran through the crowd of heavenly demon cult members. They watched, bewildered, as a fierce battle unfolded before them. The question hung heavy in the air, why were the third young lord and the squad leader fighting? The third young lord, Xiao Riang, despite his inability to use qi, moved with surprising agility, dodging a blow from the squad leader. He countered with a swift kick, surprising his opponent. The squad leader scoffed, unimpressed by his opponent's unexpected resilience. The fight continued, a whirlwind of motion and barely avoided strikes. The squad leader, exasperated, landed a blow, sending Xiao Riang sprawling. Her fury was palpable, a vein throbbed in her temple as she unleashed a torrent of accusations. Xiao Riang, winded but defiant, retorted, reminding her of how long ago his qi blockage had been resolved. He dodged another attack, his movements surprisingly fluid despite his lack of qi. He then countered with a swift punch, striking the eye-patched woman. The eye-patched woman stumbled, momentarily stunned. Xiao Riang seized the opportunity, delivering a series of blows that sent her reeling. A final blow from Xiao Riang sent the eye-patched woman crashing to the ground, defeated. A blinding flash of light erupted as Qion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, countered his attacker's blow. The counterattack was a success, leaving his opponent reeling. Huffing and puffing, the defeated attacker struggled to his feet. He was clearly exhausted, but his eyes burned with determination. Despite his labored breathing, he spat out a chilling threat, I don't give a shit that you're the third young lord, you're dead. A fierce glint appeared in Xiao Riang's eyes, sweat beading on his brow as he glared at his opponent. His expression was one of grim determination. A single word escaped his lips, sure. Xiao Riang's confident smirk hinted at a hidden strength, a challenge in his eyes as he gestured towards his opponent. He uttered a single phrase, defiant and bold, bring it on. News of the confrontation reached the ears of others within the heavenly demon cult. A worried voice called out from the shadows, young lord. Have you heard? The third young lord is. Inside, two figures discussed the unfolding events. One, a calm and collected individual, responded simply, I already know. The other, visibly distressed, added, the situation's not looking good. The fact that we're even here in the first place. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, found himself embroiled in a conflict. He suspected someone was trying to sow discord between him and the berserk demon squad leader. A subtle detail, almost imperceptible, was the way he held his pipe, a nervous habit betraying his apprehension. Meanwhile, an older man, his face etched with worry, considered intervening in the brewing conflict. But Xiao Riang reassured him, pointing out that the berserk demon squad leader was not known for loose talk. Instead, she was likely to become even more tight-lipped if her pride was wounded by the third young lord. A subtle smile played on Xiao Riang's lips, their conflict was actually beneficial to him. He mused that regardless of the outcome, neither Xiao Riang nor his opponent, Eui Hungrian, would emerge unscathed from their fight. The image showed Eui Hungrian and Xiao Riang, both bearing the marks of a fierce battle. Xiao Riang watched, a glint of anticipation in his eyes, as the conflict unfolded. Let's see. He thought. A hand, glowing with an ethereal, blue-green energy, is shown. The narration box reveals that this is the Green Jade Demon Arts, a technique mastered by the Berserk Demon Squad leader. A figure with long, red hair is shown falling, a beam of bright blue energy erupting from his hand. The energy impacting another figure in a dark blue robe, sending them sprawling. The figure in the blue robe, now lying on the ground, looks up in shock, exclaiming that they are inside a building. A large explosion of blue energy erupts from the building, causing significant damage. The aftermath of the explosion is shown, with debris scattered across the scene. A voice coughs, stating that once the other person gets mad, they will be blinded by rage. Another figure, this one with brown hair, is shown crouching, confirming that the rumors were true. Amidst the destruction, a voice calmly requests that they not damage other people's property. A large, muscular figure with long pink hair stands, seemingly ready to confront the person who made the request. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay unconscious, his body ravaged by the brutal fight for his freedom. Two anxious men frantically tried to rouse him, their worried cries echoing in the dimly lit room. While a third, a young man with dark hair, calmly assessed the situation. He mused that the compensation from the fourth young lord would easily cover the costs of Hajin's care. Suddenly, a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch burst into the room, her rage palpable. She roared at the young man, silencing his calm assessment. She launched a scathing verbal attack, her words laced with venom as she questioned his callous indifference to Hajin's plight. And followed it with a swift, powerful blow that sent the young man reeling. The force of the impact evident in the visible shockwave. He staggered back, clearly impressed by the woman's strength. Before he could recover, she unleashed a relentless follow-up attack. A blur of motion culminating in a powerful strike that sent him flying backwards with a cry of surprise. The woman's attack ended with a resounding impact, leaving the young man sprawled on the ground. A fierce clash erupted between two figures. One, a woman with fiery red hair and a determined expression, landed a blow that sent her opponent reeling. He coughed, a sound of exertion and pain escaping his lips as he staggered back. The impact of the blow sent tremors through the air, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. And the man was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. His thoughts raced, he was losing ground quickly. Despite his injuries, a cruel smile stretched across his face. He was not one to give up easily. With a defiant shout, "Take this," he launched a counterattack, a surge of energy emanating from his hand. He lunged forward, aiming a blow at the red-haired woman. However, she anticipated his move, dodging with ease and countering with a devastating blow of her own. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air. He found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep up with her relentless assault. His internal monologue revealed his growing desperation. "She's too strong for me to just be on the defense." Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival, his body battered and bruised from a fierce battle against relentless pursuers. He was falling, the ground rushing up to meet him. The world blurring into a chaotic swirl of motion and pain. His vision swam, the sounds of combat fading into a dull roar. Then darkness. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man crippled by a mysterious ailment that prevented him from using qi. The world was still a blur, but this time, it was the disorientation of a new reality. A reality filled with the sounds of an ongoing battle. A powerful woman with fiery red hair was engaged in fierce combat, her movements precise and deadly. Her opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, clearly outmatched. From a nearby vantage point, Xiao Riang, now inhabited by Hajin's consciousness, observed the fight, his thoughts a mixture of awe and apprehension. He mused on the woman's skill, noting her impressive combat prowess. "I can see why the fourth young lord gave her money, her combat abilities are worth it," he thought, but added a further observation, "However, she doesn't seem like the type who can be swayed by money." The battle concluded with the red-haired woman victorious. She stood, panting slightly, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Hoo. It's been a long time since I've had such an exhilarating fight," she chuckled to herself. Xiao Riang, still observing from afar, pondered the mystery of her actions. So, why did she accept his money, he wondered, the question hanging heavy in the air. An observer, unseen, comments on a female martial artist's prowess, noting that her skills justify the payment she received from the fourth young lord. However, they also remark that she doesn't seem like someone easily swayed by money. A scarred, red-haired woman, exhilarated from a recent fight, is shown. The observer questions why she accepted the money. Another observer, witnessing the fight, finds it exciting but questions the morality of such mercenary combat. The second observer worries about the squad leader's safety, knowing that they are facing the demon lord's disciple. Their concern is palpable as they watch the red-haired woman walk away. A squad of warriors, the Berserk Demon Squad, is addressed by their leader. The female martial artist from earlier expresses frustration that her personal affairs have ruined a dinner party. A woman with fiery red hair, a determined glint in her eye, and an eye patch covering her left eye, declared, "I will take care of this, even if it means I get sent to the penal law hall." She then addressed someone unseen, her voice sharp and commanding, so enjoy the rest of your dinner party. This is an order. Four men, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, stood before her. One of them held a small, white porcelain bottle. A hand gripping a sword emerged from the bottom of the panel, the owner declaring, Berserk Demon Squad is the best. A multitude of fists rose in unison, a powerful display of solidarity and loyalty. The crowd chanted, Squad Leader! Squad Leader! Their voices filled the arena with fervent enthusiasm. A man with long brown hair, dressed in dark blue robes, stood proudly before them. He smirked, commenting, Ha, the entire squad lives up to the squad name, huh? He continued, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, as expected of the heavenly demon divine cult. It's full of interesting people. The squad leader, seemingly amused, observed the scene. He then stated, What a heartwarming organization. A gruff voice responded from behind him, Yeah, that's us. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair pondered aloud, questioning her own naivete. She mused whether she had been too trusting, wondering if someone so talented would really have accepted such a shady payment from the fourth young lord. The same young woman dismissed the idea of manipulation, a frustrated sigh escaping her lips. She considered a more direct approach, wondering aloud if simply beating the other person into submission would be more effective. A small, fox-like creature with orange fur appeared, making soft, playful sounds. A man with long brown hair, dressed in dark blue robes, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the fox creature, addressing it by the name Goldie. He scolded Goldie for being there, reminding the creature of his previous instructions to remain outside. A woman with vibrant red hair, a red sleeveless top, and an eye patch appeared, her hands glowing with blue energy. She sarcastically questioned the man's focus, pointing out his distraction while she was present. The red-haired woman, now airborne, commented on the man's underestimation of her abilities. She launched a powerful energy wave. The man braced himself, realizing she was about to use her palm force again. Goldie watched the unfolding events with a curious and slightly mischievous expression. A masked woman, her one visible eye blazing with fierce intensity, lunged at the young lord, her attack swift and merciless. Die, third young lord, she shrieked, her voice filled with lethal intent. The third young lord, Xiao Riang, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, desperately tried to evade the attack. Sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped, Hey, hey! Listen! He pleaded, his voice strained, See, can you attack in a little bit? A young woman with dark hair, seemingly allied with the third young lord, intervened, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. She explained, He's called Goldie. He's my cute little fluffy friend. Let's have him go somewhere safe before we continue the fight. The masked woman's eyes narrowed, her fury intensifying. You piece of shit! She spat, her voice dripping with venom. The young woman, clearly surprised by the continued aggression, exclaimed, Are you kidding me? She launched a powerful energy blast towards the masked woman. The energy blast hurtled towards Goldie, a small fox-like creature. The young woman, realizing her mistake, cried out in despair, No! A small, fox-like creature with bright, glowing fur appeared, letting out a cheerful ong. Xiao Riang, his face contorted in pain and exertion, roared, Goldu! Surrounded by members of the heavenly demon cult, Xiao Riang braced himself as they prepared to unleash their attack. One of them announced, Heavenly Net 6 Power Technique, Second Technique, Hypervision. The martial artists launched their attack, a flurry of coordinated strikes aimed at overwhelming Xiao Riang. He was sent sprawling across the ground by the force of the blow. But the small fox creature, Goldu, darted forward. Goldu leaped into action, grabbing one of the attackers and announcing, All right. I got him. Another attacker prepared to strike, but Xiao Riang, despite his inability to use chi, resolved to defend himself. He declared, There's no time to dodge. Then, I'll block with my body. The impact of the blow sent Xiao Riang flying, leaving a trail of debris in his wake. He crashed into a nearby structure. A sweeping vista of the heavenly demon cult's fortress unfolds, its imposing structure silhouetted against a twilight sky dusted with snow. A figure, cloaked in shadow, moves with impossible speed, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in their wake. A blur of motion that ends abruptly as a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch stares in disbelief. Did you see that? The narration box explains that the display of power was from the Berserk Demon Squad leader, Eui Hungrian. Now that the disruptor has been dealt with, she declares it's time for the dinner party for real. Eui Hungrian, radiating confidence, invites everyone to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. The scene shifts to a celebratory atmosphere, with the cult members cheering wildly. Suddenly, a new figure appears, their face partially obscured, uttering a chilling declaration, I can't forgive you. They note that the target's mouth is still functioning, before ordering someone to carry the third young lord to his residence. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, lay injured on the ground, a crater forming around him. A man approached cautiously, his expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. Hey, young lord, he began, why don't you go home instead of just lying there? Another man, watching from a distance, chuckled. Ha, squad leader. Aren't you being too harsh? The first man's face contorted in worry. He muttered to himself, how will he go around in public now? A sudden, violent energy erupted from Xiao Riang's body, sending a shockwave outwards. knocking several nearby assailants to the ground with a powerful, unseen force. The sheer power of the blast leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As force of the blast continued to ripple outwards, causing further damage. Another assailant, caught in the blast's periphery, coughed up blood and collapsed. Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, awoke with a grimace, his face contorted in pain. A surge of rage, raw and untamed, coursed through him. A silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. A woman, her face partially obscured, appeared before him, her voice laced with fury. How dare you? Lay your hands on my cute little baby Goldie? The woman, cradling a small, fox-like creature, glared at Xiao Riang. Don't be mean to animals. A crimson energy erupted from her, surrounding her and the fox. Xiao Riang, caught off guard, braced himself for the inevitable attack. A wave of intense heat washing over him as she moved with surprising speed. He barely registered her movement before she was gone. Meanwhile, a figure with blonde hair dashed across a rooftop, his movements swift and silent. He was clearly escaping something. A young man with blonde hair coughed violently, his face contorted in pain. Already, he gasped, the words strained and barely audible. He stumbled back, his hand outstretched as if to steady himself. A wave of crimson energy pulsed around him. He muttered to himself, I need to get the young master out of there before the fight gets any worse. The blonde-haired man's efforts were in vain, he collapsed amidst a cloud of dust and debris, his body half buried in the rubble. His legs dangled precariously over the edge of a shattered wall. A woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch appeared, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. What? How? Her face was etched with concern and a hint of fear. A man with dark hair and a small, yellow creature cradled in his arms appeared, his expression grim. The narration box explained, he got hit directly with the green jade demon arts. The red-haired woman stared at the man, her voice laced with disbelief. How is he still standing? She shook her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. I didn't hold back at all with my demonic arts. He ignored the question, his focus elsewhere. You need to get out of here, he urged, his voice strained but firm. Cheon Hajin, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination, muttered, Don't stop me. He continued, his voice laced with grim resolve, I'm not leaving this place until I've wrecked them. Suddenly, a group of martial artists, their faces grim, surrounded Hajin. One of them shouted, Master, as they prepared for battle. Among them stood a woman with fiery red hair, her expression a mixture of anger and concern. The red-haired woman turned to a blonde-haired man, her voice sharp, Do you know who he is? The blonde man scoffed, Who cares? Who are you anyway? He's the divine cult's third young lord. The red-haired woman's eyes narrowed. She snapped, Shut up. You're not a part of this. Get out. With a burst of speed, she launched a powerful attack. Striking the blonde man with a swift blow. Sending him flying backwards into a nearby structure, causing a significant amount of damage. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin, lay sprawled on the ground, the impact of a powerful blow sending tremors through his body. Dust and debris swirled around him as he struggled to regain his breath. The aftermath of a brutal confrontation leaving him battered and vulnerable. A figure emerged from the dust, his features obscured by shadow, leaving onlookers stunned. What was that just now? One of them exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Hajin's opponent, a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch, was equally shocked. She muttered to herself, I have more than 20 years of experience in battles where I had to fight for my life, yet I couldn't even react at all. Meanwhile, Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, felt a surge of anger welling up within him. As he glared at the scene unfolding before him. Did you think you could make it out of here alive after laying your hands on Goldie? He thought, his voice dripping with venom. The woman, still recovering from the attack, coughed, Cook. I was being nice because you're the third young lord. Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, shouted, Wait, that's... Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Xiao Riang, a blinding blue light engulfing him as he unleashed the berserk demon divine fist. A powerful, red-haired woman unleashed a torrent of blue energy, her expression one of fierce determination. The raw power emanating from her was palpable, shaking the very ground beneath her feet. A wave of energy that seemed to consume everything in its path. From the shadows, a dark figure emerged, his voice a chilling declaration, You're dead. The dark figure, seemingly a martial artist, launched a swift attack, a blur of motion against the woman's raw power. The red-haired woman met his assault with a flurry of her own, her cries of exertion echoing through the scene. Her movements were a whirlwind of blue energy. A clash of immense power that sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The dark figure stumbled back, clearly impacted by the force of her attack. Undeterred, the red-haired woman pressed her advantage, her eyes blazing with fury. Die, she roared, unleashing another devastating blow. A concentrated burst of energy that threatened to obliterate her opponent. From the other side, a powerful fist shot forward. A counterattack that met the woman's assault head-on. The resulting impact was earth-shattering. After the dust settled, a weary voice called out, Are you done? The red-haired woman, clearly exhausted, could only manage a pained gasp. A powerful blow connected, sending a shockwave through the air as the red-haired warrior stumbled back, a pained groan escaping his lips. He crashed to the ground, his body impacting the earth with a heavy thud. His opponent, a figure cloaked in blue, stood poised and ready. The blue-cloaked figure observed his fallen opponent, a smirk playing on his lips as he delivered a cutting assessment. Your punches are slow. The red-haired warrior, struggling to rise, spat out a retort filled with anger and frustration. Ugh. You little rat. His eyes narrowed, a furious glint reflecting in their depths as he prepared his counterattack. Who are you calling? A rat, he roared, unleashing a swift, powerful strike. The force of the blow shattered the earth, sending fragments flying as the red-haired warrior was sent sprawling, leaving him vulnerable and defeated. He landed hard, the impact jarring his entire body. He looked up, a mixture of shock and fury in his eyes. Who else? The aftermath of a brutal fight was strewn across the landscape. Debris and shattered stone littered the ground, testament to the ferocity of the clash. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst the destruction. His face was obscured, but his posture spoke of quiet intensity. A katana rested at his hip, gleaming faintly in the dim light. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted from the dust. A red-haired warrior, his movements sharp and precise, launched a powerful attack. A swift strike aimed at the shadowed figure. The red-haired warrior sneered, "Is a rat like you any match for me?" The shadowed figure remained unmoved, his expression unreadable. He countered with a burst of speed, deflecting the attack with ease. The red-haired warrior, undeterred, boasted, "I can easily defeat someone like you with my berserk demon divine fist." With a swift, powerful kick, the shadowed figure sent the red-haired warrior flying. The shadowed figure's internal monologue, "Someone like me." A surge of dark energy enveloped the shadowed figure, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A fierce female martial artist, her face partially obscured by an eye patch, glared with disbelief. Her powerful attack, a berserk demon divine fist, had failed to penetrate her opponent's demonic energy. The impact of her blow sending a shockwave of crimson energy through the air. The force of the unseen counterattack sent the female warrior sprawling, a bright explosion of light marking the point of impact, leaving her dazed and bleeding on the ground. She could only mutter, "He's strong." The woman's gaze drifted upwards, her expression a mixture of awe and fear. She wondered aloud, are the demon lord's disciples all this strong? Meanwhile, the unseen opponent launched another swift attack, sending another foe crashing to the earth. The defeated opponent groaning in pain. The victor, still unseen, declared, "I've never met someone this strong in any of my battles." The female warrior, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, a cold sweat beading on her brow. A single, desperate thought echoed in her mind, is this how my life is going to end? Shion Hajin, the master assassin, lay bleeding on the ground, his escape attempt thwarted. A bitter realization washed over him, he was going to die after surviving countless dangers. His vision blurred as he felt the life drain from his body. The world around him faded into a hazy red. Darkness threatened to consume him completely. He awoke to find himself in the body of Seo Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man whose body was incapable of using qi. He wondered why those around him looked at him with such pity, questioning if his current predicament was due to some trivial reason. The humiliation of his powerlessness gnawed at him. Seo Riang's self-loathing intensified. He felt pathetic, unable to do anything. He questioned his worth. A wave of despair threatened to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a surge of unfamiliar energy coursed through him. He felt a power he had never known before. It was then that he realized, he was the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad. Shion Hajin, a master assassin, lay wounded, his face marred by cuts and bruises. A dark eye patch covered one eye, further emphasizing the severity of his injuries. His expression, though pained, held a flicker of defiance. His thoughts, fragmented and blurry, focused on a single name, so it's her, Eui Hungrian. The image shifted to a young woman with reddish-brown hair, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and defiance. How strange that someone with the Eui family's bloodline would enter our cult, a voice mused, reflecting the internal conflict of the scene. The narration continued, explaining the Eui family's history. The Eui family was ruined after harassing the divine cult. Be it the 7 families or our side, no one likes her. Eui Hungrian's inner thoughts were revealed, as long as I could survive, I didn't care how I was treated. After my family fell to ruin, I entered the divine cult. She was assigned to the Berserk Demon Squad, a group of outcasts within the cult itself. I was put into a squad called the Berserk Demon Squad, which was said to be just a group of people the divine cult didn't care about. A confrontation began. A burly man sneered, "Hee, I'm not gonna go easy on you just because you're a kid." He attacked, but Eui Hungrian skillfully parried his blows, only to be met with more aggression. And even there, I was ignored for being an outsider. "I won't go easy on you just because you're an adult," she retorted, her fighting spirit undeterred. The fight continued, culminating in the man's defeat. "Hyuk, I surrender," he gasped, defeated. Through countless battlefields, the narration concluded, highlighting Eui Hungrian's resilience and skill. A crimson tide stained the battlefield as Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, fought desperately for his life. He had already slain countless pursuers. Continuing his relentless assault, his movements a blur of deadly precision. 2 swords flashed, barely missing his head as he evaded their attacks with impossible grace. And with a final, earth-shattering blow, he sent his opponent sprawling, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. This was how he survived. His escape, however, was far from over. He picked up a weapon, a symbol of his new reality, and prepared for another brutal confrontation. A battle to the death with the former squad leader loomed before him. The fight was fierce, a whirlwind of steel and blood. Hajin fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, and emerged victorious, his face a mask of grim determination. He had earned his place. His rise to the position of Berserk Demon Squad leader was complete. He had claimed his new identity and found a new family to lead and protect. The Berserk Demon Squad stood behind him, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a dire predicament. Despite the cult's fearsome reputation, a chilling thought pierced his mind, but, I'm going to die here? A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he clenched his fist, a desperate attempt to muster strength despite his chi deficiency. He unleashed a desperate, raw punch, fueled by sheer will. But it proved insufficient against his attackers. The impact sent him sprawling, the force of the blow echoing through his body. A nearby squad leader shouted in alarm. He stumbled back, his legs unsteady beneath him. Yet he refused to yield. A figure emerged from the dust, observing him with a mixture of surprise and amusement. "Oh ho, look at you," the newcomer remarked. The newcomer continued, "You've pulled yourself together while getting beaten up, huh? I'll admit you're tough." Another figure, a powerfully built man with fiery red hair, appeared, interrupting the conversation. He warned, "Don't underestimate me." The red-haired man's eyes blazed with intensity as he declared, "I'm." The scene opens with the introduction of a formidable figure, Eui Hungrian, the Berserk Demon Squad leader. Her presence is immediately striking, radiating power and menace. She stands poised, her powerful legs braced, a glowing blue aura emanating from her sword. The energy crackling around her feet as the ground beneath her cracks under the sheer force. Another individual observes Hungrian, commenting on the extraordinary power emanating from her sword. Its blue aura indicates a level of mastery where the weapon seems to bend to her will. He marvels at the sword's might. The observer, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination, declares his intent to test the limits of this extraordinary weapon, stating that he too wields a powerful blade. He challenges Hungrian, demanding a demonstration of her sword's capabilities. The ground cracked under the weight of a powerful figure, radiating a vibrant blue energy. A testament to the wielder's exceptional skill. Her sword aura, a brilliant blue, indicated a mastery of the blade. It moved as an extension of her will. Observing the scene, a man remarked on the impressive swordsmanship, noting the refined technique evident in the wielder's movements. He then declared that only a true master of the sword could wield such a weapon, implying a personal connection to the art of swordsmanship. His eyes blazing with intensity, he challenged the swordswoman to demonstrate the full potential of her weapon. Meanwhile, through heightened senses, he perceived the swordswoman's inner turmoil. With a furious cry, the swordswoman lunged forward, her attack imbued with raw power and lethal intent. The impact of the blow sent tremors through the earth. He sensed a complex mix of emotions within her: anger, anxiety, shock, and stubborn defiance. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes glared intensely, her expression a mixture of fury and pain. A thought bubble above her head revealed her internal conflict: sense of honor, loss, acknowledgement? A close-up on a young man's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and confusion. His internal monologue echoed the woman's question: acknowledgement, huh? The red-haired woman, her face contorted in a grimace, unleashed a torrent of energy. Her voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. "Are you also aware that you have already lost?" Observing the scene, the young man's thoughts drifted to the woman's mental state. "I thought she has lost her mind, but I guess she still has some sense left in her." With a guttural roar, the red-haired woman launched a devastating attack, a wave of raw power shattering the ground around her. The force of the attack was immense, sending debris flying as she moved with terrifying speed. The young man, caught off guard, was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the attack, his body tumbling through the air. As he landed hard, the young man looked up at his opponent. He spoke, his voice calm despite the situation. "Well then, as the winner, I shall give you a lesson." The young man prepared for his counterattack, a surge of energy building within him as he unleashed a powerful blow. Shion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself on the run from the Divine Justice Alliance. His escape, however, was short-lived. He braced himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared for an attack. The words, "Watch closely," echoed in his mind. A crimson energy erupted from his opponent's hand, a technique known as the steel wall hand. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the earth around him. Hajin, severely wounded, collapsed and awoke to find himself in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. Despite his condition, Xiao Riang found himself inexplicably capable of deflecting an attack. A surge of power coursed through his veins as he countered with surprising skill. His opponent, stunned by this unexpected display of power, could only stammer, "Why you, how did you?" Xiao Riang, still adapting to his new reality, explained, "Even though I did it in a rush, I still used a lot of dark shadow." A narration box describes the steel wall, a deadly hand technique from the myriad realms, capable of turning one's hand into steel to destroy anything it touches. It's a skill that maximizes internal power. The image shows a severely injured hand, emphasizing the destructive power of the steel wall technique. A man with brown hair, wearing a dark blue robe, observes his injured hand. He reflects that his opponent must be more skilled than he anticipated, given her ability to injure him despite his defensive technique. A splatter of blood on the ground indicates a recent injury. A sound effect bubble reads cough cough. More blood is shown on the ground, continuing from the previous panel. The scene shifts to a woman with red hair and a bloody eye patch. She coughs, clearly winded and injured. Her face is grim, showing the effects of a hard-fought battle. The man in the blue robe stands over the injured woman. A crack runs through the ground between them, suggesting the force of their previous clash. He observes her weakened state, noting that she seems to have exhausted her sword aura. He offers her a choice. The man presents an ultimatum: she can confess to receiving money and turn herself in, or she can face death for disrespecting and attempting to murder the young lord. A woman with fiery red hair, a fierce expression etched on her face, and an eye patch covering her left eye, snarled, "Shut up, you bastard." A young man with dark hair, dressed in simple, dark blue robes, stood before her, katana in hand. He scoffed, "Ha, is this how you're going to be?" He continued, "Well, I guess you didn't like that some random person came out of nowhere and started telling you what to do. That was rude of me. I forgot all you have is your ego." The young man raised his katana, preparing to strike. "I'll stop talking and end it here." With a swift movement, he lunged forward. His blade flashing in a blur as he delivered a decisive blow. The impact sending a shockwave through the air. "Goodbye." The woman's eyes widened in shock as she staggered back, blood flowing freely from a deep wound across her face. A look of disbelief and pain contorted her features as she collapsed. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded on the ground, his body slick with blood. His opponent, a figure whose face was obscured by shadow, observed him with a cold gaze. "You've been acting like a mad dog till now," the figure stated, their voice dripping with disdain, "but now, you look like a gentle sheep." The figure pressed their advantage, their sword poised above Hajin. "Why didn't you dodge?" they demanded. Hajin, his face pale and drawn, could only offer a weak reply, "Because I couldn't." Their question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The figure's gaze sharpened. "Is that why you put down your sword too? Are you accepting death?" Hajin remained silent, his eyes fixed on his opponent. The figure sighed, a sound devoid of sympathy. "The loser has to die. That's how it goes." A grim acceptance settled over Hajin's features. He looked at his own blood-stained hands. "All the battles I've fought were a matter of life or death." His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "I didn't live a good enough life to have regrets or anything like that now that I'm about to die." His gaze drifted to his discarded sword, a symbol of his past life as an assassin. He continued, his words laced with a chilling resignation. "I knew that I would someday die by someone else's hand, just like everyone else I've killed." His opponent watched him, their expression unreadable. "I guess so. I don't know, and there's no point in knowing either." The figure sheathed their sword, leaving Hajin to his fate. A sense of finality hung in the air as the chapter ended. The close-up shows Cheon Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Seo Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince. His face is etched with weariness, his neck bearing the marks of a recent brutal struggle. A faint dusting of ash clings to his clothes, hinting at the intensity of the conflict he's endured. A powerful fist, blurred by motion, hurtles towards the viewer, radiating energy and suggesting a swift, decisive blow. The impact connects with a woman with fiery red hair, sending her sprawling. The force of the strike is evident in the radiating lines emanating from the point of contact. Hajin, his expression grim, stands over his fallen opponent. He declares that he will forgive her disrespect and petty crimes with this single punch. The woman coughs up blood, her face contorted in pain. The severity of the blow is underscored by the vivid depiction of blood. Despite her injuries, she defiantly declares that she won't be his obedient dog just because he spared her life. Hajin, a smirk playing on his lips, retorts that he merely used her as bait, questioning whether she truly believes he would be so easily manipulated. He reveals that he intended to use her to pressure the fourth young lord, but their encounter escalated into a fight to the death. The scene shifts to Hajin tending to an injured elderly man, watched anxiously by two younger men. The setting appears to be the aftermath of a battle, with rubble strewn around. A muscular man with fiery red hair, clutching a bloodied sword, glared up at a young man with dark hair, his face contorted in fury. He threatened to kill the younger man if he discovered that he had stolen money from him. The younger man scoffed, dismissing the threat. He retorted that compared to him, the red-haired man was nothing more than a common thug. He stood defiantly, his posture radiating confidence as he faced a group of onlookers. The red-haired man watched him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. The young man, addressing someone named Dongpil, ordered them to leave. Dongpil, a man standing amongst a group of armed guards, responded with immediate obedience. The young man and Dongpil departed, leaving the red-haired woman behind. They walked away, their figures silhouetted against the bright sky. The red-haired woman, her face bloodied and bruised, looked defeated. A man approached her, his expression one of concern. He suggested they clean up and get some drinks. The woman, still dazed, responded with a confused huh and a questioning what. He explained that he wanted to end the dinner party, as the other guests were waiting. He held up a small, damaged device. The red-haired woman, observing the device, reflected on her initial assumptions about the young lord, admitting that he was different from what she expected. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, offered a silent apology for the unnecessary conflict he had caused. He reflected that if the situation escalated further, the strain might prove fatal. He was then confronted by two figures, their backs turned. One, a woman with long dark hair, wore a blue robe and carried a sword. The other, a burly man with blonde hair, also carried a blade. The woman scoffed, offended by an unseen insult. The woman, her face streaked with blood, continued her retort, labeling the unseen speaker as a weakling, possessing only brute strength. Night had fallen upon the heavenly demon cult's sprawling compound. The moon hung high in the sky, casting long shadows across the ornate rooftops. The scene shifted to a closer view of the rooftops, highlighting the intricate details of the architecture. Particles of incense drifted upwards. A woman, her face partially visible, let out a soft sigh, a single bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The camera angle shifted to reveal a dimly lit room, the woman's presence now more clearly defined. The air was heavy with anticipation. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat in a meditative pose amidst a circle of incense burners. His body, though seemingly at peace, betrayed a subtle tension, a stark contrast to the serene atmosphere of the room. A faint sheen of sweat on his brow hinting at the inner turmoil he struggled to contain. He was the prince, yet powerless, his body incapable of wielding qi. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, two figures engaged in a hushed conversation. One, a man with long, dark hair, spoke with a calculating glint in his eyes. He had secretly paid the Berserk Demon Squad leader to ensure his safety. He made sure to keep this transaction well concealed. His secret, however, had been revealed far sooner than anticipated. He mused that there are no eternal secrets, but this betrayal felt unusually swift. His suspicion immediately fell upon Facility Master So, the only person with knowledge of the transaction. Elsewhere, a tense scene unfolded. A woman, elegantly dressed, stood before a man with piercing purple eyes. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. The man recalled the woman's earlier promise, she would not interfere in the succession conflict. He wondered if this was still true. His question hung in the air, unanswered, as the woman's expression shifted. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as she realized the implications of Xiao Riang's actions. Had he changed his mind? No, that didn't matter anymore. She had already prepared for this contingency. Soon, no one would ever see him again. With a chilling resolve, she revealed her deadly plan. Her incense, infused with a concentrated, lethal poison, was already burning. A chilling prophecy was delivered. A deadly poison would seep into Xiao Riang's lungs, paralyzing his body and ending his life in agonizing pain. A powerful cultivator, seemingly unaffected by the threat, sat in a meditative pose, a purple aura surrounding him as incense burned nearby. It was noted with concern that the seventh young lady's condition had not improved. The seventh young lady lay in bed, pale and weak, barely able to eat anything that day. Her condition was deemed critical, she could not even sleep without the incense. The situation was dire. Instructions were given to burn a specific incense at the third young lord's bedside while he slept. A young woman, upon seeing the incense, reacted with shock and confusion. She questioned the contents of the box, her uncertainty evident. A young woman, her face etched with worry, questioned the older man before her. She hesitantly voiced her concerns, unable to comprehend the task ahead. How could she possibly assist the young master when she didn't even understand the nature of the problem? Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, the young woman despaired. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed her inability to proceed. The older man, his expression grim, explained the urgency of the situation. He stated that the parasite within the young master's body would soon become active, and without prompt administration of the antidotes, the consequences would be unbearable. The older man's words hung heavy in the air. He emphasized that this wasn't a matter of choice, but of survival. The young woman's eyes widened in terror as she realized the weight of her responsibility. He insisted that she must act if she wished to save the young master's life. The name Manhwa was uttered, leaving the young woman both confused and apprehensive. The young woman's eyes widened in surprise as she heard the name Manhwa again, this time shouted with urgency. Startled, she quickly responded to the call, addressing the person who had summoned her as young master. The young woman, Manhwa, approached a man seated at a table with a small fox-like creature. She inquired about the creature's needs, offering to fetch food. He readily accepted her offer, urging her to hurry. Manhwa immediately bowed and rushed off to fulfill his request. Xiao Riang, the prince, observed his familiar, Manhwa, a small fox-like creature. He noted that Manhwa seemed unusually tired lately. Riang gently stroked Manhwa's head, telling the creature to wait a bit. Manhwa purred contentedly as Riang continued to pet it. Riang mused that the creature was quite strange. Riang's expression turned pensive as he recalled a past event. He wondered if he had grown fond of Manhwa without realizing it. The question lingered in his mind, had he become so attached to Manhwa without even noticing? Suddenly, Riang was attacked. A fierce struggle ensued, with Riang desperately trying to protect Manhwa from harm. During the chaos, Riang felt a strange connection with Manhwa, as if they were linked. Riang dismissed the idea of sharing chi with a beast as absurd. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a pensive state. A subtle uncertainty clouded his features as he contemplated something. Beside him sat a small, fox-like creature with striking golden eyes, its expression mirroring his own thoughtful demeanor. It was clear to an observer that this was no ordinary animal, there was an unusual power emanating from it. The fox-like creature's gaze seemed to pierce through Xiao Riang, as if seeing something beyond his physical form. A reflection of Qian Hajin, the master assassin, whose consciousness now inhabited the prince's body. A knock echoed through the room, interrupting the moment. A voice called out from beyond the door. Officials from the penal law hall, seeking an audience with the young prince. Xiao Riang, caught off guard, could only watch as they entered the room. The lead official's face fell as he took in the scene before him, a mixture of apprehension and concern etched onto his features. A man with dark hair, dressed in elegant robes, stood beside a small, fox-like creature. His expression was one of grave concern. He had just learned of a serious accusation. Someone had confessed to disrespecting and attempting to murder the third Muyang lord. The scene shifted to a grand, traditional building, possibly a temple or palace, its red walls and intricate architecture hinting at its importance within the heavenly demon cult. A woman with fiery red hair, her face etched with worry and exhaustion, was seen from behind. She was clearly distressed, as a voice called out to her, demanding an explanation for her actions. The woman, now fully visible, was chained to a crude wooden block, her orange prison garb torn and stained. She was clearly a prisoner. A man with dark hair approached her, his expression a mixture of anger and concern. He questioned her actions, reminding her of a previous encounter where he had seemingly forgiven her. She sat calmly, her chains a stark reminder of her captivity, yet her gaze held a quiet strength. The man pressed her further, demanding to know if her current situation was a deliberate choice. He seemed genuinely perplexed by her actions. The woman, with a weary sigh, simply stated that her current predicament was, indeed, her own choice. The scene opens with a high-angle shot of a prison cell. Xiao Riang, a young man with dark hair tied in a ponytail, sits calmly on a chair, his gaze fixed on a prisoner chained to the floor. The prisoner, a woman with fiery red hair, shifts restlessly under the weight of her bonds. Xiao Riang's expression is unreadable, but a flicker of something akin to confusion crosses his features as he contemplates the prisoner's plight. He thinks to himself that he doesn't understand why there is no mercy shown for the attempted murder of a young lord or lady. He questions the prisoner, pointing out that if she didn't want to live anymore, she could have told him sooner, and he would have killed her then and there. His tone is devoid of emotion, almost clinical. The red-haired woman glares at him, her eyes filled with defiance. She sneers, stating that he can do it right now if he wishes. Xiao Riang's expression shifts to one of annoyance. He shouts at her to get it together. He then muses to himself, questioning if he hit his head, as he is unsure why she is acting this way. The red-haired woman's expression hardens. She reveals that he did, in fact, hit her on the head very hard. Xiao Riang dismisses her statement as nonsense and demands to know what she is really thinking, pressing her for the reason behind her actions. He asks, "Why did you do this?" The woman simply replies that there's no reason for her to tell him. Xiao Riang, the fourth young lord of the heavenly demon cult, sat shackled, his hands bound tightly. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Was this his fate, a consequence of his actions? Was it to keep a promise made to someone else? His crimson eyes, filled with a mixture of defiance and weariness, reflected the weight of his predicament. But if he were to keep his word, why hadn't he remained silent until the very end? His captor's frustration was palpable. She had traveled a long way, only to have her plans disrupted. A new figure appeared, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He wondered if there was a connection between the events unfolding before him and the confession he had just heard. Could this be why she had confessed to harming him? The weight of the situation pressed down on him, a heavy burden of uncertainty. The captor, her face etched with a mixture of anger and amusement, spoke. Her words were a testament to Xiao Riang's reputation. She acknowledged his prowess as the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, a title earned through ruthless efficiency and unmatched skill. A voice called out, a summons that cut through the tension. It was a familiar voice, one that held authority within the cult. The young master had arrived, his presence commanding attention. Two guards flanked him, their expressions stoic and watchful, as he approached Xiao Riang's cell. Two figures stood in a dimly lit prison cell. One, a woman with fiery red hair, sat shackled, her expression a mixture of defiance and weariness. The other, a man with dark hair, wore a concerned frown as he addressed her. He questioned her confession to attempted murder, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. The woman, unfazed, calmly explained that she had only taught the victim a lesson because she liked her. The man, however, remained unconvinced, noting that the victim's injuries were far too severe to be considered a mere lesson. He lamented his inability to control his strength, leading to the victim's disfigurement. He argued that even if the woman was unstable, attempting to kill a disciple of the demon lord was illogical and nonsensical. The man conceded that the woman's claim was true, but the witnesses and the overall circumstances made her situation dire. Another individual, seemingly a higher-ranking official, interjected, pointing out that the person actually involved was denying the truth. He questioned what more evidence was needed. Ignoring the official, the man resolutely declared his intention to free the Berserk Demon Squad leader, Eui Hungrium. The official, taken aback by his defiance, attempted to change the subject by asking if he liked drinking. The man, clearly flustered, internally questioned what he should report to his superiors. A young woman with fiery red hair sat shackled on a wooden crate within a cold, stone cell. Her orange tunic was stained and torn, and the heavy chains binding her wrists and ankles were clearly meant to restrain her. Meanwhile, a dark-haired woman with a stern expression stood in a dimly lit corridor. She spoke, her words carrying a hint of condescension. "I'll take that as a yes. Come over when you have time. We'll have a drink. And bring your own snacks so as not to burden my servant with more work." The red-haired woman in the cell, her face bruised and bearing a single, striking heterochromia, stared back with defiance. Silence hung heavy in the air. Within the heavenly demon cult, two figures sat across a low table, their conversation shrouded in mystery. One inquired about the actions of the Berserk Demon Squad leader. The other responded simply, "Of course." One of the men revealed a shocking discovery: the Berserk Demon Squad leader had accepted money from the fourth young lord. He then surmised that she had confessed to survive. The other man explained that she couldn't admit to taking the money because she had promised him she wouldn't, and she couldn't let her squad members get involved. His companion, however, noted that the man had left the scene after the fight. He countered that she could have simply confessed and pretended it didn't happen, but too many people had witnessed the fight. The restaurant that was destroyed was a significant factor in his decision. The scene shifted to a woman with a stern expression. She mused that Eui Hungrian now had another threat to worry about. The narrative opens with a close-up of a man's chest and shoulders, his dark hair cascading down his back. The caption identifies him as Hong Yuamun, the fourth young lord. Hong Yuamun, the fourth young lord, is shown in a contemplative pose. He reflects on a recent incident, reasoning that if word of his involvement were to spread, the fourth young lord would likely assume that a certain woman had sided with him. He continues his internal monologue, considering the potential consequences for the woman and her squad if rumors of bribery were to surface. The image shows the woman in question, a fierce-looking warrior with fiery red hair. Yuamun concludes that sending the woman, whose name is Punal Logrian, to the penal law hall is the best course of action. The panel shows Punal Logrian bound and seated in a prison cell. This way, suspicion would fall on her alone, protecting her subordinates. The narration box explains his reasoning. Another man, seemingly questioning Yuamun's decision, points out the risk Punal Logrian took. He wonders why she would act so recklessly, given the potential death penalty. Yuamun, shown in a pensive pose, agrees that her actions were reckless, but he reflects that this is likely how she has always lived her life. Living each day as if it could be her last. One observer noted that the recent events were a risky gamble, entirely dependent on chance. Another countered that it wasn't gambling at all, as the individual in question had achieved their objective. A third party questioned what this objective might have been. The answer being the protection of her subordinates. This individual was described as eccentric but ultimately caring towards those under their command. Despite this, another character deemed her actions reckless. Meanwhile, a different individual marveled at the young master's insight and maturity. This individual felt that the young master possessed a level of maturity exceeding his own. Only to reveal that the door was already open. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a start. His eyes, wide with surprise, reflected a dawning comprehension. A subtle shift in his awareness, a feeling of something profoundly different. He was no longer Cheon Hajin, the master assassin. A woman with a striking eye patch and a fierce expression stood before him. She demanded, "Give me the drink you promised." She continued, explaining, "I made food to go with it." The woman, clearly impatient, approached, carrying a bag of food. And Xiao Riang stared, speechless, at the unexpected offering. Xiao Riang's internal monologue: "Whoa, is this real?" A table laden with a sumptuous feast is presented. Various dishes, including roasted fish and braised meats, are artfully arranged. Three individuals, a man in a dark blue robe, a woman with fiery red hair and a sleeveless top, and another man with blonde hair and a dark robe, are seated around a table, partaking in the meal. The blonde-haired man comments on how good the food looks. The man in blue expresses concern, questioning if something is wrong, as the red-haired woman's expression is one of intense anger. The red-haired woman dismisses his concern, stating that she is good at cooking and they don't have to eat if they don't want to. The blonde-haired man then has an internal thought, questioning if she is secretly from the divine cult, given her exceptional cooking skills. The man in blue admits he was unaware of her culinary skills. Alcohol is poured from a large vessel into a small bowl. The blonde-haired man questions the red-haired woman's choice to drink from a bowl instead of a glass, to which she replies that a small glass doesn't allow her to properly taste the alcohol. The man in blue is shocked by the red-haired woman's enthusiastic declaration that the alcohol is exceptionally good. The red-haired woman's intense enjoyment of the drink is shown, leaving the man in blue speechless and questioning the strength of the drink. A scene unfolds within the heavenly demon cult, where three figures are gathered around a table. Two individuals, one with blonde hair and a stern expression, and another with long brown hair, observe a third person, Dongpil, who stands silently, seemingly lost in thought. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable: why is he standing there? The blonde-haired individual addresses Dongpil, urging him to join the others and rest instead of remaining standing. Dongpil responds with a single, resolute word: I can't. His refusal is immediately followed by a worried observation from the blonde-haired individual, who expresses concern about the potential instability of the Berserk Demon Squad leader. The blonde-haired individual's face hardens with determination. A silent vow forms in his mind: he will stop her, this time. The brown-haired individual observes the scene, commenting on Dongpil's unwavering loyalty, exceeding even that of Guan Yu himself. This observation is met with a dismissive retort from the red-haired woman, who questions whether such loyalty constitutes love at this point. The red-haired woman, with a defiant glint in her eye, challenges the blonde-haired individual, questioning his belief that he can stop her. She asserts that he should know his place. The blonde-haired individual remains silent, his gaze fixed, his expression unreadable. A question hangs heavy in the air: will he answer her challenge? Two figures, one stout and one leaner, stood before a third, a man with long dark hair and a determined expression. The stout man warned against underestimating their opponent, while the dark-haired man scoffed, declaring himself the Berserk Demon Squad leader. The scene shifted to a different location, where a man sat calmly, sipping tea. He questioned the dark-haired man's sudden arrival, wondering why he hadn't gone to rest after his recent ordeal. He expressed surprise at the dark-haired man's open arrival, noting the boldness of his approach. The man sipping tea warned of the potential consequences if the fourth young lord discovered the dark-haired man's presence. The dark-haired man, however, dismissed the concern, stating that it was not a time for worry. The scene returned to the initial setting, showing the three men seated at a table laden with food. The dark-haired man questioned the meaning behind the warning. The man sipping tea explained that the fourth young lord was known for his underhanded tactics and use of mercenaries. The woman with red hair and an eye patch listened intently, her expression grim. She revealed that many individuals secretly worked for the fourth young lord, motivated solely by payment. A thought crossed her mind: should she contact the true leader of the demon squad? The scene opens on a grand, imposing structure, typical of the heavenly demon cult's architecture. Intricate rooftops and ornate details hint at the power and influence wielded by the cult. Within the cult's halls, two figures conversed. One voiced concerns about summoning the true Demon Squad leader, suggesting it was unnecessary given the Berserk Demon Squad leader's failure to defeat Xiaoryang. The other countered, explaining that the Berserk Demon Squad leader's actions were not due to Xiaoryang's strength, but rather a betrayal. A woman, seemingly in a position of authority, considered the possibility of betrayal but dismissed it as a problem for later. She then turned her attention to a more pressing matter: the poison incense and its effects. A close-up reveals a dark-haired man, seemingly the one she was addressing, holding a small, dark red pill. His expression is one of quiet contemplation. He crushes the pill, revealing a writhing, insectoid creature within. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he contemplates his next move. He decides to give Xiaoryang a different gift. A malevolent glint in his eyes, he reflects on Xiaoryang's arrogance and plans to show him the meaning of helplessness. A messenger relayed a grave report: the fourth young lord had purchased the loyalty of several individuals. And some of them were now plotting his assassination. The young lord, Xiaoryang, acknowledged the information with a curt nod. He then questioned the messenger's motives for revealing this dangerous intel. The messenger's response was blunt: Xiaoryang was, in fact, one of the targets. A bowl of oil sat on a burner, a subtle detail in the scene. The messenger, a woman with a striking eye patch, explained that this was her payment for the information. Xiaoryang's expression remained calm, betraying little emotion. He gestured for more alcohol, his demeanor unchanged. Night fell, the moon a silent witness to the unfolding events. High atop a rocky outcrop, two figures silhouetted against the twilight sky engaged in hushed conversation. One, cloaked and mysterious, posed a question; the other, his face obscured by shadow, simply replied, "Go ahead." Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted. A young man with unbound brown hair, clad in simple dark clothing, launched a swift, precise attack, his movements a whirlwind of controlled power. Observing from a distance, two more figures watched the display. One, a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch, questioned her companion, a blond man wielding a staff, about the young man's erratic behavior. She expressed concern, warning him to hold back any criticism of the young master in her presence. The young man, reacting to their assessment, vehemently denied their assumptions. His outburst was a sharp rebuke, a clear indication of his defiance. He unleashed a burst of energy, a visible wave rippling outwards from his blade, leaving the red-haired woman momentarily stunned. The blond man, intrigued, pressed for an explanation. The blond man, however, remained unconvinced, noting a recurring phrase the young man often used. He revealed that the young man frequently stated that there was no world more dangerous than Murim. And that, because of this, he preferred to openly display both his strengths and weaknesses. A woman with fiery red hair, partially obscured by a dark eye patch, questioned the logic of exposing one's weaknesses in a dangerous world. "How does that make any sense?" she challenged, her tone laced with disbelief. Standing beside her, a man with light blonde hair explained, "He said that's how he stays alert and on his toes. He said himself that he's anxious sometimes." The woman continued, thoughtfully, but he also said that true freedom begins with honesty. Since his path is already destined, regardless of what others see or say, he will walk his own path. I think that's the mindset he lives by every day. The woman, turning to the blonde-haired man, stated, expose yourself in order to gain true freedom. Honesty is the first step to freedom. The woman reflected, I've never met someone like him. A man with long brown hair, seen from behind, stood in a grand hall, his back to the viewer. He seemed lost in thought. I didn't know someone with that kind of mindset actually existed. Two individuals, seemingly fellow martial artists, engaged in a conversation. One questioned the age of another, noting that he appeared younger than themselves. But the other dismissed the concern, asserting that age held no significance when it came to learning. Elsewhere, Cheon Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, practiced his movements. He noted that the heaven elevation technique, while not his primary focus, complemented his demonic arts well. Explaining that he hadn't initially intended to use the heaven elevation technique, as his assassin background had led him to prioritize the dark shadow demonic art. He found the combination to be unexpectedly effective, deeming it perfect. However, he also reflected that there was no need to abandon his assassin techniques to learn demonic arts. Concluding that his previous approach of rigidly separating his martial arts styles had been arrogant. Hajin further contemplated his approach to combat, stating that his choice of technique would depend entirely on his opponent, whether it be an assassin technique or an overpowering one. By learning other types of martial arts, his perspective had broadened, providing him with more versatile combat options. The scene concludes with Hajin clapping his hands together, seemingly satisfied with his newfound understanding. Three figures, two men and a woman, stood before a fourth, a man with long brown hair. The first man, with blonde hair, spoke, surprised to find them still there. He offered to help with their hangovers. He suggested a hangover drink, prompting a question from one of the others about whether they wanted to drink again. The woman with fiery red hair retorted that alcohol is not the way to cure a hangover. The blonde-haired man then mentioned Angwa's hangover soup, wondering if she was still awake. Instead of soup, he suggested they have a drink. The long-haired man firmly rejected the idea, telling them to go home and drink if they wished. His forceful tone was met with a surprised expression from the others. Suddenly, Anhwa collapsed, her name shouted in alarm. The long-haired man rushed to her side, urgently calling for her to wake up. A young woman, Anhwa, clutched her stomach, her face contorted in pain. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as she gasped, "Young master, my stomach hurts so bad." Seo Riang, the young master, examined her abdomen, his expression grim. He detected something amiss. A disturbing internal injury. He realized, with a jolt of horror, the gravity of the situation. She has internal injuries. Something is eating her alive. Angwa's breaths hitched, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, "Young master, I couldn't do." As she recounted the events that led to her current state. Seo Riang's eyes narrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. Did something happen? He scooped Anhwa into his arms, his resolve hardening. Ignoring the approaching figures in the background, he declared, "I have to save her life first." All preparations for the Mara festival were complete. Even if any small changes needed to be made, they would be able to take care of them without a problem. A powerful-looking man, seated upon an ornate throne, offered a drink to his guest. The guest humbly accepted the offer, stating it would be an honor. With a graceful movement, the host reached for a nearby vessel. Revealing a finely crafted container of finjo, a type of grain alcohol from Funan, Shaanxi that dates back to AD 950. He presented the drink to his guest, commenting on its quality. The guest thanked the demon lord and then inquired about the third individual. A man with a beard sipped tea, lost in thought. He mused that he hadn't heard anything about a certain individual since an incident involving a berserk demon squad leader. A question arose in the opulent chamber where he sat before a powerful-looking figure. He clarified that he wasn't interested in the man's current activities, but rather in the changes he had undergone. The bearded man's face showed a mixture of concern and apprehension as he listened. The other man pressed, focusing his inquiry on the subject's transformations. Seated on his throne, the powerful figure dismissed the inquiry, stating there was nothing noteworthy to report about the third young lord at the moment. A single word, sharp and dismissive, cut through the air, absurd. A hand presented an empty dish. A thought bubble revealed a suspicion, was it not the jackal who chose the third? Cheon Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, pondered his escape. His gaze held a mixture of determination and doubt. Was this a calculated risk, or merely a desperate gamble? He found himself seated in a lavish chamber, the opulent surroundings a stark contrast to his previous life. Or was it perhaps fate at work? The image of a snarling jackal filled the panel, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Unlike other creatures within the solitary bamboo grove, this was no figment of imagination. It was a real mystical creature, a being that embodied the endless cycle of life and death. A small, cute fennec fox was shown, a stark contrast to the previous panel's ferocious beast. As it sheds its old form, it is reborn, absorbing the life force of its surroundings. The jackal's transformation was depicted, its aged body dissolving into a swirling vortex of energy, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Numerous lifeless bodies lay scattered within the bamboo grove, their life force drained by the mystical creature. The scene opens on a gruesome tableau. Several monstrous creatures, resembling a mix of canine and avian forms, lie slain amidst a bamboo grove. Their bodies are mangled, blood staining the earth around them. A small, fox-like creature with large, expressive eyes watches the carnage from a distance, its posture conveying a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The creature's fur is a vibrant golden hue, contrasting sharply with the grim scene before it. Because of its inherent wickedness, this creature is considered one of the world's most evil beings. But there's another reason why the jackal is considered wicked. The scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield. Arrows rain down from the sky, piercing through soldiers locked in fierce combat. A white horse rears back in terror as its rider falls, mortally wounded. Wherever a jackal appears, war is inevitable in that nation. The narration explains that the jackal is believed to absorb life force and cause wars, making its presence a harbinger of destruction. It is seen as the worst disaster on Earth. The small fox-like creature, now revealed to be the jackal, looks on with an unsettlingly calm expression. Its eyes glow with an inner light. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, lay unconscious on a bed within the heavenly demon cult's opulent chambers. His body, ravaged by the brutal fight for his freedom, was now that of Xiao Riang, a prince of the cult afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A mysterious figure, cloaked in dark blue robes, sat vigil beside him, their face obscured by shadows. The figure examined Hajin's arm, a faint, toxic energy emanating from the wound. They recognized the energy as the poison of a specific insect. They noted that while his internal injuries were severe, they were not yet life-threatening. However, the figure also realized that a young maidservant, lacking martial prowess, would not survive long with such a potent toxin in her system. The figure, determined to save the maidservant, declared their intention to remove the poison insect. To do so, they planned to first use the Boundless Technique's purification method to maximize the maidservant's body's natural healing capabilities. The figure's thoughts drifted to the maidservant's anxious behavior over the past few days, wondering if this was the cause. They knew that poison insects could cause madness, a fact they were well aware of. The figure pondered the cruelty of whoever inflicted such a despicable act upon the innocent maidservant. The maidservant coughed, her body racked with pain and the effects of the poison. A violent cough racked Xiao Riang's body, a spray of crimson staining the pristine white fabric beneath him. As he clutched at his chest, his face contorted in pain. Anhwa, his servant, gasped, her own hand stained with blood. "It's out," she exclaimed, her voice strained with worry. Xiao Riang examined the small, dark insect in his palm. It pulsed faintly with a sinister purple light. This is the slow corrosion poison insect, he realized. They weren't just trying to harm her. He continued his analysis, his brow furrowed in concentration. This is a poison insect that's used to threaten someone with their life, to enslave them. It's something like a blood parasite. A grim determination settled on Xiao Riang's face as he pieced together the implications. Whoever did this must have been trying to threaten Anhwa into hurting me, he thought. His eyes narrowed, a chilling realization dawning on him. There's only one person who would come after me with such a despicable method. The name solidified in his mind, Fourth Young Lord, Hong Yuamun. A woman with fiery red hair and a stern expression confronted him, holding a piece of incense. "What do you mean? Are you saying that Anhwa is a spy planted by the Fourth Young Lord?" she questioned. She responded, her voice low and thoughtful, "I don't know about that, but this incense, it's the same as the one I saw in the Fourth Young Lord's residence." A man with blonde hair tied in a topknot pondered, his brow furrowed in thought. Since a woman had been afflicted with a poison insect, he wondered if she was being threatened. His thoughts continued. The woman must have known her life was in danger, yet she disobeyed orders. He noted that she was a very loyal servant to the young lord. But why would the young lord do such a thing? A woman with fiery red hair, a patch over her left eye, and a cigarette in her hand, addressed the blonde-haired man. She scoffed at his question about her affiliation with the divine cult, stating there was only one reason for her involvement. The blonde-haired man's expression shifted to one of intense contemplation. The red-haired woman explained that if all other disciples vanished, the last remaining one would naturally become the demon lord. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room within the cult. A voice called out a name, Xin Hui. A man in a white robe responded to the young master. An elderly man, his face etched with deep lines of worry and concern, stared intently at something unseen. His eyes, though aged, held a sharp intensity, reflecting a deep unease. Meanwhile, a figure with long, flowing purple hair, their back to the viewer, calmly smoked a pipe. They spoke, their voice betraying no hint of the anxiety that permeated the air around them. "Don't worry. I'm always prepared for the worst." Another man, similarly attired, responded, his voice laced with apprehension. "I'm not sure what kind of worst-case scenario you have in mind, but if it were to happen, it would be my responsibility, so please abandon me." The purple-haired figure chuckled, a confident smirk playing on their lips. "Stop worrying needlessly. It won't happen. I made plans for every possible move that Xiorian could make. Besides," they continued, "it's about time he did something." The scene shifted to show the purple-haired figure and the other man standing before a grand residence. The purple-haired figure spoke again, their tone matter-of-fact. "I've placed people around the third young lord's residence. I'm sure that soon." A commotion erupted, signaling the beginning of the anticipated events. The elderly man's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed the sudden chaos unfolding before him. Beside him, the purple-haired figure remained calm, a slight hint of anticipation in their expression. A powerful explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The aftermath of a fierce battle was laid bare, the ground was cracked and strewn with debris, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. Several figures, their movements blurred by speed, were scattered across the scene, suggesting a chaotic struggle had just concluded. Only one figure remained standing, their boots kicking up dust as they walked away from the devastation. The air crackled with residual energy, hinting at the intensity of the conflict that had just transpired. A group of individuals in dark robes surveyed the damage, their faces etched with concern. "The gate got destroyed," one of them exclaimed, highlighting the extent of the destruction. Another figure, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, approached cautiously. Their expression was one of confusion and alarm as they questioned, "What's going on?" A woman with fiery eyes and dark hair emerged, her voice ringing with authority. She demanded, "Come out at once, Hong Amun." Her words laced with impatience and a hint of menace, she continued, "Stop hiding away like a bug." A scene shifted to reveal a man of imposing stature, dressed in elegant robes. He addressed someone unseen, his tone laced with disapproval. Demeanor from a guest. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? As a young lord of the divine cult, you should behave with dignity and grace." A young man, his face partially visible, contemplated the words, a skeptical expression clouding his features. Dignity and grace. Another individual, with striking purple hair, appeared, their gaze sharp and inquisitive. "So, what brings you here?" A sneering figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed the scene with amusement. He chuckled softly, with such a funny expression, too. A fist, crackling with crimson energy, clenched tightly. The raw power was palpable. The intensity of the energy focused in a single, glowing purple eye, radiating menace. Another figure, this one clad in blue, scoffed, "Dignity, my ass." He lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. A devastating blow connecting with the sneering figure, sending them sprawling to the ground. The attacker followed up with a powerful kick, creating a shockwave that shattered the ground. Leaving the fallen figure bleeding from the mouth, a cruel smile playing on their lips as they uttered a low chuckle, "Kiki." The fallen figure retorted defiantly, "Enough with the bullshit. Come at me." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, glared at his opponent, his expression twisted in anger. He vowed to cut off the hand that dared to play tricks on him. The other martial artist, unfazed by the threat, retorted that he hadn't started the fight and wouldn't show respect simply because of Riang's status. The scene shifted, revealing the artist unleashing a powerful demonic art, a Serpent King's technique, as he declared that Riang would soon learn the source of his arrogance. A massive purple serpent materialized behind the martial artist, its scales shimmering with dark energy. Observing the display, a bystander gasped, recognizing the technique as belonging to the Jiaxa family. The purple serpent coiled and uncoiled, its movements swift and deadly. The martial artist, empowered by the demonic art, launched a lightning-fast attack. The speed of his movement was astonishing, leaving the observer awestruck and commenting on his incredible speed. A figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding dark energy, observed his opponent. He noted that the demonic art's strength lay in its speed and flexibility, but its power was insignificant. Despite this assessment, he conceded that the opponent's foot techniques were quite impressive. The observer questioned how someone so young could possess such refined footwork. He concluded that the youth must be a disciple of the demon cult for a reason. However, the observer confidently declared that his own skills far surpassed those of his opponent. Readying himself to demonstrate his superior prowess, he launched a swift counterattack, dismissing his opponent's abilities as inconsequential. The observer noted that his opponent's movements remained predictable. With a powerful strike, he landed a decisive blow, leaving his opponent gasping for air. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, grimaced in pain. His eyes widened as he realized the horrifying truth: his attacker had poisoned him. He staggered back, his vision blurring as a dark energy erupted from his assailant. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving Riang gasping for air as he crashed to the ground. His attacker stood over him, a cruel smile playing on their lips. Riang's mind raced, piecing together the clues. The searing pain, the strange energy, it was poison, skillfully applied under the assassin's nails. His attacker lunged again, a deadly blow aimed at his heart. "Die," they hissed. With a desperate effort, Riang deflected the blow, but the poison had already taken hold, sending him flying back with a sickening thud. His attacker revealed a chilling truth: using demonic energy to purge the poison would also destroy his internal organs. A voice, cold and devoid of empathy, echoed through the shattered remnants of a building. It declared that the only way to escape the agonizing pain of death was to truly desire life itself. The scene shifted to a courtyard, where a cloaked figure, seemingly frail, stood amidst the debris. He gestured with a trembling hand, his words a chilling prophecy: to become crippled, to live like a corpse once more. More debris rained down, the aftermath of a brutal conflict still settling. A cloud of dust obscuring the scene. A gasp escaped someone's lips, a question hanging in the air: "Huh? He's moving?" A close-up revealed wide, shocked eyes, reflecting disbelief and dawning horror. A voice, strong and defiant, cut through the astonishment. It was a challenge, a sneer of contempt. Did you think you could defeat me with this kind of poison? A figure, powerful and imposing, stood amidst the destruction, a weapon held aloft. The remnants of the building crumbling further around him. A voice, sharp and incredulous, pierced the silence. The snake poison of Serpent King demonic arts? The speaker, a woman with striking purple hair, stared in disbelief as another figure, equally shocked, stood beside her. A single word, uttered with utter astonishment, hung in the air: impossible. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, despite his inability to use qi, reflected on his past life as Qion Hajin, a master assassin. He recalled his resilience, having completed missions even with grievous injuries. A surge of dark energy emanated from him, a stark contrast to his weakened state. His eyes burned with an inner fire, reflecting a determination that belied his physical condition. A silent testament to the indomitable spirit of the assassin inhabiting the prince's body. He coughed, blood staining his lips. A nearby cultivator witnessed the display of power, his eyes widening in disbelief. He questioned the nature of the energy radiating from Xiao Riang, noting its immense power and unusual quality. The cultivator's fear intensified as he recognized the energy as something far beyond typical demonic energy. He felt a primal terror, a sense of alienation that he associated only with the Great Nine demonic elders. Another cultivator, observing the scene from afar, wondered if Xiao Riang had somehow reached a new, terrifying stage of demonic power. Xiao Riang, fueled by the potent energy coursing through him, launched a swift attack. His movements were precise and deadly, a testament to his assassin's training. A blur of motion that left his opponent reeling. The cultivator, stunned by the unexpected power, could only watch in horror as the attack landed. The cultivator gasped, realizing that Xiao Riang had seemingly reached the ultimate stage of demonic power. Another cultivator intervened, shouting a warning to stop the fight. Several figures in black, their faces obscured by white masks, launched themselves from the rooftops, their movements swift and silent as they descended upon their target. A wave of apprehension washed over the scene. A sudden realization dawned on the onlookers: these were members of the Penal Law Hall's Black Guard, known for their ruthless efficiency and unwavering loyalty. A man in a white robe, his face etched with worry, watched the scene unfold from a distance. He let out a relieved sigh, the tension visibly leaving his shoulders. Meanwhile, a close-up revealed a man with long, dark hair, his face contorted in pain, a trickle of blood tracing a path down his lip. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce, almost unnatural intensity, a stark contrast to his physical suffering. The seventh captain of the Penal Law Hall's Black Guard, a figure of authority among his masked subordinates, addressed the situation. He declared his identity and purpose, commanding the young master to accompany them back to the Penal Law Hall. A masked guard, identifying himself as the seventh captain of the Penal Law Hall's Black Guard, addressed Xiao Riang, informing the young master that he was to come with them to the Penal Law Hall. Xiao Riang, surprised by the guard's sudden appearance, wondered how they had arrived so swiftly. He suspected that someone had anticipated this event. As another figure, an older man, approached, addressing Xiao Riang as fourth young lord. The older man, visibly relieved, let out a sigh of relief, revealing his knowledge of the situation. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, calmly requested a moment, striking the older man with surprising force. A man's face contorted in agony, his eyes wide with terror as a powerful grip tightened around his throat. A sharp cooing sound echoed, suggesting a forceful action. A voice calmly explained, "This is the poison insect you fed Manhwa. I brought it with me because I really wanted to return it to you." The speaker, a young man with dark hair, held a small, glowing insect between his fingers, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he approached the terrified man. A guttural "Keuheuheugheughh" escaped the victim's lips. The young man's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and menacing as he stated, "You don't need to worry about swallowing. I'll shove it deep down your throat." A woman's voice cut through the air, sharp and filled with outrage, "Xiao Riang, stop that right now." The terrified man, his face contorted in fear, pleaded, Please save me, young master." Xiao Riang, unfazed, calmly responded, "Ah, that's right. The fourth young lord you serve is skilled with poison, so he'll have an antidote for this. You'll heal within a few days and come with another dirty trick in hand." The older man, his face a mask of defiance, retorted, "I won't do such a meaningless thing, then." Xiao Riang's eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity as he prepared for action. A hand, bloodied and forceful, clamped down on Xiao Riang's ear, twisting with brutal efficiency. The prince's face contorted in pain. A strangled cough racking his body as blood welled up, staining his white bandages. A woman with striking purple hair watched, her expression a mixture of concern and something darker. Her eyes widening in alarm as Xiao Riang crumpled to the ground. The scene shifted to show several guards, their faces grim, surrounding the fallen prince. He lay still, a crimson stain spreading across his clothes, as the guards exchanged tense glances. The purple-haired woman addressed the guards, her voice sharp and decisive. She declared that they should proceed to the Penal Law Hall. One of the guards, however, voiced a concern. He politely requested a delay, citing sensitive skin as his reason. The scene transitioned to an exterior shot of a grand building, its roofline visible against the night sky. The camera focused on a sign identifying the location as the Heavenly Demon Cult Penal Law Hall. The scene opens on a dimly lit corridor within the Heavenly Demon Cult's headquarters. Lanterns cast long shadows on the dark wood paneling, creating an atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. A figure, unseen, speaks to Xiao Riang, the prince of the cult. "Come with me, young master." Xiao Riang, his expression unreadable, replies, "We're already done with the interrogation." "Where is he taking me?" As two figures walk down the corridor, Xiao Riang's internal monologue begins. This isn't in the direction of the jail where Eui Hungrian was incarcerated. A look of dawning realization crosses Xiao Riang's face as he clutches his side. A sharp pain shoots through him. He gasps. The poison I was suppressing with demonic energy has begun to spread. Xiao Riang's thoughts continue. Hong Eui Moon was using martial arts involving poison. The incense he was using was definitely a kind of hallucinogen with poison too. He probably trained his martial arts by fighting imaginary opponents in those hallucinations. Is that how the Jiaxa family trains? I did hear that there are a lot of strange techniques in demonic arts, but this is quite a unique approach. It'll take me some time to really understand it. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult, was led through a dimly lit corridor by an attendant. Dust motes danced in the golden light filtering through the ornate wooden doors. He paused, a subtle frown furrowing his brow. Two presences beyond the door registered to him. One was unmistakably Hong Yue Moon. The other presence was more elusive, a vague yet palpable energy. The second presence felt dull yet clear, hard yet soft, a strange contradiction. It was an unpleasant energy, one that sent a shiver down his spine. Deciding to confront the unknown, Xiao Riang resolved to meet whoever lay beyond the doors. As he approached, a voice called out, a question hanging in the air, "You're here?" Xiao Riang found himself facing two individuals seated at a low table. One was a stern-looking man, the other a woman with dark hair. He addressed the man, his voice laced with suspicion. "Are you the hall master of the penal law hall?" Gogu, the penal law hall master, identified himself to Xiao Riang. He observed that, at first glance, Xiao Riang appeared to be an unremarkable individual. However, Gogu sensed that there was more to him than met the eye. Gogu found Xiao Riang's appearance unusual and couldn't sense any unique energy from him. He concluded that Xiao Riang was definitely concealing something. Gogu inquired about Xiao Riang's well-being after the interrogation, noting his fatigue. Xiao Riang, however, refused to sit down, stating his inability to do so. Gogu pressed Xiao Riang for an explanation, questioning the reason for his summons. Xiao Riang explained that he did not wish to speak with someone who was concealing their true nature. A figure, partially obscured, observed another individual from behind. Their gaze lingered on the other's mask, a unique feature that caught their attention. "It sure is, a unique mask," they mused, noting a distinct difference from the standard attire of the Black Guard. "The Black Guard all wear masks, but I didn't sense any ambiguity." "You're different, though," one of them stated, addressing the masked individual. Prompting a question, "What's different about me?" The elder, with a knowing smile, chuckled, "It's your real face, but you're wearing a mask. It's 100 times thicker than the masks the Black Guard wears." "Is that so?" the masked figure responded, their curiosity piqued. "Isn't it obvious?" "You're keeping yourself concealed," the elder explained, the conversation unfolding before a third, silent observer. "What the hell are they talking about?" the observer wondered, their expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. The elder, seemingly pleased with his own insight, simply replied, "I see." "Impressive." His expression shifted, a subtle change in his demeanor. A sinister grin spreading across his face as his eyes gleamed with malicious intent. The masked figure, finally understanding, reacted with a look of dawning comprehension. "It's bone contraction mystical arts," the elder revealed, his voice carrying a hint of dark amusement. Xiao Riang's face contorted, a look of dawning horror spreading across his features. His expression was one of stark disbelief as he witnessed a transformation he couldn't comprehend. A subtle shift in his features that only a few had ever noticed before. He was the third person to witness this peculiar change. A metamorphosis that hinted at a hidden power within him. His gaze hardened, a newfound resolve settling in his eyes. The penalty law hall master, his face impassive, posed a question, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. He wanted to know if Xiao Riang was satisfied with what he had seen. A question that hung heavy in the air, a silent pressure building between the two men. Xiao Riang's eyes narrowed, his mind racing to process the implications of this revelation. The penalty law hall master continued, his words a mixture of observation and subtle probing. He marveled at Xiao Riang's survival, noting his keen perception. A skill that had allowed him to endure 8 months in the solitary bamboo grove. Xiao Riang, however, remained stoic, dismissing his survival as insignificant. Urging the hall master to get to the point. His patience was wearing thin. The scene shifted to a close-up of Xiao Riang's face, his expression unreadable. He had seen through the penalty law hall master's facade, perceiving a hidden truth beneath the surface. The scene opens with the back of a figure, their long dark hair pulled back in a high ponytail. They are dressed in dark, elegant robes, suggesting a position of authority. Two other individuals, partially visible, sit on either side, their expressions unreadable. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair sips tea, her gaze distant. She reflects on the recent interrogation, noting that the incident has been resolved. The implication is that further discussion is unnecessary. A man with dark hair and a serious expression addresses the others, promising an end to conflict. His demeanor suggests a desire for peace, but his words carry an undercurrent of authority. Another man, his face etched with anger, vehemently objects. He questions the authority of the previous speaker, his words sharp and defiant. He declares himself a disciple of the demon lord, asserting his independence and refusal to take orders from anyone but his master. The first man acknowledges the disciple's right to refuse, admitting a lack of authority to impose his will. However, he presses further, questioning the disciple's actions. The disciple counters, stating that the other man also lacks the authority to subjugate others. The first man points out the hypocrisy, highlighting the disciple's attempt to control a battle squad commander through bribery. The disciple's face contorts in anger, revealing a furious expression. A heated conversation unfolds. One individual vehemently demands an explanation, questioning the other's words with disbelief and anger. The other responds calmly, asserting that the evidence is irrefutable and further denial is unnecessary. Continuing to explain that the world operates on a complex system where power dynamics and relationships dictate the flow of events, far from straightforward. The scene shifts to two individuals, one seemingly in a position of authority, listening intently to the other. Tension hangs heavy in the air. As the listener confirms the speaker's assertion with a curt, yet meaningful, "That's right." The speaker elaborates on the nature of the organization, explaining that the Penal Law Hall upholds the cult's laws alongside the Guardian Court, but their functions differ significantly. Highlighting that the Guardian Court focuses on communication and reception, passively reacting to events, unlike their own proactive approach. The speaker emphasizes the difference between the two courts, stating that their organization actively protects the cult, handing out punishments and administering judgment in special cases. Introducing two individuals, one with a stern expression and the other with a more relaxed demeanor, alongside a group of masked figures, likely enforcers. However, the speaker clarifies that this authority does not extend to the two individuals present, promising them an unprecedented experience. A man with dark hair, dressed in elegant dark robes, addressed another, his gaze sharp and assessing. He inquired, "What do you think, third young lord?" The third young lord, seemingly caught off guard, responded with a confused, "Huh? About what?" He was mid-meal, chopsticks in hand, happily slurping from a small cup as he spoke. His expression was one of blissful contentment. The other man clarified, "About not creating conflict again?" The third young lord, still enjoying his meal, nonchalantly replied, "Well, all right. It's nothing too difficult." The other man, however, looked unconvinced, his expression serious. He warned, "I'm telling you just in case, but I'm not joking." The third young lord, seemingly unfazed, continued his meal, stating, "Who would want to make an enemy of the Penal Law Hall? Not me, that's for sure." He added, "I don't want to fight anyone either. It's best to live in peace." The other man held up a small, elegant bottle. He commented, "I've never tasted something like this before. What's it called?" A man with dark hair, dressed in fine robes, offered a small bottle to another, whose expression was one of sly amusement. He commented on the other's skill, suggesting a business proposition, "You're really skilled, do you have any intentions of selling it?" The robed man continued, offering to send more bottles to the other's residence. The second man responded politely, suggesting a reciprocal exchange, though he wasn't sure what he could offer in return. "Oh, really? I'll look for something to send you too. I don't know if there's anything suitable, though." The first man's expression shifted, a hint of impatience and annoyance flickering across his features. He scoffed, "Nah. Life is all about give and take. Don't worry." He then turned his attention to a third individual, a younger man with dark hair, addressing him as fourth young lord. The younger man was in the process of pouring himself a drink. Suddenly, the younger man knocked over his chair in a fit of rage, the sound echoing through the room. A silent, furious outburst that left the others stunned. He muttered, "I will never." His face contorted in a mask of barely controlled fury, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The older man, seemingly unfazed, calmly stated, "Forget this humiliation." He stood up, leaving the scene. A young woman with long dark hair, dressed in a dark blue robe, sat at a table, calmly sipping tea. A figure in a purple robe hurried out of the room, leaving the door ajar. The woman sighed, muttering under her breath about closing the door. She turned her attention back to her guest, a man with dark hair tied back in a topknot, who was dressed in a dark gray robe. He calmly stated that he had nothing more to say and asked if she wanted to discuss anything further. The man politely declined further conversation, thanking her for the drink. However, he paused, a slight smile playing on his lips, and added that he did have one more question. He commented on her impressive mystical arts skills, noting that while it was a good disguise, he found it odd that she used such a method to meet them. He questioned her motives, suggesting she didn't seem like the type to prank or test people. The woman listened intently, her expression unreadable. She reassured him that he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. With that, she bid him good night and left the room. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed a regal figure from a hidden alcove. The figure, dressed in dark, ornate robes, stood calmly before a low table, his expression unreadable. The young man's gaze lingered on the figure, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. He mused to himself that it had been a long time since he had encountered someone so inscrutable. And, more strangely, the man possessed a familiar scent. A sudden thought struck the young man, his eyes widening slightly as he considered a chilling possibility. Could this man be connected to his past in some way? A servant announced that the carriage was ready. The young master, however, decided to return alone, dismissing the servant's concerns. The servant protested, reminding the young master of his status and the audacity of anyone who would dare threaten him. Ignoring the servant's warning, the young master walked away, his mind steeled with resolve. He would not let this matter go. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, afflicted with a chi deficiency, walked through a dark forest. He was unaware of the danger lurking nearby. A voice, cold and resolute, echoed in his mind, "I'll make sure that no one will get in the way." The speaker's intent was clear, to eliminate any obstacle. The voice continued, its tone laced with a chilling precision, "I'll be slow and precise." But another voice, sharp and accusatory, countered, "Look at that bloodthirst in your eyes. You seem ready to kill someone right now." Startled, Xiao Riang's eyes narrowed, his face contorted in a grimace of suspicion. A guttural shout escaped his lips, "Who's there?" The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence of the forest. From behind a large tree, a figure emerged. He was casually dressed, in contrast to Xiao Riang's more formal attire. The newcomer extended a hand in a gesture of camaraderie, his voice smooth and inviting, "Come here, brother. Let's have a drink together." The newcomer, relaxed and smiling, held a flask aloft. His demeanor was deceptively friendly, belying a potential threat. Two figures, one in dark robes and the other in a more ornate, lighter garment, stood beneath a gnarled tree. The man in dark robes commented that the penal law hall master was annoying, but skilled at making alcohol. The man in lighter robes, his face partially obscured, wondered what the other was planning. He worried that the other man might be planning something within the penal law hall's territory. The man in dark robes dismissed his concerns, claiming he was merely offering a drink to celebrate his release from interrogation and gestured for the other to sit. The man in lighter robes admitted to being irritated by the other's voice, wondering if it started when the other took the internal enlightenment facility master from him that evening, causing his plans to go awry. He quickly composed himself, reminding himself that the other was merely prey. The man in lighter robes asked what the other wanted to talk about. The man in dark robes replied that he simply felt they had never had a proper conversation. Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, pondered a question that had been weighing on his mind. He mused, did we ever truly have a proper conversation after growing up? His sibling, whose name remains unknown, sat beside him, a thoughtful expression on their face. The sibling then asked, so, do you intend to continue acting like this? Why do you want to make life hard for yourself? Xiao Riang retorted, ha. You're not asking because you really want to know, are you? He responded, isn't it obvious? All 7 of us siblings must fight one day. Continuing his explanation, he added, no, the moment we became the demon lord's disciples, we became enemies too. He concluded, that's when the fight began. Xiao Riang's sibling, clearly frustrated, asked, why are you even asking? There's no need to kill, is there? Xiao Riang countered, did you stop me just to have this kind of conversation? A figure with dark hair, partially obscured, sits before another individual. The speaker, whose face is not fully visible, states that they only wanted to hear the other's thoughts, at least for now. The second figure, a person with long dark hair and a calm expression, speaks. They comment on the fate of the royals of the land, noting that those who failed to become emperor lived pitiful lives. A close-up on the first figure's face reveals a look of intense contemplation. Their eyes are narrowed, and their expression is one of deep thought. They mutter that it's almost better to avoid fate, even if it means killing their siblings to become ruler. The speaker is shown drinking from a small, white vessel. The second figure, their face now fully visible, asks if that is what the first figure fears. The second figure continues, questioning whether the first wants power or is simply afraid of being killed. The first figure, clearly irritated, replies that they are losing their appetite for this conversation. The first figure, setting down their cup, declares that if they were only called to be questioned, they are leaving. The first figure, their face contorted in a menacing expression, asks what the other would do if they said yes. A figure with dark hair, dressed in dark blue, leaned forward, a calculating glint in their eyes. They issued an ultimatum, leaving the decision to chance, but hinting that things would not go as planned. I'll leave it to chance, then. Things won't go your way, though. So, what's your answer? The scene shifted to a desolate landscape. A white porcelain pot lay on the ground, seemingly out of place. A voice, resolute and weary, declared their intention to answer truthfully. If there's no point in lying, then I'll give you this answer. The back of a figure with long, gray hair tied up in a bun was shown, their clothing adorned with dark patterns. The air crackled with unseen energy. A white porcelain vase shattered, releasing a purple aura. The fragments scattered across the ground, leaving a lingering magical essence. The dark-haired figure from before reappeared, their eyes burning with a cold fury. Their words were a chilling promise. I'll make sure to kill you one day. Their face contorted in a grimace, a surge of dark energy emanating from them. The intensity of their hatred was palpable. A violent outburst of energy erupted from the figure, a wave of dark power. The energy blast impacted, causing a devastating explosion in the distance. Buildings were shown in the background, highlighting the scale of the attack. Another figure, with long reddish-brown hair, appeared, their expression grim. They recognized the attack for what it was. Another ambush? I won't fall for it twice. A confrontation unfolded. One figure, cloaked in shadow and wounded, looked up at their assailant. "What are you doing?" they gasped, their voice strained. The other, a younger figure with dark hair, responded with chilling calm, "You said you're going to kill me one day." The younger figure continued, their hand raised in a gesture of defiance. "You think I was going to let you go after hearing that kind of answer?" Their eyes narrowed, a steely resolve hardening their features. "I will," the young figure declared, their voice laced with lethal intent. "Kill you here, right now." Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, a man stood gazing out a window. He spoke, his voice low and thoughtful. "Are both the young lords gone?" He continued, his tone suggesting a lack of surprise. "The fourth young lord didn't seem like he was going to heed my warning." The man paused, his expression shifting slightly. "The cult won't be shaken by incidents created by someone like him." A guard bursts into the room, his face etched with urgency. He announces the arrival of the third guard captain. The hall master, seated calmly, gestures for the guard to enter. The guard reiterates the urgency of the situation. The hall master, his expression hardening, demands an explanation. The guard reveals that the third and fourth young lords are engaged in a fight. One of the young lords explains that since he initiated the attack, he will allow his opponent to strike next. The two young lords face each other, ready for battle. One of them challenges the other to attack. Xiaoryang, one of the young lords, is challenged by his brother, who is enraged by his actions. Xiaoryang's brother unleashes a dark, powerful energy, his eyes glowing menacingly as he questions Xiaoryang's confidence. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a precarious situation. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally interrupted. He was surrounded, his body racked with pain from the fierce battle. His opponent, a formidable martial artist, sneered. He pointed out the flaw in Hajin's fighting style, highlighting the time it took to prepare his techniques, leaving him vulnerable to ambush. A swift, brutal attack followed. The martial artist lunged forward, claws extended, aiming to end the fight quickly. Hajin, severely wounded, felt a cold dread wash over him as he braced for the inevitable. His attacker, a figure of immense power, loomed over him, a cruel smile twisting their lips. The attacker unleashed a devastating blow, sending Hajin flying through the air. He crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. As Hajin lay there, barely conscious, a voice filled with rage echoed above him. It was the voice of his attacker, who vowed to kill him. However, before the killing blow could land, the scene shifted. The attacker was suddenly thrown back by an unseen force. Xiaoryang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, channeled a surge of dark energy, his body contorting with exertion as he unleashed a raw, uncontrolled blast. The resulting shockwave pulverized the surrounding earth, leaving a crater in its wake. His opponent, unimpressed, scoffed, "You can try." A violent eruption of crimson and purple energy followed, signaling the escalation of their conflict. Another figure, seemingly a sibling of Xiaoryang, appeared, unimpressed by the display. "Humph. You're rather arrogant, brother." He launched a swift attack, questioning Xiaoryang's combat prowess. "How are you going to kill anyone with a technique like that?" Xiaoryang coughed, clearly struggling against the combined assault. The impact sent tremors through his body. Observing the fight, a third individual commented on Xiaoryang's unexpected strength, noting his superiority to the Berserk Demon Squad leader. As expected of a disciple of Li Chansang, he's definitely stronger than the Berserk Demon Squad leader. I'm sure he'd be able to kill Eui Hungrian within 10 turns. Despite this assessment, the observer admitted to his own limitations, hampered by earlier poison. "It's not that I can't beat him, but the poison from earlier is getting in my way. I won't be able to end this fight until that's taken care of." Suddenly, a furious voice cut through the air. "Xiaoryang! You bastard!" Xiaoryang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself facing an enraged cultivator. His opponent's tone was clearly disrespectful, laced with venom. The cultivator sneered, implying that Riang didn't deserve any respect. His words were a prelude to violence, he vowed to shatter Riang's calm demeanor. But Riang, despite his inability to use qi, reacted swiftly, his movements surprisingly fast for someone considered powerless. He effortlessly deflected the cultivator's attack. The cultivator, taken aback by Riang's unexpected speed, stumbled back. A pained cry escaping his lips as Riang's counterattack landed. Riang pressed his advantage, mocking the cultivator's slow movements. Enraged, the cultivator unleashed a furious kick, his attack imbued with dark energy. But Riang met the attack head-on, his counterblow sending the cultivator reeling back with a pained groan. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving only the faintest trace of purple energy in his wake. His pursuer, a cultivator from the heavenly demon cult, stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Huh? Where did he go?" Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, appeared before him, a calm smile playing on his lips as he said, "Right here, brother." Seo Riang's eyes narrowed, a hint of challenge in his gaze. "I'll show you just once, so open your eyes wide." With a sudden burst of movement, he demonstrated his unique fighting style. A breathtaking display of footwork that defied the limitations of his chi-less body. Leaving his opponent stunned as he launched a swift, precise attack. The cultivator, speechless with astonishment, could only stare as the attack landed with devastating force. He roared, "Do you get it now? This is what footwork should be. Heaven elevation." A figure, presumably Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, coughed, a pained sound escaping his lips as he braced himself against an unseen force. The word technique echoed in the air, a testament to the martial arts prowess of his opponent. He was sent sprawling across the ground, the impact jarring his body. The force of the blow was evident in the cracks appearing on the stone floor beneath him, leaving him breathless and disoriented. His mind raced, a single, desperate question forming: how? Seo Riang's attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow, moved with impossible speed. Their movements were a blur, leaving only trails of purple energy in their wake. The attacker's internal monologue revealed their astonishment. "I didn't see his movements at all." The attacker, seemingly satisfied, declared, "All right, that's enough." The attacker, now revealed to be a woman with long brown hair, continued to assess the situation. Her thoughts were audible. The dynamic between Nine Heavens contraction divine steps, heaven elevation technique, and dark shadow demonic art is pretty good. She reflected further, "I was rather certain, but I didn't have the chance to check in a real-life situation. I'm sure about it now." Seo Riang, eyes blazing with anger, glared up at his attacker. His voice, filled with resentment, boomed, "You arrogant little, how dare you use me to test your martial arts?" The woman responded with a chilling threat, "Don't expect your death to be a peaceful one." As she unleashed a powerful attack, purple energy erupted around her, engulfing Seo Riang in a maelstrom of destructive force. A dark, purplish-black energy erupted from Cheon Hajin's body, taking the form of a shadowy, serpentine creature. The creature lashed out, its shadowy form ripping through the earth, sending chunks of rock and debris flying. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, the figure of Seo Riang remained unmoved. He scoffed, "I told you, it's no use. This kind of attack won't work on me. Don't you get it, even after seeing my footwork?" His opponent, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, responded with a chilling chuckle, "Seo Riang, you haven't changed at all." The shadowy figure revealed itself, a sinister smile twisting its lips as it revealed sharp, clawed hands. "You're still looking down on me." The figure continued, "You've always looked down at everyone, you never had the chance to look up." Seo Riang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Up?" The shadowy figure unleashed a burst of dark energy, cackling, "Kohahaha. You've fallen for it." This was the biggest form of snake shadow poison palm. "Well then, can you dodge this one too?" A sinister figure, his face contorted in a cruel smile, loomed over his opponent. Purple energy crackled from his fingertips as he sneered, "Why don't you try with that stupid footwork of yours?" He unleashed a torrent of purple energy. A swirling vortex of destructive power that engulfed his foe, leaving him battered and vulnerable. The attacker, his voice dripping with malice, explained, "The poison of the poison palm will be absorbed into the injuries I made in your torso earlier." He continued, "You won't survive this one, because I poured in all of the deadly poison." The attacker, his face a mask of cruel satisfaction, leaned in close. "Now die while struggling from the poison, Seo Riang." Seo Riang convulsed violently. His body racked with agony as the poison took hold. Seo Riang, gritting his teeth, thought, "The poison penetrates through my skin and injuries even if I hold my breath. To think he's been hiding such a monstrous technique." Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a start. Beads of sweat clung to his brow as he struggled to catch his breath, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. He was in pain, a searing agony that pulsed through his body. Despite the pain, a single, unwavering thought dominated his mind: escape. He needed to get away from the cult, and he needed to do it as quickly as possible. With newfound determination, he resolved to flee. He launched himself into action, moving with surprising speed and agility, despite his weakened state, a blur of motion as he evaded his pursuers. He disappeared into the shadows with a swift, silent movement. A young woman, one of Seo Riang's attendants, watched in astonishment as he vanished. She gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "He disappeared," she whispered, a mixture of shock and concern evident in her voice. Meanwhile, Seo Riang felt a searing pain, his body burning as if consumed by an internal fire. He cried out for help, his voice barely a whisper, "Young master, help, please save me." His pleas for help were desperate, his body racked with pain. He collapsed to the ground, his strength failing him. The young woman found him, her face etched with worry and distress. Suddenly, another figure appeared, their voice sharp and accusatory. "Manhwa. Why are you here?" A wave of purplish energy pulsed through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The poison coursed through Seo Riang's body, penetrating his skin and injuries even as he held his breath. He realized the extent of the danger he was in. He was astonished by the power of the poison, a monstrous technique he never expected. Despite the pain, Seo Riang's resolve hardened. He knew he needed to escape as quickly as possible. With a surge of adrenaline, Xiao Riang drew his sword, preparing to make his move. He launched himself forward, the blade a blur of motion, leaving his pursuer stunned by his sudden disappearance. A woman, presumably a servant, watched in alarm as Xiao Riang vanished. She cried out for help, feeling a burning sensation in her own body. A young woman, tears streaming down her face, knelt on the ground, her plea desperate. "Please save me, young master, please." Suddenly, a hand reached out to her, the owner's voice echoing with surprise and suspicion. "Manhwa. Why are you here?" The hand belonged to a man who gently helped the woman up, his concern evident. "You're recovering from a serious injury. You shouldn't be moving around yet." A close-up on the man's face revealed intense, glowing eyes, hinting at something hidden beneath the surface. Suddenly, a figure lunged at the man, claws extended. He barely managed to dodge the attack, the swift movement leaving a trail of purple energy in its wake. The man grunted in pain as he was struck. The attacker was quickly subdued, their attack thwarted. "Fourth young lord, it was you pretending to be Manhwa?" The man's eyes narrowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Ho ho ho. What is it now?" A hand reached out from the shadows, its owner's voice dripping with malice. "Long time no see, Xion Hajin." A mysterious woman, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, appeared before a figure whose face was not yet visible. The unseen figure exclaimed in surprise, questioning the woman's identity. "Secret demon queen? How are you here?" The woman, now fully revealed as a regal figure in flowing robes, addressed the unseen figure with a chilling statement. "Now that your hands and feet are gone, it's time for your head." The unseen figure, finally revealed as a young man with dark hair, reacted with confusion and alarm to the woman's words. "Hands and feet? What are you?" He looked down at his own hands, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face. "Ha? My hands." His gaze dropped to his feet, the realization of his predicament deepening his distress. "My feet too, how?" Panic swelled within him as he grappled with the sudden, inexplicable change. "What happened? I was clearly..." He looked around, disoriented and confused, at his unfamiliar surroundings. "This place. I was..." A sinister chuckle echoed through the space as the woman watched him with amusement. "Coo. She continued, her voice dripping with disdain. "How pathetic. Look at you struggling in the snake shadow poison palm's illusions. It's a shame I'm the only audience." A sneering figure, his face etched with cruel amusement, addressed someone unseen. His eyes, ringed with dark veins, gleamed with malevolent intent. "Your arrogance is always getting you into trouble," he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. He continued, his hand crackling with dark energy. "I'll kill you right here, like you said you'd do to me." A chilling threat hung in the air as the figure's clawed hand extended, imbued with a sinister purple aura. "You might come back and be a nuisance if I don't make sure to kill you here." So, with a swift, brutal movement, the figure lunged forward, claws extended, aiming a deadly blow. The attack was met with a desperate defense, a figure barely visible, their back turned, bracing for impact. The attacker recoiled, a pained cough escaping their lips. Their face, contorted in surprise, revealed a hint of vulnerability. A surprised gasp escaped the other figure. "Kohuk, H. How?" The attacker's hand clamped down on the other's throat, their grip tightening. A figure with reptilian eyes and clawed hands glared, his expression one of furious disbelief. He hissed, demanding to know how his opponent had escaped his illusion. His opponent, a man with dark hair, calmly replied that the sight of the figure's face had been enough to break the illusion, like a splash of cold water. He then questioned if this was the secret martial arts technique his opponent had been hiding all along, noting its cunning and wicked nature. The reptilian figure scoffed, sneering at the idea that such a petty trick could grant true power. With a swift movement, he lunged forward. But his attack was met with a counter, sending him reeling back with a pained cough. The dark-haired man, now seemingly floating, explained that he had used the poison previously administered to him to eradicate the shadow palm technique from his body, allowing him to escape the illusion. He further revealed that his assassin training had prepared him for such toxins, allowing him to detoxify the blood parasite. The reptilian figure, coughing up blood, was left utterly bewildered by this revelation. One of the heavenly demon cult members explained that only the demonic elders could detoxify the snake shadow poison, and even then, it would take time. Another cult member, however, countered that while the detoxification took longer than expected, it was still a minor issue. He did concede, though, that the situation had created more trouble than anticipated. Xiao Riang, the prince, was then challenged to demonstrate the true power of demonic arts. A surprised Xiao Riang found himself facing an opponent, sword drawn, in a dark forest. As the confrontation began, the narration box revealed that Xiao Riang was about to unleash the dark shadow demonic art. A surge of dark energy erupted from him, revealing the underground prison spirit guard gateway. The technique's name was revealed to be the ninefold resilient calamity blade technique, first form, 6 consecutive hellish winds. The unleashed power manifested as a torrent of crimson energy. Surrounding Xiao Riang as he stood defiantly, his sword raised. A crimson energy erupted from within Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, his body silhouetted against the intense light. as a figure, cloaked in darkness, lunged towards him with terrifying speed. What was happening? Xiao Riang's face contorted in pain, his eyes glowing with an unnatural, reptilian intensity. His skin seemed to writhe with demonic energy. An observer watched in disbelief. Did he even swing his sword? The attacker stood frozen, seemingly unable to harm Xiao Riang, who remained motionless. Yet Xiao Riang felt his body being torn apart. His internal organs felt as if they were being ripped to shreds. The attacker was relentlessly dismantling Xiao Riang's Serpent King demonic arts core energy barrier, tearing through it with ease, as if it were mere paper. Despite the brutal assault, Xiao Riang remained completely still. He wasn't even moving. From within the body of Xiao Riang, Qion Hajin struggled against his physical limitations. A desperate command echoed in his mind, "Move, you damn body." His will, however, was not enough to overcome the prince's chi deficiency. Another, more urgent thought followed: run and behead that arrogant bastard. Despite his inability to use chi, Hajin's assassin instincts took over. He reacted instinctively, dodging a swift blow. His attacker, enraged by the near miss, roared, "Kua! I'll kill you, Xiao Riang." Hajin, however, remained calm, a chilling response escaping his lips: "You're done." The scene shifted to reveal the attacker's next move, a technique known as the heaven-spitting triple slash. The swift attack connected, leaving Xiao Riang impaled and falling from a cliff, blood trailing behind him as he plummeted towards the rocks below. His attacker followed closely behind, sword drawn, ready to finish him off. Xiao Riang's body impacted the ground below, the force of the fall shattering his body into pieces. A master assassin, his body ravaged by battle, lay bleeding on the forest floor. A figure loomed over him, their voice dripping with cold menace. "Any last words?" The dying assassin, his eyes flickering with defiance, simply replied, "Of course not. What would you have to say?" The figure, a stern-faced warrior with a drawn sword, stood over the fallen assassin. The weight of death hung heavy in the air. A cold satisfaction flickered in the warrior's eyes as they delivered a final, cutting remark: "This is what it's like to die." The warrior's words echoed in the silent forest. Their tone was one of detached observation, almost philosophical. "The lives of humans disperse away meaninglessly like the smoke of the tobacco you always smoke." The assassin's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief and perhaps terror crossing his features. A single, desperate thought pierced his fading consciousness: "Die." "Me?" The warrior sheathed their sword, a final, curt word escaping their lips: "Goodbye." Suddenly, a blur of motion cut through the air. A desperate shout pierced the silence: "Stop!" Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, wielded his sword, a surge of unfamiliar, formless energy coursing through the blade. He wondered, what is this formless energy? A stern voice cut through his thoughts. He was reminded of a prior agreement, to cause no further trouble. Another figure appeared, a cultivator unleashing twin beams of golden energy. "Third young lord," they shouted. The cultivator pleaded with Xiao Riang, urging him to sheath his sword and end the conflict. Xiao Riang, ignoring the plea, channeled the formless energy, releasing a blinding, concentrated beam of light that struck the cultivator, leaving them incapacitated. He wondered, void capturing object? The technique intrigued him. It was a skill that allowed for the control of an object without touching it, requiring advanced martial arts knowledge. He suspected the penal law hall master was behind this attack. Was this an attempt to kill him? Xiao Riang's thoughts turned to the unpleasant penal law hall master. A martial artist, clad in dark robes, unleashed a pair of energy blasts. He addressed his opponents, stating that their fight was unacceptable because it was taking place within his territory, even if they were the young lords. He insisted that he could not allow such a conflict to continue within his jurisdiction. The martial artist's expression hardened as he accused them of not knowing their place. One of the young lords, drawing his sword, countered the energy blasts. He challenged the martial artist, questioning whether they truly wanted to face the consequences of defying their authority. But the young lord made it clear that he was not interested in their threats, and asked what they intended to do about it. With a swift, precise movement, the young lord's blade shattered the energy blasts. The narration box highlighted the impressive feat, noting that he had broken the energy chain with a single attack, prompting the martial artist to question the young lord's intentions and demand accountability for antagonizing the penal law hall. The young lord's eyes narrowed as he scoffed at the notion of responsibility. He countered that responsibility was something the martial artist should be taking, launching another attack. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, despite his inability to use chi, moved with surprising speed. His opponent, a female martial artist, watched in astonishment as he effortlessly evaded her attacks. "He's fast," The woman continued to press her assault, her internal monologue revealing her assessment: "The depth of his demonic energy is comparable." Despite her assessment, Xiao Riang's movements were deceptively swift. A swift kick sent her reeling. He countered with a precise strike, his skill exceeding expectations. But this skill is different, she thought, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two combatants exchanged blows. His speed and precision were remarkable. His speed and movement are on par with mine, she realized, her eyes widening in shock. Xiao Riang, utilizing his superior speed, dodged another attack with ease, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion. He prepared for a final, decisive strike. With a roar, Xiao Riang unleashed the ninefold resilient Calamity Blade technique, second form, ultimate endless path. A fiery dragon erupted from his blade, a testament to his hidden power. A figure, cloaked in dark robes, unleashed a swirling torrent of crimson flames from his blade, the heat radiating off the page. He moved with a speed that defied the eye, his movements a blur of motion against his opponent. Leaving his adversary, a man with long, dark hair tied back, speechless. A gasp escaped the man's lips as he stared, wide-eyed, at the destructive power displayed before him. What? He breathed, his voice barely a whisper. The cloaked figure continued his assault, his blade a fiery comet streaking across the battlefield. This blade technique, he declared, his voice filled with a chilling confidence. The fiery energy emanating from the blade was immense, a wave of searing heat that threatened to consume everything in its path. This merciless blade energy. The man with dark hair raised his hands defensively, his face contorted in pain as the heat scorched his skin. It's hot, he cried out, his voice strained. A blinding flash of light erupted as the cloaked figure's attack connected, sending a shockwave that ripped through the earth. The man with dark hair was thrown back, his body battered and bruised. He landed hard, the impact jarring his entire being. He caught his breath, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Had I reacted just a tiny bit slower, I would have been burned to ashes. He braced himself, his mind racing. I've used up too much inner energy. If he uses a stronger demonic art next, I won't survive it. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, found himself alone, his mind racing. He questioned the lack of further attacks, a stark contrast to the relentless pursuit he had just escaped. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, hurtling towards him with lethal speed. Only to collapse before reaching him, their attack thwarted. Xiao Riang, still reeling from the events, realized a crucial detail: he hadn't been the initial target. The attacker, mortally wounded, coughed up blood, their life ebbing away. As a voice cut through the silence, calling out to the fallen figure. Another figure appeared, shouting a warning, attempting to stop the dying attacker. But they were too late. A final, desperate attack was launched. The attacker, eyes blazing with fury, unleashed a final, desperate attack before succumbing to their wounds. Xion Hajin, his face contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed fury, silently contemplated his predicament. He had considered his options carefully. And concluded that his opponent should also suffer a complete and utter defeat. Silhouetted against a fiery crimson backdrop, Hajin stood over a fallen figure, his sword held aloft. The scene was one of stark violence. A brutal enactment of an ancient principle. Close on the victim's eye, a single tear tracks down their cheek. The words "an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth" echoed in the silence. The next panel shows Hajin's own eye, glowing with an ominous red light. Chi blockage for chi blockage, a voice seemed to whisper in the darkness. A grim mirroring of the suffering inflicted. A bloody swipe of a blade is shown, followed by a collapsing figure. The final panel shows the aftermath, with the words "despair for despair" hanging heavy in the air. A close-up of a crimson eye, bloodshot and filled with barely contained rage, dominated the panel. The words "an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth" floated above, a grim promise of retribution. The next panel showed a similar close-up, but this time, the eye was dark and lifeless, the red replaced by a dull purple. The words "chi blockage for chi blockage" appeared, a chilling echo of the previous sentiment. The camera shifted to another eye, this one glowing with an angry red light, mirroring the intensity of the first panel. The viewer could feel the character's inner turmoil. A crimson slash cut across the scene, a stark contrast to the muted background. The violence was implied, not explicitly shown. Two figures clashed in a flurry of motion. One, clad in dark blue, wielded a sword with deadly precision. The other, in darker robes, received a fatal blow. The words "despair for despair" hung in the air, a bitter commentary on the scene. A pool of dark purple liquid spread across the ground, a grim testament to the recent violence. The final panel showed a close-up of a torso, a purple crystal core pulsing faintly within. A voice, presumably that of a healer, stated that the core of the poison above the energy core had been destroyed, but the muscles had become small and weak. A wizened old man, his face etched with the map of a life lived on the edge of a blade, lay gasping for breath. His eyes, though clouded with pain, held a spark of defiance. He was told that his reliance on martial arts training, rather than cultivating his body's chi, was the source of his current predicament. A limitation that manifested as a debilitating weakness. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, staining his already pallid lips a gruesome crimson. A close-up on a hand gripping a sword hilt, the metal gleaming dully in the dim light. The man's fate was sealed, but not immediately. He would be bedridden for years. And even upon recovery, his martial arts journey would have to begin anew. Two figures stood silhouetted against a hazy background, one in dark robes, the other in a more vibrant blue. The old man lay on the ground, his body still, his breath shallow. The dark-robed figure spoke, promising medicine and acupuncture needles to ease his suffering. A glimmer of hope in the face of such devastating news. The focus shifted to a young man with long, dark hair, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. Suddenly, several figures in dark clothing appeared, their movements swift and silent. One of them, a man in dark robes, addressed the young man, his voice laced with worry. He asked if he was all right, if he was hurt. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of his captors, calmly replied that they could arrest him. With a sigh of resignation, he raised his hands in surrender, his dark eyes betraying no hint of fear or resistance. The scene opens on a cold, stone chamber. A heavy iron gate, reinforced with thick bars, dominates the foreground. Snow gently falls outside. Xiao Riang, a young man with dark hair, sits shackled to the floor. A taller figure, clad in dark robes, stands before him. Aren't you going to say anything? Riang's wrists are bound tightly. He looks up at his captor. Right, won't you unlock these before talking? His expression is one of quiet defiance. My wrists aren't feeling so good in these. I'm not going to run away anyway. The robed figure replies, you're currently being imprisoned. He continues, that means you're a criminal, even if only temporarily. So, I cannot comply with that request, of course. Riang sighs. I don't know how you heard it, but I meant it when I said things would get difficult. The robed figure speaks again, as penal law hall master, or as an individual, you don't want any conflict within the cult. That's why you became a mediator, no? Xiao Riang, the third young master of the heavenly demon cult, sat chained in a cold, damp cell. His dark hair framed a face etched with weariness, and faint scars marred his skin, a testament to his recent ordeal. He clenched his hands, the chains rattling softly. He silently reflected on the situation. His thoughts were a mixture of frustration and resignation, am I wrong? There needs to be more than one person for conflict to arise, but Hong Yuamun is now incapacitated. So, your offer no longer stands. A figure loomed in the shadows of the cell, their face partially obscured. They spoke, their voice low and menacing. Their words carried a chilling certainty, either way, the situation right now is what you wanted. Xiao Riang, his expression hardening, glared at his captor. He challenged them, his voice laced with defiance, so why are you here saying that things are more difficult now? The figure's eyes widened in surprise. Their voice, though still low, held a note of disbelief. He broke the prohibited sea iron so easily. Another figure entered the cell, their face grim. They addressed Xiao Riang, their tone a mixture of respect and exasperation. If I didn't have any respect for you, I would have run out of here before you even got these handcuffs on me. They continued, their voice weary but resolute. I think I've done everything I could to be patient considering my status as third young master. The second figure looked away, their expression unreadable. The tension in the cell was palpable. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's pursuit, found himself unexpectedly embroiled in a conversation. He had initially dismissed the possibility of engaging in lengthy discussions about theoretical situations, but he now realized his mistake. He pressed on, his question hanging in the air, can I leave now? His request was met with a watchful gaze from a figure shrouded in shadow. The figure, a silent observer, simply stated, I'll keep an eye on you. Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, responded with a condition, sure, but do not get in my way. I do not want to become enemies with the penal law hall. The observer, unimpressed, countered, you're really confident. You haven't been named as the successor yet. Xiao Riang, unfazed, retorted with a defiant, so what? The observer, now fully revealed, watched Xiao Riang depart, muttering, what a difficult person. And added with a hint of foreboding, dangerous, too. The scene shifted to a flashback, revealing a glimpse into the power dynamics within the heavenly demon cult. A voiceover explained, the third young lord's martial arts were more potent and brutal than the demon cult's martial arts. A figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed the aftermath of a battle. The narrator's voice, detached and analytical, noted that the swordsmanship displayed was unmistakably that of the orthodox faction. He pondered the implications of this discovery, a question forming in his mind, could the third young lord possibly be connected to him? Xiao Riang, the third young lord, whose body now housed the soul of Qion Hajin, called out for more food. His voice, though demanding, held a hint of desperation. A servant quickly responded, assuring him that more food was on its way. It had been a long time since he had eaten a proper meal. Another individual, seated at the table, cautioned him to slow down, assuring him that no one would steal his food. One of the men inquired about the quality of food served at the penal law hall, prompting a response about the unappetizing stale rice and wild vegetables. Another man, visibly unimpressed, commented that he couldn't eat such fare, his expression conveying disgust. One of the men, while drinking alcohol, affirmed that for now, things were all right. He then asked about potential retaliation from higher-ups or the fourth young lord. He was informed that Hong Yuamun was now crippled and immobile. The man considered that the higher-ups tend to ignore conflicts between candidates, suggesting that no further action would be taken. He concluded that the matter was settled. The scene shifts to the three men seated at a table in a room, seemingly concluding their discussion. One of them suggested that, with everything resolved, they should return to their respective organizations. He addressed one man specifically, Dongpil, emphasizing that he had been with him for too long and, as the third leader of the Guardian Court, should return to his duties. Someone addressed Eui, the squad leader, reminding him of his responsibilities. EUI retorted that he was already fulfilling his duties and didn't need to be reminded. The other person simply told EUI to continue as before. EUI, seemingly satisfied, smiled subtly. Having finished his meal, EUI announced his departure. A woman observed EUI's departure, commenting on his cold demeanor. Another person asked if she was also upset by EUI's actions. She denied being upset, but her facial expression betrayed her true feelings. The other person questioned her about her expression. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, felt the weight of his impending escape. His body ached, a testament to the brutal fight for his freedom from the Divine Justice Alliance. A farewell, it seemed, that would be his last. His subordinates watched, their faces etched with a mixture of sorrow and resignation as he prepared to leave them behind. They knew this was goodbye. He walked away, his back to them, a solitary figure against the vast, indifferent sky. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril, but freedom beckoned. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, found himself in the unfamiliar surroundings of the heavenly demon cult. A young servant girl, tending to her duties, unknowingly approached him. Her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized him. A gasp escaped her lips as she cried out to him. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the significance of his return. The young servant girl's emotional reaction was a clear indication of Seo Riang's importance within the cult. Seo Riang, however, appeared calm and collected, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he greeted her. His return was unexpected, yet he seemed prepared for whatever lay ahead. Despite his composed demeanor, a concern lingered in the servant girl's mind. She questioned the wisdom of his immediate return, given his weakened state. A young woman, dressed in a vibrant reddish-orange, knelt before a taller figure, her expression one of profound gratitude. She expressed her thanks for being saved, addressing him respectfully as young master. The taller figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, responded with a gentle smile, relieved to see her well. He expressed his gladness at her recovery. Her relief was palpable, tears streamed down her face as she expressed her joy at his safe return. He echoed her sentiment, confirming his own relief and happiness. The scene shifted to a more tender moment. He gently helped her to her feet, a small, fox-like creature nestled near them, adding to the peaceful atmosphere. The conversation turned to a more serious matter. He inquired about the well-being of a fourth individual, referred to as the fourth. The young woman's expression fell. She revealed that the fourth was in critical condition, his energy core shattered and his body succumbing to a potent poison. Despite his dire state, the fourth clung to life, his physical strength his only remaining defense against death. Even with luck on his side, he would likely be left crippled. The young woman concluded by stating that, against all odds, he had managed to survive thus far. A question hung heavy in the air: what were the chances of recovery? The physicians of the Blood Spirit Pavilion delivered a grim assessment. Recovery was deemed virtually impossible. Even if the poison and internal injuries could be healed, they explained, the energy core was too severely damaged for him to return to his previous state. With a curt dismissal, the attending physician declared, "You're excused." A silent observer witnessed the scene, a question forming in their mind: I thought he'd end his life, but he actually let him live? The same silent observer continued their internal monologue, pondering the recent events. Why did the third change his mind in that moment? The man in question, a figure of imposing stature and striking features, stood amidst a field of crimson flowers, his expression unreadable. A retrospective thought process began to unfold: the private meeting with the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, the fight with the Berserk Demon Squad leader, and now the fight at the Penal Law Hall. All of these events were recalled, leading to a conclusion: the third has created more chaos than possible for one person in the last few days. Despite the chaos, a final observation was made, but what's important is that he managed to achieve his goals in all that chaos. Interesting. Amidst a field of crimson flowers, a figure in flowing white robes stood, their hands clasped before them. A contemplative expression settled on their face as they mused. So, this is how one side of the succession fight collapses, huh? The narration box introduced Hong Yuamoon, the son of the Jiaxa family patriarch, a youth possessing talent equal to his siblings. Hong Yuamoon, a young man with long purple hair, stood before a group of shadowy figures. A question arose: since when did it begin? That the cleverness became wickedness and the bright personality a mask? The narration box described the fourth sibling as sly and venomous, embodying the true Jiaxa bloodline. However, it was deemed acceptable, talent was prioritized over personality. The problem, the narration continued, was that Hong Yuamoon neglected his talents. He only did the bare minimum, possessing strength for his age, but nothing more. This is why he lost. But the narration box highlighted that the third sibling was different. A close-up of a man's intense eyes filled the panel, hinting at a hidden depth. The narration box revealed that this third sibling, once similar to the fourth, had changed after overcoming a chi blockage, now striving for excellence instead of complacency. A handful of crimson seeds rested in the palm of a hand, the setting sun casting long shadows across the scene. It was a small but significant difference that decided the outcome of their fight. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood amidst a field of crimson flowers, his expression unreadable. He clutched a small, ornate dagger at his side. A young servant girl, her face etched with concern, rushed towards Seo Riang, breathlessly announcing the arrival of a guest. Xiao Riang groaned inwardly, his desire for rest interrupted. He wondered who this unwelcome visitor could be. The guest, a woman of refined elegance, entered the scene. Her expression was calm, yet her eyes held a hint of something unreadable. She greeted Xiao Riang with a polite inquiry about his well-being, her tone suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. A young man with long brown hair, dressed in flowing white robes, stood before a woman. Her question hung in the air, "What brings you here, facility master so?" He replied, indicating there were no outstanding issues between them. But then, he added a request, "I have a favor to ask of you." The man's brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned her unusual proposition, "Your residence? What do you mean?" The woman, elegantly dressed in teal and gold, explained that her request pertained to the martial arts method he had taught her. She continued, noting the rapid progress of her training, "It hasn't been long, but there is already a difference. It's a very mystifying martial arts." The man expressed his surprise at her swift advancement, "There's already a difference?" And commented on her exceptional talent, "That's not easy for most people to achieve. I guess they must be very talented." She confirmed his assessment, revealing a significant decision, "Yes, very much so. I had picked out that child myself to be my successor." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, questioned the woman across the table. His expression was one of polite skepticism, a slight furrow in his brow. She poured him more tea, a slight smile playing on her lips as she responded to his query. Explaining that she didn't trust people, only situations. She continued, sipping her tea calmly, her gaze unwavering. Xiao Riang's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered her words. The weight of her statement hung heavy in the air. Then, shifting the conversation, she inquired about the reason for his visit. She explained her role in the cult's internal affairs, emphasizing her authority and the prince's subordinate position. Revealing that her current limitations stemmed from the cult's precarious situation. Xiao Riang listened intently, his expression grim as he contemplated the potential consequences. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a predicament. He was incapable of using qi, a fundamental aspect of martial arts in his world, leaving him vulnerable. The Internal Enlightenment Facility's master, a powerful figure with a strong ego, had sought his help, a fact that seemed rather unsettling to the young prince. And he wasn't entirely wrong to feel that way. His thoughts turned to Yansum, a woman whose determination was as formidable as her resolve. He knew that she would stop at nothing to persuade him, especially if it was for the sake of the Internal Enlightenment Facility. A place known for its formidable master and challenging nature. The sheer difficulty of dealing with the facility weighed heavily on his mind. Xiao Riang's gaze fell upon Yansum's unwavering eyes, a silent testament to her resolve. He felt a wave of weariness wash over him as he internally acknowledged her unyielding nature. He knew she wouldn't accept no for an answer. The scene shifted to a table where Xiao Riang and Yansum sat, engaged in a tense discussion. He crossed his arms, a clear sign of his reluctance. Yansum proposed a deal, suggesting that a collaborative approach would be less burdensome for Xiao Riang than a unilateral imposition of help. He readily agreed, expressing gratitude for her consideration. Yansum, however, made it clear that she expected something in return, though she would be receiving something herself as well. This was a transaction, not an act of charity. Xiao Riang, deep in thought, admitted that he couldn't immediately think of anything to offer. His mind was elsewhere. Ultimately, Xiao Riang clarified that what he truly desired was not wealth or fame, but freedom, something no one else could provide for him. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, felt a desperate longing for freedom. His eyes, wide and intense, reflected his inner turmoil. He would do anything to escape the confines of the heavenly demon cult. A conversation unfolded between two individuals within the cult. One inquired about the cult's logistics, confirming that their supplies were externally sourced. The other confirmed this, noting that goods were delivered rather than purchased. A plan began to form in Xiao Riang's mind. He learned that a supply run was scheduled in 2 weeks. Two individuals, likely high-ranking members of the cult, discussed the upcoming trip, emphasizing the importance of Xiao Riang's recovery within the next 2 weeks. Xiao Riang, seizing upon this information, felt a surge of determination. His chance to escape was finally within reach. Dongpil, a muscular man with blonde hair styled in a topknot, sat cross-legged on a rock, a faint green glow emanating from his body as he meditated. A soft sigh escaped his lips. He was clearly exhausted, but a sense of calm settled over him as he focused on his inner peace. A voice boomed from off-panel, instructing everyone to return to their respective organizations. The voice singled out Dongpil, reminding him of his importance as the third leader of the Guardian Court and urging him to return to his duties. Dongpil, now shown in conversation with another man, admitted that he had become too accustomed to being with his young master and had neglected his responsibilities. The other man, his face partially obscured, nodded in understanding. Dongpil resolved to return to his duties, determined to see his young master again soon. He stood, a renewed energy coursing through him. Only to be interrupted by a messenger who informed him that the first leader wished to speak with him. Dongpil, though slightly surprised, readily agreed to meet the first leader. A figure, cloaked in shadow, approached a secluded building nestled amidst a misty landscape. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable: was someone waiting for them? Inside, a man with dark hair and a stern expression sat at a large desk, reviewing documents. He explained to a blonde-haired man standing before him that he was swamped with work, but that the escort of the demon army commander was due in 3 days. He continued, reminding the blonde man that the Internal Enlightenment Facility sent members of their cult out every 3 months to deliver important goods. The dark-haired man then revealed a document, stating that this month happened to be one of those delivery months. The blonde man questioned the necessity of escorting the cult members, given the chaotic situation surrounding the upcoming Mara festival. The dark-haired man responded that while he didn't expect anything to happen, the current circumstances necessitated the escort. The dark-haired man gave the blonde man a document containing important details, instructing him to memorize the contents and burn the document in 2 weeks. The blonde man, with a determined expression, affirmed his commitment to completing the task. He vowed to successfully accomplish any duty assigned to him. The scene opens on a sweeping vista of a grand, traditional Asian building, its intricate roofline silhouetted against a pale sky. The architecture hints at a place of power and prestige. Inside, a young woman with long, dark hair lies in a bed, her face pale and etched with worry. Beads of sweat cling to her skin. A voice, unseen, wonders aloud, is it her? 2 figures stand by the bed, observing the woman. One speaks, revealing that the woman's name is Juwa, and that she is exceptionally skilled in both assassination and martial arts. She was recognized as a prodigy upon joining the cult. The conversation continues. It is revealed that Juwa secretly holds a powerful position within the cult, serving as an overseer without anyone's knowledge. The other figure expresses surprise at this revelation. The speaker explains that the Internal Enlightenment Facility came to a standstill after Juwa fell ill, highlighting the immense responsibility she carried and her exceptional ability to manage it. The speaker reflects on Juwa's youth and accomplishments, expressing astonishment that someone so young could oversee such a large organization. The image shows Juwa still unconscious in her bed. Furthermore, it's mentioned that Juwa had partially deciphered a powerful technique in a remarkably short time, showcasing her exceptional talent. The speaker concludes with the thought, "What an impressive woman." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, lay incapacitated. A man, his face obscured, knelt beside him, his hands gently resting on Riang's wrist. He murmured, "I'll take a look at her condition first." A faint red glow emanated from Riang's body as the man examined him, the energy pulsed with an unnatural intensity. A woman watched with wide eyes, her expression a mixture of surprise and fascination. "What amazing demonic energy," she exclaimed. "He's only using a bit of it, but the quality of the energy is excellent." Meanwhile, Xiao Riang's face was contorted in pain, his body racked with an unseen force. A wave of crimson energy surged through Riang's body, his eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding his gaze. The woman watched, her expression unreadable, as the energy continued to surge. The man, still kneeling beside Riang, spoke, his voice calm and assured. "It's easy to conform her boundless technique with mine because she's already learned it partially." He focused his attention, a determined glint in his eyes. "Now, if I just take out the toxic energy." A crimson stream flowed from Riang's nose, carrying with it the malevolent energy. "All right. The toxic energy is coming out through the blood." 10 days had passed since the events that transpired. A close-up on Xiao Riang's face, his eyes slightly narrowed, hints at a lingering unease. One day before the 2 weeks were up, Xiao Riang awoke. He lay in bed, a sheen of sweat on his brow, his expression one of confusion and discomfort. As he slowly came to his senses, he was in his own chambers. A woman, presumably a servant, entered the room and addressed him as young lord. Xiao Riang responded with a curt yes. The woman then revealed her request, to have him sneak someone into the cult's delivery squad without the cult leader's knowledge. She stated that this was a transaction, not a favor. Xiao Riang, though initially surprised by the audacious request, agreed to the terms, emphasizing that it was a business arrangement, not an act of goodwill. Xiao Riang, the prince, cursed with an inability to use qi, sat alone, his expression a mixture of frustration and resignation. He muttered to himself, lamenting the fact that his escape had been thwarted, the ship had already sailed. His outburst was overheard by a woman, her face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. She scolded him for his impulsive words, reminding him that he should maintain a more composed demeanor. She questioned whether this was typical behavior for him, noting his usually poised manner. Xiao Riang, however, remained defiant. He explained his outburst, revealing that he had initially refused the plan because he knew how difficult it would be to sneak him onto the ship. His refusal, however, was met with immediate and fiery retribution. The woman unleashed a burst of flames, engulfing Xiao Riang in a wave of intense heat. Xiao Riang recoiled from the sudden attack, his face contorted in discomfort. The woman, seemingly unmoved by his reaction, accused him of attempting to deceive the cult leader, a plan she vehemently rejected. Xiao Riang countered her accusation, pointing out that while his actions might deceive others, they would not fool the cult leader himself. The woman's expression shifted from anger to a look of dawning realization. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple as she processed his words. Xiao Riang continued, explaining that the cult leader had little interest in his disciples, ruling over them without direct involvement, a characteristic of a god, he pointed out. The woman, however, countered that the cult leader was not the only problem. She warned that if word got out about a successor candidate infiltrating the delivery squad, suspicion would fall on the Internal Enlightenment Facility. Xiao Riang, the prince of the Heavenly Demon cult, a young man with dark hair and a confident smirk, is shown in close-up. His expression is one of quiet amusement, hinting at a hidden depth. A woman with dark hair and elaborate jewelry, her face etched with a mixture of weariness and determination, speaks. She acknowledges Xiao Riang's power, though her tone suggests a reluctant acceptance. Xiao Riang, seemingly impatient, interrupts the woman's speech. He is shown from the waist up, his body slightly tense, suggesting a restless energy. The woman continues, explaining the gravity of the situation. Her words emphasize the unique nature of the problem, distinct from typical political maneuvering or rumor control. The woman's expression hardens as she warns of potential interference from other organizations if things go wrong, threatening to destabilize the cult. She then challenges Xiao Riang with a pointed question, highlighting the gravity of their situation and the expectations placed upon him. The woman expresses her frustration and reluctance to discuss the value of life, implying a heavy burden of guilt and responsibility. Xiao Riang, shown in a close-up, calmly clarifies the nature of their agreement, emphasizing that it was a transaction, not a favor. The woman sighs, acknowledging the weight of the situation and the lack of alternatives. She accepts the deal, despite the high stakes. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes listen intently. A speech bubble above him read, "Great. Wise choice." He responded, but with a hint of stress, "But it will take me some time to think of a way. I'm already stressed that the child wants to lead the delivery squad when she's not even fully well yet." A woman with dark brown hair styled up, wearing an elegant teal and gold dress, looked at him with a serious expression. She stated, "You've put an even bigger burden on me." She questioned him, "Your successor wants to lead the delivery squad?" He replied, "Yes, but as you already know." She continued, "She's in no shape to take on such a role just yet." "Of course, I said no, but she's really." The young man offered a solution. "How about we do this, then?" He smiled confidently, arms crossed, a self-assured expression on his face. His feet, clad in simple brown shoes, were visible beneath his long white robes. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the high windows of the Heavenly Demon cult's palace. The grand architecture of the cult's headquarters stood in stark contrast to the humble surroundings of Cheon Hajin's previous life. A young woman, her dark hair pulled back, approached a closed door. She politely inquired, "May I come in?" She hesitated for a moment, a flicker of apprehension crossing her features. Before a man with dark hair, dressed in elegant robes, opened the door. He remarked, "You sure are strong, to be moving around like that already." The woman entered the room, her movements graceful despite her earlier hesitation. And the man, curious, asked, "Who might you be?" She replied calmly, something like a physician. He pressed further, "I was asking for your identity, not your job." Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, explained his situation. He claimed to be the one who helped Xiao Riang overcome his chi blockage. A revelation that caused the woman before him to react with wide-eyed surprise. The woman, clearly impressed, expressed her gratitude for the assistance given to the prince. She recognized Hajin as the source of the martial arts technique that cured Xiao Riang's condition. But Xiao Riang, still unsure of his own identity in this new body, questioned her faith in him, given her lack of knowledge about him. She dismissed his concerns, stating that a simple bow was inconsequential. Further explaining that the location itself, the Internal Enlightenment Facility, was not a place where just anyone could enter. Hajin observed the woman, noting her quick judgment but also her tenacity and flexibility. With a final instruction regarding the revitalization of his core energy, she assured him that with a half-day of warming up, he would be fit for travel. The scene concluded with the two individuals standing in quiet contemplation. A young woman, her face etched with worry, was escorted by two attendants through a grand, ornate doorway. One of the attendants, addressing someone unseen, reported that the woman was in better condition than expected. The attendant reassured the unseen individual that there was no need for concern as long as the woman remained under their care. However, another voice countered, sharply stating that the woman had only recently recovered from a serious illness and that any relapse would be disastrous. The worried expression of the young woman was prominently displayed, her eyes wide with apprehension. Meanwhile, a young man with neatly tied hair addressed a superior, explaining that his primary duty was the command of the delivery squad. He confessed to having been anxious for the past 6 months due to his inability to fulfill this responsibility. He pleaded to be allowed to join the delivery squad, stating that he would rather die than remain useless. The scene shifted to a large wooden cartwheel, slowly turning as the cart began to move. A caption read, "We are finally leaving." A narration box revealed a significant passage of time. "It has been almost a year since I woke up in the body of the third young lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult." The young man, now wearing a wide-brimmed hat, sat in the cart, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He expressed his relief at finally being able to breathe the outside air after what felt like a decade. A long caravan, escorted by numerous guards, wound its way through a mountainous pass. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, plotted his escape. He mused, "Plus, if I do well, I might succeed in escaping forever." His destination was a region near Jiangxi, a fact that he contemplated calmly as he sat. "Our destination is somewhere near Jiangxi." He considered the implications of this choice, a slight smile playing on his lips as he thought, that's not a bad destination. Jiangxi was known to harbor safe houses specifically designed for assassins, as indicated on a crude map. There are 2 safety houses in Jiangxi made for assassins. However, these safe houses presented a challenge. They were quite distant from his current location, of course, they are both quite far from the neighboring areas of the Guangdong province. Despite this, Hajin felt confident in his ability to reach them within 3 days of relentless travel, but with my current abilities, I'll be able to get there if I run for 3 days without resting. If I can just make it there. Suddenly, a young woman appeared, interrupting his thoughts. She began with a sincere apology, I'm sorry. She explained her reason, I was rude not knowing that you are the 3rd young lord. Ah. Did the facility master tell you? Hajin, however, felt that he was the one who should apologize for his abrupt entrance, even bother me. I should be the one apologizing for just entering your room like that. Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat across from a cloaked figure, his expression one of quiet gratitude. He expressed his thanks for the assistance he had received, his voice soft but sincere. Riang continued, explaining that without the other's intervention, he would still be suffering from a chi blockage. His relief was palpable. His hands rested calmly in his lap, a stark contrast to the turmoil he had recently endured. The cloaked figure dismissed the thanks, stating there was no need for such expressions of gratitude. The cloaked figure, whose identity was now revealed to be Chion Hajin, explained that he simply knew the method used to alleviate Riang's condition and that the facility master was the one who had actually performed the procedure. His tone was calm and matter-of-fact. He then hushed Riang with a sharp shoo. Hajin sensed a familiar energy emanating from Riang, causing him to pause and reflect. The energy was heavy, yet strangely honest, prompting a question in his mind. Hajin's internal monologue revealed his disbelief and suspicion. Could it be possible? From a high vantage point, a large caravan of carts, escorted by numerous guards, could be seen making its way across the courtyard. The scene was bustling with activity, a hive of movement and purpose. A man with blonde hair, Ma Dongpil, the 3rd leader of the Guardian Court's 3rd squad, stepped forward to address the caravan. He introduced himself and explained that his squad would provide an escort. He received a simple thank you in response. Xiao Riang, hidden within the caravan, was surprised by the level of security. He internally questioned the need for such a large escort for what appeared to be a simple delivery. His anxiety grew as he realized the identity of the escort leader. A wave of dread washed over him as he recognized the name Dongpil. Dongpil barked orders, assigning positions to his squad at the front and rear of the convoy. The panel focuses on a sword strapped to the hip of one of the guards, highlighting the weaponry at their disposal. Xiao Riang, still concealed, found the situation increasingly unsettling. He questioned the need for such a heavily armed escort for a simple delivery, given that the delivery squad was already composed of skilled cult members. Xiao Riang's unease intensified. He muttered to himself that the situation was bad. A young woman, dressed in teal robes, sat patiently as an older man in a straw hat anxiously explained something. He stated that he had been meditating for about 2 hours that morning. The older man, concerned, suggested they try again, just in case. He gently placed his hands on the woman's wrist, a faint purple glow emanating from the contact. The woman responded with a questioning, slightly confused, yes. Huh? He then reassured her that sleep is the best medicine, urging her to rest for a bit. The older man continued to hold the woman's wrist, a gentle concern in his eyes. As she slowly closed her eyes, succumbing to exhaustion. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man appeared in the background, looking surprised and calling out. The blonde man, Dongpil, paused, a look of confusion on his face as he recognized a familiar voice. He realized it was the 3rd young master's voice. Dongpil urgently called out to someone named Dongpil, urging them to come over. Another man, appearing surprised, questioned Dongpil's presence, asking if he was part of the delivery squad that month. A stern voice commanded silence, instructing the listener to communicate using a distant whispering technique. A curious question followed, inquiring about the reason behind the escort detail for the delivery squad. The individual questioned the necessity of an escort for the delivery squad in the first place, expressing confusion. The escort explained that the atmosphere was tense due to the proximity of the Mara festival, necessitating their presence. Suspicion arose, with the question of whether the escort was involved in a secret mission. The escort vaguely confirmed the suspicion, suggesting that their actions could be interpreted as part of a secret mission. The individual was then instructed to maintain secrecy about their presence. A request for secrecy was reiterated, emphasizing the importance of discretion. The individual's suspicion was confirmed, things were not as they seemed. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, lay unconscious. A young woman, seemingly a servant, watched over him, her brow furrowed with worry. He mused internally, the shock of his situation slowly dawning on him. The person closest to him within the heavenly demon cult was here. A stark, mountainous landscape stretched before him, a winding road snaking its way through the peaks. His thoughts turned to escape. Could he possibly run away? A caravan wound its way along the path, a seemingly endless procession of people and supplies. Frustration welled up within him. Why couldn't his life simply go as planned? Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, cursed with an inability to use qi, found himself increasingly frustrated. The more he contemplated his current mission, the more infuriating it became. His thoughts spiraled into a bitter resentment. How could he, a prince, be assigned such a menial task alongside such incompetent subordinates? His outburst was swiftly interrupted. A calm voice cautioned him to choose his words more carefully, reminding him that his team was, in fact, a well-trained organization. But Xiao Riang, already simmering with rage, angrily retorted, daring anyone to tell him to watch his tongue. The scene shifted to reveal Jianghua, the Steel Wool Squad captain of the Iron Blood Fortress, a powerful force in the land. He berated Xiao Riang, reminding him of his own poor swordsmanship and ordering him to bring a drink. Jianghua boasted of the Iron Blood Fortress's unmatched power, asserting their dominance over both the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Demon Cult. He confidently declared that robbing the Demon Cult's delivery team would be a trivial task. A member of the Heavenly Demon Cult voiced his discontent. He questioned the necessity of collaborating with the Southern Savage Beast Palace, describing them as nothing more than beasts who fully lived up to their fearsome reputation. He watched in disgust as members of the Southern Savage Beast Palace devoured their meal with savage abandon, further solidifying his opinion of their brutish nature and questioning the wisdom of any alliance. The close-up on a beast's bloody maw emphasized the visceral nature of their feeding habits. As another cult member, seemingly unfazed, remarked that it had been a decade since they last saw anyone from the Demon Cult. He continued, referring to the approaching group as a delivery team, and expressed a hopeful anticipation for some amusement. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape, sunlight filtering through the leaves of a tree. Xiao Riang, the prince, stirs in his sleep, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He awakens with a confused murmur, "Huh?" A concerned woman's voice cuts through the quiet, asking gently, "Did you sleep well?" A young woman, startled, exclaims, "Ah. Young lord. Be careful, I'll get a scolding from the facility master so if you pull a back muscle." Xiao Riang, still groggy, replies weakly, "Ah, it's already." He continues, "I've been out for half a day." The woman corrects him, "You've been asleep for a day and a half, actually. It was good that your body was exhausted from all the activity immediately after emerging from the chi blockage." An older man, seemingly a physician, explains, "The internalization with power and chi circulation, you're still human, unless you're at the supreme peak level, you should rest when you need to." Xion Hajin, the master assassin, awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the Heavenly Demon Cult, his mind still reeling from his escape attempt. He was weak, his body unable to utilize chi. A woman's voice, calm and soothing, broke through his haze. "Well, you had a good rest, so that's fine." He felt a sharp pain as he tried to sit up. But a young woman, her face partially obscured, appeared, offering him food. "Take this," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "I'm sure you're hungry after being asleep for 2 days." The food was simple, rice balls and beef jerky, a meal prepared by the cult's delivery squad. "Eat up, but don't get stiff," she added, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Hajin, still weak but grateful, accepted the offering. He mumbled his thanks, "No problem. It's thanks to you that I am here." Suddenly, a small, fluffy creature, seemingly a fox-like animal, darted from under the table. "Come here," the woman exclaimed. The creature leaped onto the table, startling the woman, causing her to drop a rice ball in surprise. "Wag! What the? That scared me." Hajin chuckled, calling out to the creature, "Let's eat, Goldie. Good boy." A young woman, clad in teal robes, knelt before a small, fluffy fox, her eyes wide with surprise. "Young lord, that fox is..." She continued, her voice soft but curious, "Ah, his name's Goldie. Is it your pet?" Goldie, the fox, munched contentedly on a piece of dried meat, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The young lord responded, "Well, I just kind of ended up with him." The woman nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face. I see." She then exclaimed, taking a bite of a sesame seed bun, "Wow. I've never met someone with a fox as a pet." The young lord, seemingly unfazed by the unusual nature of his companion, announced, "I'm going to get some fresh air. Have some rest." A man with blonde hair, wearing a conical hat, approached from behind, his voice a quiet question, "Did you call me?" The young lord responded with a sigh, "Yes, young master. I'm sorry. I called you into the forest knowing that I shouldn't." Xiao Riang, the prince of the Heavenly Demon Cult, adjusted his conical hat, a look of mild apprehension on his face. An older man, his features sharp and his gaze intense, approached him. He inquired about Riang's journey, showing concern for his comfort. Riang, in turn, dismissed any discomfort and asked what the matter was. The elder explained that he had summoned Riang to share some advance information, prompting Riang to ask what was so important that it required such secrecy. The elder produced a document, his expression serious. He believed this document held the key to their current mission. Upon seeing the document, Riang's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He could barely contain his astonishment, questioning the veracity of what he had just seen. The elder then showed Riang the contents of the document, further fueling his disbelief. The scene shifts to a different location, where someone asks the first elder about his experiences in the outside world. An unnamed individual observes that the world is filled with depravity, a fact already known to them. They note the cold weather in the north, contrasting it with the warmer climate further south. Continuing their assessment of the climate, they point out that despite the cold, carpets from the warmer west should provide sufficient warmth. The scene shifts to reveal several rolls of richly colored fabrics, suggesting a merchant stock. A brief, almost dismissive laugh is heard. An older man with a full white beard, sipping from a cup, inquires about the conditions of living in Jiangxi. Another man, stout and with a serious expression, responds that the land has always been good, but life has had its hardships. The bearded man continues, stating that he doesn't know the name of a particular event. The stout man identifies the event as the Mara Festival, explaining its significance to the demon cult. The bearded man comments on rumors of widespread collection of valuables. He concludes that the situation has become chaotic due to these robber-like individuals. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, announced his departure. He stated simply, "Well then, I'll be going now." His departure prompted a surprised reaction from someone who questioned, "Oh, you're leaving already?" A reassuring response followed, "I'll put in a word to the higher-ups when I get back. You have enough experience in managing a sect, but since the Alliance is a new environment for you, I will look for a suitable position for you." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hajin expressed his thanks. "Thank you, thank you." First Elder. The First Elder, a portly man with a kind face, watched Hajin depart. His back was turned, revealing only his long, white ponytail. Another individual, seemingly concerned, approached the First Elder and voiced their apprehension. I don't know who might have heard that your cultivation has reached the entranced realm, so please be careful." The First Elder, his expression now one of worry, added, "I'm worried that the evil demon cult members might do something to you." The First Elder, however, dismissed their concerns with a hearty laugh. "Ha, I may be old, but I'm still sprightly." He continued, his confidence unwavering, even if the young Ilryong, the righteous Heavenly Alliance's First Elder, inwardly seethed. Even if the demon cult leader himself appeared before him, Ilryong vowed to scold him and order him from his presence. He would not tolerate any further interference. His eyes blazing with fury, Ilryong's thoughts fixated on one name, Chun Hajin. The scene shifted to reveal only Chun Hajin's feet, moving purposefully across a stone path. The name Chun Hajin appeared in his speech bubble above. An older man with long white hair and a flowing white robe appeared, his gaze sharp and assessing. He questioned Chun Hajin's current activities, referring to him as the Alliance leader's hunting dog. The man, his face partially obscured, expressed his admiration for Chun Hajin's continued work at his age. Chun Hajin, now fully visible, dismissed his current work as insignificant compared to his past attempts to seize the Alliance leader's position. He spoke to young Ilryong. Ilryong responded with a sarcastic laugh, commenting on Chun Hajin's sharp tongue, a trait befitting an assassin. Ilryong continued, noting that Chun Hajin's recent lack of discretion had made him the subject of much discussion, even being called the world's best martial artist. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, scoffed at the notion that his skills were somehow less valuable than those of the righteous Heavenly Alliance's First Elder. He was, after all, the world's best martial artist. He dismissed the public's opinion, unconcerned with the perception of his actions. His focus remained solely on his own path, a path that led him to question the very title bestowed upon him. A stark warning to be wary of those around him. Hajin continued his journey, his back to the viewer, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. In a flashback, Hajin relived the final moments of his previous life. The memory of a brutal attack, where his leg was mercilessly severed, filled his mind. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay bleeding, his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance thwarted. A furious struggle had left him grievously wounded. His vision blurred, the world fading into darkness as he succumbed to his injuries. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man cursed with an inability to use qi. A surge of anger, raw and visceral, coursed through him. A chilling realization solidified within him, a dangerous enemy was near. Xiao Riang, in his new body, felt a familiar tension. He sensed a presence, a threat that sent a shiver down his spine. Two figures, a servant and a younger man, stood nearby, seemingly unaware of the danger. The servant, noticing Xiao Riang, cautiously approached, his voice laced with concern. Suddenly, a boisterous woman appeared, interrupting the servant's query. She carried a bag, seemingly bearing refreshments, and addressed Xiao Riang with unrestrained enthusiasm. Another servant, noticing the woman's arrival, questioned her presence, puzzled by the young lord's unexpected company. The woman, however, remained oblivious to the servant's confusion, her focus entirely on Xiao Riang. She was clearly here for a reason, and that reason was close at hand. A red-haired woman, her expression sharp and intense, questioned a younger woman with brown hair who was sweeping the courtyard. She could sense the presence of someone nearby, demanding to know their location. The younger woman, uncertain, replied that she wasn't sure where the person in question was, only that he had mentioned going to train. The red-haired woman reacted with surprise to the mention of training, questioning the idea that someone already so strong would choose to train further. Her gaze sharpened, a new question forming in her mind as she noticed something unexpected. The red-haired woman identified a sword as belonging to the young lord. She noted the incongruity of the young lord's training plans, given that he had left his sword behind. Suspicion clouded her expression, she sensed something was amiss. The younger woman urged her companion to remain calm, suggesting that the situation was not critical, regardless of the young lord's whereabouts. Meanwhile, a man with brown hair and a straw hat reflected on his goal: escape and freedom. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, clenched his fist. His escape plan was meticulously crafted. He would visit the safe houses he'd established throughout the Central Plains, recover his martial arts tools, earn some money, and finally leave the country. This was his dream. But a significant obstacle stood in his path. The image shows Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, sitting across from another individual in a richly decorated room. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. The scene shifts to reveal the other individual, a man with a stern expression, seated regally. His presence radiated power and authority. A surge of intense anger coursed through Xiao Riang's mind. He yearned for vengeance, a burning desire to tear his enemy to shreds. Back in the richly decorated room, a woman, seemingly a servant, approached Xiao Riang with concern. She inquired about his well-being, her voice laced with worry. Xiao Riang's pet fox, startled by his outburst, leaped from his lap and landed gracefully on the floor. The fox's sudden movement caught the attention of the man, who looked on with a mixture of surprise and annoyance. The man's expression shifted from annoyance to curiosity as the fox playfully nipped at his hand. He let out a surprised ong. Alarmed by Xiao Riang's erratic behavior, the woman gasped, her eyes wide with shock and concern for the young lord. Two figures, one in dark green robes and a hooded mask, the other in a reddish-brown outfit, stood amidst a caravan of carts and horses. The masked figure expressed relief, stating that there wasn't much to take back, implying a successful operation. The other, noting the implication, remarked that this meant the stolen goods were highly valuable. The man in the reddish-brown outfit questioned the audacity of anyone attempting to rob the divine cult. His companion, still masked, remained silent. He then pondered aloud the unusual lateness of the patrol team, noting their uncharacteristic delay. The masked figure suggested that the difficult terrain might be hindering their progress. Suddenly, a shout of "Captain" echoed across the landscape. A group of patrol guards were seen running towards the two figures, one of them appearing to be injured and supported by a comrade. The two figures rushed to meet the patrol, concern etched on their faces. One of them asked if everyone was all right. As the patrol team approached, it became clear that only half of them had returned. The man in the reddish-brown outfit questioned what had happened. One of the injured guards gasped, revealing that they had been in a fight. The man in the reddish-brown outfit demanded to know who they had fought. Amidst a chaotic retreat, Xion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself surrounded. He realized, with a grim understanding, that a highly skilled martial artist was among his pursuers. A formidable opponent whose presence intensified the already desperate situation. The assassin's pursuers were relentless, their determination fueled by a burning desire to capture him. Meanwhile, a voice, laced with fury, cut through the din. The question hung heavy in the air: where is that bastard right now? The aftermath of a fierce battle lay before them, a village reduced to smoldering ruins, the air thick with the stench of smoke and destruction. A gruff voice cut through the silence. He questioned the meager spoils of their raid. The camera focused on several chests overflowing with various herbs and medicinal ingredients. These were not ordinary goods, they were rare and valuable medicinal ingredients. The sheer volume of the herbs raised concerns. The approaching Mara festival was mentioned, but the need for such a massive stockpile remained questionable. One of the men shrugged off the concerns, deeming it irrelevant to his interests. Having secured all their objectives, they prepared to leave, setting the village ablaze before their departure. A report was given, only minor injuries were sustained during the raid, with no fatalities. A high-ranking officer of the heavenly demon cult berated his subordinates. His words, sharp as shards of ice, echoed the severity of their recent defeat: "You useless things. How strong was the enemy that our people took only minor injuries?" His face, a mask of furious displeasure, was a terrifying sight. The veins in his forehead throbbed, his eyes blazing with barely contained rage. The officer continued his furious interrogation, his voice dripping with contempt. He demanded an explanation for the unexpectedly high number of casualties. "How many did you say you let go on purpose?" One of the subordinates responded, hesitantly, "About 4 or 5. We can't be certain because they were too far away." His fury escalated further. He roared at his men, his words laced with venomous scorn: "You incompetent bastard. Just get the guys to load these up." A subordinate, wounded and bleeding profusely, obeyed instantly, groaning in pain as he struggled to comply. "Yes, sir." The officer watched, his expression unchanged, as the man moved with labored breaths. The scene shifted to another wounded man lying amidst the rubble. He was clearly in pain, but his eyes were sharp and alert. The officer approached him, his voice low and dangerous. "Aren't you the one who got hit by my palm strike?" He continued, his gaze piercing. "A green robe. I guess you're not from the outer cult, but the inner cult, right?" The wounded man coughed up blood, his face contorted in pain. He managed a weak but defiant retort: "The demon god won't let you off." The officer scoffed, his lips curling into a sneer. His response was laced with disdain. "How funny. You worship a demon god?" A member of the Divine Justice Alliance, scornful of the heavenly demon cult, addressed a group of cultists. He sneered, declaring them all to be out of their minds. He continued his tirade, sarcastically suggesting that if they revered their demon god so much, they should die and join him. Another cultist, seemingly unimpressed, challenged the alliance member, questioning his courage to die for his beliefs. He offered to help him achieve that end. With surprising speed, the cultist swiftly attacked, a brutal strike silencing the alliance member's taunts with a sickening thud. Blood splattered across the ground. The cultist, standing over the fallen body, delivered a final, cutting remark. He told the dying man that if he truly believed in his demon god, he should beg for mercy in the afterlife. He added, with a chilling finality, that the alliance member had died for nothing. The lifeless body of the alliance member lay still, a grim testament to the cultist's swift and brutal efficiency. A new figure appeared, chuckling darkly. He expressed a desire to meet this famous demon god of the cult, referring to them as stupid bastards. The newcomer's appearance was imposing, a large, powerfully built man with dark, intense eyes and wild, dark hair. He seemed to exude an aura of menace. A stern-faced man, his expression etched with authority, stood at the center of the panel. He was dressed in rich, purple robes, a symbol of his high standing within the heavenly demon cult. His gaze was sharp, his demeanor commanding, suggesting a position of power. A large, muscular figure loomed behind him, partially obscured, hinting at the cult's strength and potential for violence. His eyes narrowed, a look of concern clouding his features. The man muttered to himself, his voice laced with urgency, he needed to feed the children under his care. A different man, this one powerfully built with a scar across his cheek and intense blue eyes, glared at the first man. He barked in order, demanding that his subordinates bring something. The first man, taken aback, questioned the audacity of the order. Was this man giving him orders? He quickly corrected himself, clarifying that it was merely a request. The powerfully built man remained unconvinced, his expression hardening. He was clearly not pleased. The first man retorted, sarcastically reminding him of all the food he had already consumed. The first man, maintaining his composure, calmly explained that they simply needed more food. His eyes flashed with a hint of warning as he questioned the other man's intentions. Was he going to break his promise? A close-up on a pair of intense, narrowed eyes, belonging to a man with a stern expression. His gaze is sharp, filled with barely contained fury. The man, a muscular figure with blue hair, scoffed. Fine. I guess beasts like you need to be fed at all times. He gestures dismissively towards a smaller, more slender man in a robe. Why don't you feed on those demon cult guys? I'll provide more corpses for you soon enough. The robed man's expression hardens. I'll bury all of you beasts once we're done with this. He continues, his voice dripping with contempt, you southern savage beast palace's dirty little beasts. The blue-haired man stands defiantly, his back to the robed man. His posture is one of simmering rage. A sudden burst of energy surrounds him, and his eyes flash with a dangerous light. 3 monstrous, red-eyed wolves materialize beside him, snarling menacingly. The scene is filled with the heat of conflict. 3 figures stood amidst the rubble of a destroyed building. A masked martial artist with long brown hair and a teal-clad woman with dark hair stared grimly at a blonde man with a distressed expression. The woman uttered a single word, "Oh," expressing her shock and dismay at the scene before them. The blonde man added, "This is horrible." The blonde man continued, observing the extensive damage, "It looks like they destroyed the building to erase any traces that might have been left behind." The teal-clad woman, however, remained unconvinced. She responded, "Yes, but it's a bit hastily done. I feel like they could have done a better job if they wanted to get rid of their traces." The blonde man frowned, considering her words. He stated, "They couldn't have made such a mistake." The woman, her expression sharp, countered, "That's right. This sloppy work is either a trap, or they must have ran to a very good hiding place where we won't be able to find them." Turning to the blonde man, she asked, "Have you sent out a message to the nearest branch?" He nodded, replying, "Yes. Considering the distance, it should reach them in about a day and a half." The woman then addressed the masked martial artist, stating, "I need some time to think things over. Please take care of the corpses." She concluded, looking determined, "The cult has strong influence in Jiangxi anyway. We'll be able to track the enemy down even if we don't hurry." Someone urged Xiao Riang to rest, but he refused. A woman, Overseer Ju, approached him, noting that he had only recently recovered from a chi blockage. Xiao Riang explained that, thanks to a physician, he had recovered most of his martial arts abilities. He insisted that he did not need to be treated like a patient. He reflected on Overseer Ju's trustworthiness. Xiao Riang mused that if Overseer Ju were impatient or obsessed with accomplishments, she would not have acted as she did. He was surprised by how quickly she had recovered from her chi blockage. Xiao Riang wondered if the physician Overseer Ju mentioned was the young master. He then called for Dongpil, requesting his assistance. Dongpil responded to the young master's summons. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape, a serene vista of rolling hills and distant mountains under a soft, diffused light. A traditional-style building, partially visible, hints at a secluded location. A long, elegant sword, its hilt adorned with intricate carvings, is presented. The blade itself is dark, hinting at its age and potential power. A question hangs in the air, this is the weapon requested, but to what end? Instructions are given, the enemy's trail lies 20 kilometers northeast. A warning follows: the enemy is strong, a direct confrontation should be avoided. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark robes, stands before a man in lighter clothing and a conical hat. The latter, seemingly a servant or guard, expresses confusion at the young master's instructions. The Guardian Court's top priority is to safely escort the delivery squad back to the cult with the goods. The man in the conical hat, his face partially obscured, grips the sword. He is instructed to move quietly, avoiding detection before uncovering the enemy's identity. The blonde young master is questioned about his own plans. Concern is evident in the guard's tone. The young master curtly orders the guard to get moving, his expression serious and determined. The guard, showing deference, agrees and prepares to depart. A sudden, urgent shout interrupts him. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood his ground, a surge of raw power erupting from him despite his inability to use qi. The force blasted outwards, leaving a crater in the earth. A silent testament to the unexpected strength coursing through him. An unseen observer noted the unusual display, musing that the demon cult's influence in Jiangxi was stronger than expected, but a sudden arrival disrupted their contemplation. The first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance, a figure of immense power and authority, appeared on the scene. The observer, a man in a straw hat, felt a surge of urgency. He needed to understand the situation unfolding before him, as events were clearly spiraling out of control. The first elder, carrying a small, fox-like creature, landed gracefully, a soft ong, escaping the creature's lips. Two crimson-eyed wolves emerged from the shadows, their hunger palpable. Their menacing presence filled the air. Their bloodlust a stark contrast to the serene landscape. The first elder, observing the scene from a distance, scoffed at their greed. The wolves, ravenous and brutal, tore into their prey, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. A gruesome feast that painted the ground crimson. Meanwhile, the first elder impatiently awaited the arrival of someone. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in an unexpected predicament. Having escaped the Divine Justice Alliance, he was now surrounded by martial artists of various affiliations. His injuries from the fierce battle had taken their toll, and he awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. He was in unfamiliar territory, his new body weak and vulnerable. A question arose in his mind, a silent query born of his surroundings. The scene shifted, revealing a stern-faced man, his gaze sharp and intense. Beside him, two ferocious demonic wolves, their eyes glowing menacingly, added to the palpable tension. The wolves' snarls echoed the man's unspoken threat, a clear sign of danger. Suddenly, an older man with long white hair and a flowing white robe appeared. He carried himself with an air of authority, his presence commanding attention. He spoke, his voice calm yet firm. His words were a greeting, a recognition of a familiar face, despite the passage of time. The white-haired man's question hung in the air, a subtle challenge to the newcomer. The newcomer, unfazed, responded with a casual explanation, his tone suggesting a certain nonchalance. A woman with silver hair, observing the exchange, expressed her skepticism with a single, questioning word. An elderly man with long, flowing white hair and a matching beard, dressed in simple white robes, turned his back to the viewer, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, perhaps even slight concern. He stood observing a gruesome scene. A group of crimson-furred wolves, their eyes glowing menacingly, were feasting on a bloody carcass. A muscular man with dark hair and a rugged appearance sat nearby, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. The elder man murmured, "So those are the renowned beasts." The muscular man, seemingly unbothered by the elder's comment, responded with a casual, "I don't know about renowned, but yeah, they are the beasts." The panel shifted to focus on the muscular man. He had short, blue hair, a scar across his cheek, and intense blue eyes. Two of the wolves rested on either side of him, their red eyes fixed on something unseen. He continued, "It's been really annoying because of them, smelly things." A close-up of the man's face revealed his intense gaze and the faint glow emanating from his eyes. His expression was one of weary annoyance. The elder man, his expression now more serious, asked, "What's your name?" The muscular man, his eyes still glowing faintly, replied, "Yu Liang." Two figures, one with a stern expression and dark hair, the other with a long white beard and serene demeanor, stood amidst a hazy landscape. The younger man spoke, identifying the other as the beloved disciple of the Beast Palace master. He continued, explaining that unlike the martial arts of the Central Plains, the Beast Palace's style was bizarre, and even an expert martial artist could be swiftly defeated by their guard's unique fighting style. Emphasizing that even peak-realm martial artists from the Central Plains would struggle to withstand 10 attacks from the disciple. The dark-haired man questioned his colleague's unusual kindness towards such a dangerous individual. The white-bearded man responded that he was simply making small talk. He expressed surprise that the other even knew the disciple's identity, noting that each of the 4 outer wall palaces were organizations filled with highly skilled martial artists. And that it was prudent to find out as much as possible about any organization, regardless of whether it was an ally or enemy. The dark-haired man scoffed at this approach, finding it illogical. He suggested a simpler solution: if they were allies, cooperate; if not, kill them. The white-bearded man then advised him to control his impulsive nature if he wished to rise further. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, silently declared his intention to simply live out his days as he was, accepting his fate. His chi disorder, a cruel twist of fate, left him powerless, and he seemed resigned to his mortality. Dismissing further conversation as mere pleasantries, an elderly man with long white hair, his eyes sharp and piercing, appeared before him. He demanded to know if Riang had brought the promised item. The man's attire suggested a position of authority within the cult. Riang explained that obtaining the item had been a difficult mission, requiring him to work alongside dangerous individuals. He then presented a small, cloth-wrapped package to the elder. The elder, upon receiving the package, carefully unwrapped it, revealing a glowing blue orb. His eyes widened in recognition, and identified it as the Jade of Calamity. He questioned Riang about the lengths he went to in order to secure the artifact. An elderly man with long white hair chuckled, his words carrying a sly undertone. One man's trash is another's treasure, he mused, a glint in his eye. He continued, addressing a younger, more serious-looking man, just think of it as something that I need. The younger man, his expression tight, simply replied, I see. The transaction concluded, the older man turned to leave. The younger man observed him, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. What a deceitful old man, he muttered. The older man paused, turning back. I thought you'd stay to have a few drinks, but you're already leaving? He hesitated, a flicker of something akin to longing in his eyes. I'd love to stay and chat like the old days. But then, his expression hardened. But I'm rather busy. A sly smile played on the older man's lips as he placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder. How about taking this chance to enter the Steel Blood Fortress? The younger man's eyes narrowed, suspicion giving way to a dawning realization. Ha! Are you suggesting that I join the fortress? The close-up showed an elderly man's mouth, his lips slightly parted, a grimace etched onto his face. His long, white beard framed his expression, adding to the intensity of the moment. Another man, his face sharp and stern, spoke. He gestured dismissively with one hand. What's wrong with that? It's only natural to covet a talented person for their organization, isn't it? The older man chuckled, a dry, almost brittle sound. Ha, thank you for saying that. He continued, his words laced with a hint of challenge. Why don't you give it as serious th? But the rest of his sentence was cut short. The older man's feet were shown, his shoes slightly scuffed, as he stood his ground. He spoke, his voice low and sharp. Are you even in the position to offer me something like this? You're just a squad captain. His words hung in the air, a challenge to the younger man's authority. The younger man's expression shifted, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. The younger man responded, his tone laced with a hint of irritation. Mei Chum, now why did you have to say it like that? The younger man's face was shown, his expression one of mild annoyance as he picked something from his teeth. A man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape as he began to speak, his voice laced with disbelief. His words were cut short, replaced by a guttural cry of exertion. A bloody hand clutched at the ground, the crimson liquid staining the dust as the man collapsed. Another figure, an older man with a long white beard, rushed to his side, his face etched with worry as he supported the wounded man, who coughed weakly. Observing the scene from a distance, a third individual mused to himself, if they're an ally, work together. If not, just kill them, he thought, a hint of amusement in his tone. The same observer then addressed another person, hey, squad captain, you should figure out who your enemies and allies are first. The wounded man coughed up blood, his eyes wide with pain and exertion. The observer continued, his voice cold and devoid of empathy, you'd better fix that shitty personality of yours in the afterlife. A group of soldiers, alerted by the commotion, approached cautiously, their eyes fixed on the observer, who was addressed as squad captain. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay bleeding on the ground, his escape attempt thwarted. His body, ravaged by the brutal fight, was a testament to his desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. His vision blurred, the world fading into a hazy darkness as he succumbed to his injuries. Meanwhile, a figure watched from afar, his gaze fixed on the scene. He scoffed, muttering to himself about the sheer number of pursuers Hajin had attracted. He turned to his companion, a question hanging in the air, what do you think? The companion responded with a chillingly casual remark, suggesting they were ready for more conflict. It seems like you already had your fill, but are you willing to have another meal? The camera shifts to reveal a powerful figure, Xiao Riang, prince of the heavenly demon cult, surrounded by a pack of demonic wolves. His presence exuded an aura of dark power. A stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of several nearby martial artists who watched in terror. Xiao Riang, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, simply responded with a single word, sure. The final panel shows a close-up of Xiao Riang's face, a predatory grin spreading across his lips as he accepts the coming conflict. He wouldn't say no. A small encampment, nestled amidst a tranquil landscape, served as a temporary base for a group of soldiers. The order was given, they were to unpack and stand by. Soldiers diligently unpacked supplies from wooden crates near their horses, preparing for whatever lay ahead. Two of the soldiers engaged in conversation. One inquired about the first elder's arrival time. His comrade responded that the elder had traveled far and would likely be absent for half a day. Concern clouded the first soldier's face, he questioned the wisdom of the elder traveling alone such a distance. The second soldier, with a knowing look, suggested the elder had gone to collect bribes, given their proximity to the demon cult's base. The first soldier's expression shifted to one of understanding as his companion revealed that the first elder was actually paying respects at his mother's grave. He was instructed on what to say if the alliance questioned their prolonged stay in Jiangxi. Several figures, clad in simple, muted robes, stood amidst a collection of wooden crates. One of them, positioned centrally, performed a fluid sword-drawing motion, his movements precise and practiced. While another, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke of the importance of discretion regarding the first elder. He stressed the need for secrecy, emphasizing the group's dependence on the elder's continued well-being. The speaker continued, his tone grave, warning of the dire consequences should anything befall the first elder. His words painted a picture of shared vulnerability and mutual reliance. Suddenly, a different figure, his brow furrowed in confusion, interrupted the conversation, questioning a strange occurrence. His gaze was drawn to the woods in the distance, where an unnatural energy pulsed. He pointed towards the anomaly, urging his companions to look, prompting a further inquiry about the nature of the strange phenomenon. A look of dawning horror spread across the faces of the group as one of them, his voice filled with alarm, revealed the truth. The trees were being systematically destroyed by an unseen force. The panel shifts to show a figure in white, moving with incredible speed, seemingly at the heart of the destruction. The image focuses on the destructive force, highlighting the chaotic energy and the scale of the devastation. The scene ends with a sense of impending doom. Qian Hajin, a master assassin, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, struggled against his unseen attackers. His eyes, wide with a desperate fury, reflected the intensity of his fight for survival. A hand, strong and swift, gripped a golden staff, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. The swirling energy around the weapon hinted at the immense power it wielded. Hajin, despite his injuries, launched himself into the air, his movements surprisingly agile despite his weakened state. He was a whirlwind of motion, a blur of dark clothing and flashing steel. His desperate attack connecting with his opponent, sending them sprawling to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. The impact was brutal, a testament to Hajin's unwavering resolve. But the fight was far from over. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he braced himself for the next onslaught. A blinding flash of light erupted, signaling a powerful energy discharge. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the surrounding area. The aftermath of the explosion left a scene of devastation. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a wounded man, his throat clutched, gasped out a final, broken statement. He was only going to visit his mother's grave. A tense confrontation unfolded. Qian Hajin, his face contorted in anger, demanded the truth from his interrogator, threatening violence if his questions weren't answered truthfully. A fit of coughing racked his body, a testament to the brutal fight he'd just endured. The interrogator, seemingly unfazed, questioned the very possibility of the first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance abandoning his escorts. Doubt clouded their expression. Hajin, fueled by suspicion, launched a swift attack, effortlessly incapacitating two guards. The scene was a blur of motion, ending with the guards lying defeated on the ground. He then grasped a golden staff, his eyes narrowed in determination. The situation was clearly more complicated than it initially seemed. He decided to take advantage of his presence. A cold resolve hardened his gaze. He decided to eliminate young Ilrion before departing, a calculated decision born from his assessment of the situation. His expression turned grim, a silent promise of swift, decisive action. He was ready to strike. The golden staff, now in his hand, seemed to pulse with an inner light. His thoughts drifted to young Ilrion, a flicker of something akin to anticipation in his eyes. The mere thought of him triggered a phantom pain in his missing right leg, a lingering reminder of his past life as Qian Hajin. The pain was sharp, visceral. With a fierce declaration, Hajin launched himself into the air, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the setting sun. He was leaving, but not before settling a score. A chilling declaration echoed across the desolate landscape. "I'm coming to kill you." Amidst the carnage of a recent battle, a figure surveyed the fallen. "You made a wise choice allying with me instead of the Steel Blood Fortress." The speaker continued, their words laced with a bitter truth. "Anyone would choose to ally with the side that treats them better. Those bastards have always looked down on us." The scene shifted to a different location. A concerned inquiry was made. "How is the palace master doing?" A reassuring response followed. "The medicine you brought us has had some effect. I think he will soon be up and running again." A brief moment of relief was expressed. "That's great." The conversation turned to a more mysterious topic. "Ah, you mean the Jade of Calamity?" One of the speakers offered a cryptic explanation. "You don't need to know. All you need to know is that it's a treasure that will be useful in your work." The other speaker quickly hushed them. "Shoo." A close-up on an elderly man with a long white beard, his finger pressed to his lips in a gesture of silence. His eyes, though partially obscured by the shadows, convey a sense of intense concentration and perhaps a hint of worry. The scene shifts to a wide shot, revealing a large pack of dark, wolf-like creatures swarming across a battlefield. The elderly man's voice, though unseen, comments on their ferocity and effectiveness in combat. He remarks on their impressive ability to overcome swordsmen. Two figures stand silhouetted against the setting sun, overlooking the chaotic scene below. One is a man with dark hair, clad in simple, dark clothing. The other is the elderly man from the previous panel, his white robes stark against the darker landscape. The elderly man's internal monologue reveals his astonishment at the occult studies employed by the wolf pack's master. He's encountering practices far beyond his previous knowledge. The focus shifts to the dark-haired man, his profile shown in sharp detail. His expression is one of intense curiosity and anticipation. The dark-haired man explains that the occult studies allow the beasts to internalize power, mimicking human capabilities. He illustrates this by showing a simple hand gesture. The elderly man, intrigued, questions whether the wolves can understand commands solely from hand gestures. And the dark-haired man confirms this, explaining that he and his wolf pack share a spiritual and energetic connection, allowing for incredibly precise communication. The elderly man expresses his astonishment at this revelation, concluding the scene with a sense of wonder and newfound respect for the dark-haired man's abilities. An elderly man with long white hair and beard, dressed in flowing white robes, stood beside a powerfully built warrior with long, dark blue hair and a tiger-striped garment. The warrior's intense gaze was fixed on something unseen. The old man's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He mused to himself, considering a strategic advantage. His thoughts continued, outlining an ambitious plan, to use the current situation to seize leadership of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Suddenly, a blood-curdling howl echoed through the air, the image of a snarling wolf with glowing red eyes filling the panel. The old man and the warrior exchanged glances, clearly startled by the unexpected sound. The warrior explained that the Blood Wolf Squad leader had sensed the presence of demon cult members. The old man, confirming his suspicions, asked if the Blood Wolf Squad had encountered the demon cult before. The warrior responded that while he didn't know the exact number, there were approximately 100 demon cult members in the area. The old man's expression turned grim as he considered the implications of this new information. A pack of shadowy wolves howled at the moon, their eyes glowing menacingly. They had just finished a hunt, ambushing a group nearby. A few escaped, but the majority had fallen prey to their sharp teeth and claws. Observing the scene from a distance, a man with piercing eyes and a thoughtful expression nodded slowly. He had anticipated this. He knew they would be out and about because of the upcoming Mara festival. Turning to his companions, a wizened elder in flowing white robes and a powerfully built warrior with blue hair, he inquired about the strength of the pack compared to the elite Blood Wolf Squad. The elder, his gaze fixed on the wolves, responded that while there were many, some were exceptionally strong. The warrior, impatient, challenged the elder to a demonstration of the Blood Wolf Squad's prowess. The elder calmly agreed, stating that time was not a concern. The warrior's expression hardened. With a confident smirk, he declared that the demonstration would be swift, concluding before sunset. He stood tall and proud, ready to showcase the strength of the Blood Wolf Squad. Suddenly, a figure darted into view, moving with incredible speed, leaving a trail of dust in their wake as they sprinted across the barren landscape. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, grimaced, his face contorted in pain despite his inability to use qi. A fierce battle had clearly just concluded, leaving him wounded and disoriented. He stumbled back, his movements clumsy and weak. A desperate cry for an end to the fighting pierced the air. A command for everyone to stop echoed across the battlefield. The clash of steel momentarily ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Despite the sudden halt, Xiao Riang remained on high alert, his eyes scanning the numerous martial artists surrounding him, their stances tense and ready for renewed conflict. Among them, two individuals exchanged hushed words. One confirmed the presence of a powerful, inhuman energy, noting its violent nature and the overwhelming stench of blood. The other, grimly deducing the implication, surmised that a significant number of people had perished in the recent conflict. Xiao Riang's expression remained strained, his senses overwhelmed by the lingering effects of the battle. Suddenly, a figure of immense power emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a pack of spectral wolves, their eyes burning with an eerie glow. The air crackled with anticipation. Xiao Riang, his back to the viewer, felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the approaching threat. A wave of intense energy pulsed through the air, the very ground seeming to tremble beneath an unseen force. A blonde-haired man, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and suspicion, demanded to know the identity of the source of this power. Sweat beaded on his brow as he shouted, "Who are you?" His question was immediately followed by another, a worried inquiry, "Are they the ones who attacked the delivery squad earlier?" From the shadows emerged a figure, his face grim and determined. His voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the air, ripped them apart. Three monstrous wolves, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, emerged from the darkness, their snarls echoing the command given. Their massive forms moving with terrifying speed and agility. The blond man, realizing the imminent danger, barked a desperate order, "Spread out." He drew his sword, preparing to defend himself against the oncoming threat. As the wolves closed in, another voice cut through the chaos, "Everyone, watch out." A young woman, her teal robes billowing slightly in a cold wind, stood poised, two orbs of swirling, ethereal energy glowing in her hands. Her expression was one of fierce determination, her gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel. Suddenly, a monstrous, crimson wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Its teeth were bared in a snarl, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. The wolf lunged, its massive claws extended, aiming for the woman. But she barely had time to react before the beast's claws tore into her, eliciting a pained gasp. The scene shifted to a chaotic melee. Several more of the monstrous wolves had appeared, their crimson fur a stark contrast to the snow-covered ground. They were attacking a group of people, their victims screaming in terror as they were mauled. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in pain, cried out in anguish as he was thrown back by a blow from one of the beasts. He landed hard, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features. Damn it, he cursed, his voice filled with frustration and anger. Drawing his sword, he launched himself back into the fray. Wolves bigger than cows? Where did such monsters come from? He roared, his voice echoing through the snowy landscape. He fought valiantly, his blade flashing in the dim light, but the sheer number of the monstrous wolves overwhelmed him. He was knocked to the ground, his body battered and bruised. Shit, he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself facing a pack of demonic wolves. Their skin, as hard as steel, deflected his every blow. He could slice through boulders with ease using his inner energy, but against these creatures, his attacks only left scratches. His frustration mounted. Even if he tried to imbue his sword with chi, the wolves were too fast for him to do so. He dodged a flurry of attacks, narrowly avoiding their snapping jaws. As one of the wolves lunged, a voice called out from behind. A woman, identified as the third leader, warned him to stand back. She prepared to unleash her own power. Casting moonlight demonic arts. A wave of icy energy washed over the wolves, freezing them in place. The third leader then shouted to the overseer, instructing the delivery squad to stay inside and avoid interfering with the Guardian Court members. A tense battle raged. One of the combatants, his face etched with worry, declared that the fight was too dangerous and that they should retreat. Another warrior, a woman with dark hair, agreed, emphasizing the ferocity of their opponents, whom she described as not regular wolves. Suddenly, a large, shadowy figure descended from above, its movements swift and deadly. The figure appeared to be engaging the wolves in combat. The scene shifted to show a chaotic melee, with several warriors fighting off a pack of monstrous wolves. Amidst the chaos, a voice announced that the Guardian Court would protect the delivery squad from the wolves. The woman from earlier, her face now streaked with sweat, watched the unfolding battle with a mixture of fear and determination. A man with blonde hair, seemingly a leader, barked orders, Guardian Court's third squad, spinning formation. Following his command, the Guardian Court's third squad executed a rapid spinning maneuver. Their movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion. Their plan being to spin endlessly at high speed to disorient the wolves. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood his ground, sword drawn, facing a pack of ferocious wolves. The wolves, responding to his command, formed a defensive circle around him, swiftly dispatching several approaching figures who attempted to breach their ranks, leaving them scattered and defeated on the ground. The observers noted that Xiao Riang had cleverly used the terrain to his advantage in setting up his defense. Xiao Riang, despite his lack of chi, skillfully used his swordsmanship to cut down the wolves attacking him. But the woman in teal worried about the sustainability of his strategy, questioning whether the wolves could withstand the continued assault. The other observer, a large, imposing man, scoffed, stating that such an amateur formation would be easily broken. A chilling narration box ominously warned of the Blood Wolf Squad's terrifying nature, their ferocity unknown to many. The panel showcased two monstrous, crimson-furred wolves, their eyes glowing menacingly as they bared their fangs, a terrifying display of power. From a distant vantage point, two figures observed a large group of soldiers encircled by an ominous, swirling vortex, their fate uncertain against the approaching threat. A question hung in the air: how long could they withstand the impending assault? A small, seemingly innocent squirrel was shown carrying a small, rolled-up scroll through a tranquil forest setting. Suddenly, the squirrel was violently thrown back by an unseen force. The scroll falling to the ground as a man with brown hair, wearing a white and black outfit, appeared, his face contorted in anger, shouting, "So, that's where you are." A young man with blonde hair, clad in simple, dark clothing, fought ferociously against a pack of crimson wolves. His blade danced, a blur of motion, carving through the air as he deflected their attacks. He muttered, "Interesting." He skillfully used the terrain to his advantage, setting up a defensive formation to counter the wolves' assault. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair, dressed in teal, engaged the wolves with powerful martial arts. Her movements were precise and elegant, but the sheer number of the beasts threatened to overwhelm her. A thought bubble above her head read, "But how long will they be able to hold up against the wolves?" She unleashed a powerful burst of energy, shouting, "Ayayab." But the wolves anticipated her attack, their movements eerily precise. Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Impossible. The wolves are predicting my attacks." The blonde-haired man, seeing the danger, shouted, "Overseer, it's dangerous." He was forced to retreat, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. He thought, heart-wrenching. As he fell back, he yelled, "Return to the heavens." With a ferocious display of skill, Qion Hajin, despite his weakened state, effortlessly dispatched two of his pursuers. His movements were a blur of deadly precision, leaving the fallen figures scattered amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The scene a testament to his prowess as a master assassin. A cry of alarm pierced the air, third leader. Two figures, a man and a woman, cautiously approached the scene of the battle. The man, sword at his side, spoke, "We need to stick closer to the formation." The woman, observing the aftermath, marveled at the power displayed. Amazing, that sword aura was so powerful. Her admiration, however, was tempered by concern. But it's dangerous, he looks way too tired. A sudden, sharp pain caused the man to cry out, "Arg." He clutched at his side, his face contorted in agony as blood welled up. The exertion of his recent battle had taken its toll. His breathing grew ragged, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to regain his composure. His inner turmoil was evident. The demonic energy has gotten rough, and my breathing is unstable. Surrounded and outnumbered, Cheon Hajin, a master assassin weary from his desperate flight from the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself facing a seemingly insurmountable challenge. His inner voice echoed his exhaustion. What do I do now? Everyone's getting tired. The grim reality settled upon him, just defending ourselves won't cut it. Hajin, his face streaked with blood, knew decisive action was needed. He roared, "We need to get out of here. Open the formation. Everyone, run." Following his command, the group attempted a desperate breakout. He barked further instructions, "Spread out, everyone. Run as fast as you can toward our branch." Observing from a distance, two figures watched the chaotic scene unfold. One, a man with striking blue eyes and a scar across his face, scoffed at the fleeing group's strategy. His companion, an older man with long white hair, simply remarked, "Tisk, tsk. What a boring choice." The older man continued, "What will you do now? They're doing much better than we expected." He noted the toll the battle had taken, observing, "And the wolves have taken quite some injuries too." Despite their injuries and exhaustion, the relentless pursuit continued. Even wounded, they were still members of the demon cult, their ferocity undiminished. One of the cult members, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, fought back with surprising strength. The older man turned his gaze back to his companion, a question hanging in the air. "What do you think? Will you show them?" The scene opens with the lifeless body of a crimson-furred beast, its eyes glazed over, lying amidst a pool of its own blood. A sense of violent struggle hangs heavy in the air. A man with dark hair and a stern expression observes the fallen creature, a question forming in his mind: could this be the successor to the southern savage beast Palace's terror? Suddenly, a powerful energy erupts from the ground, sending shockwaves across the landscape. A figure with blue hair and a muscular build hurtles through the air, seemingly propelled by the force of the explosion. The man from earlier watches in disbelief as he recognizes the raw power on display. "This is bloodlust. That's not a wolf," he exclaims, his face contorted in horror. The blue-haired figure crashes to the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. A blond man rushes forward, delivering a powerful blow that sends the blue-haired figure sprawling. "Arg!" the blue-haired man cries out in pain, as the blond man shouts, "Third leader!" Another figure, a woman with dark purple hair, intervenes, her eyes fixed on the blond man. "Third leader," she calls out, her voice laced with concern. The woman unleashes a burst of energy, her determination clear. "He's a master martial artist. I need to stop him, no matter what," she thinks, her focus unwavering. A powerful fist, imbued with a chilling energy, shattered the ice before it. The force of the blow sent shards flying. A swirling vortex of icy fragments spiraling outwards from the impact point. A close-up on a sneering face, a cruel smile playing on the lips of the attacker as he watched his handiwork. He scoffed, declaring that such martial arts were mere child's play. With a powerful surge, he shattered more ice, the fragments exploding outwards in a dazzling display of raw power. A woman, her face etched with shock and disbelief, lamented the ease with which her martial arts had been broken. Another man, his expression grim, declared it time for pain. And swiftly delivered a brutal blow, sending the woman sprawling. He watched her fall, concluding that she was no match for him. An elderly man with a long white beard observed the scene with a critical eye. His gaze held a mixture of disdain and disappointment. "It seems the demon cult has downgraded," he muttered, his voice carrying a weight of authority. Meanwhile, Xiao Riang, the prince, reacted instinctively, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. His body twisted at the last moment, a testament to his surprisingly sharp reflexes despite his inability to use qi. "You twisted your body just in time to avoid being hit at your critical point." "Good reaction," a voice commented, impressed by the young prince's agility. A woman's voice cut through the chaos. "Listen closely," she warned, her tone urgent. "If you don't want to watch your leader get eaten alive." A hulking figure emerged from the shadows, his voice a low growl. "You better not even dream of running away." He let out a chilling laugh, "Hoo-hoo-hoo." The large, imposing figure grabbed Xiao Riang by the hair, forcing him to his knees before him. Fear gripped the young prince. A commanding voice cut through the air, halting the impending violence. "Blood Wolf Squad, stop. Stand by." A pack of crimson-eyed wolves, their fur glowing faintly, stalked through the desolate landscape. Their menacing presence hinted at the ferocity of the battle that had just transpired. More than 10 of the cult members lay dead, victims of these monstrous beasts. A large, powerfully built man with long blue hair stood over a young woman, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and annoyance. He addressed her with a condescending tone, noting her success in killing many of his wolves. He conceded that while he could easily replace them, the time and effort invested in raising those particular wolves irked him. The young woman, wincing in pain, groaned softly. Her injuries were clearly significant. Suddenly, a masked figure, wielding a long sword, burst onto the scene, their voice filled with righteous fury as they demanded the immediate release of the injured woman. The large man, unimpressed, dismissed the newcomer with a dismissive wave of his hand, referring to them as a mere barking dog. The masked figure lunged forward, sword flashing, only to be met by a swift counterattack. A sharp pain shot through their shoulder. They stumbled back, barely avoiding a second blow. The masked figure cried out in pain, their body momentarily paralyzed by the force of the attack. They could not move. The wolves, sensing an opportunity, began to advance, their growls echoing through the air. Cheon Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He fought ferociously against a large, snarling fox-like beast, his sword a blur against the creature's savage attack. Meanwhile, a man with a scarred face and piercing eyes watched the scene unfold from a distance. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he commented on the sounds of the struggle, finding it lovely. He addressed someone unseen, coldly predicting the imminent demise of one of their subordinates. Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, was being brutally manhandled by a larger opponent. His face contorted in pain as he let out a pained groan. A surge of energy erupted from him, a swirling vortex of light defying his inability to use chi. The light expanded, pushing back his attackers, sending them sprawling. The scarred man watched, his interest piqued. The scarred man's surprise was evident as he questioned Seo Riang's unexpected display of power. Seo Riang, exhausted from the exertion, coughed, revealing that the attack was the limit of his current strength. A powerful blow sent the fleeing assassin sprawling. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow with vibrant blue hair, commented on the assassin's tenacity. The impact of the kick sent tremors through the ground, leaving a visible crack in the earth. The attacker's raw power, exceeding even that of a first-rate martial artist, was evident in the sheer destructive force of the blow. His opponent, bleeding profusely, recognized the dire situation. Escape was their only chance of survival. Another devastating attack followed, a shockwave of energy ripping through the air, sending the blue-haired warrior crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater. He plummeted into the chasm, the ground trembling from the impact. A final, powerful strike sent a shockwave through the earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Observing the aftermath from a distance, two figures reacted with shock and fear to the display of power, recognizing the attacker as the third leader. Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded and defeated. Dust and blood coated his face, his body ravaged by a desperate fight for freedom from the Divine Justice Alliance. A voice, cold and devoid of empathy, echoed in the air, "You've waited long." Above him, a towering figure emerged from the dust. This was Seo Riang, prince of the heavenly demon cult, though Hajin now inhabited his body. The prince, however, possessed a debilitating condition that prevented him from using chi. With a chilling grin, Seo Riang declared, "Kneel time." He brought his massive foot down on Hajin's head with brutal force. A swift, merciless blow that sent tremors through the already battered body. Meanwhile, a woman with striking purple hair, her face etched with worry, desperately shouted a warning, "Run away, everyone. Alert the cult on what's happening." Seo Riang, unfazed by the chaos he was creating, casually added, "There's food everywhere for you guys. Eat as much as you want." A surge of dark energy emanated from Seo Riang's hand, a chilling display of power that belied his earlier nonchalance. He was clearly not as helpless as he appeared. From the shadows, a pack of monstrous wolves materialized, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger. The prince's power extended beyond himself. He announced with a cruel smile, "I've called forth the beasts around the area too." The woman from before stood defiantly amidst the impending carnage, a lone figure against a tide of savagery. An elderly man with a long white beard observed the scene unfolding before him, a thoughtful expression etched onto his weathered face. He muttered to himself, "What an interesting scene." His observation continued, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. He commented, "The beasts of the demon cult are being subjugated to real beasts." The scene shifted to reveal the man standing atop a rocky outcrop, his white robes billowing slightly in the wind. He reflected on a past event, a swordsman who saved a family because he could not stand injustice, the romanticization of sharing a drink on a sailboat, over friendship. But his thoughts turned to a larger truth. He concluded, but the Jianghu is just one face of the world. The scene returned to the brutal conflict below. A masked figure was being overwhelmed by monstrous creatures. The old man's voiceover continued, "It's not something I like, but the world revolves around one rule which the demon cult bastards love to chant. Only the strongest will survive." The scene showed a brutal struggle for survival, highlighting the harsh reality of the cult's world. He stated grimly, "Eat and be eaten. That is the rule of beasts." The old man's observation continued, his words painting a bleak picture of human nature. He observed, "In the end, humans are beasts too. Whether we rip someone to pieces or deceive them into their death, we kill and are killed to reach the top." His words underscored the brutal reality of their world. He concluded, "Morality and ethics mean nothing in the world of beasts." The close-up on the old man's face showed a steely gaze, reflecting the harsh realities he had witnessed. His expression was one of grim acceptance. A young man with light gray hair, his face partially obscured, contemplates his place in the world. His internal monologue echoes a fierce determination. Isn't the reason we exist in this world to struggle to climb to the top? The scene shifts to a brutal confrontation. A powerful, dark-haired man looms over a blonde-haired man who lies wounded on the ground. The blonde man coughs up blood, spitting out a hateful curse. "You bastard." The dark-haired man, his expression cold and cruel, delivers a chilling assessment. "You don't need to struggle so hard." His words carry a grim prophecy. "You'll die just like them anyway." The camera focuses on the dark-haired man's profile, his gaze distant and filled with a sense of grim resignation. The wounded blonde man, his face contorted in pain and desperation, whimpers, "Young master." The blonde man's thoughts are revealed. "How can I save the squad members in this hell and fulfill my duties?" A chaotic scene unfolds. Several figures are engaged in a desperate struggle against a pack of ferocious, red-furred wolves. Magic crackles in the air as they fight for survival. One of the figures, a woman with gray hair and a teal ribbon, is shown close up, her face etched with worry and uncertainty. Her internal monologue reflects her desperate situation. "What should I do?" Shion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, desperately sought an escape. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he muttered to himself, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. He needed to find a way out. He pressed onward, his resolve hardening despite the overwhelming odds. A fierce determination burned in his eyes as he declared, "There must be a way." But his hope was quickly shattered. A monstrous, crimson-furred beast, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunged from the shadows. The beast's attack was swift and brutal. Hajin felt the searing pain of its claws as he realized, with a surge of adrenaline, that he couldn't die like this. He braced himself for the final blow, his body straining against the immense force of the creature's attack. A blur of motion followed as he somehow managed to evade the fatal strike. And with a desperate lunge, he seized a nearby weapon, a wickedly curved blade. With a surge of unexpected strength, he swung the blade in a wide arc. The force of the blow sending the monstrous creature sprawling to the ground, defeated. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, found himself hurtling through the air, a desperate attempt to escape his pursuers. His body ached, the remnants of a brutal fight still clinging to him. A grizzled elder of the cult watched him fall, his expression a mixture of concern and disapproval. He was clearly not pleased with the young lord's reckless actions. Meanwhile, Shion Hajin, the master assassin inhabiting Riang's body, felt the full weight of his injuries. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. The chi blocking disorder made even simple breathing a monumental effort. Despite his weakened state, Hajin's mind remained sharp. He muttered to himself, recognizing the sheer number of enemies surrounding him. This was going to be a difficult situation to navigate. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the chaos, wielding a blazing weapon. It was a cultivator, seemingly allied with the cult, rushing to Riang's aid. Their attack was swift and precise, a fiery blade cleaving through the air. The cultivator's attack carved a path of destruction through a pack of monstrous, wolf-like creatures that had surrounded Riang, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. The cultivator's skill was undeniable, a testament to their power and training. With a final, devastating blow, the last of the beasts fell, their whimpers echoing in the aftermath. The immediate danger was over, but the long-term implications of Riang's actions remained. Surrounded by his enemies, Shion Hajin, the master assassin, smirked, "Great. It's even better if you all come at me together like that." He launched himself into the fray, a whirlwind of motion. A blur of motion as he effortlessly evaded their attacks. His movements precise and deadly, a dance of death amidst the chaos. From the sidelines, a man watched in disbelief. "Who the hell is that?" His eyes widened in shock and fury as he witnessed Hajin's skill. Hajin, now standing amidst the carnage, spoke with cold determination. "I came here to kill just one guy, but there's a whole mountain of trash I need to get rid of." He sheathed his sword, his expression unwavering. A young woman in teal robes knelt amidst a scene of carnage, several bodies strewn around her. A worried whisper escaped her lips, "Young lord." Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man lay groaning on the ground, his body racked with pain, his breath ragged and shallow. A close-up on a man's face, his expression a mixture of weariness and grim determination. He muttered, "Oh, well." He vowed, "I'll kill you too at least before leaving." The camera focused on a pair of intense brown eyes, belonging to a man with dark hair. He thought, and then a chilling determination hardened his gaze. A lone figure, clad in white, stood amidst a field of slain wolves, his sword still dripping with blood. In the distance, an older man watched, his expression unreadable. The older man, with long white hair and beard, stood tall and imposing. A woman's voice, filled with urgency, cut through the air. "Young Elryong." Shion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate flight from the Divine Justice Alliance. His escape, however, was short-lived. He was cornered and brutally attacked by martial artists from various factions, his body racked with grievous injuries. And now, he awoke within the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, cursed with an inability to use qi. His captor, a figure consumed by rage, threatened to make sashimi from his flesh. A question hung in the air, unanswered. Was it? A subsequent query followed, laced with confusion. "What do you mean?" A woman, her features partially obscured, observed, "One of your countless strengths is that you're very honest. Do you intend on throwing that away?" The woman to whom she spoke responded with a sigh, "I think I've told you something like this before, too." The first woman continued, "The other person will be taken aback if you suddenly change topics like that." Her companion conceded, "Yes, well, I guess it was a bit sudden." The first woman then stated, "I'm talking about the third young lord." The panel then revealed the identity of the speaker, Ho Yozong, Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's general strategist. A woman, her brow furrowed in concern, questioned someone off-panel. She wondered aloud about the frequency of their recent meetings. Her worry deepened into suspicion. She wondered if she was being spied upon. The scene shifted to another woman, who rhetorically questioned how she knew what she did, explaining that the position of general strategist for the divine cult was isolating, allowing her to gather information, and that she found the recent events rather amusing. The woman's companion reacted with shock and disbelief to the information revealed. Learning that she was once known as the Cold Dictator, a top slayer within the cult, though her recent performance had been lacking. The woman calmly responded to the criticism, pointing out the social acceptability of speaking ill of the cult leader in their absence. Finally, she boldly demanded a reduction in her workload or a raise in pay. A heated discussion unfolds within the Heavenly Demon Cult. One woman, her face contorted in anger, sharply demands a halt to the proceedings. Her words, a forceful stop, hang in the air. Meanwhile, another woman, her brow furrowed in concern, observes the scene with suspicion. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple as she contemplates the potential consequences. She worries that if things go awry, the man in question might manipulate her. The object of their concern, Xiao Riang, the prince of the Heavenly Demon Cult, stands with his back to the viewer, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His demeanor is calm, almost nonchalant. The woman continues her internal monologue, noting his seemingly impulsive behavior. However, she acknowledges his true nature. He is the most dangerous and unpredictable member of the divine cult. A man, his face partially obscured by a cup, speaks his thoughts aloud. He expresses curiosity about the internal enlightenment facility's neutrality, wondering if they are secretly supporting the third young lord. The woman with the ornate headdress responds, emphasizing that the internal enlightenment facility will remain neutral in the succession fight. But she questions whether this neutrality will extend to individual actions. Her gaze sharpens, suspicion etched on her face. The man with the glasses responds with a knowing look, leaving the question hanging in the air. The woman with the headdress is left pondering his actions. A single tear rolls down her cheek as she wonders if Xiao Riang is deliberately provoking her, testing her resolve. A man with dark hair, glasses, and a contemplative expression sat in a grand chair. He stated, in a calm, measured tone, that he could not interfere with the choices being made. His gaze remained fixed on something unseen, as he continued, acknowledging the other's deep concern for the cult. A woman, her face partially visible, responded, expressing gratitude for the man's concern. Her words hinted at a deeper intrigue. This curiosity led her to question why the third young lord had been sent away without notification. The woman, now fully shown, sat in a chair, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. A single, sharp exclamation punctuated her thoughts. The man, in response, calmly requested that his words not be taken as sarcasm or a threat. He reassured her that he had no intention of sending her to the penal law hall, implying an understanding of her motivations. The woman, however, pressed further, questioning his unusual curiosity about the third young lord. The man responded with a subtle smile, claiming his interest was purely innocent curiosity. The divine cult's attention was entirely focused on its third young lord. A man with dark hair and a contemplative expression mused that people often kill those they don't know, so he would rather save the lives of strangers. A successor candidate had been growing more influential and stronger at an alarming rate ever since the third young lord's chi blockage. A woman, elegantly dressed in teal and gold, admitted that she, too, was interested in him. She confessed her inability to describe him adequately, suggesting a personal meeting instead. The other woman, seated across a table laden with books, inquired if there was something inexplicable about him. Intrigued, she remarked on the unusual nature of her companion's comments. The first woman responded that a meeting could be arranged whenever desired. The scene ends with the first woman, her expression unreadable, holding a teacup. A man with glasses sits at a desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. He continues his internal monologue, deciding to invite this person for tea upon their return. The man is shown more clearly. He has long, light brown hair, styled neatly, and is dressed in elegant, traditional East Asian attire. He smiles subtly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He decides to attend to his work until the others return. The scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield. A bloody scene unfolds, filled with the forms of what appear to be monstrous, wolf-like creatures. Three figures watch the carnage from a distance, one of them expressing awe at the scene. An older man with long white hair and a stern expression appears, questioning if the person responsible for the carnage is also from the demon cult. The scene opens with the back of an elderly man, his white hair and flowing robes suggesting a figure of authority. He stands amidst a fiery, chaotic landscape, the embers swirling around his feet. Observing a scene of carnage. A young man with a sword stands amidst a pack of slain wolves, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate carnage. The elderly man muses that the young man attacked the wolves, but the direction of his bloodlust is pointed elsewhere. A thought bubble reveals the young man's internal realization: the bloodlust is directed at him. The focus shifts to the young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, but his intense gaze and crimson eyes speak volumes. A fiery aura surrounds him. As a powerful, muscular man confronts him. This man, the leader of the Blood Wolf Squad, accuses the young man of killing his men before his very eyes. A woman with dark hair tied in a ponytail observes the confrontation, her expression one of confusion. She questions the meaning of Blood Wolf Squad. The young man, unfazed, casually asks if the muscular man is the leader of the Mutts. The young man continues, questioning why the muscular man is subservient to the old man from earlier. The muscular man replies that there's no point in listening to a dead man. The muscular man's face is filled with rage as he prepares to attack. His final word before the attack is "You." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood his ground before a massive, crimson wolf, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. He gripped his sword, his body tense despite his inability to use qi. A powerful martial artist, his face etched with suspicion and hostility, emerged from the shadows. He raised a hand, crackling with energy, ready to strike. "I don't know where you came from," he growled, "but I'll kill you if you're also from the demon cult." Observing the scene from a distance, another figure, a man with dark hair and a calm demeanor, held a small, fox-like creature. He spoke, his voice low and thoughtful: "He smells like the wolves." Startled by the sudden appearance of the martial artist, the small fox leaped from the man's arms, fleeing in terror. The martial artist, addressing the unseen leader of the wolves, commanded with a fierce gesture, "Go, leader of the blood wolves." With a terrifying roar, the massive crimson wolf lunged towards Xiao Riang. The attack was swift and brutal. Xiao Riang barely managed to react, his eyes widening in surprise as the wolf's claws grazed his back. He muttered to himself, "Behind me? TCH, is that how it is?" The man with the fox watched from above, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. A narration box explained, "He orders the wolves around using a connection through their energy core." A small, fox-like creature with large, expressive eyes peered out from the shadows, its expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, an intense energy erupted from within the creature. Its eyes glowing with vibrant, otherworldly light as its form shifted and expanded. A monstrous roar echoed through the air as the creature lunged forward. Its terrifying claws extended, ready to strike. The impact sent shockwaves through the nearby warriors, who instinctively covered their ears. One of them recoiling in fear and disbelief as he witnessed the raw power unleashed. The creature, now a massive, furious beast, launched itself into the air. Its descent a blur of motion as it prepared to deliver a devastating blow. A small, clawed paw, seemingly belonging to a feline creature, is shown, flexing slightly. A soft glow emanates from it, accompanied by small, sparkling stars. The paw belongs to a small, fox-like creature perched atop a much larger, prostrate beast. The larger beast appears injured, its fur a deep red, and lets out a paindong. A muscular man with dark hair and a fierce expression witnesses the scene, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is that beast? He wonders aloud. He observes the creature more closely, a dawning realization crossing his face. It's no ordinary beast, he mutters. No, it's a different being wearing the skin of a beast. Two large, dark ravens descend upon the scene, their movements swift and predatory. One of the ravens is knocked to the ground. The man's eyes widen as he considers the implications. Could it be a mystical creature? A divine but also demonic creature that causes all kinds of mysterious happenings and legends? The man's gaze returns to the fox-like creature, his awe growing. It's not comparable to any beast in the southern savage beast palace. Even the Tiger King looks pathetic in comparison. His astonishment is palpable. Such a mystical creature truly existed? The small fox-like creature looks up at the man, a knowing glint in its eyes. "So you weren't just an ordinary fox," the man states, his voice filled with wonder. A chilling cry echoed through the air, a sound that should have instilled terror in all who heard it. Yet, one individual remained strangely unaffected. He stood, a figure of imposing presence, a long sword casually slung over his shoulder. His attire, a flowing white robe over dark undergarments, spoke of power and authority. This was Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult. Though his outward composure masked a secret, he was unable to use qi. His gaze fell upon the source of the cry, a question forming in his mind: how? Another figure emerged, their voice sharp with suspicion. "You, who are you?" The question hung in the air, a challenge to Xiao Riang's enigmatic calm. The challenger continued, their words laced with accusation: "Who are you, and why do you go around with a monster like that?" Xiao Riang responded with a chilling indifference: "What's the point in telling a dead man that?" The challenger, enraged, unleashed a surge of raw power. The name of his technique echoed with the force of his attack: Divine Southern Wolf Fist. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, launched himself forward with a burst of speed, his body a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating kick. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the earth. His eyes, now those of Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, burned with a fierce intensity despite his inability to use qi. He continued his assault, a whirlwind of brutal strikes against his opponent. Each blow precise and deadly, shattering the ground beneath their feet. His opponent, a martial artist of considerable skill, struggled to keep pace. The martial artist recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he staggered back. A look of utter shock etched across his face. "No way," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. His attack continued relentlessly, the martial artist's defenses crumbling under the sheer force of Hajin's assault. His face contorted in agony as he felt his divine fist being crushed. He roared in frustration and disbelief. The resulting explosion sent a shockwave through the area, leaving the martial artist heavily wounded and gasping for breath. A pained cough escaped his lips. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, grimaced in pain. His left arm, shattered beyond repair, hung limply at his side. The bones, he realized with a shudder, were completely pulverized. He had underestimated his opponent's strength. It wasn't a matter of inner energy or skill, the man was simply far stronger. His opponent, a martial artist from an opposing faction, stood confidently, a smug expression on his face. He had always considered himself superior in strength to anyone, except for the legendary head bear. With a swift, brutal strike, the martial artist sent Xiao Riang sprawling across the ground. But before the man could gloat, Xiao Riang vanished in a blur of motion. The martial artist gasped, stunned by the sudden disappearance. A choked sound escaped his lips as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Xiao Riang reappeared behind him, launching a devastating counterattack. The martial artist was caught completely off guard, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. He could only stare in disbelief as he felt the crushing weight of defeat. The impact sent him flying, leaving him battered and broken on the ground. The martial artist was left to grapple with the humiliating reality of losing to a mere member of the demon cult. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, launched a desperate bid for freedom. His escape, however, was short-lived. As he found himself beset by martial artists of various factions, both righteous and rogue. The ensuing battle left him grievously wounded. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, cursed with an inability to use qi. Facing a hulking opponent, Hajin, in Riang's body, coldly assessed the situation. And with a grim determination, unleashed a swift, deadly attack. Ending the confrontation with a decisive blow. His opponent, however, uttered a final, desperate plea. A desperate cry for help that was cut short as the attacker vanished. The dying man's eyes widened in terror as a massive stone slab fell from above, crushing him. The scene shifted to reveal another figure approaching. Hajin, still in Riang's body, cautiously surveying the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, an elderly man with long white hair appeared, his gaze fixed on Hajin with a mixture of suspicion and something akin to recognition. A desolate landscape, scorched earth under an angry sky. A pack of wild beasts scavenged the remains of a battle, their movements frantic and desperate. As a lone figure, clad in dark robes, stood amidst the carnage. A nearby observer, an elder in flowing white robes, watched with a mixture of shock and disbelief. The elder muttered to himself, his words carrying the weight of a grim revelation: the heir to the southern savage beast palace had been slain by a young member of the heavenly demon cult. From a rocky outcrop, a powerful figure emerged, his presence commanding attention. He surveyed the scene, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured, reacted with a gasp of surprise and pain. The intensity of the moment was palpable. The young man, now identified as Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, addressed the figure on the outcrop. He spoke with a quiet confidence, his words a challenge: "You've waited long, young Ilriang." With surprising speed, Xiao Riang launched himself into the air, a blur of motion. His attack swift and deadly. Young Ilriang, the figure on the outcrop, met the assault with a cold smile and a deadly counterattack. "You're dead," he hissed, his blade flashing. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape as Xiao Riang was sent crashing to the ground. But even as he fell, another figure appeared, a shadowy assassin launching themselves towards young Ilriang, sword raised. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, reflected on his escape attempt. He could have simply ignored the conflict and continued his flight. But the events of his past life weighed heavily on him. It was something that had happened in his past life, and he could just live a new life now. However, a persistent pain in his leg prevented him from doing so, he couldn't ignore it. Suddenly, a voice boomed, revealing the source of his torment: it was the very leg he had lost in his past life. The intense pain intensified, a searing reminder of his past trauma. And Xiao Riang, consumed by rage, unleashed a furious outburst. He screamed, demanding the return of his lost limb. His desperate lunge forward showed the extent of his fury. Only to be met by a swift counterattack from an unseen assailant. A blur of motion and a clash of steel followed. The attacker, a figure wielding twin blades, struck with deadly precision, leaving Xiao Riang reeling from the force of the blow. A fierce confrontation unfolded between two figures, their eyes locked in a deadly glare. The older man, his face etched with years of harsh experience and his white beard flowing, bore down on his opponent, his expression one of grim determination. A guttural roar ripped through the air. A figure, his leg seemingly severed, screamed in agony, "Give me back my leg, you son of a bitch!" The source of his torment was unseen, but the ferocity of his rage was palpable. A blur of motion followed, as a figure with flowing white hair launched a swift attack, their twin blades leaving a trail of crimson energy. The attacker, seemingly surprised by the sudden appearance of this new combatant, paused, a question forming in their mind: where did a demi-demon like him come from? The white-haired figure, a seasoned warrior, stood poised, his stance radiating power and experience. He unleashed a powerful energy blast, sending a shockwave across the battlefield, forcing the injured man to retreat. The white-haired warrior then calmly explained, "You seem to be misunderstanding something. The ones that attacked your people were that group of beasts over there." He added, emphasizing his point, "They're unrelated." One martial artist, his face obscured by shadow, declared the ongoing fight meaningless, having already dealt with the initial threat, a pack of wolves. He continued, explaining that while the powerful triad might antagonize each other, such conflict was limited to the political sphere. An older martial artist, his face etched with wisdom and weariness, questioned the necessity of a deadly fight, suggesting they cease their conflict. The younger martial artist, a sinister smile playing on his lips, scoffed, asserting that people never truly change. He noted that the younger man's wicked tongue remained unchanged. Then, he accused the younger man of cowardice, questioning his hesitation to fight after a long absence from battle. The older martial artist, his expression contemplative, wondered aloud if they had met before. The younger martial artist, his face grim, prepared for battle. He questioned whether he knew his opponent, the tension palpable. Shion Hajin, a master assassin, glared with burning intensity. His eyes, blazing with crimson fire, reflected a fierce determination. "Do you think we simply knew each other?" he sneered, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. With a sudden burst of energy, a crimson wave erupted from Hajin, shattering the ground beneath him, leaving only a smoking crater in its wake. A figure in white, wielding a sword, watched the scene unfold. He disappeared. Was that displacement? He questioned, his voice laced with surprise. The white-clad figure, an elder with a long white beard, narrowed his eyes. "To say that's the case, the speed of the dispersing traces is too fast." He muttered to himself, a hint of awe in his tone, "It's above." The elder lunged forward, his sword flashing, aiming a blow at Hajin. But Hajin was faster, his movements a blur. The elder grunted, "How heavy! This bastard is so powerful." The force of the clash sent the elder reeling back, a pained expression twisting his features. "Ugh." He gritted his teeth, his voice strained, "Right, if you died from one swing, I would feel far too disappointed." Shion Hajin, a master assassin fleeing the Divine Justice Alliance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He was beset on all sides by martial artists, their attacks a whirlwind of deadly intent. A relentless barrage of blows forcing him into a desperate, acrobatic defense. His body, already weakened from his escape, was pushed to its absolute limit. Wounded and defeated, Hajin awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. Observing his own hands, a grim realization settled upon him: the demon cult had created another obscene demon, and he was stronger than expected. He couldn't afford to lose to a young gun like him. The ensuing clash was a brutal display of skill and power. A deafening sound echoed as the battle intensified. The older martial artist, his movements precise and deadly, unleashed a flurry of attacks. While Xiao Riang, despite his inability to use qi, fought back with surprising ferocity and skill, his movements a blur of calculated strikes. A desperate attempt to survive against a superior opponent. The ground trembled under the force of their blows. Xiao Riang, his face contorted in frustration and pain, cursed his own weakness. He was clearly outmatched. His body, lacking the necessary qi, suffered greater damage from the impact. He recognized the opponent's technique as the hidden move, white funeral swordsmanship. A figure in flowing white robes executed a mesmerizing sword dance, the movements fluid and graceful, almost ethereal in their beauty. But beneath the surface of this elegant display lay a deadly intent, a hidden bloodlust as dangerous as a venomous snake strike. A chilling aura emanating from the dancer as icy tendrils of energy lashed out. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, dressed in simple, dark clothing, stood his ground, his expression grim, readying himself for a confrontation. He called out to his opponent, questioning if they remembered him, before announcing his technique, the ninefold resilient calamity blade technique, third form. With a powerful movement, he unleashed his attack. A wave of crimson energy erupting from his blade as he countered the icy tendrils. His technique, 8 Cold Hell's Bloody Lotus, filled with cold air, clashed against his opponent's attack, culminating in a brilliant display of power as he unleashed his final move, Blood's Cry Great Red Lotus. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, lay bleeding, his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance thwarted. His body, ravaged by battle, was a testament to his desperate struggle for freedom. A desperate gasp escaping his lips as he registered the sudden shift in his surroundings. Wait, he thought, confusion clouding his mind. He awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his new reality a stark contrast to his past life. The prince's body lay on the cold, hard ground, blood staining the fabric of his clothes. A chilling realization dawning on him: Xiao Riang couldn't use qi. From the shadows, a voice cut through the silence. That blade technique? An elderly man, his face etched with years of experience and a stern gaze, emerged from the darkness, his weapon held aloft. He was clearly surprised by the display of skill. His movements sharp and precise as he advanced on the fallen prince. The ground trembled slightly under his feet as he approached. Hajin, trapped in Riang's body, gripped the bloodied sword, his mind racing. He recognized the technique, it was a familiar, deadly art. A realization striking him with the force of a physical blow. I've definitely seen it before, he thought, a chilling certainty settling in his heart. The old man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. The narration box revealed a shocking truth: the technique belonged to Cheon Hajin, the Heavenly Righteous Alliance's deadliest assassin. The scene opens with a sweeping vista of a desolate, snow-covered mountain pass. Jagged peaks pierce the pale sky, their rocky surfaces etched with the passage of time and the relentless bite of winter. The wind howls unseen, a silent testament to the harshness of this unforgiving landscape. Suddenly, the focus shifts to a young woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, her expression fierce and determined. A narration box proclaims, the assassin King Chun Hajin's blade technique. She grips a long, ornate sword, its golden hilt gleaming faintly amidst the swirling dust and crimson energy that surrounds her. A testament to her deadly skill. The blade slices through the air, shattering ice with effortless precision. As fragments scatter like snowflakes in a blizzard. An older man with long white hair appears, his face contorted in anger. He bellows, "Just who are you to be using that bastard Chun Hajin's blade technique?" The older man stands defiantly, his muscular physique a stark contrast to the shattered ice around him. He holds a broken sword, the remnants of a fierce clash. A silent question hangs in the air. Then, a thought bubble above the young woman's head reads, "Do you remember now?" The young woman's eyes blaze with a newfound intensity, her expression hardening into a cold, calculating gaze. A sinister smile plays on her lips. A group of soldiers meticulously check 7 crates, confirming their contents were intact and secure. Relieved, a man with blonde hair oversaw the loading of the crates onto a cart. He instructed his men to proceed swiftly. The blonde-haired man approached Governor Ju, handing him an object. Governor Ju, surprised, received a small, red pill. The blonde man explained it was a life-sustaining medication, urging him to take it immediately. Governor Ju hesitated, questioning the blonde man's decision to give him such a precious item, given his own severe injuries. The blonde man, whose injuries were also significant, reassured Governor Ju that he could obtain more of the medicine upon his return. He offered to help circulate Governor Ju's chi while he stood guard. Governor Ju, deeply grateful, accepted the life-sustaining pill. Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, clenched his fist, his knuckles white with suppressed fury. A bitter self-reproach filled his mind, he had failed to protect those under his care during a critical moment. A wave of unexpected hope washed over him as he considered the possibility of receiving aid from the young lord once more. He reflected on the potential consequences of his failure, realizing that he would likely forfeit his position as a guardian upon returning to the cult. But the young lord's unusual display of rage struck him as deeply unsettling. His eyes burned with an intensity that suggested a profound resentment. The intensity of the young lord's anger hinted at a hidden depth of emotion, a simmering resentment that ran far deeper than a simple reaction to the situation. The young lord, Xiao Riang, issued a curt order, dispatching the third leader on a mission. With the search concluded, Xiao Riang requested the demi-demon transportation unit to ensure his safety, leaving the third leader to assist him. The third leader, however, doubted the necessity of his own involvement, believing that the young lord would manage without his assistance. Despite his reservations, the third leader acknowledged the propriety of all demi-demons assisting the young lord publicly, unlike himself, who remained in the shadows. Xiao Riang, the young prince of the heavenly demon cult, his face streaked with grime and blood, stared ahead with wide, fearful eyes. His expression spoke of a recent ordeal, a desperate struggle for survival. An older man, his face etched with worry and concern, addressed him. He spoke of a desperate hope, a last resort. A small, fox-like creature let out a sharp bark, followed by a series of excited yips and growls. The creature, Goldie, seemed agitated, its attention fixed on something unseen. Goldie, the small fox-like creature, glared intently, its expression sharp and focused. The older man, clearly surprised by Goldie's behavior, questioned the creature's unusual demeanor. Goldie suddenly darted away, prompting a worried exclamation from the older man. The older man called out to Goldie, his voice laced with concern as the small creature disappeared into the distance. A close-up on a man's eyes, cold and calculating, revealed a chilling certainty. He spoke of Cheon Hajin's demise, his tone devoid of emotion. The panel shows a close-up of a pair of boots standing over a blood-soaked ground. A speech bubble reveals a chilling confession: "I cut off his legs and beheaded him." The scene shifts to an older man, his body wiry and strong, standing in a desolate landscape. He holds a sword and contemplates, but did Chun Hajin raise a successor without anyone knowing? A figure with long brown hair, clad in dark clothing, stands with his back to the viewer, a sword at his hip. A speech bubble declares, "But this bastard is a demi-demon." The older man from the previous panel confronts the figure, his voice sharp, "I'll ask you one last time, who are you?" He stands defiantly, sword drawn, ready for a confrontation. The figure responds with a calm challenge: "If you're curious, find out with your sword." Close-up on the figure's intense expression. A narration box reveals, young Ilryong, he's unleashed his white lotus chi. The older man reacts with a furious outburst: "You bastard." The older man unleashes a powerful chi blast, swirling energy surrounding him as he prepares to attack. A flurry of white energy erupted from an unseen source, its ethereal tendrils swirling and dancing across the panel. A narration box appeared, revealing the nature of this power: the White Funeral, a legendary sword technique, one of the 10 greatest orthodox swordsmanships, a legendary technique said to contain enlightenment itself. Meanwhile, a figure emerged, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, standing amidst a swirling vortex of purplish energy, seemingly ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. An older man with long white hair and a stern gaze appeared, his body radiating an aura of immense power, his eyes fixed on the younger man. The older man spoke, his words filled with confidence. He possessed the white crane sword, and this body would not yield to a mere demon. A blinding flash of light erupted as the two clashed, the resulting shockwave sending out a powerful energy blast. The younger man, his eyes blazing with defiance, questioned the older man's confidence, wondering if the White Funeral would work on him. Another powerful clash, a flurry of blows exchanged between the two combatants. The younger man, his face contorted in rage, challenged his opponent to unleash their demonic energy, daring them to fight with everything they had. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, unleashed his dark shadow demonic art, second stage release. A surge of dark, crimson energy erupted from him. The demonic energy swirled around him, expanding his power. A terrifying display of power that seemed to bridge heaven and earth. An unseen observer watched in disbelief, muttering, "No? It can't be." Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked and masked, moved with deadly grace. Their movements were swift and precise. They launched a devastating attack, a crimson slash of energy tearing through the air, aimed at destroying their target's White Funeral swordsmanship with a single, heavy blow. The masked figure explained their technique: to destroy my White Funeral swordsmanship with a single slash of a heavy blade. Observing this, a grizzled, older warrior with long white hair watched in astonishment. He questioned, "Is this young bastard's enlightenment superior to mine?" He retaliated with his own attack, but it was easily deflected. The older warrior exclaimed, "You young bastard," how, clearly surprised by the younger fighter's skill. He then scoffed, "Don't make me laugh, demon cult bastard." A powerful, muscular figure with long, flowing gray hair and a matching beard lunged forward, his expression a mask of fierce determination. Red energy swirled around him as he moved with surprising speed. He landed heavily, his body impacting the ground with a muffled thud. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to regain his bearings. Internally, he questioned his own movements, wondering why they felt so sluggish and unfamiliar. His eyes widened in alarm as he registered the strange heaviness in his limbs. The older man's face was contorted in a mixture of shock and confusion, his internal monologue filled with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. His movements felt slow, as if he were wading through water. His arms and legs felt heavy, and each breath was a labored effort. The scene shifted to show a confrontation between two figures. One, the older man from previous panels, was suspended in midair, a red aura surrounding him. The other, a younger man with dark hair, stood below, his sword drawn, ready for battle. Despite the physical limitations, his senses remained sharp. He noted the slowness of his body, a stark contrast to the clarity of his perception. He realized it wasn't his body that was slow, it was the world around him that seemed to be moving at a glacial pace. His thoughts turned to the mysterious bastard who had caused this strange phenomenon, a mixture of anger and curiosity swirling within him. The scene opens with a muscular figure, his back to the viewer, standing amidst a pool of crimson liquid. His long, white hair is pulled back into a ponytail. In the background, another figure, clad in dark clothing, watches intently. A series of thought bubbles reveal the observer's internal monologue. He questions the nature of the events unfolding before him, wondering if the demonic arts have been shattered and if the other man's clear eyes indicate a newfound enlightenment. The focus shifts to the man in dark clothing. His face, marked with dirt and grime, bears a serious expression. His gaze is intense, hinting at a complex inner turmoil. Suddenly, the scene explodes into action. The white-haired man leaps forward, his movements swift and powerful. The sound effect, KACAAK, emphasizes the force of his attack. He draws his sword in a blur of motion. The dark-clothed man barely manages to deflect the blow, his eyes widening in shock. As the sheer power of the attack leaves him speechless. He marvels at the unexpected energy burst, questioning if the world has become slower. The white-haired man continues his assault, unleashing a devastating flurry of blows. Leaving the dark-clothed man reeling and exclaiming in disbelief, "This is absurd." The first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, a man of imposing presence, confronted Cheon Hajin, his voice laced with fury. He bellowed, demanding to know Hajin's identity. His face, partially obscured by a long white beard and a missing eye, was contorted in a mask of rage. The intensity of his glare spoke volumes. Hajin, his expression unchanged, responded with a single, dismissive word, "So what?" He moved with a speed that defied the elder's expectations, launching a swift attack. The elder, despite his years of experience, was caught off guard. His counterattack was met with brutal force, the impact sending cracked spiderwebbing across the ground. A crack appeared on the elder's white crane sword, a testament to the raw power of Hajin's assault. Hajin pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of deadly precision. The narration box revealed that Hajin's blade was imbued with demonic energy, amplifying its destructive capabilities to an almost superhuman level. The sheer power of his attacks left even seasoned observers stunned. A muscular, older man with long white hair moved with surprising speed, his white robes billowing behind him as he dashed across the dusty ground. He wielded a large sword, leaving a trail of disturbed earth and faint sparks in his wake. He paused, turning to address his opponent. "Do you know why I brought such a brutally large sword?" he asked, his voice calm yet laced with a hint of menace. "Because I know that, given our similar levels of skill, your white funeral swordsmanship is especially weak against heavy blades," he explained, a knowing glint in his eyes. He continued, his tone hardening, "Moreover, if I were stronger than you in enlightenment, you would be nothing," he finished, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The younger man, his face contorted in a grimace, reacted violently. He launched a flurry of attacks, his body a blur of motion, scattering himself in all directions in a desperate attempt to overwhelm his opponent. But the older swordsman remained unfazed, his movements precise and controlled as he effortlessly deflected each blow. The older man countered, his attack leaving a visible trail of energy. "Isn't that the Nine Heavens contraction?" someone observed from a distance. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with strain, glared intensely. Sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered, "If you're an executive of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, then you would know. The infamous footwork of assassin King Chun Hajin." The scene shifted to a fierce clash. A figure, wielding a long sword, moved with impossible speed, leaving a trail of dust and sparks in their wake. The assassin's movements were precise and deadly. A voice, laced with disdain, cut through the air, "You've devoted yourself to politics and haven't actually fought in so long, you've gotten rusty, young Ilryong. A year ago, you used the inescapable net formation as an ambush, that was no fight." The older warrior, young Ilryong, stood defiant. He scoffed, "Do you think you can push Dam Seong and take the role of righteous Heavenly Alliance leader with that level of talent?" His opponent remained silent for a moment, their eyes narrowed in thought. Then, a sharp question pierced the tension, "Who are you, you bastard, are you really?" The close-up showed young Ilryong's face, contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. His voice cracked with fury. A younger man's eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, met his gaze. He responded, "I don't know who you've been looking for since earlier. But if you want to know who I am..." A figure, shrouded in shadow and crimson light, issued a chilling demand, "Let's start after you give me a leg." With a swift, brutal motion, he launched a devastating kick, connecting with his opponent's leg with bone-shattering force. The impact sending a spray of blood and bone fragments into the air. The scene was a maelstrom of motion and violence. A violent explosion rocked the desolate landscape, sending tremors through the earth. The force of the blast throwing a martial artist several feet back, a pained cry escaping his lips. Another figure, cloaked in shadow, moved with terrifying speed. Their attack leaving a series of deep craters in the ground as they closed in on their target. The cloaked figure paused, a grim realization dawning on them, "I made the wrong judgment." He continued, "He's the first person to injure me this severely since I joined the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, no, since I started practicing martial arts." The injured martial artist, his leg bloodied and broken, struggled to his knees. A desperate thought forming in his mind, "I need to run if I want to live." A master assassin, Shion Hajin, lay wounded on the ground, his body battered and bruised. His ragged breaths painted a picture of his desperate struggle for freedom from the Divine Justice Alliance. Before him stood a formidable figure, cloaked in darkness, a sword held aloft. The crimson stain spreading across his torn clothing a testament to the ferocity of the battle. His escape had been brutally interrupted. He awoke to find himself in the body of Seo Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man whose life was marked by a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A grizzled, older man watched him, his eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and concern. "His condition changed," the man muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing pain shot through Seo Riang's head. A guttural sound escaped his lips, "Hack." Seo Riang's face contorted in agony, blood trickling from his nostrils. The demonic energy within him surged, threatening to overwhelm him. He cursed under his breath, "Shit. I don't have enough demonic energy." His thoughts raced. The demonic vision, the higher heaven and earth gateway he had forcibly opened, was now threatening to consume him. He desperately needed to close it. He realized the danger of his current state. If he continued moving, the little remaining demonic energy would surge, causing a qi blockage. Desperate, Seo Riang wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with grim determination. His survival depended on his ability to control the chaotic energy within him. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in desperate straits. His body, incapable of using qi, was failing him. He desperately needed to find a way to replenish his demonic energy. And his gaze fell upon his sword, pulsing with primordial energy. He knew he would have to use it, despite the risk. Observing the confrontation, an older martial artist noted Seo Riang's sudden pallor and labored breathing. He surmised that the young prince had depleted most of his inner energy. The raw power of the primordial energy coursed through Seo Riang's body, fueling his desperate attack. Despite the display of power, the older martial artist remained confident. He observed that Seo Riang's martial arts were incomplete, and his success was due to an unusual technique. His assessment was that Xiao Riang's unusual technique had pushed him into a tight corner, but his inner energy was clearly depleted. The older martial artist saw his opportunity. He was certain that, with Xiao Riang low on inner energy, victory was within his grasp. He scoffed at the idea of a child from the demonic cult being on a higher martial arts realm than himself. This was his chance to deliver a final, decisive blow. With a final, furious roar, the older martial artist launched his ultimate attack, declaring the end of Xiao Riang's reign of terror. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival, his body racked with wounds as he fought against relentless pursuers. His movements were a blur of calculated precision, each strike a testament to his years of training. But his opponents were relentless, their attacks a storm of steel and fury. One, a figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, roared a chilling threat: he would kill Hajin. The assassin, already weakened, barely managed to parry the blow, a searing red energy slicing through the air, narrowly missing him. Another attacker, an older man with long white hair, joined the fray, his attack a devastating display of raw power. Hajin, his strength failing, was forced to retreat, the older man's attack pushing him back. The red energy continued to tear through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As the dark-cloaked figure pressed his advantage, his blade a deadly extension of his rage. The clash of steel echoed across the battlefield, a symphony of violence and desperation. The older man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, received a fatal blow, a crimson line appearing across his forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground. The dark-cloaked figure, his victory short-lived, turned to face a new opponent, a young woman with determined eyes and a fierce expression. She was ready to fight. She unleashed a furious attack, her words a testament to the burning rage within her: "You should have left me alone." The narration box revealed the source of her fury, the bitter enmity and desperate longing for freedom that had driven her through hell in her past life. Despite the intensity of her emotions, she calmly rejected the same path that had consumed her in her previous life. She didn't need that kind of destructive energy right now. A sword lay discarded on the ground, a symbol of her resolve to forge a different future. Xion Hajin, his body ravaged by battle, lay bleeding on the ground. A single thought consumed him, a burning desire for vengeance. He just wanted to kill his enemy. His enemy, now lifeless, lay before him. Hajin noted the fact with grim satisfaction: he's dead. But even in death, the satisfaction was insufficient. A cold rage still burned within him, he wanted to kill him several times more. The scene shifted, revealing a man with dark hair and a grim expression, his face streaked with blood. He was clearly wounded, but his eyes burned with an intense fury. His inner voice echoed the sentiment: the rage and resentment wouldn't subside. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, reflected the turmoil within. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a raw expression of his pain and fury. The scene changed again, showing a man in dark robes approaching a small, fox-like creature. He seemed to be observing it with a mixture of curiosity and caution. The man's rage and resentment were still palpable, a storm brewing beneath the calm exterior. The final panel showed the aftermath of a battle. Two bodies lay lifeless on the ground, while a third, the man from earlier, lay wounded but alive. A voice called out, "Young master." Xion Hajin, a master assassin, fled the Divine Justice Alliance, his movements swift and desperate as he dashed across a desolate landscape, a small, fox-like creature trailing behind him. The scene shifted to the imposing architecture of the heavenly demon cult, a stark contrast to the barren landscape Hajin had just traversed. The intricate details of the building spoke of power and ancient history. Inside, a man in teal robes, the facility master, hung his head, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He expressed remorse for the recent events. A woman with dark hair, adorned in rich, regal attire, approached him. Her voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of impatience as she questioned his apology. She firmly stated that the blame rested with those who had attacked them. The woman placed a comforting hand on the facility master's shoulder, her expression softening slightly as she spoke. She suggested they go eat something, recognizing his exhaustion from the recent mission. A report was delivered to a superior, detailing the progress of Juwa, a martial artist. He had rapidly recovered his skills, eliminating more than 80 monsters in just 10 days. A feat that prompted a question: could Juwa single-handedly overcome members of the demonic cult? A woman, seemingly of high standing within the cult, observed the report with a thoughtful expression. She mused on the implications of Juwa's actions, referring to him as the third young lord and remarking on his frightening capabilities. And resolved to meet him again soon. Elsewhere, a scene unfolded showing a group of men in what appeared to be a courtyard. One of them, seemingly a leader, addressed another, concerned about his well-being after a battle. The injured man apologized for his failure to protect his comrades. The leader reassured him, stating that he wouldn't have been put in that position if he hadn't been deemed qualified. In a different location, another conversation took place. One man apologized to another, who sat at a desk reviewing documents. The first man offered to personally visit the families of the fallen soldiers. The second man, however, insisted that he should be the one to do so, as they were his squad members. Finally, a report was presented to a superior, presumably for the guardian courtmaster. A man in official robes reviewed documents, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. He muttered to himself, assuring someone that he would take responsibility for the matter at hand. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man with a stern expression contemplated the weight of his duty. He reflected that protecting someone was tantamount to accepting the possibility of dying for them. This, he concluded, was the very essence of their work. The conversation continued. The man in robes stated that, regardless, the blonde-haired man needed to accept some responsibility as the squad leader. Another man, his face partially obscured, stepped forward. He declared that he would punish the blonde-haired man in place of the courtmaster. The punishment, he explained, would involve relieving the blonde-haired man of his duties at the guardian court until it was complete. The blonde-haired man, accepting his fate, simply replied, "Yes, sir." The man in robes then issued a formal announcement. Ma Dongpil, the third leader, was placed on indefinite suspension. Acting as a representative of the courtmaster, he issued a secret order stating that Dongpil would not be reinstated until the directive was fully executed. The words "indefinite suspension" echoed in the air, a stark announcement of Xiao Riang's fate within the heavenly demon cult. His face, partially visible, showed a grim determination. A grimace twisted his lips as he silently acknowledged the pain, but his resolve remained unshaken. Even expulsion wouldn't surprise him. The decree continued, stating that Ma Dongpil would now serve as Xiao Riang's personal guard. Xiao Riang's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected news. His mouth formed a silent question mark. The announcement concluded, confirming the disciplinary actions against Ma Dongpil. Ma Dongpil, a man with a dragon emblem on his forehead, bowed respectfully. He stated that this was not something he desired, given his inferior status to the third young lord. However, he expressed his intention to learn from Xiao Riang before returning to his previous duties. Back in his chambers, Xiao Riang, now alone, muttered to himself, "I'm back here." Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, lay in bed, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and distress. A small, fox-like creature rested peacefully beside him. Meanwhile, outside his chambers, several figures bustled about, their hushed tones betraying a sense of urgency. One of them muttered about the need to move a physician quickly. Riang's distress intensified, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple as his eyes darted around wildly. The small fox creature looked on with concern. His thoughts turned to the absurdity of his situation. He scoffed internally at the orders to inspect shelters and gather information, deeming them utterly pointless. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, a stark contrast to his past life as a master assassin. "I can't be like this," he thought, his frustration palpable. The mention of young Ilryong's name ignited a surge of anger within him. He realized the depth of his resentment. The intensity of his emotions surprised even him. He hadn't realized how deeply the resentment ran. Suddenly, a figure attacked him from behind. The ensuing fight was swift and brutal, but was ultimately overpowered and sent flying. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded, his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance thwarted. His thoughts, clouded by pain, wrestled with a fundamental question. Is this what he truly desired, freedom? The question hung unanswered as he slipped into unconsciousness. He awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man plagued by a debilitating condition that prevented him from using qi. A voice broke through his confusion. "Young master." Xiao Riang's eyes flickered open, his gaze meeting another's. A question arose, a query born of uncertainty: "When did you arrive?" Dongpil, seemingly unfazed by the prince's condition, expressed his hunger, suggesting they eat together. The fox-like creature, Ang, seemed to agree. Before the meal, however, Dongpil paused, stating that there was something he needed to tell Xiao Riang beforehand. He reassured Ang, promising to feed the creature as well. Xiao Riang, intrigued, asked, "What?" Dongpil, with a solemn expression, swore his unwavering loyalty to Xiao Riang, pledging to serve as his dedicated guard. A loyal servant, his face obscured by shadow, pledged unwavering devotion. "I will protect you with my life, young master." The young master, Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, looked startled. A small, fox-like creature perched on the shoulder of his attendant, Manhwa, adding to the scene's unexpectedness. "What?" Manhwa, resolute in her declaration, continued, "I will reside here from now on, and I will act as your personal guard." Xiao Riang's eyes widened in disbelief. He questioned, "You're gonna reside here too?" A bitter truth settled upon him. His escape, once a burning desire, now felt distant and unattainable. "My dream of escape is escaping me." His frustration boiled over into a cynical outburst. "Freedom, my ass." The scene shifted to a table laden with steaming baozi. Angwa's voice, filled with genuine appreciation, broke the tension. "Whoa, it's really good." A plate of mapo tofu was presented, further highlighting Angwa's culinary skills. She modestly commented, "Angwa's the best cook." A hearty laugh erupted from the unnamed individual as he gave a thumbs up, a gesture of approval and contentment. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, reflected on his recent ordeal. He had survived his escape attempt, but the fight with young Ilryong had been perilous. Unlike the demonic art's underground prison spirit guard gateway, the demonic vision higher heaven and earth gateway operated on a different principle. It was at the second level and imploded demonic energy itself to endlessly accumulate the essence of the demon. It was a given that such a process would take a toll on the body. Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, needed a substitute skill until his dark shadow demonic art was complete. He mused that a skill effective against various martial arts styles, like the one he used against Young Ilryong, would be beneficial. Seo Riang then turned to Dongpil, asking him to remember when he had last brought him a blade. Dongpil replied that the blade came from the Demonic King weapons storage, one of the cult's maintained weapon storages. This information, according to So Yansen's records, confirmed the existence of the weapons storages. The narrative opens with a description of the Heavenly Demon cult's general weapons storage. It's a place where ordinary cult members can acquire their arms. This is in stark contrast to the Demonic King weapons storage, located deep within the cult's heart. Only high-ranking members and combat squad captains have access to this elite armory, which houses the cult's most treasured blades and swords. A place of such importance that it is even marked with a prominent sign, the Heavenly Demon weapons storage. The next panel reveals that this Heavenly Demon weapons storage is the cult's most secure armory, with access restricted to only the cult leader and their successor. Even the Great Nine demonic elders require permission to enter. Seo Riang, the prince, approaches Dongpil, a member of the cult, and inquires about gaining access to the Heavenly Demon weapons storage, confirming that the cult leader's permission is required. Dongpil confirms this, but questions why Seo Riang needs access. Seo Riang then asks how to obtain the necessary permission. Dongpil explains that while permission is needed, each of the cult leader's disciples is granted a single opportunity to enter the Heavenly Demon weapons storage. Seo Riang, upon hearing this, shows a look of dawning realization and concern. He realizes that if he had already visited the storage during his period of amnesia, he would be barred from entering again. With a maniacal laugh, Seo Riang, the prince, surveyed the armory. He declared his intention to take all the weapons, a gleeful expression on his face. Seo Riang, arms crossed, scowled. He muttered to himself that there was no way the person he was looking for hadn't already entered the restricted area. He sighed, resigning himself to abandoning his search. Suddenly, a voice called out urgently for the young master. Recognizing the voice, Seo Riang's eyes widened. As a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch cheerfully announced that she had brought food and drinks. Two other figures appeared, questioning why she was there, given her busy schedule. The red-haired woman explained that she had prioritized coming to see him, pleading for them not to be so cold. Confused, Seo Riang and the others looked at each other, clearly surprised by her visit. Seo Riang, the prince of the Heavenly Demon cult, was accosted by three figures as he walked. One, a burly man with blonde hair, addressed him as Berserk Demon Squad leader. Another, a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch, questioned his destination. The red-haired woman pressed him further, demanding to know where he was going. The blonde man, clearly impatient, added his own forceful inquiry. Seo Riang, his face contorted in a grimace, revealed his destination, the Demonic King weapons storage. The three figures exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and suspicion. The red-haired woman and the blonde man looked at Seo Riang with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The blonde man then suggested an alternative, the Heavenly Demon weapons storage. A suggestion that seemed to catch Seo Riang off guard. The three figures followed Seo Riang as he walked away, their curiosity piqued. The blonde man chuckled, remarking on the passage of time, 7 years, he mused. He then corrected himself, suggesting it had actually been 8 years. A man with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing spectacles and elegant robes, politely requested a cup of tea, stating that he wouldn't stay long. As he calmly walked away. Three figures, a man and two women, walked along a stone path towards a gate. One of the women, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her companion's more subdued attire, questioned their destination. You're going to the weapons storage? A man with dark hair, partially obscured by the shadow of a roof, suggested an alternative. Why don't we have a cup of tea together before you go? The man's face, now fully visible, revealed a kind smile behind round glasses. He seemed harmless enough. However, one of the women, her expression serious, countered his suggestion. I don't know who you are, but this isn't a tea house. You're at the wrong place. The other woman, a blonde man beside her, chuckled. Well, this place is kind of easy to get lost in. The blonde man's eyes widened as he spoke. He's the general strategist. The woman's eyes darted to the man in glasses, her surprise evident. The man in glasses chuckled. Eh? I know it's been a while, but you don't recognize me? I'm kind of hurt. A narration box then identified him, so this person is the second in command in the divine cult, the general strategist Ho Yozong. A question hung in the air, a silent challenge. Why was Seo Riang, prince of the Heavenly Demon cult, heading towards the Demonic King's weapons storage instead of his own cults? He was met by a group of individuals, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. One of them, boldly, noted his previous visit to the Demonic King's armory. Seo Riang confirmed their observation, stating that this was precisely why he was there. The implication was clear, his previous weapon was no longer sufficient. A subtle shift in the conversation occurred as another individual questioned his choice of armory, prompting Seo Riang to reiterate his need for new weaponry. The questioning continued, this time focusing on his fighting style. A sharp observer noted his shift away from his usual blade techniques. Seo Riang, internally, questioned the unexpected line of questioning. His suspicion grew, this was more than mere curiosity. There was an ulterior motive behind this interrogation. The question was finally posed, a proposition veiled in a seemingly casual tone: was Xiao Riang seeking assistance in accessing the heavenly demon weapons storage? The questioner, a man with round glasses and a sly smile, awaited his answer. The implications of the proposition hung heavy in the air, as the scene shifted to show the reactions of those around Xiao Riang. A clear sense of shock and disbelief was evident. A tense negotiation unfolded in a cobbled courtyard. Surrounded by three imposing figures, a man in dark blue robes calmly refuted the suggestion of heavenly demon weapons storage, countering that the information could be easily verified. He then subtly shifted the conversation, suggesting a quid pro quo. The man in spectacles, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, observed that life is a series of exchanges, a cynical truth that mirrored the current predicament. He then pressed for the details of this exchange, bluntly asking for the price. The man in blue robes remained silent, his expression unreadable. Before a woman with long, flowing hair made her proposition, to have him for the day. The man in spectacles smirked, clearly pleased with the turn of events. However, the man in blue robes quickly clarified that his intentions were far more mundane. He simply desired conversation and a drink that evening. The man in blue robes' suspicion grew, concluding that the man in spectacles was clearly up to something. A young man, dressed in fine clothing, addressed someone off-panel. He requested a short delay, stating he needed to change clothes. He then instructed his subordinate, Dongpil, to immediately seek an audience with the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, and to discreetly inquire whether a certain woman had met with the master during his absence. He further instructed Dongpil, should the meeting have occurred, to ascertain the subject of their conversation, paying particular attention to any mention of himself. Dongpil, a young man with dark hair, affirmed his understanding with a respectful yes, young master. Meanwhile, the young master's thoughts turned to general strategist Ho Yozong, whom he considered unlike anyone he'd encountered within the divine cult. He mused on the general's seemingly light-hearted words, recognizing their underlying depth and meaning. A group of men, dressed similarly, approached him. One of them commented on the young master's unusual swordsmanship, noting the irony of his current situation. The young master reflected on the general strategist's timely appearance upon his return to the divine cult. Outside, two individuals, one with fiery red hair and the other with light brown hair, noticed a pleasant aroma. A figure, unseen, worried, thought to themselves that the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master must know of their unauthorized departure. In a courtyard, two individuals, one in white robes and the other in red, stood before a third, whose back was turned. A small fox-like creature sat nearby. The person in white robes offered food, which the person in red refused, stating it wasn't for them. The individual with their back turned admitted they simply wanted to avoid someone. Their reason for avoidance was their immediate, instinctive reaction upon seeing that person's face. The man in white robes, surprised, questioned the intensity of this reaction, considering the person they were avoiding hadn't even learned martial arts. He seemed amused by this. The man in white robes then asked if they should proceed. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, recounts a fabricated tale of a botched vacation, where he was robbed by bandits instead of enjoying nature. Two figures, one in a white robe and the other in a red one, walk side by side. The man in white, chuckling, confidently asserts that the bandits are surely dead by now. His words, however, dance between truth and deception. The man in red observes his companion, noting his remarkable skill in concealing his true nature. The man in white, amused, praises the other's bravery, highlighting the irony of the situation. The man in red questions the basis of such a compliment, prompting a response from his companion. The man in white explains that he simply took a vacation to escape, a statement that reveals his true intentions. The man in red points out that his companion's departure was far from a legitimate vacation, it was a clandestine escape. A look of realization crosses the man in red's face, his companion's deception has been exposed. The man in white is cautioned against revealing their escape to the demon lord, a warning that underscores the gravity of their situation. Two figures, one in flowing white robes and the other in crimson, stood on a bridge. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable: why bother lying when you already know the truth? The figure in crimson simply replied, well, either way. His gaze was intense, questioning. He pressed, what's the real reason you came to see me? A man with spectacles and a calm demeanor chuckled softly. Just curiosity, perhaps. I just can't help myself when it comes to my curiosities. The camera focused on a pair of worn leather boots, suggesting a journey undertaken. The scene shifted to a woman with shoulder-length hair, who remarked, eh? What is it? We still have quite the way to go until the heavenly demon weapons storage. The crimson-robed figure stopped abruptly. I have no choice but to stop. The woman's observation followed, it must be true that you went on that trip on your own. I don't feel the presence of any escort warriors. The man with spectacles' eyes widened in alarm. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped him as he reacted to a hidden danger, his expression shifting to one of intense surprise and fear. 3 exclamation points filled a thought bubble above his head. A flurry of motion, a blur of white and gray fabric, dust motes dancing in the pale light. The scene is one of intense, chaotic movement, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. On a bridge, two figures stand poised, swords drawn. One, clad in dark robes, observes his opponent with a grim expression. He mutters to himself, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. The scene shifts to a tranquil pond, the water reflecting the soft light. Lily pads float serenely on the surface, a stark contrast to the tension that hangs in the air. A close-up on a man's face, his expression hard and resolute. His dark eyes burn with intensity. He speaks, his voice laced with menace. He threatens his opponent, promising swift and brutal retribution. Another man, wearing glasses, looks on with surprise. He expresses his astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. The man from before, the one who issued the threat, smirks. He finds the predictable nature of the conflict amusing. On a tranquil bridge overlooking a serene landscape, two figures stood locked in a tense standoff. One, a woman with dark hair, calmly requested an explanation, her voice laced with suspicion. "Let me at least hear out the reason. Why are you doing this?" The other, a man with a sword at his side, simply replied that he wanted to ask her a question. "That's what I want to ask you." The woman, however, was unconvinced, stating that she sensed his intentions were far from innocent. "I don't know the real reason, but you're not here out of curiosity or goodwill." The man, his expression hardening, countered her assessment, suggesting that her own actions were driven by a hidden motive. "You don't know what it is, but you felt that something was off, and so you will threaten me to try and find out?" He dismissed her actions as a mere threat, his eyes narrowing. "Threaten? This isn't just a simple threat." The intensity of the situation escalated as the man revealed his true intentions, his voice cold and resolute. "I'm fully prepared to kill you." The woman, taken aback by his declaration, questioned the implications of his actions. "You're going to kill the general strategist within the cult?" He remained unfazed, confident in his resolve. "You won't be able to escape the consequences of that even if you're the third young lord. Sheath your sword back. This can be considered treason." Despite the gravity of the situation, the woman seemed resigned to her fate, accepting the possibility of death with a calm acceptance. "Now whether I die from old age or in some other way, everyone dies eventually. I'll count to 3. A young man with brown hair, his expression unreadable, was interrogated. He was asked, for the last time, why he had come to visit. The interrogator, a woman with long dark hair, threatened to kill him if he claimed his visit was out of mere curiosity. A sword lay across the woman's neck. Startled, she asked how he knew. He responded that she shouldn't answer a question with a question. This was her last chance. The young man revealed that he would tell her how he knew she had other intentions. He explained that it was just intuition. Raising his hand, he declared that he possessed a sixth sense and already knew the world didn't function logically. Therefore, when logic and emotion clashed, he would act according to his emotions, ensuring he wouldn't have any regrets. Another man, older with glasses, appeared, questioning the young man's claim of a sixth sense. A man with spectacles and neatly combed brown hair stared blankly ahead, a look of disbelief etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, surprised to hear certain words in this place. He scoffed, asserting that his skills had never been truly seen, but questioned why he was being appointed as the general strategist. He then asked if the reasons were important, receiving an emphatic affirmation in response. Two figures stood in a grand hall, one in dark robes, the other in light purple. The figure in dark robes simply attributed his decision to sixth sense. The figure in dark robes turned away, their long black hair cascading down their back. The man in spectacles, now looking thoughtful, advised the other to focus on intuition from now on, explaining that the world doesn't always operate on logic alone. The figure in dark robes listened intently, their profile visible. The man in spectacles continued, emphasizing that while logic provides answers to the present, intuition unlocks the future. A young man with dark hair, his expression unreadable, contemplated a profound truth. Real wisdom, he mused, stemmed from a deeper understanding. The intricate details of his ornate, dragon-embroidered robe hinted at his high status within the heavenly demon cult. After hearing those words, the young man bowed deeply before the demon lord. The grandeur of the cult's palace hall loomed behind him. He reflected on the unexpected humility of the act. He hadn't even bowed to the imperial prince, yet he found himself compelled to bow before this powerful figure. Unlike the prince, whose commands were mere orders, the demon lord had imparted a valuable lesson. The weight of the lesson settled upon him, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A different man, with brown hair, offered advice. When unsure, seek guidance from others who might possess the answers. A young woman, her expression questioning, challenged the man's cryptic advice. He explained that his intention was to observe her reaction under pressure, to test her adaptability in an unexpected situation. A cunning plan was being hatched. He proposed a test, suggesting that Xiao Riang enter the weapons storage. Then he would claim that Xiao Riang had entered without permission. Xiao Riang, instantly understanding the malicious intent, questioned the plan's audacity. The consequences of such an act were severe. Even the demon lord's disciples would face disciplinary action. Trespassing on a restricted area was a serious crime. The scene shifted to a tranquil pond, lilies floating serenely on the water's surface. To be honest, the atmosphere was deceptively calm. The serene image was broken by a harsh accusation. He was called wicked, even a psycho, a label he seemed to wear with a certain amount of nonchalance. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, and Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, stood on a bridge. Hajin, now inhabiting Riang's body, declared his intention to part ways, stating that Riang was unbelievable. Riang, however, questioned the abrupt departure, pointing out the weapons storage and the possibility of drinks together. Riang refused, stating that he wouldn't drink with someone who had almost sent him to prison out of mere curiosity, and that he didn't need to visit the heavenly demon weapons storage anyway. A woman approached them. She expressed disappointment, mentioning that she had stayed up all night for this meeting. Riang, unimpressed, retorted that he didn't see why he should care. The woman revealed that Riang had sent an escort to the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master. She questioned if his intention was to warn her. Riang confirmed this, explaining that he wanted to tell her to remain silent about him. Riang mused that if the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master knew about his actions, he would be more than just a nuisance. He then revealed that the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master no longer trusted him. The woman agreed, commenting on the master's nature. Finally, Riang lamented that Hajin had ruined his only relationship within the divine cult, leaving him friendless. Two individuals, their faces comically enlarged, engaged in a brief exchange. One declared, "Well, all right. Let's drink to our heart's content then." The other responded with a jovial, "Wise choice." A suggestion was made, "Let's stop by the weapons storage first." A man with glasses looked up in surprise. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a building, with a sign that read Heavenly Demon Cult. A young man with long brown hair, accompanied by a small fox-like creature, stood proudly before the building, a katana strapped to his back. A guard questioned the young man, "Weren't you taking just one?" The young man responded, "You said you'd send me in there once, not to take just one thing." The man with glasses, now visibly stressed, muttered to himself, "He's difficult." He then exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, he's got me." A man with spectacles and a calm expression confirmed his suspicions. The Internal Enlightenment Facility Master was correct. He mused that it was as if some seasoned martial artist, battle-hardened and scarred, had taken possession of the prince's body. A young man with long brown hair, accompanied by a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder, responded to a query about his tardiness. He claimed to be a busy individual. He then added that, in any case, he wasn't coming. The man with spectacles had harbored doubts about Xiao Riang ever since the latter had emerged from the demonic judgment pavilion alive. But he reasoned that Xiao Riang was unlikely to harm the divine cult, which explained why the demon lord had left him undisturbed. The man's expression remained calm, yet a hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes. And resolved to pay a visit to the demon lord the following day. Xiao Riang, the young master of the heavenly demon cult, stood with his back to the viewer, a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder. He was addressed by someone unseen, their voice echoing the words, "Young master." Riang turned, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he questioned, "Huh? You're here, Dongpil?" Dongpil, a young man with blonde hair, stood before Xiao Riang, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. He gestured towards the weapons leaning against a nearby wall. "Weapons I got from the heavenly demon weapons storage," Riang explained. Dongpil's eyes widened in disbelief. "You brought back more than just a couple," he exclaimed, his voice laced with astonishment. Dongpil's surprise intensified as he stared at the weapons, a dawning realization spreading across his face. "Wait, those are..." A narration box revealed the name of one of the blades, the Seven Knights Blade, also known as the Dark Demon Flaming Night Blade. Another narration box described the blade's history and unique properties, noting its bloodthirsty energy and its past ownership by a heavenly demon. The narration continued, introducing another set of blades, the Meteor Twin Blades, renowned as divine weapons, unlike the demonic origins of the Seven Knights Blade. A young man with dark hair and a serious expression stood before a burly, blonde-haired man. The younger man had brought back several weapons, but the blonde man was unimpressed, stating that he only liked them and wouldn't use them in battle if they didn't feel right. The blonde man's face was shown in close-up, his expression was one of contemplation. He seemed more concerned with whether the sword suited him personally than with its history or fame. The younger man, seemingly surprised by the blonde man's assessment, was asked if he knew the sword. He replied that he had never seen it before. The blonde man revealed that the sword had been tucked away in a corner of the storage room. He offered the younger man the chance to hold it. Hesitantly, the younger man accepted the offer, surprised by the suggestion. He commented on the sword's considerable weight, estimating it to be 30 or 40 kilograms. The younger man gripped the sword's hilt, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Despite its weight, he found something about it appealing, though he wouldn't use it for long battles. The blonde man explained that the sword was unlike the others, kept in a corner rather than displayed on shelves. He had nicknamed it the Dragon Scale Blade because of its handle. He asked the younger man for his opinion, and the younger man, while admitting the name was poorly chosen, agreed that the sword was impressive. The scene opens with a young martial artist, his expression one of quiet confidence, standing amidst a solitary bamboo grove. He holds a large weapon, seemingly effortlessly. He was handling the weapon with such skill that it seemed an extension of his own body. His movements fluid and precise. A nearby observer marveled at his skill, commenting on his effortless handling of the weapon. Suddenly, the observer, a man with blonde hair, launched an attack, shouting, "Take this." The young martial artist easily deflected the attack. The blonde man's weapon shattered upon impact, leaving him stunned and speechless. Another figure, a woman with dark hair and a fox-like creature on her shoulder, approached. She spoke, explaining her choice of weapon for him, stating that while she wasn't entirely sure of his preferences, it suited his style. The young martial artist smiled faintly, seemingly pleased with the weapon. The blonde man, still reeling from the earlier encounter, unsheathed his own weapon, his expression one of grim determination. A narration box reveals the significance of the weapon. It is one of the divine cult's 5 great demonic swords and one of Jianghu's 10 great demonic swords. The chapter opens with a dramatic title card, the Silent King's Sword. A young man with blonde hair, styled in a topknot, stands proudly, wielding a long sword that crackles with golden energy. The weapon is clearly imbued with immense power. The Silent King's Sword, also known as the Sword of Silence, does not reveal its full demonic power unless it deems its owner worthy. But once it recognizes a worthy owner, it unleashes incredible force. A sword hand-picked for me by the young master from the Heavenly Demon Weapons Storage. He reflects on the gift. I can't thank him enough, but overdoing it might diminish the favor he's shown. I will just protect him my entire life. A young woman with dark hair and a fox-like companion observes him from a distance, whispering, "Huh? What's with him? It's making me nervous, does he not like it?" The blonde-haired man clenches his fists, declaring, "I, Ma Dongpil, swear to be the best demon cult member." His resolve is unwavering as he prepares himself. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man with long dark hair, a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder, smiled serenely. His expression hinted at a hidden depth, a quiet confidence belying his inability to use qi. A message arrived, shattering the calm. The words, "A message from the demon god's palace. Please open the doors," echoed through the air, heralding an event of significant importance. A man with blonde hair, his face etched with concern, questioned the origin of the message. From the demon god's palace. The cult leader, he wondered aloud, his gaze fixed on Xiao Riang and his fox companion. Xiao Riang, however, reacted differently. A grimace twisted his features as he muttered, "Cook. This is horrible." Yet, a flicker of anticipation shone in his eyes as he added, "Ha, I was waiting for this." He stood, arms crossed, a calm confidence radiating from him despite the gravity of the situation. His sword, sheathed at his hip, remained a silent promise of action. The scene shifted to a tranquil garden, the words "I greet the demon lord" appearing as a caption, setting the stage for an encounter of great import. A powerful figure emerged, his dark hair cascading down his shoulders, his gaze intense and unwavering. He exuded an aura of authority and strength. The demon lord sat, his powerful physique partially visible beneath his dark robes. His hand rested casually on his lap, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Xiao Riang, the prince, sat quietly, a bowl of something before him. He hesitantly accepted a drink, his thoughts drifting to his recent escape attempt. He hoped his actions wouldn't be discovered. A powerful figure, his superior, observed him. "You've been training hard, I see," the superior commented, his tone laced with a hint of appraisal. Riang responded humbly, "You're being too kind." Riang quickly gulped down the contents of his bowl, his expression shifting from apprehension to something akin to surprise. A sudden coughing fit racked his body. Yes. Well, that did happen," he stammered, clearly embarrassed by the unexpected reaction. His superior seemed amused by the display. The conversation then shifted to a new topic, a recently developed martial art. The fourth Serpent King demonic art is a newly revised version of the Jiaxa family's martial arts, the superior explained, a spectral image of a serpent appearing alongside his words. The image solidified, revealing a powerful figure, seemingly imbued with the serpent's power. The superior continued, he was stubborn and skilled. Not many would think of inventing a new martial art at his age. He elaborated further, it started off poorly, but gradually improved over 3 years. Eventually, the demonic art became quite formidable. Riang, listening intently, thought to himself, he's talking a lot today. I don't know what point he's trying to make though. A young man with dark hair tied in a ponytail pondered, questioning if the recent events amounted to a mere scolding or a brutal beating. But he concluded that it was nothing more than that. The scene shifted to another man, his face etched with weariness. A narration box revealed that this individual's demonic arts were incomplete, his talent squandered on plotting and schemes. He mused that someone who doesn't recognize their own potential is a fool, and he detested ignorance. He was disappointed by the fourth prince's wasted life and lack of ambition. Ultimately, he had defeated him. The defeated prince fell to the ground, blood staining his clothes. The victor found the outcome unexpected. He had known of the fourth prince's ambitions, but he never expected him to fail so quickly in the succession race. He reiterated his disdain for ignorance. A man with long, dark hair and a muscular physique, clad in a dark robe adorned with a golden dragon emblem, stood with a pensive expression. Beside him, a woman with dark hair, dressed in simpler attire, observed him quietly. He mused, "Those who defy my expectations." And he continued, "And you did exactly that, and more." The man turned away, his back now to the viewer, his robe flowing behind him. He stated, "Therefore, I admire and respect you." The woman's face was shown, her eyes wide with surprise as she thought, "The world's best demon respects me?" Her expression was one of disbelief and wonder. A contemplative voiceover reflects on the rarity of genuine admiration and respect, noting that being acknowledged by someone of great stature is a significant event. The back of a figure with long black hair, adorned in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragons, is shown. They stand with their back to the viewer, gazing into the distance. The figure's internal monologue reveals a mixture of emotions. Initial excitement gives way to self-loathing. The figure reflects on their past, revealing that they were raised as a secret weapon for the righteous Heavenly Alliance, living a life of servitude. A life filled with countless horrors. Now, unexpectedly, they find themselves acknowledged by the heavenly demon cult's demon lord. The figure, whose face is now visible, shows a conflicted expression. They confess to hating themselves for enjoying this recognition. Despite their self-reproach, the figure admits that a single compliment from the demon lord has filled them with a sense of pride and hope for freedom, a dream they've held their entire life. They question if they will ever truly break free. However, they rationalize that recognition from someone of the demon lord's stature is something any martial artist would be proud of. The figure concludes that they shouldn't be so hard on themselves for feeling pride, as emotions are natural. A low-angle shot shows the back of a figure, cloaked and mysterious, their face obscured by shadow. They stand before an ornate, intricately carved gate, the scene imbued with an air of secrecy and anticipation. As the figure reflects on their own emotions, they conclude that even unwanted feelings are an intrinsic part of themselves. The camera focuses on Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, hold a depth of emotion that belies his outward composure. As a voice, seemingly from an unseen observer, remarks on Xiao Riang's unexpected actions, highlighting his defiance of expectations. The unseen speaker continues, praising Xiao Riang's growth and change, emphasizing his inherent greatness. A statement that elicits a subtle smile from Xiao Riang, revealing a hint of satisfaction and perhaps even amusement. Xiao Riang's unexpected response surprises the unseen speaker, who expresses their astonishment. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, simply states that he is unique. The scene shifts to Xiao Riang, calmly enjoying a meal. He reveals that the general strategist visited him the previous night. Xion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, was informed that someone had betrayed him by revealing his secret visit to the heavenly demon cult's weapons storage. He reacted with anger and disbelief, wondering why someone would betray him after a prank. A voice, seemingly belonging to another individual, questioned Xiao Riang about whether he had tested the swords he had chosen. Xiao Riang, surprised by the question, admitted that he hadn't yet. The other individual, observing Xiao Riang, commented on his sharp eyes and the quality of the Seven-Night Sword, a weapon forged from a meteor. He expressed satisfaction with Xiao Riang's choice, noting that he had chosen wisely without needing to test its suitability. The scene shifted, showing the two individuals standing in a clearing. A sudden, powerful energy surge emanated from Xiao Riang. Multiple swords, seemingly drawn from thin air, materialized around him, impaling themselves into the ground before him. He stood amidst the weapons, a look of surprise on his face. The other individual, witnessing this display, was astonished, exclaiming that Xiao Riang had achieved void capture at its peak level. He then questioned how Xiao Riang, seemingly unable to use qi, managed to bring the weapons all the way from the entrance using sheer willpower alone. A figure, powerful and imposing, stood amidst a flurry of leaves. His gaze was sharp, his muscles taut beneath a dark robe adorned with golden dragons. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable, just how strong is he? The leaves swirled around him as he spoke, his words a calm counterpoint to the turbulent scene. This was a reward, he declared. He offered a choice, a simple yet loaded proposition, pick one you like. The man, his face partially obscured, considered the offer. A hint of suspicion clouded his expression. His gaze, though seemingly offering a choice, held a deeper, more complex meaning. It was an invitation, but one fraught with danger. Meanwhile, another figure observed from a distance. His features were less imposing, but his expression was one of intense focus. He planned to make a request, a subtle counteroffer to the power before him. He would ask for something at the same time. The powerful figure extended his hand, a gesture both inviting and commanding. The weight of his unspoken power filled the space between them. The observer's eyes narrowed, his gaze unwavering. He was ready. The moment he finished speaking, it would be his only chance to defeat Li Chongsang. He gripped his sword, preparing for the attack. With a ferocious swing, he unleashed a powerful blow. The force of the impact creating a shockwave that shattered the earth, sending debris flying in all directions. The ground trembled from the sheer power of the strike, leaving a deep crater in its wake. He wondered if his plan had worked. A cloud of dust and debris obscured the immediate aftermath. But as the dust settled, a figure emerged, revealing a powerful and imposing presence. Observing the aftermath of the attack, Xion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, concluded that his opponent's strike had been flawlessly executed. He questioned how, despite the precision of the attack, his opponent remained unharmed, neither blocking nor dodging the blow. The attacker, a figure shrouded in mystery, raised a hand, seemingly dispelling the lingering effects of his attack, rebuking Xiao Riang for attempting an attack instead of focusing on learning. Xiao Riang, reacting instinctively, launched a desperate counterattack, his sword aimed at the attacker's exposed flank, only to find his attack easily anticipated. Xiao Riang realized the attacker had predicted his vulnerability with unnerving precision. He pondered whether this was an innate ability or merely sharp intuition, concluding it was neither, but rather an instinct honed by countless near-death experiences. The attacker, having anticipated Xiao Riang's every move, stood calmly as Xiao Riang's attack failed to connect. A guttural voice echoed through the air, a sound described as being like that of a beast, the source of which was revealed to be a man with long, dark hair, intense eyes, and a stern expression. His gaze was sharp, unwavering, and filled with a palpable sense of power. His broad chest and muscular physique hinted at a life of rigorous training and physical prowess. The scene shifted to a verdant field, where the man with dark hair stood facing another figure, clad in flowing white robes and wielding a large sword. The tension between them was thick, palpable. A voice, seemingly disembodied, cut through the silence. He had been about to launch a devastating hand-to-hand attack, his ultimate strike. But he inexplicably stopped. Why? The man in white robes, his face etched with concern, pondered the situation. He wondered if the other man had somehow sensed his intentions in that split second. The dark-haired man, however, claimed there was no specific reason for his sudden halt, he simply felt compelled to stop. His thoughts turned inward, perhaps it was an instinctual reaction, a premonition of danger. If he had continued his attack, he would have been struck by an unseen barrier. Was this also instinct? A figure, clad in dark robes, stood poised, leaves swirling around him. He was warned to prepare for the next round of combat. He braced himself, a sword at the ready, as an unseen opponent loomed. A voice boomed, stating that he would teach the figure something he didn't yet know, implying a hidden potential. The unseen opponent challenged him to attack with the intent to kill. The opponent revealed himself, a powerfully built man with long dark hair, wearing an ornate robe, his expression cold and challenging. The figure, accepting the challenge, resolved to fight. He prepared to unleash a demonic art, opening the gates of hell. He executed a powerful technique, the Nine Heavens Contraction Divine Steps. The attack surprised him, he had done something unexpected. A figure, shrouded in shadow and swirling dust, declared with chilling confidence, "Then I'll surprise you even more." He lunged forward, a blur of motion, his dark hair whipping behind him as he wielded a heavy blade with deadly precision. The crimson energy trailing behind him a stark contrast to the muted greens of the landscape. His attack connected, sending his opponent sprawling. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, desperately attempted to escape their grasp. He plunged from a great height, his body a blur against the twilight sky as he plummeted towards the earth below. The impact of his fall sent a shockwave through the ground, a testament to the ferocity of his struggle for freedom. Dust and debris erupted, leaving him unconscious and severely wounded. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a man afflicted by a debilitating condition that prevented him from utilizing qi. A wave of frustration washed over him as he felt the crushing weight of his new reality. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged within him, a violent force that threatened to consume him. His vision blurred, a blinding white light engulfing him completely. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, launched himself into a desperate flight for freedom. His body, a whirlwind of motion, was a blur against the crimson backdrop of the attack, his blade a silver streak in the fading light. But the relentless assault took its toll. He collapsed, succumbing to his grievous injuries. He awoke to find himself inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a young man afflicted with a debilitating condition that prevented him from utilizing qi. The arrival of Eui Hungrian, announced with a shout, marked a shift in the immediate surroundings. Elsewhere within the cult, a maid was questioned about Xiao Riang's whereabouts. She revealed that he had gone to the demon god's palace. This news surprised a nearby cultivator, who questioned the reason for such a visit, leading to a discussion between two individuals regarding Xiao Riang's unexpected trip to meet the demon lord. One expressed disbelief at his sudden activity, given his previous idleness. Their conversation was interrupted by the maid, who rebuked them for their disrespectful tone towards their young master. The cultivator, unfazed, retorted with a sarcastic comment about the maid's fear, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. A young man with fiery red hair and an eye patch, seemingly a martial artist, addressed a much smaller individual wielding a broom. He stated that he couldn't bring himself to strike the smaller figure due to their size, promising to hold back. The scene shifted to a different location within the same building. A woman with vibrant red hair and a fiery disposition confronted a more stoic, blonde-haired man, scolding him for his behavior. She angrily told him to leave, emphasizing that they didn't know when their young master would return. The red-haired woman continued, explaining that she was assigned as the young master's bodyguard, a fact the blonde man seemed surprised to hear. The red-haired woman then called out to someone named Mr. Ma, her voice sharp and demanding. Mr. Ma appeared, his attention immediately drawn to the sword she carried. He questioned her about its origin, expressing shock and disbelief. The red-haired woman explained that the young master had given her the sword. This sparked a further outburst from Mr. Ma, who questioned why only she received such a gift. Mr. Ma's frustration was evident as he questioned the fairness of the situation, his brow furrowed in concern. The red-haired woman, seemingly exasperated, pleaded with Mr. Ma to leave, while simultaneously, a small figure on the roof urgently requested the young master's return, expressing their inability to handle the situation alone. The wind whipped through Cheon Hajin's hair as he lay on the ground, his body battered and broken. His vision swam, the world blurring around him as he struggled to catch his breath. He was alive, but barely. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. A groan escaped his lips. Cook, damn it. I can't move. It's hard to even breathe, he cursed, his body racked with pain. His thoughts drifted to his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance. Even their inescapable net hadn't been this bad. His sword lay beside him, a stark reminder of his failed attempt at freedom. He was defeated, broken, and utterly alone. Hajin's consciousness flickered. He was still only half as strong as he was in his past life, but he had given it his all each time. He wondered how Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, could be perfectly fine. He looked up, noticing a figure in the distance. The leaves swirled around him, carrying the scent of the approaching storm. Despite his injuries, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He had learned a lot from this experience. He would survive. Even as he succumbed to his wounds, Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, reflected on the battle. Fighting someone as strong as his opponent was a lesson in itself. A brutal reminder of his own limitations. He had hoped for a peaceful escape, but instead found himself embroiled in a desperate struggle for survival. Now, he lay wounded, his future uncertain. A voice, calm yet firm, cut through his thoughts. He was told to return to the gazebo. This was enough for now. Xiao Riang, the prince, questioned the length of his ordeal. That half-day felt like half a year, a testament to the intensity of the conflict. An older man, seemingly a figure of authority within the cult, presented Xiao Riang with a small, dark cloth. The prince was curious. What was this? It was revealed to be the missing pieces of his martial arts. The implication was clear, his potential was far greater than he realized. His demonic arts were on par with the 10 great demonic arts, a shocking revelation that hinted at a destiny far beyond his current circumstances. A young woman, dressed in simple dark robes, presented a recently completed scroll to an older, cloaked figure. The scroll, it seemed, was not without flaws. But there were gaps, the woman explained, since it's a recent creation. The cloaked figure, in response, poured a dark liquid from a small bottle into a bowl. This should be of help, they stated, their voice calm and assured. Xiao Riang, the prince, examined the scroll with a furrowed brow. His expression was one of disbelief. He muttered to himself, he spotted the weaknesses and needed changes in the dark shadow demonic art in just half a day. A look of awe washed over him as he continued to study the corrections. I've never received anything like this before, he whispered, almost in reverence. The cloaked figure, observing Xiao Riang's reaction, sipped from a bowl of the dark liquid. A subtle smile played on their lips. They thought to themselves, I didn't know he had this side to him. Xiao Riang looked up, his gaze intense. He addressed the cloaked figure directly, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. Is this the lesson you're teaching me? The cloaked figure remained impassive, their expression unreadable. Xiao Riang felt a familiar wave of mental instability. Damn it, my mind is being shaken up again, he groaned, clutching his head. Despite the discomfort, a quiet gratitude settled over him. He whispered a single word, barely audible, thank you. The cloaked figure responded curtly, their voice low and firm, don't. It's an obvious reward that should be given to a disciple who has surprised his master. Cheon Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, sat alone, a bowl of rice in his hands. His new life within the heavenly demon cult was far from the freedom he had sought, and the physical limitations imposed by his inability to use chi weighed heavily upon him. A stark reminder of his current predicament. He observed his reflection, the faint scars a testament to his recent escape attempt. A sudden thought struck him, he could speak with such casual cruelty, too? The prince's face, etched with a mixture of surprise and grim determination, reflected the internal conflict brewing within him. Later, before a superior, Xiao Riang, maintaining his composure, made a vow, I won't disappoint you. His words, though seemingly simple, held a deeper meaning, a silent promise to navigate the treacherous waters of the cult and survive. His superior responded curtly, I'll look forward to it. Outside, under a brooding sky, a figure observed the scene from afar. A single word escaped his lips, interesting. The weight of his gaze hinted at a hidden agenda, a silent thread lurking beneath the surface. Xiao Riang, walking alone in the rain, reflected on the events. His internal monologue revealed his apprehension, but interest in someone means that I'm still in the grasp of the demon. The rain mirrored his internal turmoil, a constant reminder of his precarious position within the cult. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, lay wounded on the ground, his gaze drifting upwards. He muttered to himself, remembering a time when someone last dared to point a blade at him. A figure, cloaked in darkness, lunged towards him, their sword ablaze with a fierce, crimson light. The attacker moved with deadly precision, their movements a blur of lethal intent. Observing the fight from a distance, a cloaked figure noted the attacker's skill. They recognized traces of the ultimate blade, a technique mastered by Cheon Hajin, the assassin. He has grown a lot, they mused, impressed by the assassin's progress. The rain fell, washing over Xiao Riang as he slowly regained consciousness. His expression was calm, almost serene. A stark contrast to the turmoil within. He understood death better than most, a chilling realization that settled deep within his soul. He knew his time was drawing near. Water streamed down his face, washing away the blood and grime. His expensive robe, adorned with a golden dragon, was torn and tattered. A symbol of his status as a prince, now a testament to the brutal fight he had endured. He wondered aloud, is it almost time? Xiao Riang's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. The rain continued to fall, mirroring the storm brewing within him. The scene opens at the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult military office. A conversation unfolds between two individuals, one of whom remarks on having recently met the third young lord. One of the individuals, surprised, inquires if the other has also heard the news about the third young lord and asks about his well-being. Mudam, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Guardian Court's first guardian, is introduced. His stern expression hints at the gravity of the situation. Mudam presses for more information about the third young lord's condition, showing concern. He expresses his annoyance at having to repeat information already shared, but reveals that the only account he can offer is what the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master reported. Mudam, clearly agitated, concludes that the third young lord must have had a difficult experience. The other individual, clearing his throat, politely points out the difficulty of forming a complete picture of someone based on a single encounter. Mudam agrees, explaining that this is why he is seeking the other's insight, given their reputation for keen observation within the cult. The other individual, delighted by the compliment from the first guardian, expresses their excitement. Two individuals, a young woman and an older man with a stern expression, sat across a low table. The man cleared his throat, commenting on the third young lord's unusual nature. The woman, however, questioned the relevance of this observation, inquiring why he was asking about him. The scene shifted to a close-up of the tea set on the table, the focus lingering on the delicate porcelain cups and teapot. The woman then explained that 2 days prior, the third young lord had been summoned by the demon lord to the demon god's palace. The man's eyebrows rose in surprise. He learned that the demon lord had personally tutored the young lord for half a day. A fact that deeply shocked him, as no other successor candidate had ever received such direct instruction. The woman, wearing glasses, expressed her astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. Continuing the conversation, the man revealed that he had heard she had opened the heavenly demon weapons storage for the third young lord. She confirmed this. As the man poured tea, he stated that it wasn't his place to interfere in the succession, believing the demon lord's will would prevail. However, he couldn't stand idly by while the internal balance was disrupted. He surmised that she was there to reprimand him for his actions. A man with spectacles and a calm demeanor sipped tea, his expression betraying no hint of agitation. He calmly stated that he lacked the authority, experience, and wisdom to reprimand the other individual. Another man, his face etched with concern, countered that he was merely expressing his worries as head of the guardian court, to someone at the apex of the cult's political power. The bespectacled man's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the other's inquiry about the third young lord. Revealing that the question was actually about whether the third young lord was worthy of accessing the heavenly demon weapons storage. The bespectacled man offered his response, stating that opening the storage for him was unnecessary. He continued, explaining that someone already ahead of others did not require a divine weapon. The other man's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his eyes widening in surprise. Returning to his calm demeanor, the bespectacled man refuted the other's assessment of his position within the cult's politics, stating that he was not suited for such a role. A high-ranking official of the heavenly demon cult meticulously prepared tea, his movements precise and deliberate. He explained that his careful attention to detail in measuring the differences among cult members was all to assist the demon lord in making accurate assessments, reassuring a subordinate that their concerns were unfounded. Meanwhile, another figure, their back to the viewer, stood before a grand palace. They reflected on their past misjudgment of the cult's general strategist. A realization dawning on them, concluding that the strategist's quirks did not diminish his genuine devotion to the cult. Elsewhere, a different individual, seemingly a high-ranking member, discussed the future of the divine cult with the first guardian, someone they had only spoken to a couple of times. Wondering if this unusual collaboration was due to the influence of the third young lord. The third young lord, observing from a distance, commented on how interesting life in the divine cult had become recently. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the air. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stumbled back, a pained groan escaping his lips as he barely managed to parry a blow. His body, weakened by his inability to use qi, trembled with the effort. His opponent, Dongpil, a stern-faced martial artist, watched him with concern. Dongpil, you're suppressing your killer instinct too much, she observed, her voice laced with a hint of worry. Dongpil's hand clenched into a fist, her expression hardening slightly as she considered her words. She continued, her tone softening, your identity as a guardian probably pushes you to protect me. The two stood facing each other, a tense silence hanging in the air. Riang, despite his injuries, stood firm, his gaze unwavering. She looked at him with a mixture of concern and exasperation. You're pretty strong, but you're still not good enough to protect me. I don't want to see you die before me because you wanted to protect me. Dongpil's words hung in the air, prompting a moment of introspection for her. The question echoed in her mind, am I holding myself back? Meanwhile, Riang stood silently, his sword resting on the ground, blood staining the stone beneath his feet. Dongpil sheathed her sword, a small smile playing on her lips. That's it for today. Let's eat, she declared, breaking the tension. Okay. Good work, young master, she added, addressing Riang. Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, awoke with a start. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked around his unfamiliar surroundings. Huh? This is... Outside the gates, a powerful energy was sensed by someone within the cult. A figure, partially visible, declared, I sense a powerful energy outside the gates. An enigmatic voice, seemingly responding to the energy's presence, calmly stated, an interesting guest is here. The scene shifted to an interior chamber. A teacup sat on a table, the only object visible before. A regal figure, Go Gil, the heavenly demon divine cult penal law hall master, was revealed. His presence commanded attention. Go Gil addressed the newcomer, his tone sharp yet controlled, so what brings you here? The newcomer, whose face was partially obscured, responded, though their expression remained serious. They thought, he still looks so serious. Continuing their explanation, the newcomer stated, from what I can recall, we weren't exactly close enough for casual visits. Go Gil responded with feigned ignorance, Mara Festival? Well, I've heard of it, but what about it? Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, addressed the man seated across from him. He reminded him of their earlier agreement, directness was preferred over beating around the bush. A sentiment the other man, whose name was unknown, appreciated. He noted Xiao Riang's ability to recall their previous conversation. And so, Xiao Riang proceeded to state his request plainly, he needed help. The unnamed man's response was immediate and dismissive. He questioned why he should assist someone who disliked him. A question that hung heavy in the air as Xiao Riang's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Xiao Riang countered, acknowledging that he was a dangerous person, but suggesting that a shared enemy might be enough to warrant the other man's assistance. The unnamed man inquired about the nature of this supposed common enemy. Xiao Riang explained that, as a succession candidate, his rivals were the other contenders for power within the cult. He revealed his plan to use the Mara Festival as an opportunity to arrest and imprison one of his fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Riang's unnamed companion expressed shock and disbelief at the prospect of arresting another disciple. The narrative opens with an explanation of the Mara Festival, an ancient ritual honoring Mara, the sole god of the heavenly demon divine cult and master of the sixth sky of the world of desire. Mara is depicted as a powerful, imposing figure with 3 eyes, adorned in ornate, skull-emblazoned jewelry. His presence radiates an aura of dark power. The text explains that the heavenly demon divine cult's notoriety stems from past practices of human sacrifice to Mara during the festival. However, the current Mara Festival is presented as different. Despite their doctrines and scriptures, the heavenly demon divine cult is aware of worldly affairs. Ultimately, the Mara Festival is described as a mere ancient rite, similar to a Murim festival. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape, where a woman, Dongpil, comments that she has heard this information before. She then questions the connection between seeking help and the Mara Festival. A high-ranking official declared that during this year's Mara Festival, one of the heirs to the throne would be imprisoned in the criminal court jail. Another individual, seemingly a martial artist, listened with a look of disbelief and concern etched on their face. The official clarified that the 6 remaining heirs would be safe unless they committed a major crime, prompting the martial artist to inquire about the existence of any other heirs besides the 6. The official confirmed that another heir had been nominated and was expected to arrive in time for the Mara Festival. The martial artist, observing the official, questioned the identity of this newcomer. The official revealed that the new heir was the eldest son of the Demon Sword family. The name Demon Sword family was presented, emphasizing its significance. A depiction of the Demon Sword family, renowned for their unparalleled swordsmanship, was shown. The martial artist reacted to the news, finding it both surprising and irritating. A conversation unfolds, marked by uncertainty. One individual questions the decision to imprison someone, wondering if a crime was committed. The answer reveals a grave accusation, robbery and the murder of 7 cult believers, with an innocent demi-demon framed for the crime. The gravity of the situation is emphasized, a grave error was made by the temple. An innocent demi-demon, loyal to the cult, was wrongly executed while the true offender remains free. This injustice is deemed an embarrassment to the temple, demanding the capture of the true culprit. A plan is put forth, to capture the offender and deliver him to the bereaved family of the unjustly slain demi-demon. One individual expresses their belief in the veracity of the account, prompting a question about the plan to apprehend the criminal. The lack of a concrete plan leads to a revelation, the reason for seeking this individual's help. The scene shifts to the heavenly demon cult's internal enlightenment facility, a place of both spiritual cultivation and hidden dangers. A woman, elegantly dressed in teal and gold, enters a room where a young man with dark hair sits. She apologizes for her unannounced arrival. He replies that it's all right, expressing his own apologies. The woman explains her visit is due to an injustice. The young man immediately asks what it is. She reveals that 2 years prior, a maid working at the facility was murdered. Her question hangs in the air, confirming her suspicion. The young man, his expression serious, states that he needs information about the victim. The woman, her eyes narrowed, asks if that's why he's there. A figure, partially obscured, sits at a table. The only visible feature is their neck and upper chest, clad in rich, dark teal and gold robes. A pointed speech bubble emerges from the bottom of the panel, containing a pointed accusation. You knew that the real culprit was someone else, didn't you? The accusation hangs heavy in the air as a woman with dark hair pulled back in a teal and gold robe sits opposite a man with dark hair tied in a topknot, also in similar robes. He holds a small cup. The woman's expression is serious, while the man's is calm. A question follows, how did you know that? The woman's face is now clearly visible, her brow furrowed in concern. Her eyes are wide, and a bead of sweat trickles down her temple. The man smiles slightly, his expression confident. He replies, you catch on fast. The scene shifts. A new speech bubble appears. Have you learned the identity of the culprit? The woman's eyes are shown in close-up, glowing with an intense, almost supernatural light. The intensity of her gaze is palpable. She asks, who is it? The man responds, I cannot tell you that. The focus shifts to the man's eye, his pupil glowing with a crimson light. A narration box explains, the pressure of demonic energy coming from her is intense. He continues, it happened several years ago, but her fury has not lessened. 5 scrolls are presented on a table. A speech bubble indicates, there's a total of 5 scrolls. Here is all of the information on the victim. A woman, dressed in elegant teal robes, observed someone from a distance. Her thoughts revealed a suspicion. She believed that person was close to uncovering the true culprit's identity. The woman continued her internal monologue, questioning why the penal law hall, with its considerable investigative resources, had not solved the case themselves. Instead, they had turned to one of the cult's heirs for assistance. A fact that implied the true culprit was someone powerful enough to evade the penal law hall's reach. The woman's gaze sharpened. She concluded that the culprit was likely a high-ranking official within the heavenly demon cult. Someone participating in the upcoming Mara festival. Her eyes narrowed further, a steely determination hardening her expression. She issued a direct order. She needed a list of all high-ranking officials attending the Mara festival. She specified that the list should prioritize those from the 7 families of the demon cult. Elsewhere, a man clutched his head in pain, groaning that his head hurt intensely. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself unexpectedly compelled to study legal texts. He mused that understanding the law was necessary for handling the capture of a criminal. A task he found surprisingly tedious. Having finally finished reading the law book, he exclaimed in exasperation about its excessive length. He sighed, lamenting that any other heir could have handled the situation more efficiently. Lying on his bed, accompanied by his familiar, a small fox-like creature, he contemplated a different approach. Deciding that escaping the cult was a more practical goal than diligently studying law. However, he internally debated the morality of ignoring his responsibilities. Concluding that while it might seem ironic for a former assassin to consider morality, this situation was different. His small fox companion looked up at him expectantly. Riang affirmed his intention to remain a non-threatening presence, despite his circumstances. He reflected that even if unable to help, humans should at least express their outrage when faced with such a request. A lone foot, clad in dark leather, descended a step. The scene was punctuated by a single, stark thought, this was one of those times. Xiao Riang, the young lord, stood in a courtyard, his presence causing a young woman to question his unexpected departure. He was accompanied by a mysterious figure, their dark clothing and calm demeanor hinting at a shared purpose. The figure asked if he was ready. The mysterious figure inquired about Xiao Riang's condition, noting its novelty. Xiao Riang himself marveled at his newfound power. He was amazed, never imagining such power resided within him. The figure confirmed his surprise, noting that his potential had been harshly suppressed. Overwhelmed, Xiao Riang expressed shame at facing his companion. The companion countered, suggesting that the shame should be directed at the mindset that had held him captive. Xiao Riang's companion continued, questioning the value of a strong will if it remained rigid and inflexible. A warning followed, continued rigidity would lead to a devastating blow. Xiao Riang nervously laughed, claiming he was joking, while his companion rolled their eyes at his overly serious demeanor. The mysterious figure then suggested they proceed to confront the source of their problems. Xian Hajin, a master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, stood alongside a man with blonde hair, his expression inscrutable. The prince, despite his new life, remained outwardly calm. As they observed the bustling Mara festival from afar. The city square teemed with people, lanterns illuminating the festive atmosphere. The scene shifted to a closer view of the festival, the vibrant colors and sounds of the celebration filling the air. A sense of wonder filled the prince's mind. As he gazed upon the delicious-looking skewers of grilled meat and vegetables. The prince's companion, whose name was Dongpil, expressed his amazement at the festival's vibrancy, finding it incredibly enjoyable. Dongpil reflected on his decision to give Manhwa, his companion, time off during the festival, noting her evident excitement. Manhwa, delighted, exclaimed about the deliciousness of the skewer she was eating, prompting Dongpil to inquire why he wasn't partaking. An observer commented on the prince's unusual happiness, contrasting it with his typically tense demeanor. The prince, meanwhile, noticed a traveling theater. And the play's synopsis, a tale of a fallen family's last surviving member overcoming adversity to become a hero, captivated him. A young man with long brown hair, dressed in a dark blue robe, mused, the plot is obvious, but cliché stories are usually enjoyable. He looked up, surprised. Ha! Is that EUI Hungry On? From the background, a voice called out, hey! If someone calls you, you should respond. The young man turned to face a woman with fiery red hair, partially obscured by a dark eye patch. He exclaimed, are you still upset I declined your invitation to go drinking a few times? How stingy. Tears welled in the red-haired woman's eyes. She was clearly upset. Another woman, this one with blonde hair, approached and asked, hey! Are you crying because of the play? The young man in the blue robe rushed over, concerned. Ah! What are you doing here? He playfully teased the red-haired woman, you've got quite a cute side to you. Suddenly, a voice boomed, and oh! Here comes the demon sword family. Two crimson flags, emblazoned with the snarling visage of a demonic beast, billowed in the wind. The symbols were unmistakable. A clear indication of the approaching heavenly demon cult procession. A young man with dark hair, his eyes sharp and alert, watched from the shadows. He muttered, he's finally here. His thoughts turned to the significance of the event, it's the ceremonial entrance of the family to which the culprit belongs. The procession began to emerge, the same crimson flags leading the way, accompanied by the festive glow of hanging lanterns. A man of imposing stature, seated atop a magnificent red steed, commanded the vanguard. Guarded by two solemn figures, each carrying a long spear. The air crackled with anticipation. The observer's gaze sharpened. He recognized the significance of the family crest. It's the demon sword family. Among the 7 families of the demon cult, they are renowned for their martial prowess. The name and title of the family's leader, Ji Wunui, Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Demon Sword Family Lord, flashed across the page. A further observation was made, the demon sword family hasn't attended the Mara festival in 3 years. This year, however, was different. This time, the demon sword family's elite squad, the Honorable Sword Force, has come too. A contingent of highly disciplined warriors marched in perfect formation, their movements precise and powerful. Another voice whispered, I heard that the demon sword family's eldest son will become the demon lord's disciple during the Mara festival. A murmur of awe rippled through the crowd as they observed the young lord. One voice, filled with admiration, cut through the hushed whispers, amazing. The demon sword family's martial arts are truly impressive up close. The young lord, radiating an aura of quiet power, stood with unwavering dignity. He exuded the stern aura of a master at the pinnacle of his art. His expression was unreadable, a mask of calm concealing whatever thoughts might churn beneath the surface. Another observer, impressed by the young lord's presence, commented, Young lord, the demon sword family lord's presence is even greater than I thought. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. A single word escaped his lips, huh? His gaze was sharp, assessing the situation with a practiced eye. He demanded, who are you? The question hung in the air, a challenge to the young lord's authority. The newcomer's voice was laced with disbelief as he asked, You're the demon sword family lord? Meanwhile, another individual, their back turned, calmly led a horse away from the scene. The horse whinnied, a sound of alarm echoing the tension building in the scene. A sense of foreboding filled the air. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, recounted his recent past. He had been gravely injured and suffered from complete memory loss. He continued, suggesting a possible prior encounter with his interlocutor, though his amnesia prevented recognition. Despite this, he offered a polite greeting. His words were met with a curt response. The other man, whose identity remained unknown to Xiao Riang, expressed his uncertainty about Xiao Riang's identity. However, he quickly shifted his tone, rebuking Xiao Riang for what he perceived as a grave lack of respect. Confused, Xiao Riang questioned the accusation, demanding to know what disrespectful act he had committed. The older man, unmoved by Xiao Riang's confusion, simply labeled him a foul-mouthed young man. Xiao Riang retorted, pointing out the absurdity of being called foul-mouthed when he had only asked for an explanation. He attributed the rebuke to the typical attitude of uptight older men. He then directly challenged the man, asking if he considered himself old. The scene shifted to reveal a large group of swordsmen standing behind the older man, their collective aura radiating immense power. The older man, clearly a commander, watched Xiao Riang with a calculating gaze. Xiao Riang, the demon sword family lord, a young man with dark hair, stood defiant. His gaze was unwavering, conveying a quiet strength that belied his inability to use qi. He silently declared, in his thoughts, that he would not be intimidated. Despite the provocation, he remained composed. The unspoken challenge hung heavy in the air. An older man, his face etched with authority, addressed Xiao Riang. He spoke with a condescending air, noting the young lord's disrespectful behavior but choosing to overlook it for the moment. He then posed a question, a hypothetical scenario designed to gauge Xiao Riang's moral compass. What would he do if he witnessed his child commit a despicable crime? Xiao Riang, his expression unreadable, considered the question. His silence was a testament to the weight of the hypothetical. A beat of silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the unspoken tension. Two other figures, observing the scene, exchanged a look of concern. The older man pressed further, noting Xiao Riang's hesitation. Xiao Riang, unfazed, responded curtly, stating his policy of avoiding pointless discussions. As the scene shifted, a narrator's voice explained that it was the first day of the Mara festival, setting the stage for the events to come. A high-ranking official of the heavenly demon cult, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and barely contained power, addressed someone unseen. He declared that he would overlook a perceived slight, one more time, and curtly ordered them to move. He then unleashed a swift, powerful strike, sending their opponent sprawling with a pained cry. The impact sent shockwaves through the crowd. Onlookers gasped in astonishment at the raw power displayed. Among the observers, a man and a woman, both seemingly members of the cult, commented on the impressive technique, noting its unusual nature and the fact that it was performed without the use of qi. The recipient of the attack, a young man with long brown hair, clutched at his neck, wincing in pain. He muttered that his neck hurt, clearly affected by the blow. The woman from before, her expression one of disbelief, questioned how the young man could be seemingly unharmed by such a powerful attack. The official, his face a mask of confusion and concern, stared intently at the young man. His internal monologue revealed his surprise at the bluntness of his own question, and he urged himself to hurry. A seasoned martial artist, his face etched with suspicion and disbelief, watched in astonishment as the figure before him moved with unexpected grace and power. Is he really using martial arts in front of me? He questioned, his mind struggling to reconcile what he saw with his understanding of the world. The figure, clad in flowing blue robes, responded with a burst of energy, a powerful counterattack that shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending his opponent reeling backward with the sheer force of the blow. The martial artist, caught off guard, could only let out a gasp of surprise, as he struggled to comprehend the unexpected display of skill. His eyes widened as he witnessed the raw power and precision of the attack, muttering to himself, what incredible force and power. The young man in blue robes, his expression calm and composed, stood amidst the chaos he had created. His eyes held a hint of something more, a depth that hinted at a hidden strength. The onlookers, stunned by the unexpected turn of events, could only stare in disbelief. Who is this young man? One of them exclaimed, their voice filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself questioning the intensity of his recent ordeal. A lingering exhaustion weighed on him as he muttered about the need to hurry. He was abruptly interrupted by a sharp command to respond. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The force of the blast sending shockwaves outwards. A nearby horse reared back in fright. He was clearly struggling. Suddenly, a figure on horseback appeared, seemingly unfazed by the display of power. The rider casually commenting on the scene. Xiao Riang, eyes blazing with defiance, glared at the newcomer. He dared to challenge him? A powerful figure, clad in elegant dark robes, descended from the heavens. His descent was controlled, almost balletic, as if guided by an unseen force. He effortlessly controlled his descent using only his inner power, a feat that spoke volumes of his mastery. The newcomer, a man with long dark hair, confronted another figure. Attack? If we're talking about who attacked first, I'm sure it was you, he stated, his tone laced with accusation. The ground cracked beneath the newcomer's feet as he unleashed a powerful attack. You dare, he roared, his voice filled with righteous fury. The man with long dark hair smirked. I just returned the favor. I controlled my strength since you didn't manage to touch me. His opponent, a man with a stern expression and a goatee, stared back, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The man with the goatee was stunned. Say what? His shock deepened as he witnessed the impossible. How could it be? The splitting of the ground stopped just before the horse's hooves, a testament to the precise control of the man with long dark hair. It wasn't a mere weapon, he controlled the aftermath of the attack simply by advancing. A close-up on a man's eye, beads of sweat trickling down his temple. The thought bubble above reads, a peak expert. He questioned the man, you. Just what is your identity? The man responded, what about the answer to my question? He scoffed, I have no obligation to answer someone I don't know. The man reflected, I guess. I just did things without thinking now that I think about it. Another man, observing him, demanded, speak. Who are you? The first man smirked, I'm certainly not someone you can speak to in that tone. A surge of dark energy emanated from him. The second man's eyes widened in fear as he stated, the divine teachings are unquestionable. All demons prostrate before you. He drew a sword, its hilt adorned with an ornate golden emblem. The aftermath of a brutal struggle was evident, shattered stone and dust filled the air, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. A figure lay amidst the debris. As a man in dark robes approached, bowing deeply before the fallen figure, he declared his respects to the heavenly demon cult's third young lord. The man's declaration caused a stir among a group of onlookers. Their expressions shifted from casual observation to stunned surprise, as one of them exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the identity of the injured young lord. The scene shifted to a closer view of the group, revealing their apprehension. A man addressed the kneeling figure, introducing himself as Ma Dongpil, a vassal, and stating his purpose, to escort the dignified third young lord of the cult. The camera focused on the face of the injured young lord, Xiao Riang, whose eyes glowed with a sinister light. A smirk played on his lips as he uttered a single, chilling phrase, "So he says." A close-up revealed a hidden blade concealed beneath his robes. News arrives of a tense standoff between the third young lord and the head of the demon sword family. The scene shifts to the heavenly demon cult penal law hall. An urgent order is given: send the outside party members away discreetly. A subordinate acknowledges the order. The third young lord is questioned about his intentions. He is surprised by the third young lord's preparedness, noting even the hilt of his double-edged sword is bladed. Elsewhere, individuals react to the news of the third young lord's presence. One of them expresses excitement at finally seeing him in person, commenting on his striking appearance. Others are shocked to see him, questioning if the young man is truly the third young lord. One individual recognizes him, noting his appearance has changed since he was named third young lord. An unseen observer noted the striking difference between Xiaoyang's past and present self, questioning how the young lord could have changed so drastically. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny, casually inquired if there was something on his face, then added a comment about the greeting he received. News of Xiaoyang's appearance reached Ji Wenhui, the head of the demon sword family. Ji Wenhui and his entourage formally announced that they had seen the third young lord. Xiaoyang, though initially unaware of Ji Wenhui's identity, pointed out that the greeting was lacking in respect, despite not intending to belittle anyone. Ji Wenhui apologized for the oversight, admitting his rudeness despite not recognizing Xiaoyang. However, Ji Wenhui also noted that Xiaoyang, as a successor candidate to the divine cult, had exhibited actions and words that deviated from etiquette. He then suggested they pretend nothing had happened. Xiaoyang agreed, stating that he wasn't there to pick a fight, but before that, he reminded Ji Wenhui that his question remained unanswered. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, stood before a younger figure. He politely requested a repetition of the question, his tone suggesting a careful consideration of the implications. The younger man readily agreed, stating that he could repeat the question as many times as needed. He then added that he had already asked the question. The younger man's expression shifted as he posed the question, framing it from the perspective of a father. His eyes held a weight of unspoken expectation. He asked how the older man would react if he were to witness his child committing shameless acts of crime. The question hung heavy in the air, a silent challenge. The older man's gaze sharpened, his thoughts turning inward. He questioned the younger man's intent, noting the many onlookers present. He saw no benefit in prolonging the conversation with someone he considered arrogant and self-important. The older man pressed further, questioning whether this adherence to the law would extend to the younger man's family's laws as well. The younger man countered that the word law itself was ambiguous, prompting a further probing question. The older man's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. The tension between them was palpable. A stern voice declared that the laws of his family were stricter than any other, promising to hold any errant child accountable without hesitation. Two figures, sharply dressed in dark blue robes, stood prominently before a crowd. They were flanked by other individuals, their faces partially obscured. Someone questioned whether, given the child's lineage, he would face even stricter judgment for his crimes. One of the figures in blue robes admitted the other was exaggerating, but conceded that arguing in front of so many witnesses was unwise. The other figure, a man with a stern expression and a short, well-groomed beard, countered that he would act as the head of the family, and that he couldn't control his own child. He continued, expressing his belief that his children, and other members of the demonic cult, would never act shamelessly. The man's words, delivered with conviction, resonated through the crowd. And he emphatically declared that they would never act shamelessly. The earlier figure in blue robes observed that the man's words reflected his pride as the head of the demonic sword family. A figure, partially obscured, is shown from the waist up. The only visible detail is a section of ornate clothing. A thought bubble appears, stating, "You can at least hear the sincerity in these words." The scene shifts to show two individuals, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, standing before a traditional building. A speech bubble from the dark-haired individual reads, "I apologize for holding you up." The dark-haired individual, now more clearly visible, addresses the blonde-haired one. He says, "I congratulate you on entering the divine cult." The blonde-haired individual responds dismissively, "It's nothing." The scene shows them walking away, passing under a string of red lanterns. Three figures in dark robes walk towards a large group of soldiers, a crack in the ground separating them. A horse follows behind the three. A narration box appears, identifying two of the figures, the eldest son of the demonic sword family, Ji Kanghyun, and the third son, Ji Younghyun. Ji Younghyun observes Ji Kanghyun and another individual, a thought bubble above him reads, "Look at those eyes, are they viewing me as an eyesore?" Ji Kanghyun and Ji Younghyun are shown in close-up. A speech bubble from Ji Younghyun asks, "What can you do even when you give me those looks?" The blonde-haired individual from earlier speaks, a narration box explaining, "The head of the demonic sword family was impressive, but the cheap path of the eldest son, Ji Kanghyun, wasn't bad either." He then states, "That's right." Two figures, a man and a woman, stood amidst a bustling marketplace. The man, his face etched with concern, observed something unseen, remarking on the intensely murderous aura emanating from it, an aura far exceeding that of any ordinary battlefield. He continued, explaining that the unusual intensity and density of the aura indicated a source far more sinister than a simple soldier's. The man's words painted a grim picture. The source of this aura was likely a prolific killer, taking a life nearly every day. The sheer volume of killings implied by such an aura would be staggering, yet. But the woman offered a surprising counterpoint. Her suspicion wasn't directed at Ji Kanghyun, but rather at the younger Ji Younghyun. She believed that Younghyun, a seemingly ordinary youth, was concealing immense power. A subtle yet potent energy emanated from him, detectable only through Li Chansang's unique demonic arts. This fragment of hidden power, sensed by the woman, was comparable to, if not exceeding, her own. Xion Hajin, formerly a master assassin now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, stared intently ahead. His expression was one of quiet determination, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. A smirk played on his lips as he silently observed his surroundings. Things were about to become significantly more interesting. A hiccup escaped Xiao Riang's lips as he voiced a question that hinted at simmering resentment. He wondered why only the third squad leader received the treasured sword, not him. His thoughts turned inward. He questioned the fairness of the situation. Why would the young lord give such a weapon to another, and not him? Another hiccup punctuated his internal monologue. He hadn't expected such blatant discrimination from the young lord, further fueling his discontent. A fellow cultivator, clearly irritated by Xiao Riang's outburst, sharply told him to control himself. The explanation for the sword's exclusivity was revealed. It wasn't just any treasured sword, it was one of the 5 great demonic swords of the divine cult, the Silent King sword. Its demonic aura was palpable. The cultivator lamented the fact that such a powerful weapon was being wielded by someone deemed unworthy, referring to Xiao Riang as a yellow toad. The conversation continued, with another cultivator explaining that the sword was sentient, choosing its wielder. A heated argument ensued as another cultivator tried to take the sword, only to be warned against it. Overcome with despair, the squad leader lamented, repeating, "Lord, I'm sad. Sad." His subordinate urged him to compose himself, shouting, "Ah! Squad leader! Get a hold of yourself." Meanwhile, observing the scene from afar, another individual pondered their next move. They mused, "What should I do? He's knocked out. Escort Ma should carry squad leader Yule. Ha! Wow! It's already dark out. I should hurry and return before the castle gates close, so I'll get going first." A sudden shout interrupted their thoughts. "Ah! Escort Ma! How can you run away?" Escort Ma, distraught and tearful, pleaded with the third young lord, "Third young lord, give me a weapon too. Only favoring that toad, why don't you like me, sniff?" She continued to cry, muttering, "If you look carefully, there's many good parts to me. Get a hold of yourself, I want to cry too." Hying. Suddenly, a chilling realization washed over her. She gasped, that person, so much demonic and murderous aura. Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded under the night sky. One individual impatiently stated, "Damn, why are you telling me to come and go when I'm so busy? Since I have to go somewhere urgently, let's get straight to the point." The other responded simply, "I heard the news." A question followed, cutting through the night's quiet. "What was the reason behind your actions this morning?" Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, was questioned about his handling of a situation that morning. He confidently asserted that he had resolved the matter effectively. Another individual countered, arguing that the absence of drawn swords did not equate to a satisfactory resolution. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, inquired if the other person disliked his approach. He reasoned that if the culprits were inclined to conceal themselves due to mere words, the number of victims would have been far fewer. The implication was that the situation was far more serious than it appeared. A woman's voice cut through the conversation, stating that the true perpetrator would not cease their killing spree. Despite the grim assessment, another individual interjected, stating that they had confirmed one crucial detail: the head of the demonic sword family had publicly declared his intention to enforce stricter standards on his children. This individual reasoned that the head of the family would not make such a statement lightly. The implication was that with so many witnesses, the head of the family would be unable to cover up for the real criminal, even if he wanted to. The reason for this inability was simple: it would damage his reputation. A weighty statement hung in the air, a declaration of power and strategy. Respect is the key to determining the rise and fall of a power. The speaker, a man of imposing stature and bearing, continued his assessment, his words laced with skepticism. He didn't believe the head of the demonic sword family was foolish enough to sacrifice his family for his eldest son. A cautious voice countered, expressing concern over potential repercussions. If they pushed too hard without evidence, the angered sword family head would turn his wrath upon them. In a shadowed forest, a figure with long brown hair and a blue robe gestured with a hand resting on the hilt of a large sword, seemingly indicating a direction. While another, cloaked in darkness, observed with a calculating gaze. The cloaked figure spoke, his voice cutting through the quiet tension. "Let me ask a question." His question, sharp and pointed, pierced the other's composure. "What is it that you really want?" The other figure, taken aback, responded with a confused utterance, "Huh? Why are you asking that out of the blue?" The cloaked figure explained, his words revealing a past observation. When he first met the other, he had thought they had no interest in the divine cult. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, a man whose body is incapable of using qi, met the gaze of his interlocutor with a calm, almost bored expression. He stated simply that he was being overestimated. His expression shifted subtly, a hint of something akin to amusement playing on his lips. He questioned whether a lack of ambition was the same as underestimation. The other man, whose features were sharp and severe, responded with a frown. He noted that Xiao Riang spoke like someone from the righteous faction, a clear indication of his disapproval. Xiao Riang's eyes widened slightly, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He pondered aloud whether the ambition to rise higher wasn't the very essence of a demon's nature. Clearing his throat, Xiao Riang stated that ambition only made life harder. He expressed a simple desire, to eat well, sleep well, and eliminate bodily waste comfortably. He continued, pointing out that the other man hadn't rejected his previous request. A single word of rejection would have prevented his current predicament. And perhaps that was why he was acting this way. The other man's expression hardened. He had come to understand why Xiao Riang seemed so dangerous and unsettling. He concluded that Xiao Riang was simply unsuited to the cult. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xiao Riang's lips, his eyes, wide with a dawning realization, darted around the room, a silent scream of disbelief and terror echoed in his mind. A young man with dark hair, dressed in the garb of the heavenly demon cult, sat alone, a troubled expression etched on his face. He was the third young lord, and it was noted that he was ill-suited to the cult's ways. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as a silent exclamation escaped him, his unease was palpable. The young lord was informed that the following day held significant importance. High-ranking members of demonic martial factions would pay their respects to the demon lord. Following the ancestral rites, a competition would be held to determine the future of the Nurem demonic faction. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting its pale light upon the scene. Another man, dressed in dark robes, approached the young lord. He inquired about the upcoming events. He explained that reports on recent unpleasant incidents would also be presented. Among these incidents, the death of the great elder of the righteous heavenly alliance would be discussed. The young lord, his gaze cast downward, questioned why he hadn't been captured sooner, given the knowledge of his actions. Two figures, cloaked in shadow, engaged in a hushed conversation. One questioned the other about the severity of leaving the heavenly demon cult without permission, emphasizing that the demon lord would not have approved. The second figure, Xiao Riang, the prince of the cult, remained silent, his expression unreadable. A subtle tension hung in the air. The first figure continued, explaining that while the demon lord viewed Xiao Riang favorably, this did not grant him immunity from the consequences of defying the cult's rules. He pointed out that Xiao Riang could easily be captured by the penal law hall. However, this did not imply a specific order from the demon lord to remain within the cult. Xiao Riang, his back to the viewer, stood with his sword strapped to his back, contemplating the other's words. The first figure then made a proposition. In exchange for overlooking Xiao Riang's transgression, could Xiao Riang overlook one of his crimes? Xiao Riang, turning, questioned what crime the other could have possibly committed. The figure responded that he was about to commit it. With a burst of energy, the figure lunged at Xiao Riang, initiating a fierce attack. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. The sound, though unspoken, echoed the tension of the moment. A clash of steel followed, a blur of motion as two figures engaged in fierce combat. One, clad in dark robes, moved with deadly precision, his blade a silver streak against the backdrop of swirling energy. The other, in a blue and white outfit, met his attack with surprising strength, a grunt escaping his lips as he parried the blow. The force of the impact sent the figure in blue reeling back, a testament to the power of his opponent. A single word, strong, escaped him as he braced for the next attack. The dark-robed figure watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and grim determination. He noted the unexpected resilience of his opponent, muttering to himself, "He's become faster and stronger. He's not the same as when he merely took my attacks last time." He pressed his advantage, launching another relentless assault. The blue-clad figure, despite his injuries, fought back with renewed vigor, his movements becoming increasingly desperate. A fierce exchange of blows ensued, each strike carrying the weight of desperation and determination. The dark-robed figure's attack landed, sending the other sprawling. The dark-robed figure observed his opponent's fall, a single thought crossing his mind: he's really going all out. He prepared for a final, decisive strike. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. Surrounded by martial artists of varying allegiances, he fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his movements a blur of deadly precision. But the relentless onslaught of attacks proved too much. His opponent, a woman with long brown hair, paused, her eyes narrowed in appraisal as she noted his hidden blade. "You were hiding such a fine sword," she exclaimed, her voice sharp with surprise. Another warrior, a man with dark hair, stepped forward. He observed Hajin with a calculating gaze. "And the young lord still hasn't shown his true martial arts," he stated, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. Hajin, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed fury, glared at the man. "You keep talking like you know something about me." His internal monologue was a storm of conflicting emotions. He felt a surge of anger, but also a growing sense of unease. The woman's words, and the man's observation, hinted at a knowledge of his past that he couldn't comprehend. The woman, clearly displeased by his silence, launched a swift attack. "It's displeasing," she declared, her voice ringing with irritation as she unleashed a series of strikes. The attack was a whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel and energy. She called it 6 consecutive hellish winds, a technique of devastating power. A fierce, crimson energy tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the area. Another warrior, this one clad in dark green robes, watched the aftermath with a thoughtful expression. The righteous sword is, he mused, his voice low and contemplative. Even when he increased the core energy, it only lost power and bent the sword. A wave of intense energy washed over Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavily demon cult, leaving him breathless. He felt the incredible pressure of a powerful sword, a force that seemed to defy comprehension. A palpable tension hanging heavy in the air. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he registered the sudden surge of power. He internally questioned the timing of this display, wondering if it was an attempt to bolster his confidence before a serious confrontation. What's this, suddenly? Trying to boost my morale before we start for real, he thought. He resolved to end the matter swiftly. Let's end this night's sword dance here, he declared, his voice firm despite the uncertainty swirling within him. The unseen wielder of the sword, their hand and weapon glowing with an ethereal light, spoke, their words carrying a weight of understanding. Now I understand why the demon lord is interested in you, they stated, their tone both curious and ominous. Another figure, a man in dark robes, appeared, seemingly unfazed by the display of power. He calmly dismissed the situation, his words carrying a sense of detached indifference. Not my problem. I'll overlook it as promised, so go and stay alert, he said, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Riang stood, his expression unreadable, a hint of weariness in his posture. He held his sword, a symbol of his new, uncertain reality. A voice whispered, identifying him. Third young lord, it murmured. A woman's voice, laced with caution, cut through the air. Be wary of the demon lord, she warned, her words a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked. The woman's back was turned, her identity obscured, but her words painted a vivid picture of the demon lord, a figure of immense power, both terrifying and captivating. A person so dark, I couldn't see an end, and so bright that human eyes can't behold, she mused, her voice filled with a sense of awe and dread. A secluded pavilion perched precariously atop a sheer cliff face, overlooking a vast, desolate landscape. The scene is set, a landscape mirroring the protagonist's inner turmoil. Heart-wrenching anger and overwhelming resentment, now cold. Yet, he is like a volcano ready to erupt, a person who finds amusement in everything, yet fears it all. The one who walked into hell looking at the sky, and before knowing it, stood on a cloud looking down at hell. This is the demon lord, a man of contradictions. The image focuses on Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, his expression unreadable. A subordinate approaches, reporting to Xiao Riang. I can't understand a thing you just said, he states. I didn't expect you to, but remember these words if the time comes. Also, the leader of this matter is you, third young lord. Let us well. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, awoke with a throbbing headache. He muttered to himself, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden and unexpected turn of events. He found himself in a dark forest, the air thick with an ancient, mystical energy. His hand instinctively went to the sword at his hip. As he walked, a realization dawned on him, the rumors were true. The third young lord had been correct about his identity. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his voice a low growl. He recognized the man instantly. The man lunged, his attack swift and deadly. Xiao Riang barely managed to deflect the blow with his sword. Revealing the attacker's identity, Ji Younghyun, the demonic sword family's third son. Younghyun's attack was powerful, imbued with a dark energy that sent shivers down Xiao Riang's spine. As he commanded Xiao Riang to return to the heavens. Young Lord Ji, a cultivator, launched a powerful attack against his opponent, but was shocked to find him completely unscathed. He urged the other to regain his composure. Ji noted the stark difference in his opponent's condition from earlier that morning. He was now a far cry from the healthy young man he had been. His opponent, weakened and desperate, croaked a demand for Ji's sword. Ji observed his opponent's transformation, now resembling a demonic beast consumed by rage. With a roar, the demonic figure renewed his desperate plea for the sword. His face contorted in a terrifying grimace, his eyes blazing with manic energy. The demonic figure lunged forward with terrifying speed. But Ji effortlessly deflected the attack, marveling at the incredible swordsmanship on display. Xion Hajin, despite his lack of refined martial arts skills, possessed an extraordinary internal energy reserve, far exceeding the norm in both quality and quantity. His body, though seemingly frail, was as resilient as any treasured weapon. A fact that became brutally apparent as he strained against the immense power coursing through his veins. A pained grimace contorted his features as he struggled to contain the surge. The sheer volume of demonic energy he had absorbed during his escape from the Divine Justice Alliance was overwhelming, more than his body could possibly handle. Causing sharp, icy shards of energy to erupt from his skin. His eyes blazed with a furious intensity as he fought to maintain control. Observing the scene, a blonde-haired man, his face etched with concern, cursed under his breath. Damn it, he exclaimed, before barking an order at the struggling Xiao Riang, move, yellow toad. A red-haired woman with a striking eye patch launched a swift attack, her fist crackling with demonic energy as she unleashed her berserk demon divine fist. Xiao Riang, barely able to react, was sent sprawling across the ground by the force of the blow. His body skidding to a halt as he struggled to regain his composure. The red-haired woman, however, showed no mercy. She expressed her disapproval of the ambush, stating, "I don't like ganging up on one person." An unseen speaker made an exception for someone. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man thanked squad leader Yui, a red-haired woman with an eye patch, as they stood together on a rocky terrain. A hooded figure, presumably Cheon Hajin, stumbled and fell, groaning in pain. Squad leader Yui, observing the scene, grimly predicted that they would soon be facing a bloody conflict. An unseen observer noted the extraordinary hardness of Cheon Hajin's body, speculating about the immense internal energy he possessed. Cheon Hajin, his eyes glowing menacingly, muttered the word sword as dark energy emanated from him. A close-up of a man's face, eyes wide with a ferocious expression, showed him preparing for an attack. He then demanded the sword from Cheon Hajin. Squad leader Yui and the blonde-haired man braced themselves as Cheon Hajin approached. A powerful blast of energy erupted from a figure, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outwards. The sheer power of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A man with blonde hair, his face contorted in fury, clutched at his side. "Just what, this bastard," he sputtered, his voice laced with disbelief and pain. Meanwhile, a young woman with brown hair, her expression grim, held a glowing sword, its blade pointed at the blonde man. She had clearly just struck him. The woman's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as she absorbed energy from the sword. "He's absorbing the demonic energy from the Silent King's sword," a voice exclaimed in alarm. A maniacal laugh escaped her lips. "He. This is it. The taste of demonic energy. It's the best." The blonde man, his face a mask of fury, glared at the woman. "How dare you do that to the sword given to me by the third young lord?" He lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at the woman who had dared to defile the sacred blade. "What are you doing to it?" The woman, however, was ready. She dodged his attack with surprising agility, and another figure, a woman with long red hair, joined the fray, launching a swift counterattack. The blonde man was struck, blood flowing from his nose. A red-haired woman with fierce eyes lunged forward, her sword a blur of motion as she unleashed a powerful attack. The air crackled with energy. The force of the blow sending her opponent reeling back, a choked sound escaping his lips. He roared at her to get lost. But she was not alone. Another martial artist, this one with brown hair and a determined expression, joined the fray, their own energy surging forth in a wave of blue. The red-haired woman, her face partially obscured by a sword, glared at her new opponent. Her eyes burned with intensity. She warned them not to get in her way. The two women clashed, their movements a whirlwind of speed and power. Blades met, sparks flying. A fierce battle of skill and determination. Observing the fight, a voice noted that the brown-haired woman's power was far beyond the level of a typical martial artist. Even for an expert, it would be dangerous. The brown-haired woman, ignoring the warning, unleashed another devastating attack, her power a visible force as she reiterated her command for the red-haired woman to leave. A fierce battle raged. Cheon Hajin, despite his injuries, fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, his movements a blur of deadly precision. His opponent, a martial artist with fiery red hair, was sent sprawling across the ground by a swift, decisive blow, leaving her gasping for breath as she coughed up blood. Her squad leader anxiously inquired about her condition, while she, struggling to catch her breath, wondered aloud at her opponent's seemingly limitless energy. Another member of her squad tried to reassure her, suggesting they hold on until reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, a mystical energy pulsed through the air, shimmering crystals appearing out of nowhere. As a cloaked figure emerged, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. They extended their hands towards the crystals, a low, commanding voice demanding the sword. Hajin's eyes blazed with a furious intensity as he prepared to counterattack. His face, marred by wounds, reflected his unwavering determination. With a burst of speed, he launched himself towards his opponent, his sword leaving a fiery trail as it sliced through the air. The red-haired martial artist attempted to defend herself, but she was no match for his renewed ferocity, the impact sending her reeling backward. The cloaked figure, however, remained unmoved, their eyes fixed on Hajin. The cloaked figure unleashed a powerful blow, sending Hajin flying back with a pained cry. He landed hard, his body aching. The cloaked figure then taunted the red-haired warrior, questioning her loyalty and her dependence on Hajin's protection. The cloaked figure revealed themselves to be Seo Riang, the young lord, who casually dismissed their previous attack as mere teasing. A sword, imbued with a chilling, ethereal blue energy, descended with terrifying speed. A young man with dark hair tied back in a loose bun apologized for his tardiness, explaining that he had been delayed by an annoying individual. He lunged forward, his eyes blazing with a fierce energy as he unleashed a swift, powerful strike. The force of the blow sent his opponent sprawling, a trail of blood marking his descent. His opponent, surprised by the unexpected power, questioned how such strength could be possible given the seemingly basic martial arts skills displayed. A guttural growl escaped the young man's lips as his eyes glowed with an ominous red light. He realized he needed more demonic energy. The influx of demonic energy maximized his body's defenses and reaction speed. He now possessed enough demonic energy to fight while using it as sword chi. With a final, defiant glare, Cheon Hajin, his eyes blazing with crimson fury, lunged at his opponent. He was clearly outmatched, but his resolve remained unshaken. a whirlwind of motion erupting from his desperate attack. He moved with a speed that defied his weakened state. But the force of the counterattack sent him sprawling, crashing to the ground amidst a shower of debris. His body impacting the earth with a bone-jarring thud. His sword, his only weapon, lay discarded nearby. As his attacker, a woman with dark hair and intense eyes, approached with a cold, calculating expression. She spoke, her voice devoid of emotion, "I'll have to beat him until he exhausts all that energy." The woman's attack continued relentlessly, each blow precise and brutal. The impact of her strikes sent tremors through the ground, leaving Cheon Hajin battered and bruised, but still clinging to consciousness. His opponents, two figures watching from the sidelines, exchanged a look of grim satisfaction. One of them commented, "This bastard sure can take a hit. Let's see how long you can last." The woman unleashed a devastating flurry of blows, her technique a blur of motion. She shouted, "Chain waterfall punch." The force of the attack sending Cheon Hajin reeling. He coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. A profound thought struck him, "What's this? Have I led such a dull life?" A figure, his hands stained crimson, felt a strange sensation. It wasn't pain, but rather a sense of liberation, or perhaps satisfaction. A voice, filled with concern, called out to him, "Young lord." He laughed, a sound of exhilaration echoing in the night. This was exhilarating. With a ferocious grin, the figure unleashed a brutal attack. His movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of deadly intent. The force of the blow sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The moon hung high in the inky sky, a silent witness to the bloody scene. A voice cried out, "Young lord. He's unconscious. You can stop now." The battered face of Seo Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, filled the panel. His eyes were swollen shut, a deep gash marred his cheek, and his lips were cracked and bleeding. A cold sweat beaded on his brow. He mumbled a question, his voice barely a whisper. Why was everyone looking at him like that? Seo Riang sat with his arms crossed, a picture of confusion and apprehension. His inner thoughts raced. He wondered if he had been too harsh with the man he had beaten earlier. Perhaps his laughter during the beating was the reason for the strange stares. Another man, dressed in dark robes, approached. He gestured towards Seo Riang, indicating that they should simply look at his face. A woman with fiery red hair and a man with blonde hair stood nearby, observing the scene with a mixture of curiosity and concern. They were clearly part of Seo Riang's entourage. A fourth person, a woman with long brown hair, commented that while Seo Riang's injuries were severe, he was still recognizable. The conversation turned to the possibility that Seo Riang was Ji Youngyun, the third young lord. They decided to find out for certain. A conversation unfolds between two figures, one of whom is a high-ranking official. The official explains that the difficulty of the case stems from the suspect's meticulous methods, leaving no concrete evidence behind. The official continues, highlighting the suspect's skill in leaving no trace in evading detection by his sharp father, known as the Sword King. He questions whether the suspect acted alone. A third individual, seemingly a detective, presents a hypothesis: the suspect had an accomplice. He explains that he arrived at this conclusion through observation. The detective describes the two suspects, an older brother with a murderous aura, honed through repeated killings, and a younger brother concealing strange demonic energy. He concludes that these two brothers are the main perpetrator and his accomplice in this case. However, the official cautions that the case is not simple. The main perpetrator will deny everything. The detective reveals a hallucinatory powder, obtained with difficulty from the Jiaxa family. He explains its properties. He plans to use this powder to extract a confession from the suspect, implicating his older brother. Another individual questions the detective's plan. The detective explains that the powder will not only extract a confession but also reveal the truth about the younger brother's strange demonic energy. Another individual remarks on the unorthodox nature of the plan. A man with disheveled brown hair and a weary expression contemplates the demonic energy coursing through his veins. He muses that this energy undoubtedly originates from the countless lives he has extinguished. His certainty intensifies upon recalling the violent surge of demonic energy he witnessed, further solidifying his conviction. Even if the two confess and are sent to the penal law hall, it will all be in vain if that one person doesn't agree. The man resolves to seek out the individual who holds the key to resolving this predicament. He needs to visit the last person who can resolve this issue. The scene shifts to a tranquil courtyard, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. A comment about the tea served at the divine cult is made. However, an older man, possibly a father, sits alone, sipping tea. He questions whether his anxiety stems from it being his first day or the impending event of his son becoming the demon lord's disciple. His heart remains unsettled despite the pleasant aroma of the tea. A stern-faced man, his expression etched with concern and suspicion, stared intently at something unseen. His dark eyes, narrowed in thought, held a hint of apprehension. The man's apprehension was justified. A figure emerged from the shadows, his presence radiating an aura of power and authority. "What?" "The third lord," the man exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. The newcomer, a regal figure in flowing robes, calmly observed the scene. A voice, calm and measured, broke the silence. "Drinking tea instead of alcohol? You lead a healthy life. He continued, his tone polite but firm, "Would it be all right if I interrupted your relaxation?" The older man replied, his voice a low rumble, "Of course." The newcomer, unfazed, stated, "I know the family head dislikes cumbersome matters, so I'll get straight to why I'm here." The older man responded, his voice betraying a hint of apprehension, "I'm listening. Please talk." The newcomer continued, his tone chillingly calm, "I'm considering doing the same to your first son, Ji Kanyun. What are your thoughts?" The older man's face contorted in shock and disbelief. "What do you mean, my third son was arrested?" he exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. A full moon hung heavy in the inky sky, its pale light barely piercing the thick, dark clouds that drifted lazily across its face. Inside, two figures sat across a low table, their hushed conversation barely audible above the soft crackling of a nearby brazier. One, a younger man with long, dark hair, listened intently as the other, an older man with a stern expression, spoke. The younger man's brow furrowed in disbelief. He wondered how Kang Hyun could possibly be involved in such a thing. The older man, unfazed by the younger man's skepticism, calmly asserted that everything he had said was true, threatening to call the penal law hall if his claims were doubted. The younger man, however, remained unconvinced, and openly accused the older man of eliminating his competition to secure his own inheritance. The older man responded that the fourth contender had already been dealt with, left in a life-or-death state. He explained that the fight for inheritance had already begun, and that eliminating someone like the younger man would be a simple task. He urged the younger man to stop dwelling on useless things, stating that he didn't know the younger man's motives for making the demon lord's disciples his targets. A voice, laced with suspicion and foreboding, echoed through the chamber. The speaker questioned what would happen if Xiao Riang, the prince, were to become a disciple and resume his deadly habits, slaughtering members of the cult. The speaker continued, their words sharp and accusatory, questioning whether the family would be willing to endure the disgrace for this. A close-up on a furious eye, filled with barely contained rage. The word bastard hissed from the speaker's lips. The speaker challenged Xiao Riang to stand by his earlier words. Xiao Riang, his expression unreadable, stood before his accuser. The word insolent exploded from the speaker's mouth. A surge of dark energy erupted from the speaker, aimed directly at Xiao Riang, sending Xiao Riang sprawling to the floor. A sudden announcement cuts through the tension, the sacred god has departed, and everyone is to pay their respects. A sweeping vista of the heavenly demon cult's imposing fortress unfolds, its tiered roofs and intricate architecture hinting at the power and mystery within. A colossal statue of a many-armed deity dominates the courtyard, its serene expression belying the cult's sinister reputation. Cultists, small and insignificant against the statue's scale, move about their daily tasks. Within the grand hall, a tense assembly of cult members gathers, their faces etched with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. At the forefront stands a stern-faced man, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The atmosphere crackles with unspoken tension as the man addresses the assembled cultists, his words carrying a weight of authority. A figure is seen from afar, perched high atop one of the cult's buildings, observing the proceedings below with a detached air. The scene shifts to a young man with long brown hair, a small fox-like creature perched on his shoulder. A voice whispers, "Third young lord." He stands defiantly, his posture radiating an unexpected strength, despite the casualness of his attire. From a rooftop vantage point, a figure observes the young man, a look of grim determination on their face. "You?" The stern-faced man from the earlier assembly appears, his expression one of barely controlled fury. The scene opens on a desolate, dimly lit courtyard. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, stands amidst scattered debris, the remnants of a fierce battle. The air crackles with residual energy, hinting at the recent violence. He hears a voice, calm yet firm, cutting through the silence. The speaker assures him that they are not there to fight the demonic sword family, but acknowledges the family's considerable influence, suggesting they could easily cover up any wrongdoing. Two figures now face each other, tension palpable between them. One, in dark robes, speaks of knowing the truth. He then makes a proposition, to report Ji Kanghyun's sins directly to the Demon Lord during tomorrow's Mara festival. The figure in blue robes considers this proposal, his expression thoughtful. He believes a public confession will preserve the honor of the demonic sword family. The other figure, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and desperation, urges him to choose, emphasizing the weight of his decision on the fate of centuries. The word conscience hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the moral dilemma. The scene shifts to a ceremonial setting. A horn is being blown, a somber sound that punctuates the gravity of the situation. The figure in blue robes contemplates the conflict between conscience and family honor. The scene opens with a majestic view of a golden-roofed pavilion, nestled within the heavenly demon cult's sprawling grounds. Golden confetti drifts through the air, hinting at a grand ceremony. Several cult members, clad in deep crimson robes, carefully carry a palanquin, its golden curtains billowing gently in the breeze. Towards the pavilion. A figure, partially obscured by the golden curtains, is visible within. His dark hair and stern expression hint at power and authority. The crowd erupts in a fervent chant, "All hail the Demon Lord! Long live the heavenly demon divine cult!" From a high vantage point, the procession is shown moving through the cult's expansive courtyard. Hundreds of cult members kneel in reverence as the palanquin passes. A contrasting voice cuts through the celebratory cries, "He demons foolish children greet the sacred god." The camera focuses on a group of cult members bowing deeply before the palanquin. Their faces are solemn, their movements precise and respectful. Within the palanquin, Xiao Riang, the prince, clenches his fist. His internal monologue, "This is it." A flashback reveals a woman, presumably Xiao Riang's mother, gazing at the scene with a complex expression. Her thoughts: "I yearn to see my son revered as a god, in a place I couldn't reach." A regal figure, draped in luxurious golden robes, sat in contemplation. His thoughts, heavy with unspoken anxieties, were revealed. He had believed his son's ascension to power would be effortless. But his certainty shattered. The scene shifted to reveal three stoic figures in formal attire, standing rigidly before him, their silence heavy with unspoken implications. A stark contrast to the father's earlier confidence. His face, now etched with disbelief and horror, reflected the gravity of the situation. His son had committed unspeakable atrocities. The focus shifted to a young man with dark hair, dressed in a purple robe adorned with demonic-looking masks. His expression was one of quiet intensity, hinting at a hidden turmoil. Beside him stood another man, his brown hair falling to his shoulders, a small, fox-like creature perched on his shoulder. His gaze was sharp, observant, betraying a sense of unease. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the tension. "Head of the demonic sword family, are you still hesitating?" The small fox, seemingly sensing the rising tension, looked around cautiously. A dramatic shift in perspective. A golden robe, emblazoned with a majestic crest, billowed in the wind, suggesting a powerful figure's arrival. And a man with long, dark hair emerged, his expression unreadable, yet his presence commanded attention. He spoke, his voice low but resonant. "It's been a while." A figure cloaked in darkness, only a portion of their ornate, gold-trimmed robes visible, was addressed. A single word, barely audible yet heavy with implication, echoed in the silence: "Jackal." The jackal, a small, fox-like creature with luminous eyes, was revealed. Its expression was one of quiet alertness, a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere. The jackal watched from a rooftop as a man with long, dark hair and golden robes approached. He carried himself with an air of quiet authority. The man paused, his gaze lingering on the small creature before him. He spoke, his voice carrying a hint of disdain: "You're still just a child." The jackal remained perched atop the building, seemingly unfazed by the man's words. The man chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Ha ha. Are you trying to say that, despite your childlike body, you're as powerful as ever?" The jackal's eyes glowed with an intense light, a silent challenge to the man's words. From his elevated position, a powerful figure addressed the assembled crowd. His words, sharp and dismissive, echoed through the hall: "I don't like cumbersome things." The speaker continued, his voice carrying an undercurrent of menace: "I will end this meeting with a few decisive actions, starting today." His gaze, sharp and unwavering, fixed on someone in the audience. A man in the audience, his face etched with worry, silently questioned the speaker's intentions. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he thought: "Why should I denounce my son and tarnish our family's honor?" The speaker, unmoved by the man's silent plea, pressed on, addressing him directly: "This is your only chance, head of the demonic sword family." The man's face contorted in a grimace of pain and shock as he gasped: "Cook." Ji Wunhui, the head of the demonic sword family, observed the scene with a grim determination. He pleaded: "Please wait, my lord." But Ji Wunhui, head of the demonic sword family, stood firm, his voice resolute: "I, Ji Wunhui, head of the demonic sword family, must speak, even at the risk of death." A man with long brown hair, his face etched with worry, cradled a small, fox-like creature on his shoulder. He received grim news: his son had committed a grave crime. The weight of the revelation causing beads of sweat to trickle down his distraught face. Meanwhile, within the heavenly demon cult, a regal figure with long black hair stood on a balcony, his presence commanding attention. He was Xiao Riang, the prince, seemingly unaware of the unfolding crisis. But a powerful man in dark robes approached, his fists clenched, radiating anger. A violent confrontation erupted. The powerful man launched a fierce attack, the impact sending the attacker sprawling. A voice boomed, issuing a summons: "Come to the Demon Lord Palace." The scene shifted to a grand palace, the air thick with anticipation. A figure in dark robes approached the imposing structure, seemingly unfazed by the grandeur. Back with the fox-like creature and the worried man, a question arose: was the Demon Lord planning to take Xiao Riang as a disciple? Li Chansang, a figure shrouded in mystery, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dust and ash. A small, fox-like creature perched on his shoulder, its golden eyes reflecting the chaos around them. A voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the air: "What are you thinking, Li Chansang?" The scene shifted to a grand, imposing structure, a majestic palace silhouetted against a twilight sky. Snow gently fell, blanketing the scene in a serene, yet foreboding atmosphere. From within, a voice called out: "Come in." A young woman, her dark hair pulled back, entered the palace. Her posture was respectful, almost reverent, as she announced: "I greet the Demon Lord." The camera focused on an older man, his face partially obscured by shadow, dressed in elegant white robes. He stood with his fists clenched, a silent observer of the unfolding events. In the heart of the palace, seated upon a richly adorned throne, sat a man of imposing presence. His dark eyes held a hint of something cold and calculating. He gestured towards a seat nearby, a single word escaping his lips: "A seat." The young woman approached cautiously, her gaze fixed on the seated figure. An older man watched from a nearby table, his expression unreadable. The demon lord, his gaze still intense, offered a gesture of hospitality. "Would you like a glass?" The young woman politely declined. "I'm fine." An older man, his face etched with disapproval, addressed a younger man with dark hair. "I guess you aren't in the mood to drink," he stated, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance. The younger man remained silent, his expression unreadable. The older man's displeasure deepened. How dare he refuse the demon lord's alcohol? Just who was this third lord? A different, imposing figure with dark hair and intense eyes spoke, his voice carrying an undercurrent of respect. "You have shown bravery." The older man continued, his gaze softening slightly. "It mustn't have been easy to do such a thing in front of so many. It's in your nature." The younger man responded humbly, "I'm grateful for the praise. I just did." The imposing figure's expression turned serious. "How do you want to handle this?" The older man sighed, his voice heavy with a mix of resignation and acceptance. "Though he's my son, I feel that it's out of my hands now that he's your disciple." Xion Hajin, a master assassin formerly under the yoke of the Divine Justice Alliance, now found himself in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, his gaze sharp despite his inability to use qi. He stared down an unseen opponent, his expression a mixture of defiance and weariness. A plea for forgiveness hung heavy in the air. Two figures, one seemingly younger and dressed in white, the other older and more formally attired, sat across a low table. The younger man stammered a desperate apology. A sharp question cut through the tension. "So how do you want to handle this? Answer me." An older man, seated alone in a dimly lit room, pondered the situation. His thoughts turned to the demon lord. Just what could the demon lord be thinking? He dismissed the speculation as futile. No. Guessing his intentions is futile. Another man, his face etched with worry and sorrow, spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. "I acknowledge his grave sin, but he's still my child." His words were a testament to the complexities of familial bonds. Parents are the only ones who could forgive their child. A new voice, strong and resolute, declared his authority. "I am the head of the demonic sword family." This individual, with dark hair and stern features, believed a stricter approach was necessary. "That's why I believe we must handle it more strictly." Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he uttered a single, strained word. "So," he began, his voice barely a whisper, before a roar erupted from his chest. "I want to impose a punishment befitting his crime." Seated upon his throne, a powerful figure listened intently as his advisors conferred. One of them asked, "What do you think?" The man's face was etched with worry as he responded, "Yes." His response was met with a grim understanding. The powerful figure on the throne spoke calmly. "As you said, that child has become my disciple and is beyond your reach." He continued, "But I do not wish to ignore your words, the church's eighth disciple. I shall discreetly handle him myself." A bottle of fine liquor sat on a table, a symbol of the demon lord's grace. A man bowed his head, murmuring, "I'm grateful for the demon lord's grace." Rising from his seat, the powerful figure declared, "This lowly one shall take his leave." As he departed, he addressed one of his followers, "Follow me, third." A figure with long, dark hair stood with their back to the viewer, silhouetted against a dimly lit background. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. "So, you sought out the head of the demonic sword family yourself?" A man with dark hair, dressed in flowing white robes, stood silently observing another figure whose face was obscured by shadow and a dark cloak. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. The observer, his expression unreadable, was clearly waiting for an answer. His gaze was intense, unwavering. What was his reason for involving himself in this dangerous game? The shadowed figure finally turned, revealing a man with dark hair and a stern expression. His attire was dark and ornate, hinting at a position of power or authority. The question hung in the air: what was his motivation? The scene opens on a tranquil night, overlooking a traditional Asian-style building. A conversation unfolds between two figures, one unseen, the other partially obscured by shadow. The unseen figure inquires about the other's motives for seeking out the head of the demonic sword family. The unseen figure reflects internally that the other party already knew everything. Two figures, one in a white robe and the other in black, walk along a corridor. The scene is set in a grand, ornate building, suggesting a place of power and authority. The man in white, his face now visible, expresses determination to resolve the situation. The man in black turns away, his back to the viewer, creating an air of mystery and intrigue. He explains that his actions stemmed from an inexplicable inner compulsion, a feeling that he simply had to act. The man in black elaborates, stating that his actions were driven purely by instinct. The man in black concludes by expressing approval of this explanation. A stern-faced man, his expression unyielding, delivered a pointed remark. He would have been disappointed had he received a string of excuses. He posed a question, his tone inquisitive: "How did I know?" He clarified his intentions, explaining that he sought understanding, not justification. He wanted to know why he was allowed to proceed despite his actions. A tragic revelation unfolded: a cult member had died for a sin he did not commit. And he had prayed for the man until his last breath. The weight of this revelation caused him to question his own inaction. The answer, it turned out, lay within the information just shared. The two men walked away, their silhouettes stark against the snowy landscape. One of the men, his face etched with concern, questioned the other's reasoning. The other man dismissed the concern, stating that he did not seek validation from others. The chapter opens with a close-up on a pair of intense, watchful eyes, belonging to Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, formerly the master assassin Cheon Hajin. A man whose past life as an assassin continues to shape his present, even in this new, unfamiliar body. The narration clarifies that the same unwavering focus applies to this new identity within the cult. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a figure being executed. A voiceover reflects on the deceased's unwavering devotion, questioning whether he expected anything in return. Did he hope for vindication, a peaceful afterlife? The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the complex relationship between loyalty and expectation. The answer, a resounding no, is presented. His devotion was pure, selfless, driven only by his faith. His only desire was for his God, the God he served his entire life, to remember him. Two figures, likely members of the cult, observe the scene, their expressions unreadable. The narration emphasizes the purity of his devotion, contrasting it with the impurity of expecting something in return for loyalty. The focus shifts to a woman, possibly a high-ranking member of the cult, her face partially obscured. Her thoughts reveal a deep respect for the executed man's unwavering faith. She reflects on his unyielding devotion, noting that anger on his behalf would tarnish his faith. The panel ends with Seo Riang's pensive expression, hinting at the internal conflict he faces. Two figures stood silhouetted against the backdrop of a moonlit, snow-dusted landscape. One, clad in dark robes, observed the other, whose white garments contrasted sharply against the night. The words, "I am regarded as a god," hung in the air, a statement of both pride and perhaps a hint of weariness. The dark-haired figure, his face etched with concern, whispered the single word, "God." The figure in white responded, "A god doesn't resolve trivial matters. Awareness and understanding suffice." He continued, "Of course, I'm human. I may be human, yet I am called a god." The dark-robed figure mused, "Then I must endeavor to act like one." The other man's expression shifted. He questioned, "Endeavor? This man tries?" He observed, "That doesn't seem like him at all. It feels as though he was born this way." The figure in white concluded, "I see why you refrained from acting. Well, I don't fully understand it, but I recognize it." A man in a long, white robe, his dark hair pulled back, stood amidst a snowy landscape. He was questioned about his decision to take someone in as a disciple, the questioner implying that it was unnecessary given the circumstances. He refuted the suggestion, stating that he had his reasons for taking the individual in, revealing that the individual was a necessary component for the cult. The man's words sparked confusion. He wondered what the speaker meant by necessary ingredient. Suddenly, a dark energy pulsed from the man's hand. As he unleashed a wave of dark energy, causing a violent disruption in his surroundings. The force of the energy sent several wooden boxes flying across the room, prompting a question about the box's significance and the man's presence at the scene. The boxes were identified as items confiscated from a delivery squad mission by young Ilryong. Seo Riang, the prince, found himself in a state of stunned contemplation. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. Someone had been watching his every move, aware of his departure from the cult and his subsequent activities. A wave of despair washed over him as he stared at the herbs before him. These weren't meant for healing, they were far more sinister. Their purpose was eradication, seizure, and annihilation. A chilling revelation. A figure, cloaked in darkness, stood before a chest filled with the ominous herbs. Their voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the silence. They intended to test these herbs on Seo Riang. The word test hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. Seo Riang's fate seemed sealed. The figure's plan was laid bare, to analyze Seo Riang's core energy, the clarity of his consciousness, and the extent of his greed. Only then would they obliterate his humanity. Should the experiment fail, Seo Riang would be discarded, his life deemed worthless. Seo Riang's mind raced. He questioned the origins of this cruel plan, tracing it back to the Demon Sword family's patriarch. It was his wish, a request that, had it not been made, would have seen the figure experiment on themselves instead. A man with long, dark hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, contemplates the situation. He muses that using a criminal burdened with grave sins as a test subject isn't a bad choice. He is questioned about his plans after the experiment concludes. The man, his expression serious, replies that he will decide then. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a deep-seated doubt. He reflects that a fish once cooked can't swim again in the sea. A close-up on his eyes reveals a hint of resignation. Another man observes, commenting that while the retribution may be just, the subject's end sounds horrendous. He declares that such actions are inhumane, yet he considers the possibility of the experiment failing. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of something dark burning in his eyes. The man's eye glows with an infernal light as the narrator reveals the extent of the subject's crimes: rape and murder of 7 members of the divine cult and likely many civilians. Even execution or cruel experimentation seems insufficient punishment. Perhaps it's better if the experiment fails. A chilling narration box appeared, describing a figure left to suffer endlessly in a shattered mind and body. The narrator expressed a grim hope that the only remaining desire for this individual was death. The scene shifted to reveal two figures. A man in a white robe, his face contorted in a furious expression, stood over another man clad in dark robes. The tension between them was palpable. The man in dark robes remained still, his posture suggesting a mixture of fear and resignation. A close-up on the man in white revealed a sharp gaze, his words a low murmur. He was getting closer. His approach seemed deliberate, each step measured and controlled. A narration box then revealed the man's past encounter with another individual, describing the overwhelming sense of death emanating from that person. The narration continued, explaining that the man instinctively understood the concept of death. A new character, a man with long brown hair, was shown walking through a forest, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. The narration box revealed the man's thoughts. After years of studying the concept of demons and finally liberating himself from it, he never imagined encountering such a person in reality. However, he noted that this individual was now edging closer to the concept of a demon, previously having been solely an embodiment of death. A close-up on Seo Riang's face, his expression a mask of simmering rage. The narration box explains that the reasons for his anger are irrelevant. What truly matters is his escalating cruelty and violence. The narration continues, warning that if this trend persists, the concept of him being a demon will become meaningless. He will become a violent, cruel, and evil individual without justification, a terrifying prospect. The narration box continues, outlining a critical juncture if Seo Riang fails to reach the ultimate demon realm before his descent into unchecked violence. His eyes, sharp and calculating, suggest a grim awareness of this fate. He will merely be a strong, yet ordinary, member of the demon cult. Seo Riang reflects on his actions, feeling as though his involvement has been pointless. Another voice counters this sentiment. The scene shifts to show Seo Riang speaking with another individual. The other person assures him that his actions were not in vain. The patriarch of the demon sword family should be grateful for his intervention, as it preserved their legacy. The individual concludes by stating that Seo Riang will soon receive a new order. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. You were so eager for a breath of outside air that you left the cult without a single report. I think this would suit someone like you. A woman with dark hair, dressed in elegant robes, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of relief and concern. She muttered to herself, I'm relieved he's overlooking that, but did he have to mention it? A man with dark hair and stern features addressed the unseen individual. His voice was curt, devoid of emotion. You may leave. The individual, his back to the viewer, bowed respectfully. Yes, Demon Lord. The scene shifted to an exterior courtyard. A voice, calm but laced with a hint of disapproval, commented, It's rather careless, but that's how it was resolved. Two men, one in white robes and the other in dark, stood in conversation. The man in white spoke, Good job. I don't know how the Demon Lord will take care of the real culprit, but this may be for the better. I believe the real culprit will endure a fate worse than imprisonment, trapped in a state where he's neither alive nor dead. The man in dark robes nodded slowly. Anyway, please take care of Ji Younghyun yourself. I believe it's best for me to step back from this matter now. He added, with a hint of gratitude in his voice, regardless of the results, I am indebted to you. I won't forget it. A young man, his face obscured, muttered, It's fine. A sense of quiet resignation hung in the air. He turned and walked away, his back to the viewer, disappearing down a long corridor, leaving behind only the quiet elegance of the heavenly demon cult's palace. In a grand hall, a powerful figure sat upon a throne. He held a glowing blue orb, the Jade of Calamity, in his hand. He spoke, his voice a low rumble, I was unaware that such a thing existed in Jiangsu. An elderly man, his eyes sharp and knowing, examined a similar orb. He murmured, What an interesting object. A narration box explained, the Jade of Calamity absorbs a person's life force, the primordial energy, under the right conditions. The narration continued, the essence-absorbing demonic arts that Ji Kanghyun and Ji Younghyun used to harm others function similarly to the Jade of Calamity, but the Jade's power is vastly superior. Finally, the narration concluded, its side effects are fatal, deterring anyone from attempting to master it. The narrative revealed Ji Kanghyun's cunning plan, to have his brother, Ji Younghyun, learn the essence-absorbing demonic arts. This was a calculated move, a strategic maneuver to harness the immense power of demonic energy for himself. However, unforeseen consequences arose. The demonic arts had a devastating side effect on Ji Younghyun, they unleashed an insatiable craving for demonic energy, leaving him with little to no control over his own actions. Driven by this uncontrollable hunger, Ji Younghyun sought the Silent King's sword, a legendary weapon housed within the heavenly demon cult's armory. His aim was to absorb the immense demonic energy sealed within the blade. The ensuing struggle was fierce. Ji Younghyun, consumed by his insatiable hunger, clashed violently with an unseen opponent. The impact of their confrontation sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scene shifting to reveal a mysterious figure, calmly holding a glowing blue orb. A subtle smile played on his lips as he spoke of a third party aiding him. Suddenly, a terrifying presence filled the air. A colossal demonic entity, its form shrouded in shadow and fire, emerged from the darkness. Its eyes burned with malevolent intensity.
The demon's monstrous visage loomed over a lone figure, who sat serenely amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat.
The figure, his face etched with the strain of barely controlled fury, reflected on his near loss of control when confronting the demon lord. His anger had nearly consumed his rationality. He recalled a similar struggle during his battle with Ji Younghyun, a battle that tested the limits of his self-control. A surge of furious energy coursed through Xiao Riang's veins, his face contorted in a grimace of barely contained rage. Blood stained his clothes, testament to the brutal fight he'd just endured. The raw power emanating from him like a crimson inferno. His eyes burned with an intensity that belied his inability to use qi. A terrifying, demonic energy threatening to consume him entirely. His body trembled, not from weakness, but from the sheer force of his own suppressed power. This rage, a visceral echo of Cheon Hajin's own fury, refused to subside. It pulsed within him, a relentless, burning ember. With a guttural cry, Xiao Riang lunged forward, his movements blurring as he channeled his untamed power into a desperate attack. His sword flashing through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The impact was brutal, a violent collision of raw power and desperate will. A raw, untamed energy erupting from within him. His face was contorted in a mask of pain and fury, his eyes blazing with a demonic light. This was the essence of the heavenly demon cult, a power born of rage and despair, a force that defied the very laws of qi. As the demonic energy surged, Xiao Riang fell into a meditative state, his body radiating an ominous crimson glow. He was no longer merely channeling his rage, he was becoming one with it. A surge of demonic energy erupted from within the heavenly demon cult's compound, the crimson tendrils snaking across the night sky. Leaving a single figure, Xiao Riang, the prince, gazing upwards with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He breathed a shaky sigh, a silent question hanging in the air: what had just happened? His crimson eyes, reflecting the demonic energy, held a hint of something else, a flicker of recognition, perhaps? Observing from afar, an unseen individual mused on the display. Li Chansang, this man continually surpasses my expectations, they thought, their voice laced with a hint of grudging admiration. The source of the demonic energy, Li Chansang, stood defiantly on a rooftop, his dark robes billowing slightly in the wind. A faint red aura surrounded him, a testament to his power. He dismissed the event with a wave of his hand. It's merely a 200-character martial arts manuscript. He continued, his thoughts turning to the manuscript's limitations. He can't even grasp the essence of demonic arts, yet he discerned the gaps in the technique solely from the demonic energy I released in my display of power. Despite this, Chansang found himself impressed. His insight was remarkable, but what's more, he even penned this to rectify the technique's shortcomings. Chansang concluded, tearing the manuscript, thanks to him, I have completed the dark shadow demonic art. A voice, calm and unwavering, echoed in the silence. It declared that the work was not merely complete, but perfect, a finished masterpiece with nothing to add or remove. The speaker, whose eyes burned with an inner fire, continued his internal monologue. He felt the need to elevate the dignity of the martial arts, to reflect the majesty of the very arts that had opened the gateway to hell. He held a small orb of fire in his hand, a testament to his power and resolve. His expression was one of grim determination. The final words of the manuscript were revealed: 9 depths mastery. The orb of fire intensified, radiating heat and power. As fragments of the manuscript scattered, consumed by the flames. And a new name was given to this potent technique: 9 depths demonic arts. A voice, filled with surprise and a hint of fear, called out from the distance. You summoned me, demon lord? The scene shifted to a serene garden, a stark contrast to the fiery display moments before. The question hung in the air. A man with spectacles and dark hair, dressed in elegant robes, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He seemed deep in contemplation, a question hanging heavy in the air. He posed the question aloud, his voice carrying a weight of expectation: are the preparations complete? A different man, with long, dark hair and a muscular build, sat calmly painting on a scroll. He responded with quiet confidence: yes. Everything is ready. The first man, his gaze sharp, continued, his words laced with a calculating tone: when a tiger hunts its prey, smaller cats often follow, hoping for scraps. What's your plan for them? A thoughtful pause followed, before the first man uttered a single, questioning word: is that so? The second man's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. He countered, his voice low but firm: they're not to be underestimated. There may be consequences. Continuing his thought, he proposed a more decisive solution: then we should send a tiger to eliminate all those smaller cats. He then proposed an alternative: how about dispatching a few from among the top 10 of the 108 demon generals? A man with long, dark hair and a serious expression declared that it was impossible. He explained that they had important tasks planned, including sending some to the northern sea soon. Another man, this one with glasses and light brown hair, appeared surprised, questioning if the first man was finally taking that step. The dark-haired man admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead, but that there was one appropriate individual. Prompting the other to ask, who? The dark-haired man, holding a brush, stated that he believed this person was the answer the other man sought. He described this individual as someone who had been causing quite a stir lately but also demonstrated formidable skills. The man with glasses showed a knowing smile. The dark-haired man's eyes narrowed in thought. The dark-haired man instructed someone off-panel to give a red envelope to the individual they had been discussing. The other person complied, simply stating, "Yes, sir." A man with spectacles and neatly combed brown hair, dressed in elegant, flowing robes, held a crimson document. A subtle smile played on his lips as he declared his intention to entrust a task to the third young lord. A powerful energy surge erupted from a rooftop, shattering tiles and sending debris flying into the air. Leaving a blonde-haired martial artist gasping for breath on the ground, his body visibly strained from exertion. Huffing and puffing, he struggled to regain his composure. A young woman with dark hair approached him, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" she asked. He managed a weak reply, "Not bad. You're improving every day." The blonde-haired martial artist, still catching his breath, offered a grateful, huff, thank you. The woman observed him intently. A narration box appeared, explaining, he didn't use his heart-wrenching sword or the return to the heaven sword and opted for stabbing techniques over slicing. Her expression shifted to one of impressed assessment. She commented, "He's learning fast." The blonde-haired martial artist, emboldened, declared, "Here comes my first sword." He lunged forward, his blade flashing. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself facing an unexpected assailant. He watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as the attacker swung their sword from a distance too far to reach him. The attacker, a blur of motion, unleashed a powerful strike, a desperate roar escaping their lips. The force of the blow shattered the stone beneath Xiao Riang's feet. But Xiao Riang noted the attack lacked the usual chi-imbued power, and its speed was surprisingly slow. He easily evaded the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Riang countered with a swift strike of his own, sending his opponent sprawling. Another member of the cult, Hub, arrived on the scene, shouting in alarm at Xiao Riang's actions. Hub's face contorted in pain as he struggled under the weight of his own weapon, the immense pressure causing him to stumble. He gasped, the strain evident in his eyes as he realized the weapon felt as if it weighed 600 kilograms. Despite the unexpected difficulty, Xiao Riang knew a simple attack wouldn't be enough to subdue Hub. He prepared for a more decisive strike. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found himself in a desperate situation. His eyes widened in alarm, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he braced for impact. A blur of motion cut through the air. An unseen assailant moved with terrifying speed, his attack aimed directly at Riang. The attacker, a figure with blonde hair, lunged forward, his weapon a gleaming blade aimed with deadly precision. Riang's eyes darted to the approaching weapon, he realized the trajectory with a jolt of fear. The attack was aimed at his solar plexus. The blonde-haired attacker's face was grim, his eyes burning with intensity as he prepared to strike. Despite his inability to use chi, Riang was no ordinary prince. He knew he couldn't rely on his usual defenses. He would have to improvise. With a burst of unexpected speed, Riang met the incoming attack. He deflected the blow, his own blade clashing against his opponent's. Sparks flew as steel met steel in a fierce clash of blades. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, leaving the blonde-haired attacker reeling from the unexpected counterattack. A pained groan escaped his lips as he stumbled back, clutching his side. Severely wounded, Xion Hajin coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. He had failed in his escape attempt from the Divine Justice Alliance. His vision blurred as a woman with long brown hair, wielding two swords, stood over him, her attack having cleaved the stone beneath him. The woman, a cultivator of considerable skill, prepared to imbue Hajin's body with demonic energy. Meanwhile, another man with blonde hair, seemingly a fellow member of the heavenly demon cult, questioned her strategy. The blonde man, Xiao Riang, explained that he had realized he couldn't rely solely on brute strength and speed in combat. Instead, he had focused on maximizing his strengths, refining his martial arts efficiency. The woman approved of his approach, but noted that a simple attack wouldn't be enough against their target. She revealed that she had gleaned a crucial clue from observing his martial arts style, leaving Xiao Riang both curious and apprehensive about what that clue might be. A close-up on a man with dark hair and intense red eyes. His expression is one of grim determination. The narration box above him reads, "Your ninefold resilient calamity blade technique." The narration box describes the technique, after the powerful blade storm comes the flames, then the icy wind. It's the pinnacle of martial arts. A fiery red crescent moon-shaped energy wave clashes with a wave of icy blue energy, the visual representation of the technique's power. The impact is immense, showcasing the destructive force of the martial art. A narration box explains, "What made the wind of ice and snow even more terrifying is that what you used right before that was an extreme yang art." Another narration box continues the explanation, "So you alternated a blunt attack with a swift one after?" The scene shifts to two men. One, with blonde hair, kneels, clearly exhausted. The other, with dark hair, stands over him, sword at his side. A narration box from the blonde-haired man states, "Yet, your strength was too overwhelming for me again." A close-up on the blonde-haired man's face shows sweat and exhaustion. He is clearly defeated. The dark-haired man speaks, his words appearing in a narration box, "You fail to see your own brilliance." The blonde-haired man responds, his words also in a narration box, "This is the first time since we've met that I'm impressed solely by the martial arts." Xion Hajin, his body now that of Xiao Riang, stood arms crossed, a picture of quiet defiance. His gaze was fixed on the other man, a cultivator of the heavenly demon cult, who nervously clutched his sword, its polished steel reflecting the dim light. Such innovation stems from creativity, and creativity can only be put to good use if you know yourself. The words hung in the air, a silent commentary on the scene unfolding before them. The cultivator, his face etched with worry, spoke again. His understanding of his strengths in martial arts led him to this strategy. It's this kind of creative thinking that paves the way to greatness. The words echoed the unspoken tension between the two men. Xiao Riang, his expression unreadable, began to speak, a single phrase escaping his lips, "I'm not." Enlightenment. The word hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the lightness of his tone. Hajin, in Riang's body, remained impassive, his eyes betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. A voice, seemingly disembodied, cut through the silence. Enlightenment isn't just about sudden revelations. Consistent effort and relentless practice lead to enlightenment too. The word served as a counterpoint to Xiao Riang's earlier statement. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, despite his inability to use qi, displayed surprising skill with a sword. His movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his rigorous training under Qion Hajin's tutelage. A swift, almost imperceptible arc of his blade flashed past his opponent, a woman who watched him with a mixture of surprise and concern. She commented on his near miss, acknowledging his progress while pointing out the limitations of his current training. The woman continued, reassuring him that his struggles weren't due to flawed training, but rather the inherent limitations of the martial art he was currently learning. She explained that the problem lay not in his skill or dedication, but in the very nature of the martial art itself. A beat of silence hung in the air as Xiao Riang contemplated her words, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then instructed himself to meditate, seeking clarity and understanding. Later, Xiao Riang was seen leaving, prompting his companion to question his destination. He remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge his plans. He was shown to be searching for a specific book, a volume titled Vajrayaksha Demonic Arts. He found it, and pondered the paradoxical nature of its title, noting that the Vajrayaksha is associated with Buddhist concepts, raising questions about its inclusion within the demonic arts. In the heavenly demon cult's extensive library, a figure perused the shelves. He mused that a particular text would be perfect for Ma Dongpil. He judged that with his current level, Ma Dongpil should master the text within a day, however, replacing his demonic energy would take time. The figure selected the book, along with a few others. A young girl, seemingly his attendant, uttered a questioning and "huh" as he made his selections. As the figure turned, a shocking sight caused him to exclaim, "Holy shit! What the hell?" He reacted violently, dropping the book in surprise. He hadn't sensed any presence. The young girl, startled, softly addressed him as brother. As a narration box identified her as Chai Yoman, the heavenly demon divine cult's seventh young lady. The figure, still reeling from the shock, questioned, "Brother." Xiao Riang, the prince, his face etched with a mixture of surprise and concern, questioned the information he had just received. "Then she's the youngest?" He recalled the child's frail appearance upon his return from the solitary bamboo grove. His gaze fell upon the young girl, now surrounded by several figures in dark robes. "Is she fully recovered now?" The girl, seemingly oblivious to his scrutiny, held a book. "But why did Li Chansang take in a kid like her? She's adorable." A sudden, unexpected request interrupted his thoughts. "Can I come over to your house?" The man, startled, responded with a stammered question. Later, during a meal, a conversation about the girl's studies ensued. "You're already studying the 10 great demonic arts?" The girl's guardian confirmed the surprising fact. "Yes, the demon lord has allowed it." This prompted further speculation. How can she delve into that at such a young age? It seems the demon lord believes in her ability and granted her permission. She must be a real genius then. Xiao Riang, the young prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat across from his sister at a table laden with sweets. He pondered their conversation, his thoughts trailing off into a silent question. What were they even discussing? His sister's words echoed in his mind. He reflected on his limited experience with children, admitting that his interactions had been primarily limited to training or drinking with them. She thanked him for the snacks, expressing her gratitude with a simple "Thank you, brother." He responded casually, inviting her to come over for snacks anytime. Suddenly, the conversation took a sharp turn. She expressed her gratitude for his actions, thanking him for killing Hong Yuamun, a man she clearly despised. Xiao Riang reacted with a slight grimace, sputtering out a response as he took a drink of tea. The young woman revealed a shocking truth: Hong Yuamun had been poisoning her. Her life had been in danger. She emphasized her gratitude, stating that she would have died if not for his intervention. Xiao Riang downplayed his role, claiming that Hong Yuamun was simply annoying and that he had only killed him out of self-preservation. He then commented on his sister's blunt language, though he acknowledged the truth in her gratitude. A young man with dark hair, dressed in elegant robes, felt a subtle vibration. He recognized it instantly, the carriage from the demon god's palace. He murmured his surprise, his words overheard by a young woman with vibrant pink hair styled in buns, who also noticed the approaching carriage. The man observed that the carriage was quite distant, remarking on the woman's impressive senses.
He expressed his admiration for such a perceptive young woman.
The arrival of a carriage from the demon god's palace prompted a question from a stern-looking individual, addressed to the general strategist. The general strategist, unfazed, explained that he carried a message from the demon lord, adding that the questioner was the External Supervision Deputy Special Investigator Head. Xiao Riang, the prince, frowned in confusion as he read the lengthy title of his new position. His advisor, a calm and composed figure, explained that it could be shortened to Special Inspector General. The advisor, with a reassuring smile, pointed a finger to emphasize his point. Xiao Riang, however, remained unconvinced, questioning the unusual appointment. He pointed out that successor candidates typically don't take on such roles. The advisor explained that the word deputy implied a temporary position, making it acceptable. Xiao Riang countered that any role would be problematic, because it would attract unwanted attention, potentially affecting the succession competition. The advisor acknowledged that such attention would be drawn to anyone with power, but Xiao Riang insisted that the real problem was his social standing. The advisor admitted to sharing his concerns but urged him not to let worries hinder his progress. Xion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, scoffed inwardly. Despite his outward appearance of nonchalance, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. He thought, worried, my ass. I'm having the time of my life, but a nagging feeling of unease persisted. He continued his internal monologue, but why do I feel like this role will be quite troublesome? Meanwhile, a man in a dark robe, presumably a high-ranking member of the heavenly demon cult, reviewed documents. A second, less formally dressed man stood nearby. The less formally dressed man asked, who knows? Why do you think that? The robed man replied, I'm just judging by your amused and joyful expression right now. Xiao Riang, still processing his new reality, felt a sudden wave of suspicion. He muttered to himself, I get the feeling I've been duped. The robed man observed, he's amazingly quick to catch on. A close-up on the robed man's face revealed a thoughtful expression. He mused, he lacks experience in political maneuvering, so how is he so astute? He continued his internal questioning, is it an extension of his survival instincts? The robed man then announced, anyway, the demon lord has commanded it himself. You'll need to leave in 2 days, so please prepare. A hand reached out, tracing the elegant script of a document. The writing was in a language that seemed both ancient and arcane. A man with long, dark hair and piercing eyes stood before a muted backdrop. His expression was serious, almost grim. You'll receive an order from me soon, he stated, his voice low and measured. He continued, his gaze unwavering. You were so eager for a breath of outside air that you left the cult without a single report. I think this would suit someone like you. The man's words hung in the air, a question forming in his mind, eager? For outside air? A close-up on the man's face showed a flicker of confusion. His eyes widened slightly as he processed the implications. A surprised exclamation escaped his lips. Ha! Wait! Another individual, a woman with dark hair pulled back, spoke up, her voice sharp and clear. General Strategist. Does this mission require me to leave the cult? A look of dawning understanding spread across the woman's face. He meant he would allow me to leave? That's it? The man nodded, handing her a document. Here's your order. A man in a dark robe, his face partially obscured, held a document. He offered it to someone off-panel, saying that while the explanation was written there was more to it. 2 women, one with glasses and the other with long dark hair, discussed their roles. The woman with glasses stated that their task was simply to observe and eliminate those who misbehaved, and to commend those who did not. The woman with dark hair agreed, stating that the other had summarized it better than she could. The woman with glasses explained that she was busy and needed to leave. The other woman told her to go right away. An announcement was made, the general strategist was departing, and a carriage was to be brought. A servant saw the general strategist off, wishing him safe travels. The general strategist, in a jovial mood, assured the servant that there was nothing to worry about. The general strategist, accompanied by a small, fox-like creature, was surprised to see someone he recognized. He asked, brother? He greeted the person, yeoman, who was still there. A young woman, concerned, approached a man with dark hair, asking if he was hurt. He responded with a boisterous laugh, claiming he could not be sick. The man erupted in unrestrained laughter, declaring his freedom. Suddenly, the man found himself spinning uncontrollably with a young girl, a small yellow fox-like creature nearby, letting out a surprised yelp. Meanwhile, a third party observed the scene, wondering how the third young lord would handle the situation. The observer, a man with glasses, watched intently, commenting that these individuals were not ones to easily succumb to fate. The narration box explained that the balance of power between the heavenly demon cult and the 7 families had recently become unstable. 2 figures stand in stark contrast. On the left, a man with long, dark hair, dressed in a dark purple robe, exudes an air of quiet intensity. His gaze is fixed, his posture rigid. To his right, a younger man, clad in a vibrant blue robe, stands with a more relaxed, yet equally determined stance. The difference in their attire and demeanor hints at a complex power dynamic. A narration box reveals the underlying motivations of unseen forces. They seek to eliminate the demon lord, fearing his power, much like someone afraid of ghosts would hire exorcists. Their actions are driven by fear, leading them to enlist others in their quest to remove the very person they fear.
This fear, however, is not indiscriminate.
A man, reviewing documents, declares the Demon Sword family and the Thousand Treasure Gold family to be clean. He then reveals a subtle, yet chilling smile. "It's time we apprehended them," he states, his words carrying an undercurrent of cold calculation. A narration box describes the scene. The deity remained motionless, the superiors silent. Only after enduring this tense silence did they discern the concealed smile and hidden bloodlust.
The narration box identifies the third young lord as the perfect candidate to eliminate the threat.
He is shown standing, sword at his side, radiating an aura of quiet menace. The young lord lets out a triumphant laugh, declaring, "I feel fantastic." The scene shifts to a younger man, seemingly the third young lord, playfully interacting with a young girl, his speed enhanced to level 2.
He moves with a blur of motion.
The girl cries out, "Brother," expressing both excitement and affection. Another woman, appearing concerned, cautions him to be more gentle with the seventh young lady. A young boy, Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, wailed in distress, his face contorted in a mask of tears and anguish. His cry, a desperate kaya, echoed through the scene, as two figures, one in dark robes and the other in a peach-colored kimono, looked on with expressions of concern. Suddenly, a group of young martial artists, their bodies sprawled on the ground in a circle, groaned in pain. A small, fox-like creature watched them with amusement as they cried out, "Ka," and "Wag." One of them, seemingly the leader, muttered something about a level 3 attack. Shion Hajin, his face resolute, stood before a young woman, his gaze unwavering. He declared, "I'm really leaving this time." He continued, his voice firm, "I'll depart on my own 2 feet and with my own dignity." But his departure was not to be so simple. A blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow, was upon him. A young woman gasped, "Kaya." Too fast. Hajin, despite the sudden attack, remained calm. He addressed 2 individuals, Anhwa and Dongpil, with a finality that hinted at a deep sadness. "Anhwa, Dongpil, once I leave, I won't see you again." His expression was stoic, betraying little emotion. He thought, "I knew this day would come." Yet, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features. He wondered, "But, what is this feeling?" Meanwhile, a concerned voice called out, "Young master, I think I'm going to be sick." "You Weg." Another voice, filled with urgency, shouted, "Ah. Anhwa. Do it toward Dongpil." A final, pained groan, "Wag," punctuated the scene. A demonic visage filled the panel, its features contorted in a ferocious snarl. Golden energy crackled around it, hinting at immense power. The text Vajrayaksha demonic arts appeared, underscoring the source of this terrifying power. A young man with blonde hair, wielding a sword, stood amidst a golden aura. His eyes blazed with newfound strength as he declared, "So this is what it means to use my strength to its fullest." He marveled at the power coursing through him, realizing, this is on an entirely different level from the sword aura I've used before. A voice boomed, "You've completely mastered the Vajrayaksha demonic arts. Congrats." The young man, now visibly exhausted, was addressed as young master. Further instruction followed, "Put it to good use. Although I'm sure you would even if I didn't tell you to." The young man, now calm, pledged his loyalty, stating, "I'm only going to use this power to protect you, young master." A man with dark hair, dressed in simple yet elegant robes, stood firm. His expression was serious, almost pained. He was addressed by an unseen speaker, whose words echoed in a speech bubble above him, "Don't. This power is yours alone." The dark-haired man listened intently as another man, this one with blonde hair and a determined expression, spoke. "Your life must take precedence over mine," the blonde man stated, his words carrying a weight of unspoken sacrifice. The dark-haired man responded, "I apologize, but I cannot do that." The blonde man's face hardened, his resolve unwavering. He declared, "I'm your escort warrior. Any blade that reaches you will have to go through my dead body first." The dark-haired man's gaze remained steady, his expression unreadable. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at a complex internal struggle. Later, seated in a richly decorated room, the dark-haired man reflected on his situation. His thoughts, revealed in a thought bubble, were heavy with gratitude. "Ma Dongpil has saved my life too many times." He continued his internal monologue, a hint of melancholy in his thoughts. "Even in my past life, no one cared for me as much as Dongpil does. What if Ma Dongpil tries to prevent me from leaving?" Shion Hajin, a master assassin, clutched his blood-stained sword. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutal, leaving him wounded and questioning his actions. Could he truly have killed to escape? He collapsed, his lifeblood staining the snow. His escape was far from over. Hajin's thoughts drifted to a harsh truth: one must sacrifice for what they truly desire. The words echoed in his mind. A stark reminder of the path he'd chosen. But when had he become so sentimental? He awoke in the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, powerless and burdened by a strange ailment that prevented him from using qi. Observing his servants sweeping the courtyard, a new resolve hardened his gaze. He had planned to teach Anhwa proper martial arts. But his plans were about to be interrupted. A figure appeared in the distance. Anhwa, startled by the sudden appearance of a mysterious figure, reacted instinctively. The revelation that Hajin was actually leaving sent a shockwave through her. A young man with dark hair, dressed in simple dark robes, startled, looked down at a small, fluffy, yellow fox-like creature in his hands. The creature seemed to be playfully jumping away from him, its tail twitching.
He exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you little."
The young man, now calmer, cradled the small creature on his shoulder.
He stroked its fur gently, a thoughtful expression on his face.
He murmured to himself, "At least I won't have to leave everyone I've gotten attached to."
The small creature nestled comfortably against the young man's shoulder, its eyes closed.
A voice, seemingly the creature's, spoke reassuringly, "You can always return here if you change your mind. Life here will be dull without you." A soft purr emanated from the creature. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. A subtle shift in his expression hinting at inner conflict. He thought, "The escape from the divine cult that I longed for is just ahead, yet I don't feel good."
A voice, filled with anger and frustration, boomed out, "You bastards! Show some determination."
The same voice continued, its tone sharp and impatient, "Are you going to lie there just because you injured an arm or a leg?" Amidst a swirling dust cloud, a group of heavenly demon cult members, their faces etched with exertion, struggled to their feet. One, more muscular than the rest, groaned, "Ugh. We're not dead yet." A woman with fiery red hair, a striking eye patch, and a large, ornate sword stood amidst the struggling men. She stated, matter-of-factly, "There's a good reason behind the saying that encountering the berserk demon means certain doom." She continued, her voice sharp and unwavering, "If your arms break, fight with your legs. If your legs break, tear them apart with your teeth. That's the berserk demon squad's way." The red-haired woman lunged forward, her movements a blur. She barked, "Put your heart and soul into this. Fight as if it's a real battle." She unleashed a flurry of blows, connecting with several of the cult members.
One of them cried out, "What are you doing? Come at me."
The impact of her strike sent the cult members sprawling. One of them groaned in pain, "Egg. Cook." Sweat beaded on the red-haired woman's brow, but a triumphant grin spread across her face.
She declared, "That's right. Now that's how you do it."
The red-haired woman sheathed her sword, surveying the scene.
She announced, "All right. That's enough for today."
The cult members lay scattered around her, exhausted and defeated. One groaned weakly, "Oh, man.
Way. I'm dead."
A squad leader expressed concern for the well-being of a female warrior, noting her serious injuries. The warrior, however, brushed off the concern, stating that she was fine and directing the leader to attend to the other members of their squad instead. The female warrior, weary from battle, admitted to herself that she could no longer continue fighting at this level. She reflected that while every moment was a learning opportunity, sparring with less skilled opponents was not improving her abilities. She recognized that she had hit a plateau in her training and expressed frustration. Her thoughts turned to a particular individual, a young lord, questioning why he wasn't seeking her out more. Meanwhile, another member of the squad voiced their boredom and expressed a desire for a new mission. A mysterious figure appeared, responding to the bored warrior's statement with a chillingly calm declaration that her boredom was perfect. The warrior, surprised, recognized the figure as the Penal Law Hall Master. The Penal Law Hall Master revealed that they had a mission perfectly suited for the Berserk Demon Squad, inquiring if they were interested. A close-up of the Penal Law Hall Master's face showed a serious expression.
The female warrior's face lit up with a predatory grin, clearly intrigued by the prospect of a new mission.
A servant announced to Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, that preparations were complete. An attendant, Manhwa, presented Xiao Riang with a book, commenting that while his internalization of power was stable, it wasn't exceptional. Manhwa explained that the book contained martial arts techniques, and that while not highly valued within the cult, it would be elsewhere. Xiao Riang expressed surprise that she had written it herself. Manhwa explained that if she had more time, she would have guided him personally, but she had annotated the book for easier understanding.
She added that while Xiao Riang had potential, he wasn't extraordinarily talented, but possessed consistency and seriousness that others lacked. Manhwa hesitantly addressed Xiao Riang as young master.
Tears welled in Manhwa's eyes as she asked if the mission could be given to someone else.
Xiao Riang told Manhwa not to go, expressing his indebtedness to her. Xiao Riang wondered if Manhwa knew he was leaving.
A young woman, her face etched with worry, questioned Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, about his plans of leaving the cult. He responded simply, "Okay." He gently touched her head, offering a reassuring gesture before stating his intention to leave. The young woman seemed to accept his decision. Xiao Riang departed, his footsteps echoing slightly as he left the room. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams that pierced the gloom. As he stepped out, he was immediately confronted by two figures. One, a man in a dark red robe, declared, "The divine teachings are absolute. All demons prostrate before you." A woman with fiery red hair and a striking presence stepped forward, introducing herself as Zui Hungarian, the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad and acting Vice Special Inspector General. She greeted the man in the red robe, addressing him with a formal title, "Greetings to the External Supervision Deputy Special Investigator Head." Another voice echoed, this time from the ranks of soldiers behind Hungarian. They announced, "We greet the Special Inspector General." A large contingent of soldiers, clad in dark uniforms and masks, stood at attention behind Hungarian, demonstrating the considerable power at her command. Seo Riang and the man in the red robe turned to leave, seemingly unfazed by the imposing display of force. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, is shown in close-up. His expression is one of quiet determination, a hint of something else lurking beneath the surface. The next panel focuses on his shoulder, revealing an insignia that reads Divine Cult Inspector General. Surrounded by two imposing figures, Seo Riang commands, "Let's go." His attire is that of a high-ranking official within the cult. As they embark on a journey, one of his companions informs him, "Inspector General, considering the carriage speed, we should reach the Jiaxa family in 5 days. However, another adds, if we take more breaks than planned, it may take an extra day or two." Later, seated in a room, Seo Riang mutters, "Shit. Why do I feel so strange? This is the freedom I've yearned for. So why this discomfort?" His heightened senses are on high alert. It's even more intense than when he was trapped in the inescapable net formation of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and Steel Blood Fortress, or when he encountered Li Chansang. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in a desperate situation. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally interrupted, leaving him grievously wounded. He clutched at his side, a pained groan escaping his lips as he silently questioned his predicament. "I can't run away like this? Why?" A vision flickered before his eyes, a shadowy figure, perhaps a powerful cultivator, loomed over him, while a woman in flowing white robes appeared beside him. The scene was framed by a fiery, chaotic backdrop. The vision continued, showing an older man with a long white beard, his expression one of deep concern. Hajin, within the confines of his own mind, wondered, is there something I've overlooked? The name Errol echoed faintly in his thoughts. He awoke in a new body, that of Seo Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult. An official, addressing him as Inspector General, expressed concern over his heavy sweating. Seo Riang, still inhabiting Hajin's consciousness, dismissed the concern, assuring them, "I was just thinking. Don't worry, nothing's wrong with me." The Inspector General and a red-haired woman, possibly a subordinate, seemed unconvinced but accepted his explanation. The woman held a document, suggesting an official report or briefing. The woman simply said, "All right," signaling the end of their brief exchange. As the sun began to set, a voice announced, "The sun's setting. Get prepared for the night." Her concern grew as she noted his lack of appetite, commenting, "Man, he's making me worried. He didn't even eat." Two figures, a man with blonde hair and a woman with vibrant red hair and sunglasses, engaged in a hushed conversation. The man questioned the woman's knowledge of a certain individual, suggesting she was closer to him than he was. The woman responded that she was unsure, attributing her previous actions to the pressure of their mission. The conversation continued, with the man expressing surprise at the depth of the woman's concern for the individual in question. The scene shifted to a nighttime landscape, showing a simple wagon under a starlit sky. The woman dismissed her concern as insignificant, but the man countered, emphasizing the critical importance of the mission leader's safety and the potential jeopardy to the entire operation if compromised. The woman, seemingly touched by the man's concern, responded with a comment about his touching concern, almost making her tear up. A sudden, exaggerated expression of surprise and slight comedic effect followed, with the three characters reacting in a humorous, chibi-style depiction. The scene shifted again, showing the three individuals. The man with blonde hair was now being reprimanded by a fourth, dark-haired individual for their poor stealth techniques during their approach. The blonde-haired man retorted, claiming their poor stealth was due to the other's inattentiveness, not his own skill. The blonde-haired man then declared his hunger, requesting jerky or a similar snack. A fire was shown being built. The group sat around the fire, and the red-haired woman commented on the blonde-haired man's enthusiastic consumption of the jerky. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, nursed his wounds, a wry smile playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, finding the pain surprisingly tolerable. He held up a small gourd of alcohol, offering it to someone unseen in the next panel. "Do you want some?" he asked. Riang took a long drink from the gourd, savoring the taste. A contented escaped his lips. A woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch appeared, her voice sharp with disapproval. "What?" she exclaimed. "You were so eager for this mission, even though it's usually a task for the penal law hall or the main hall. And yet, you brought alcohol?" Riang held up the gourd again, a slight blush on his cheeks. "It's meant for celebrating post-mission," he explained, "so, just a tiny sip." He chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "She's annoying usually, but I'm kinda grateful for her today." The red-haired woman's expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Another man, with blonde hair, appeared beside her. Berserk Demon Squad leader." "What?" she asked, her voice laced with confusion. The red-haired woman scoffed, her face contorted in annoyance. "As if. There's none for you." Riang ignored her outburst, a determined glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, to hell with hypersensitivity, I'll just do what I want for now. A young woman with brown hair peered from behind some foliage, her eyes wide with surprise. She questioned the closeness of two unseen individuals. A red-haired woman with an eye patch scoffed, dismissing the previous comment. She retorted that they were not close, adding a dismissive remark about the other person. A blonde man with a topknot, also unseen, agreed, stating he wasn't close to her either. The scene shifted to reveal a large, imposing structure. A voice announced the arrival of the Divine Cult Inspector Squad. The gates of a grand palace complex were ordered open by a commanding voice. Inside the palace, a voice explained that due to ongoing construction, they couldn't accommodate everyone and would relocate the guards. The Gyeoksa family's second patriarch, Hongson, stood before his guards, his presence commanding attention.
An unseen person instructed an inspector to accompany them.
The red-haired inspector, surprised by this bold request, questioned the audacity of the order. Seo Riang, in the body of Cheon Hajin, strode through the heavenly demon cult's opulent halls, his heavy boots striking the polished wood floor with a resounding thud, the impact sending splinters flying. He approached a waiting carriage, drawn by two powerful horses, his gaze unwavering. He questioned aloud if the patriarch was present. He was met by a contingent of martial artists, their imposing figures a stark contrast to the ornate surroundings. A stern-faced man, standing before them, responded curtly that he was not the patriarch. The man revealed himself as Hong Son, the second patriarch, his expression a mixture of arrogance and amusement. Seo Riang, still disguised as Hajin, pressed further, demanding to know the patriarch's whereabouts.
His keen senses, honed over years of assassination, detected something amiss. He noted the palpable demonic energy emanating from the assembled warriors. He realized the patriarch was actually squad leader Eui, a revelation that deepened his suspicion. Hong Son, observing the lack of respect shown by the warriors, dismissed their actions as inconsequential, explaining that they looked down on the divine cult. He deemed the matter a waste of time and declared their next destination to be the Jeoyoung family.
A group of officials from the Divine Justice Alliance stood before a contingent of heavenly demon cult guards. Their leader, a stern-faced man in purple robes, addressed his subordinates, explaining that the alliance had deliberately separated the cult members from their guards under the pretense of construction, a clear sign of their disrespect for the cult. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, walked away from the group. He briefly acknowledged the report, stating that it would be sent as soon as he finished his task. A female inspector, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her serious expression, called out to Seo Riang.
He calmly asked her to remain calm.
Seo Riang's casual address caused the inspector to pause, questioning his use of the informal Mr. instead of her official title. The inspector's internal monologue revealed her annoyance at Seo Riang's deliberate avoidance of her official title. Her irritation grew as she pointed out that he hadn't even listened to their side of the story, questioning the justification for such aggressive actions. Seo Riang responded by explaining his independent style of operation, preferring to handle matters at his own discretion. He further questioned why he would want to stay and deal with such aggressive demonic energy, highlighting the absurdity of the situation from his perspective. Seo Riang concluded by posing a rhetorical question to the inspector, asking if she would want to stay and talk under the same circumstances. A single tear rolled down the cheek of a man with dark, intense eyes. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the identity of the demon lord's disciple but noting his rather outspoken nature. A group of subordinates, having just completed their training, were addressed. Their instructor explained that they had failed to properly control their demonic energy during the exercises and apologized for their shortcomings. 3 figures stood in a large, white-tiled room. 2 women and a man, each with a distinct appearance and bearing, observed the scene. One of the observers questioned the validity of the instructor's claim that the subordinate's poor performance was due to training. The instructor confirmed that it was indeed training, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The observer, identified as the second patriarch, expressed their disbelief in the instructor's explanation, dismissing it as a mere excuse. His gaze hardened, a subtle aura of power emanating from him as he questioned the instructor's actions. The second patriarch directly accused the instructor of undermining the demon lord. The instructor, visibly sweating, responded defiantly, challenging the second patriarch to identify who he was representing. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood defiantly, his crimson robes billowing slightly despite the stillness of the air. A dark, almost obsidian sword rested in his hand, its hilt gleaming faintly. His expression was one of quiet intensity, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within him. He was acutely aware of the unseen presence behind him, a figure shrouded in shadow, their gaze heavy with unspoken judgment. A question hanging heavy in the air, demanding an answer. His eyes, usually dull, now burned with an inner fire, reflecting the turmoil within. The unseen figure, a high-ranking member of the cult, visibly trembled, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He was clearly unnerved by the intensity of the prince's gaze, the unspoken challenge in the air. The pressure mounted, the unspoken question echoing in the silence. The cult member, his voice barely a whisper, admitted to his failure. But Seo Riang's response was immediate and brutal, a sharp, demanding shout that cut through the tension. A surge of dark energy pulsed from him, a raw, untamed power that shocked even himself. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his expression a mask of furious determination. A searing red light filled the panel as a voice boomed, demanding an answer. The speaker, a man with a worried expression, sweat beading on his brow, muttered about the demon lord, but hesitated before a second, more forceful command cut through the air, answer. The crimson glow intensified as a young man with fiery red eyes and a furious expression roared his defiance. A wave of demonic energy erupted from him. A violent outburst that sent shockwaves through the room. As energy subsided, leaving only the aftermath of its destructive power. Observing the scene, a man in regal robes gasped, his face etched with disbelief.
He noted the overwhelming demonic energy and his inability to remain standing.
Shion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in a dire situation. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance had been brutally interrupted, leaving him grievously wounded.
He muttered to himself, "Let's try that again then."
A commanding figure, her face etched with stern resolve, addressed him. Her words, sharp and cold, cut through the air. "First, introduce yourselves." One of the figures before him, a man of imposing stature, spoke, his voice dripping with false humility. "I'm the second patriarch of the Jiaxa family.
It is an honor to be in your presence, Inspector General." The Inspector General, flanked by two equally imposing figures, stood firm. His expression was one of controlled power, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He repeated, "It is an honor."
The Inspector General turned his attention to the aftermath of the battle, a cart nearby.
He asked, "All right, after that?"
A subordinate approached, explaining the situation. "I apologize, but the residence is currently under construction, so we lack the capacity to accommodate so many guard squads.
We've arranged a temporary resting location for you.
Kindly proceed inside, and we'll guide the remaining squads to an alternative temporary residence." The Inspector General addressed Hajin directly. "Hey, Berserk Demon Squad leader."
Hajin, still recovering from his injuries, responded curtly, "Yes, Inspector General." Meanwhile, another observer, seemingly surprised, noted, "The Berserk Demon Squad leader, Eui Hungarian?"
This woman who barely looks 30 is the infamous Berserk Demon Squad leader. A young man with fiery red hair, a dark eye patch, and a determined expression stood defiantly. He held a sword at his side, a faint blue energy swirling around him.
Someone had just asked him, "You'll behave, right?"
He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. "I've always been well behaved." The scene shifted to reveal an older man, his face etched with worry, addressing the red-haired youth. He stated, "Are you okay with that? These guys hardly stay put under my control."
"So enough with the construction bullshit."
The older man continued, his voice strained with anxiety, as three other men stood silently behind him, their faces grim. The red-haired youth's response was curt and dismissive, "And get lost." A close-up on the youth's face showed a surge of dark, crimson energy emanating from him, his eyes blazing with anger. With a sudden burst of motion, the red-haired youth launched a powerful attack. A wave of crimson energy erupting from him, shattering the surrounding structures,
leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The older man watched in shock, exclaiming, "Are you serious? You didn't even have the gates opened?" With a furious burst of raw power, Shion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the impact shattering the imposing gates of the Heavenly Demon Cult's compound. A nearby observer gasped, "Unbelievable, the gates were broken down with a single attack." Seo Riang, still recovering from the exertion, casually remarked to the shocked onlookers, "Why don't you build some new gates since you guys are doing construction anyway?" He walked away, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The ground cracked and crumbled beneath his feet as he strode towards the palace. A nearby guard, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, offered a nonchalant suggestion, "You can request the Demon Lord for the money." "I'm broke."
Seo Riang, his expression unreadable, continued his journey towards the palace.
News arrived that the third young lord had arrived at the Jiaxa family residence 30 minutes prior.
The imposing structure, known as the Heavenly Demon Cult Demon God's Palace, loomed in the background. News of the guard's assignment reached the ears of a concerned individual. They had heard that the fearsome Berserk Demon Squad would be acting as protectors.
In a lavish chamber, two figures conversed.
One, a high-ranking official, confirmed the decision, acknowledging it as a necessary, albeit unconventional, choice. The Berserk Demon Squad, while unconventional, were deemed perfectly suited for the task. Their notorious reputation alone, it was reasoned, would be enough to deter potential conflicts.
The official nodded slowly, considering the implications.
It was, he mused, a surprisingly effective combination of factors. However, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. He voiced a concern, there might be situations where the Berserk Demon Squad would be forced to intervene against a third party, potentially creating further complications. The conversation shifted to a more pressing matter.
The Jiaxa family, it was noted, would not be easily placated. A question hung heavy in the air: what would happen if the third young lord were to fall to them?
The official, a man of calculated strategy, considered the potential consequences. A subtle smile played on his lips.
He mused aloud that arranging for the death of the cult head's disciple would simplify matters considerably. But he harbored little doubt about the outcome. He didn't believe the young lord would fall to the Jiaxa family.
A woman's voice, filled with fervent conviction, echoed through the chamber, "Believe in him." The camera focuses on Seo Riang, the prince, his expression unreadable, a hint of skepticism playing on his lips. He scoffed internally, "I am not foolish enough to trust someone I cannot see through." The third has gone to the penal law hall. A man, seated at a grand table, responded calmly, "Yes, I heard about that." Seo Riang, leaning back in his chair, added with a nonchalant air, "They managed to find out a lot about the third, but not all." The scene shifts to a conversation between two individuals. One of them, an older man, remarked, "I've always felt that the Demon Lord could see through all things and people, but he can't see through the third young lord?" The other person responded, "It's not that he's trying to hide it either. Although it's impossible even if he was trying to, there is still something I don't know about him."
Xiao Riang walks towards a serene temple nestled amidst a field of wildflowers. He silently reflects, I hope this mission will help me see what that is. The chapter opens with a close-up on a cascade of dark brown hair, the strands falling like a silken curtain. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the edges, hinting at a scene of either great power or profound vulnerability. A perspective shifts to reveal a single, watchful eye peering from behind round spectacles. The gaze is intense, filled with unspoken thoughts, a silent contemplation. The camera focuses on a man with dark, sweeping hair, his expression a mixture of suspicion and challenge. His gaze is piercing, and the question hangs heavy in the air, do you trust me? The angle lowers, revealing a strong, muscular chest beneath the dark fabric of his clothing. The scene is charged with anticipation, the unspoken answer hanging in the balance. A dramatic shift in perspective shows the man seated on an ornate throne, his posture regal yet weary. Before him stands a figure, head bowed in deference. The weight of power and unspoken tension fills the room. The kneeling figure offers a single word, a quiet affirmation, yes. The scene changes to an exterior shot of a grand building, the heavenly demon cult's Jiaxa family estate. A voice muses on the recent events, speculating on the second patriarch's reaction. Something like that happened? The second patriarch must be upset. I'm sure his ego is badly hurt. The question follows, sharp and pointed, so where did you take the people from the divine cult? Inside, a relaxed figure reclines on a luxurious couch. He answers calmly, revealing the location of the captured divine cult members. They were taken to the Dragon Contemplation Pavilion. An unseen speaker voiced their disapproval. How reckless it was, they mused, for someone to barge into the residence, bypassing the family's second-in-command. The panel then introduced Hong Quan, the Jiaxa family patriarch, his face etched with deep lines of concern. He poured a dark purple liquid into a small bowl, his thoughts turning to the young lord, a rather difficult opponent to deal with. Another speaker, seemingly surprised by the patriarch's concern, questioned his worry over such a kid. The patriarch explained that the young lord was a disciple handpicked by the demon lord himself. Hong Quan, however, insisted he wasn't underestimating the young lord, he simply didn't seem like someone to worry about. A third individual, seemingly younger, urged the patriarch to not be so nervous. While Hong Quan countered that the rumors surrounding the third young lord were impressive, someone talented in martial arts is not necessarily devoid of common sense. And that his shrewdness was hard to overcome even for experienced individuals. Finally, Hong Quan instructed that if anyone inquired about him, they should be told he was recovering from an illness and would invite them to dinner officially. A young man, respectfully addressed as patriarch, bowed his head in submission. The patriarch, sipping tea, expressed his curiosity about the young man's situation. A woman's voice questioned whether the patriarch's actions were too harsh. She confronted the patriarch, emphasizing the young man's actions and questioning his lack of anger towards his son. The patriarch, in his thoughts, dismissed the young man as a fool who had lost a foolish fight, unworthy of being considered his son. He mused that a courageous death in the name of the family would have been preferable to his current state. The woman, concerned, questioned the young man's uncertain fate. The patriarch, cold and unfeeling, declared that he wouldn't care for a useless son, even if he were his own. The woman, with a sly smile, inquired about the continuation of the young man's treatment. A woman with long, dark purple hair offered gentle advice, her voice soft yet firm, anytime. Just don't push yourself too hard. A close-up revealed the face of a man with dark, intense eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. His expression hinted at a hidden amusement. He responded with a sly remark, "Oh, my. That's what I'd like to say." The man, his upper body bare, stood by a bed, adjusting his robe. He seemed relaxed, almost nonchalant. A figure with long, dark hair stood before a grand, imposing building, their back to the viewer. The architecture suggested a place of power and wealth. The figure, now identified as a woman, spoke, her voice laced with a hint of reminiscence. "I've been here once before when I had to assassinate the head of the Jiaxa family's best squad." Her thoughts drifted to a past encounter. "At first, I got involved with that bastard, Hong Yuamoon." Coincidentally enough, Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood alone in the snow, a chilling statement hanging in the air. "We have quite an ill-fated relationship." His companion, Goldie, a small fox-like creature, appeared, expressing surprise. "Huh? Goldie?" Goldie tilted its head, seemingly curious about its surroundings. As Xiao Riang remained silent, a single, questioning escaping his lips. A wave of unease washed over Xiao Riang as he sensed a familiar yet unpleasant presence nearby. Wondering if he knew this person. "I feel a presence. It's familiar but unpleasant. Do I know them?" Suddenly, a figure appeared before Xiao Riang, their approach marked by a distinct sound. Revealing a woman with long purple hair, who greeted him with a curt, "Time no see. Let's talk." The woman was identified as Hong Yiren, the younger sister of Hong Yuamoon. Xiao Riang, the third young lord of the heavenly demon cult, sat across a low table from a woman in richly embroidered robes. A small fox rested near them, seemingly unperturbed by their presence. "What's with the fox?" she inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "My friend." The woman's eyebrows rose slightly. The third young lord of the heavenly demon cult keeps a fox as a friend? Interesting, she mused, a hint of intrigue in her voice. That's enough small talk, Xiao Riang interrupted, his voice sharp. What's the reason you wanted to see me?
The woman's gaze sharpened. He's definitely different. It wasn't a mistake last time, she thought, a flicker of concern crossing her features. He seems annoyed, but it's not from arrogance. He's just unfazed, she observed, her eyes studying his demeanor.
He's a completely different person from his past self. It's like he's gone through a transformation, she concluded, a thoughtful expression on her face.
Her expression turned serious. Everyone in the family, including father, is underestimating this man way too much. I can't say what might happen to my family at this rate, she worried, her eyes filled with apprehension.
I need to find out what he's here for,
she resolved, her gaze hardening with determination.
Xiao Riang, meanwhile, nonchalantly finished his tea.
Must be nothing special, he thought. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat silently, a cup of tea untouched before him. He was about to leave, impatient with the silence, when a woman's voice cut through the air. She called out to someone named Goldie, and then offered congratulations. The woman, whose appearance suggested a position of authority within the cult, praised Xiao Riang's performance since his return from the solitary bamboo grove. Noting that he had earned the attention of the demon lord himself and been promoted to inspector general.
Xiao Riang remained impassive, prompting the woman to question his motives.
She wondered if he was seeking revenge against the person who had harmed his brother. Xiao Riang denied any desire for revenge, stating simply that he disliked the man. The woman expressed her gratitude for his actions, despite his apparent lack of enthusiasm. She then commented on his youth, a slight bead of sweat appearing on her brow as she continued to question his motivations further, highlighting the irony of his thanking the man who nearly destroyed his family. A figure, cloaked and seated at a table, dismissed someone as an insignificant obstacle in their path. Another individual, accompanied by a small, fox-like creature, countered that the previous person was more of an insurmountable wall than a mere hurdle. A woman with purple hair observed that while the previously mentioned person was unskilled in swordsmanship, their martial arts skills were still noteworthy. She then contrasted this with the current speaker, highlighting their reliance on others due to fear, despite having aspirations. The woman with purple hair vehemently defended the previously mentioned person, asserting that they did not deserve such scorn. Returning to the initial setting, the woman with purple hair issued a warning about the consequences of corruption and the importance of knowing when to show deference. The individual with the fox-like creature responded that they determine who deserves respect, emphasizing their sociability. However, they deemed the others unworthy of such respect, concluding with a sarcastic remark about the current speaker being the last sane member of their family. Wide-eyed and clearly distressed, a woman's face filled the panel, her features etched with a mixture of fear and apprehension. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her temple. The woman's apprehension was justified, a voice, sharp and laced with warning, cut through the silence. She was told that her actions had been noticed, and that she should cease her petty tricks. The focus shifted to a man with striking crimson eyes, his expression a mask of intense scrutiny. His gaze held a hint of something dangerous, something that spoke of power in hidden depths. A hand gently rested on the man's shoulder, a silent question hanging in the air. The question, "Are you sick?" was implied by the context. A small, fox-like creature slept soundly, its peaceful slumber a stark contrast to the tension of the previous panels. The narration box revealed that the creature had been sleeping since their arrival and refused to eat. Concern etched itself onto the features of a man with dark hair, his expression one of worry. He noted the creature's hair loss, adding another layer of concern to the situation. The fox-like creature stirred, a soft sound escaping its lips as it began to awaken. The sound was almost imperceptible, a gentle sigh that hinted at a slow return to consciousness. Its eyes fluttered open, revealing a mischievous glint that belied its previous state of slumber. And a voice announced that the preparations were complete. News of an upcoming banquet reached Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, and his companions. The patriarch and other high-ranking members would be in attendance. One of them, confident in their position within the cult, believed it would be easy to influence the event's atmosphere. However, another, more cautious companion voiced their concerns. They suspected that attempts to isolate Xiao Riang from his fellow cult members had been made from the start, and that further, more unpredictable actions were likely. Xiao Riang, seemingly unfazed, dismissed their worries, suggesting they proceed with the plan. But another companion questioned whether they were even permitted to attend the banquet. It was revealed that only Xiao Riang had received an invitation, it was a mission. One of the companions warned Xiao Riang against causing trouble. But Xiao Riang's companion saw through his intentions, acknowledging his potential to create chaos if needed. She complimented his perceptiveness. A voice, casual yet commanding, cuts through the air. Then, let's go taste some snake meat. The speaker, a young man with blonde hair, is partially visible, his back to the viewer. He stands amidst two others, one with fiery red hair, the other obscured. A sword is strapped to his back. The camera focuses on the large, imposing sword, its blade gleaming faintly. It is clearly a weapon of considerable power. The blonde young man begins to walk, his footsteps echoing slightly on the wooden floor. He moves with a quiet confidence. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, gazed upon the opulent gardens of his family's estate. He remarked on their splendor, finding them truly impressive. The sheer scale of the back garden dwarfed even the 1,000 treasure gold family's estate, a testament to the heavenly demon cult's immense wealth and influence among the 7 families. Accompanying Xiao Riang were 2 other individuals. One commented that the garden rivaled even the royal gardens in its magnificence. Another, a woman with a striking eye patch, expressed her awe at the wealth implied by such opulence. A servant then informed the group that the patriarch awaited them at the gazebo. The trio proceeded towards the gazebo, their steps measured and deliberate. As they approached, a servant instructed them to leave their weapons behind. The woman with the eye patch reacted angrily to this request, but was quickly silenced by her companion. The servant thanked them for their cooperation as the group complied, their weapons being collected. An inspector general, visiting the heavenly demon cult's territory, approaches a guard, stating that while he is there in his official capacity, he is being respectful of the cult's domain. The inspector general's guard explains his duty is to protect the inspector general, and that he cannot allow him to leave his weapon behind, regardless of the circumstances. Another guard objects, stating that weapons are not permitted at the banquet. A sudden surge of dark purple energy erupts from within the heavenly demon cult's building. The energy continues to surge, prompting a voice to command that the precious guests be treated with respect and shown in immediately. A guard responds with immediate obedience to the patriarch's command. Meanwhile, unseen, a figure observes the inspector general, noting his strength. The observer's sharp chi allows them to sense the inspector general's power without even seeing him. He estimates the inspector general to be about half a level stronger than himself. The observer further notes that the inspector general possesses a stronger presence than Ji Wunwei. A figure, cloaked in shadow, ascended a staircase. His internal monologue echoed, he shouldn't underestimate his opponent. He paused, his gaze falling upon 2 individuals locked in a silent confrontation. The tension was palpable. The scene shifted to reveal a grand hall, where several figures sat in solemn assembly. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. A woman with vibrant red hair observed the gathering from a shadowed corner, her expression unreadable. A close-up revealed a sinister smile, hinting at hidden motives. The smile belonged to Hong Quan, head of the Jiaxa family, who introduced himself with a chillingly polite greeting. He expressed his honor at being in the presence of the inspector general. Xiao Riang, the 3rd young lord of the heavenly demon cult, stood before Patriarch Hong Quan. He declared, "The honor is mine, Patriarch Hong Quan." His expression was one of quiet determination, his gaze unwavering. A stark contrast to the nervous energy radiating from the 2 figures observing him from behind. Xiao Riang continued, introducing himself as the External Supervision Deputy Special Investigator Head. He then politely added, "It's an honor to meet you." The scene shifted to reveal Patriarch Hong Quan seated at a table, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed Xiao Riang and his 2 attendants standing guard. Xiao Riang's internal monologue began. He reflected that if he had been visiting as the 3rd young lord, his behavior would have been different. However, he reasoned, his current role as inspector general demanded a different approach. He would act accordingly. Patriarch Hong Quan, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the implication. Xiao Riang's status as inspector general was lower than that of the 3rd young lord, and his current demeanor was unusual for someone of his rank. A knowing smirk spread across the patriarch's face. He chuckled, "It seems the rumors about your courage and martial arts are making you the divine cult's darling." The rumors that the divine cult's best prodigy was a fraud proved to be false. Xiao Riang, the prince and current vessel for Qion Hajin's consciousness, sat calmly, his expression betraying nothing of the turmoil within. He declared his intention to remain seated, a servant quickly agreeing. His choice of seating, however, drew immediate attention. A high-ranking member of the cult questioned his decision to sit apart from the others. A curt dismissal followed, emphasizing the formal nature of the meeting. A servant was promptly dispatched to move Xiao Riang. Xiao Riang remained resolute. He calmly stated that he would join them once the meeting concluded. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled cult members. Their shock was palpable. The tension in the room thickened. The patriarch's offer had been rejected, and the consequences were uncertain. Another cult member, seemingly unfazed, commented that they would enjoy themselves after the meeting's conclusion. His words were laced with disdain for Xiao Riang's perceived arrogance. Unseen by the others, Xiao Riang felt a familiar chill. He sensed that someone was looking down on him, a feeling that mirrored his own internal struggle. A seemingly ordinary old man, with a sly smile playing on his lips, is shown in close-up. His purple robes and dark hair suggest a position of authority. The narration continues, explaining that what sets this old man apart is his powerful position and considerable skill. A different character, seemingly younger, speaks, dismissing any complaints and revealing that the old man's weakness is their weapon. He presents a report detailing the target of their inspection. The old man receives the report, a surprised expression on his face as he uses telekinesis to lift it. The younger character observes, suspecting the old man is showing off his strength. The scroll is shown flying across the room with purple energy trails, demonstrating the old man's telekinetic power. The old man, now lying back in his chair, examines the report. For hundreds of years, the list of targets has remained consistent under their agreement. The old man states he doesn't need to see. A close-up on a man's face, his expression a mask of barely controlled fury.
His eyes, narrowed slits, burn with intensity, and his lips are pressed into a thin, angry line. The tension in the scene palpable. A voice, laced with disbelief, cuts through the silence. What? Inspector General, is this true? The camera shifts, revealing the back of a figure with long, dark purple hair tied in a topknot. The individual's posture suggests a mixture of apprehension and defiance. A moment of suspense hangs heavy in the air before a sudden, swift movement. A teacup and table are lifted into the air with surprising speed and precision. The man with dark hair, seated at the table, speaks, his voice calm but edged with steel. Are you trying to say that I faked the document? He responds with controlled indignation. I apologize, but I wouldn't scheme something like that. The Inspector General observes, a thoughtful expression on his face, the table and teacup at once? His telekinesis is beyond what I expected for someone his age. As he continues, his gaze falls upon a document, as it says on the parchment, the branches to be inspected are all branches of the Gioxa family. A furious gaze, eyes blazing with crimson intensity, filled the panel. The man's face, etched with deep lines of anger, was a mask of barely contained rage. His lips curled into a sneer as he spat out the words, he should have raised his son better. In contrast to the previous panel's seething anger, this close-up revealed a young man with a calm, almost amused expression. His eyes, a warm brown, held a glint of something sharp and calculating, a stark contrast to the older man's rage. The scene shifted to a formal setting. A man with long purple hair, his face a mask of controlled displeasure, addressed another, older man in simple white robes. The younger man's words were a pointed accusation. Hong Pui-moon, the fourth young lord, abused his privileges. Yet, what did the Gioxa family do while he abused his position? He continued, his voice laced with bitter irony. So you're having us take responsibility for what he has done? The purple-haired man's expression hardened. If that was the case, he stated, the penal law hall master should have come, not him. A younger man, seated at a low table, looked up in surprise. The penal law hall master? What can? The purple-haired man interrupted, his tone sharp and dismissive. Why would the penal law hall master come to him, the head of a family? Another voice cut through the tension. He was straying off topic, he should speak only what was necessary. The panel showed a bowl of steaming liquid, suggesting the setting was a tea ceremony. The focus returned to the bowl of tea. The narration box explained that the young man had made the tea boil without even touching it. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, found his ability to control his core energy at its peak, a feat many times more difficult than telekinesis. A fact that didn't go unnoticed by a stern-faced figure who questioned his confidence, wondering what made him think the penal law hall master couldn't do anything to him. He then pressed further, suggesting that Xiao Riang might believe he wasn't even part of the cult. The prince, however, remained defiant, his words implying that he knew something the other man didn't. He was reminded that his actions spoke louder than words. The conversation shifted to the Gioxa family and the other 6 families of the heavenly demon cult, their long-standing presence within the cult being highlighted. As a branch of the cult, their history and influence undeniable. A banner bearing the cult symbol was shown. The other man then questioned the long-standing agreement between the families, noting that for hundreds of years, the list of families had remained consistent. The scene shifted to a formal setting, where 2 figures in traditional robes sat before a table, one of them dismissing the idea of an agreement. Instead referring to it as tolerance and respect, not a mutual agreement. He emphasized that if a mutual agreement were needed, he wouldn't be there in the first place. The final panel shows the elder's face, his expression one of utter disbelief and outrage as he exclaims, how dare he? He then expresses his hope for Xiao Riang's cooperation. Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, sat calmly, sipping tea. His expression was unreadable, betraying little of the turmoil within. He was, in truth, Xion Hajin, a master assassin inhabiting the prince's body, a body crippled by an inability to use qi. A hand rested on a document, the fingers long and slender. The owner of the hand confirmed, you're right. We're an organization that's part of the heavenly demon cult, and we've served the cult for centuries. But a caveat was added, but it is also true that we have mutually agreed and negotiated about many things. Another individual, seated at a table, spoke, his voice sharp. He pointed out the hypocrisy. You brought up tolerance and respect, but aren't those 2 concepts why the cult partially acknowledged our independence? The speaker continued, his resolve firm, therefore, I will contact the divine cult myself. His hands clasped together, a gesture of quiet confidence. He added, it may take a few days, but please be understanding. Observing this exchange, a woman with fiery red hair commented, her tone laced with approval, he wants to resolve the situation peacefully. That's the kind of response I'd expect from a family head. Xiao Riang chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Well. He posed a question, his gaze intense. Do you know the reason why the demon lord sent me instead of someone experienced in this matter? Before a council of stern-faced men, a figure declared, I destroyed your oldest son under the name of fighting for succession. The reason being that he tried to kill me first. He continued, explaining, do you get it? The reason he sent me out of everyone and had your family be the first target of inspection was because he wanted me to be aggressive about this. Xiao Riang, the prince, his face a mask of controlled fury, glared at the council. His expression conveyed a simmering rage. From his seat, a high-ranking official scoffed, "What did you expect otherwise? That you would smoothly weasel your way out of this by mocking a young inspector general with that serpent tongue of yours?" The official's face twisted into a cruel grin. "Inspector General."
Another man, his voice heavy with authority, declared, as the patriarch said, "The family is definitely a part of the heavenly demon divine cult. However, the patriarch is someone of high status that no one other than the demon lord himself could." The scene opens with a narration box explaining the context. This meeting involves the patriarch, a Jiaxa family representative, and the inspector general. The camera focuses on shattered pieces of what appears to be a porcelain tea set scattered on the floor, suggesting a recent violent altercation. Then shifts to a close-up of a man's wounded face, his expression one of seething anger. He angrily tells someone that this is not a matter for outsiders to interfere with. Suddenly, a figure with dark hair and intense eyes appears, his hand outstretched in a gesture of command. He declares that he will eliminate his opponent at his own discretion. The scene changes to a formal setting. An older man sits at a desk reviewing documents, while another man stands nearby. The seated man declares that he will personally review all the documents immediately. The older man gives an ultimatum: the ledgers must be presented within the hour, or he will report the branch as inadequate. A thought bubble reveals the man's internal assessment. He finds the young man surprisingly astute, comparing him to a seasoned politician. The final panel shows a tense confrontation between two men. A taller man in red robe stands over a kneeling figure, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. An internal monologue reveals a character's self-assessment. They underestimated their opponent due to his youth, but regret their inaction. The scene shifts to a grand building at night, possibly a palace or temple, with the text indicating that the events shown are from the past 3 years. A character reflects on a past event, noting that it was easier than expected and that their experience within the righteous heavenly alliance proved unexpectedly useful. Despite the success, the character expresses a feeling of unease, describing it as an ominous sensation. The character's hypersensitivity, possibly a supernatural ability, is activated again, warning them of impending danger. The character's neck feels sore due to the activation of their heightened senses, further emphasizing the danger. The character questions the source of the danger, prompting a revelation: they have been overworking themselves during training and require daily treatment. A man, possibly a superior or authority figure, announces his intention to call a physician for acupuncture. The character impatiently demands acupuncture or rest, showing their frustration. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, felt a sharp pain in his ears. He felt like they might fall off any second. A woman, presumably a servant, entered the room and announced the arrival of Physician Fong. As Physician Fong approached, Xiao Riang sensed an unfamiliar energy emanating from her. An energy that felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of a past trauma. Xiao Riang winced, the memory of that trauma causing him intense pain. He was called by the patriarch. He complained of soreness and requested the patriarch's treatment. The patriarch, a powerful and imposing figure, agreed to treat him and excused herself. As the patriarch left, Xiao Riang's eyes widened in recognition. He realized the energy he sensed earlier belonged to the patriarch, a chilling realization. A striking woman with dark hair styled in an elegant bun and adorned with a jeweled ornament greeted someone unseen. Her eyes, sharp and knowing, held a hint of amusement as she spoke. "Long time no see, Chun Hajin." The camera focuses on the woman's upper body, revealing intricate tattoos on her chest. A voice, filled with suspicion, cuts through the air, questioning, "Why does that woman possess the secret demon queen spirit?" A man's voice chuckled, a dismissive tone coloring his words, "Ha! You must be surprised by her beauty." The scene shifts to reveal a muscular man seated beside the woman. His expression is one of intense skepticism. He declared with certainty, "I'm certain. I'd never mistake it. What kind of play is this?" A close-up on a pair of sharp teeth, bared in a snarl, reveals a hidden identity. The words, "the secret demon queen," are followed by a whispered name, Kwak Sokyo. A voice, laced with disbelief and alarm, exclaims, "How does he know that name?" The woman's face is shown in close-up, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Her expression is a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The panel ends with a close-up of Cheon Hajin, his face contorted in a furious expression, suggesting an imminent outburst of anger. Xiao Riang, the heavenly demon cult prince, stood amidst the wreckage of his own chambers. His crimson robes were stained with dust and debris, the remnants of a violent outburst, a testament to the raw, untamed power that surged within him, despite his inability to use qi. His fists clenched, knuckles white, as he struggled to contain the force that threatened to consume him. A wave of disbelief washed over him. Could it be true? The scene before him was a breathtaking vista of the heavenly demon cult stronghold, a sprawling complex of ornate buildings nestled amidst a snow-dusted landscape. The patriarch, a man of imposing stature and stern features, his face etched with fury, demanded an explanation. His subordinate, wiping blood from his lip, reported the inspector general's declaration that their clan was affiliated with the divine cult. The patriarch's anger intensified. How could they have been so easily labeled as part of the divine cult? He vowed to deal with the arrogant inspector general personally once this matter was resolved. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the very foundations of the cult stronghold. The subordinate, eyes wide with shock, could only stammer in disbelief at the unexpected cataclysm.
A look of intense worry and confusion etched itself onto Seo Riang's face. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, what is going on?" His eyes widened as a chilling thought crossed his mind. The Inspector General, was it him? Seo Riang, his face grim, barked an order, "Overseer. Gather all the clan's martial artists in the back garden of my room." A subordinate, his face a mask of apprehension, quickly responded, "Ah, yes, sir." The camera focuses on a shattered table, the remnants of a violent struggle. The scene is one of chaos and destruction. A young woman with fiery red hair, a noticeable eye patch, and a determined expression surveys the damage from a distance. A man with blonde hair approaches her, concern etched on his face. He asks, "Hey, Toad. Why's the young master acting out all of a sudden?" The red-haired woman responds, her voice laced with urgency, "I don't know. But if those 4 elders join the fight, a battle will surely break out." The blonde man is shown bracing himself as the red-haired woman prepares to attack. A question hangs in the air, what will you do? The Jiaxia clan, a formidable force, declared war. Their ominous figures loomed, their dark eyes burning with malice. Despite the looming threat, one loyal retainer vowed to protect the young master, his face etched with determination. A woman with dark hair, her face tense, prepared to ask a crucial question. A question that seemed to choke her, her throat constricting as she struggled to speak. Her inquiry was about the young master's connection to the enigmatic secret demon queen. The young master, his eyes blazing with anger, confronted the woman, his rage palpable. He vehemently denied any knowledge of the secret demon queen, his confusion and anger evident in his voice. The woman, undeterred, pressed her question, threatening the young master with death if he refused to answer. With a surge of power, the young master retaliated, his hidden strength finally revealed. A furious woman, her face contorted in rage, screamed, "You bastard," at a muscular, dark-skinned man. He was surrounded by a swirling purple aura, his expression grim. Another man, his face etched with fury, roared, "Let her go right now." A woman with long brown hair, clad in a flowing red robe, launched a swift attack. Her strike connecting with the dark-skinned man with a resounding KUAAB. The woman in red, having delivered a powerful blow, moved with surprising speed. Landing gracefully, ready for the next confrontation. The dark-skinned man, enraged, shouted, "Where do you think you are?" The woman in red responded calmly, "Move out of the way." And unleashed a wave of dark energy from her hand. A chilling ultimatum echoed through the air, "If you do not move, you will die." Seo Riang, the prince, his face contorted in a mask of fury, eyes blazing with a dangerous red light, was clearly not one to back down. A surge of dark energy crackled around him, a stark contrast to his normally powerless state. The scene shifted to the Dragon Contemplation Pavilion, the temporary residence of the guard squad. A figure, agile and swift, scaled the rooftops. A shout pierced the night air, "Berserk Demon Squad!" An emergency was declared within the heavenly demon cult. A hand, calloused and strong, gripped a large, ornate sword, the metallic gleam reflecting the urgency of the moment. The declaration that the Jiaxia clan was now considered a code yellow enemy, a significant escalation in the cult's conflict. A woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark clothing, stood atop a rooftop, surveying the scene below. She issued orders to her troops, their destination, the Patriarch's back garden, their mission, the protection of the Inspector General. Her troops, masked figures with glowing eyes, responded with unwavering loyalty, their voices a chorus of affirmation. The red-haired woman, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, explained the gravity of the situation. The Jiaxia clan had insulted the Inspector General and challenged the cult's dignity. And issued a chilling decree: those who interfered with their mission would face merciless retribution. The Berserk Demon Squad, a notorious group within the cult, was introduced. Their leader, a fierce woman with a red eye patch, warned a terrified man of their impending wrath. As the squad, armed and ready, prepared to unleash their fury. The red-haired woman, her face partially obscured, vowed to show the Jiaxia clan why the Berserk Demon Squad was the cult's most brutal force. A woman with fiery red hair, partially obscured by a dark eye patch, stared with wide, horrified eyes. Her lips parted slightly in a silent gasp, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man in dark robes spun, a golden energy swirling around his fist as he launched a powerful blow. He roared a command to back off. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the ground as he clashed with 3 opponents wielding swords. A sound like "cook" echoed from the impact. He stood defiantly, sword raised, a swirling vortex of energy at his feet. He declared, "You will not approach the young master." His power erupted, shattering the stone beneath his feet as he repelled his attackers. One of them shouted, "You bastard! Get out of here!" Observing the scene from afar, an elder martial artist remarked, "A martial artist as young as him is holding his own against us 4 elders." The blonde man, internally, thought, "They're close to true supreme peak. I'll be dead if I show any weakness." His face was grim, his expression a mixture of determination and fear. He thought, "I'm not afraid to die, but that would put the young master in even greater danger." He resolved, "I must stop them, even if it costs me my limbs." 2 figures in dark purple robes, their faces obscured by masks, stood defiantly. One wielded a staff, the other a sword. Their shared vow echoed through the scene: "I will protect the young master, no matter what."
A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark clothing, countered their attack with a swift, precise sword strike, a golden energy swirling around him as he moved.
The caption read, Kaira Yaksha.
The blonde-haired young man's attack sent debris flying as a crimson energy erupted from the point of impact. The words Vaira Yarsha demonic arts appeared in a speech bubble above the scene. The force of the blow sent one of the masked figures hurtling backward, as crimson energy continued to surge, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The masked figure collided with another individual, sending them both sprawling. A woman with dark purple hair and tattoos watched the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. She exclaimed, "That Inspector General is the third disciple of the cult leader, and the very man who crippled the oldest son of this clan." The woman continued her internal monologue, "But still, he's just a disciple. To think he's holding his own against the patriarch. That young bastard." Another figure, a man with dark hair, appeared, his expression one of intense curiosity and suspicion. He questioned, "But how does he know Master?" The dark-haired man's thoughts continued, "Moreover, how did he figure out who I am?" A woman with dark purple hair, adorned with tattoos, stared in disbelief. Her eyes, wide with shock, reflected the turmoil within. She questioned whether her deceptive skills, usually enough to fool even the most skilled martial artists, had failed her. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. She needed to escape immediately. Her escape attempt was cut short. A man with dark hair, clad in red, confronted her, his crimson blade a blur of motion as he engaged her in combat. He roared at her, demanding to know where she thought she was going. He lunged forward, his attack swift and brutal. A crimson flash of steel aimed to end her escape attempt. She barely managed to evade the blow, her body propelled backward by the sheer force of the attack. A desperate attempt to put distance between herself and her pursuer. The scene ended with her falling into a body of water, two large koi fish swimming nearby. A crimson-stained katana, embedded deep within the earth, was the only evidence of a recent, violent struggle. Koi fish darted nervously around the blade, their scales shimmering amidst the disturbed sediment. Meanwhile, a figure in dark clothing, his face partially obscured by shadow, confronted a man in a red tunic. He stated his intention to capture the man alive, but warned that he would kill if necessary. The red-clad man, seemingly unfazed, stood defiantly. A woman in purple robes watched from a distance, observing the scene unfold from the edge of a chasm. The dark-clad figure accused the man in red of treason, claiming his actions would brand his clan as traitors. The man in red scoffed, his response a single, contemptuous word, "Bullshit." He then revealed the reason for the accusation: the Jiaxia clan had harbored someone associated with the Steel Blood Fortress, a notorious enemy. This revelation caused a surge of dark energy to emanate from the man in red, highlighting the gravity of the situation. His eyes blazed with fury as he was further accused of shaking the trust of the demonic Murim. The consequences of his actions were dire: ostracization from the demonic Murim, a fate worse than death. Two figures, one with gray hair and the other with blonde hair, watched the scene with grim expressions. A man with striking purple hair and intense eyes pondered aloud, questioning how it was known that Pangrion was the secret demon queen's disciple. He continued his internal monologue, expressing disbelief at the notion of the secret demon queen's involvement with the Steel Blood Fortress, a fact he'd never heard of before. His disbelief was punctuated by a sharp retort: "Don't mock me with your nonsense." A muscular man, seemingly in the midst of a powerful exertion, channeled a surge of dark purple energy. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex behind him. Another man, with long brown hair, reacted with a dismissive tch as he launched himself forward. A dark purple energy trailed behind him as he moved with surprising speed and power. His eyes, blazing with intensity, focused on his target. A sharp exclamation of surprise followed. He unleashed a powerful attack, striking his opponent, who cried out, "You fool." Another observer commented that while the techniques were similar to Hong Yuamun's poison arts, the power and skill displayed were on a completely different level. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. His opponent, a formidable martial artist, unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike imbued with a unique and deadly energy. A technique so unconventional it defied categorization. The observer noted that the attack was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Hajin's opponent, meanwhile, focused on the lethal poison infused in his palm strikes. He realized that by concentrating the poison in one area of the body, he could then expel it. Suddenly, a new combatant arrived, shouting his arrival. He was a young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and determination. He immediately launched into a furious attack against Hajin's opponents, complaining about the unfairness of the situation. Despite his valiant effort, the young man found himself struggling against the combined might of his four adversaries. One of them questioned his skill, given the quality of his sword. Just as the young man seemed to be on the verge of defeat, a comrade threw him a weapon, offering a lifeline in the midst of the battle. The young man, seizing the opportunity, used the new weapon to turn the tide of the battle, launching a powerful counterattack. His movements swift and precise, overwhelming his opponents with a display of surprising skill. One of his opponents cried out in pain as he was struck. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, held his sword aloft. His dark eyes, filled with grim determination, reflected the deadly intent behind his stance.
He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, the crimson of his robes a stark contrast against the white background. A voice boomed, cutting through the air. "You won't escape this." From the shadows, a muscular figure emerged, his purple chi crackling with malevolent energy. He lunged, a fist coated in dark purple poison aimed at Xiao Riang. Xiao Riang met the attack head-on, his blade a silver streak cleaving through the air. A blinding flash of light erupted as he deflected the blow. The poison fist was met with a swift, precise counter. The attacker recoiled in shock. "What? You nullified my lethal poison with just one slash." His face contorted in rage, the attacker growled, "Don't make me say this twice. You'll die if you obstruct me." Xiao Riang's eyes burned with a fierce light, his expression hardening into a mask of cold fury. The attacker unleashed a surge of dark energy, his body crackling with power. The ground beneath him shattered. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, shattering the earth around him. He gritted his teeth, muttering that they were forcing him to give it his all, unleashing a force sufficient to engulf the entire area. The sheer destructive power of the attack prompted a desperate shout, "Fall back!" A woman with fiery red hair watched in alarm as a man in dark clothing, sword drawn, prepared to defend against the oncoming wave of energy. Another figure, an older man in flowing robes, stood nearby, also armed with a sword. The ground trembled as the energy wave crashed down, sending a shockwave through the area. A woman in red, sword in hand, braced herself against the blast. She moved with surprising speed, dodging the worst of the blast. The energy was incredibly dense, far surpassing anything she had encountered before. A man with dark hair and intense eyes, his face partially obscured, felt the energy's depth within him. He wondered where Pang Rion was. He realized that she hadn't left, she was simply behind Hong Quan. Observing the woman before him, Xion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang, noted her immunity to his poison. A subtle frown creased his face, dismissing his initial assessment. It wasn't the poison's ineffectiveness, something far more significant was at play. He realized she was saturating the atmosphere with dark qi. A flicker of understanding crossed his face as he saw the dark qi. He grasped the situation. And the implications of her dark qi became clear. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. It explained his earlier unease, the hypersensitivity that had plagued him upon leaving the divine cult. The source of his discomfort was finally revealed. The dark qi emanating from the woman clarified his feelings of dread when he left the divine cult. It wasn't simply that he couldn't leave the heavenly demon divine cult, there was a deeper, more unsettling reason. A figure emerged, his features contorted in rage, revealing the true reason for his inability to leave the cult. His words were a venomous hiss. A declaration of lethal intent, a final, desperate attack. Xion Hajin, a master assassin, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. His escape from the Divine Justice Alliance was brutally interrupted, he was beset upon by martial artists from various factions, both orthodox and heretical. A flurry of blows rained down upon him. His only explanation for his actions, a simple, defiant, "because I didn't want to." His opponent, a figure of imposing stature and malevolent intent, sneered. "Hoo, this is your end. If I had known your wish was to die, I would have granted it much sooner." Even as death approached, Hajin's thoughts drifted to a different kind of end. He reflected on his dream, the freedom he truly desired. A freedom that was inextricably linked to a past he couldn't escape. His dream, it turned out, lay behind unresolved vengeance. Severely wounded, Hajin collapsed. His body, ravaged by the fight, gave way under the weight of his injuries. A fit of coughing racked his frame. "The reason I didn't leave was because..." he gasped, his voice strained, "on my own. I can't kill all the bastards responsible for my death." The image of the Divine Justice Alliance's insignia, a raven perched atop a tiger, flashed before his eyes, a grim reminder of his unfinished business. A sinister scene unfolded within the heavenly demon cult. A woman with striking crimson eyes and a cruel smile, adorned in elegant yet ominous robes, stood at the center. Behind her, a towering figure, cloaked in shadow, watched with intense, dark eyes. Elsewhere, a hand, strong and sinewy, gripped a writhing, scaled limb with brutal force. The grip tightened, a vicious smirk playing on the attacker's lips as he commented on their close proximity. The attacker's voice, cold and devoid of mercy, echoed with a plan to eliminate both the woman and his current opponent, cleansing the cult in the process. His eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, reflected his murderous intent. A sharp intake of breath followed. A sudden, ferocious roar erupted from the opponent, his face contorted in rage as he unleashed a powerful technique. He bellowed the name of his attack, Venomous Serpent. The attack, a whirlwind of motion, struck with devastating force, sending his opponent reeling backward, the impact leaving a trail of light and energy. A powerful explosion rocked the mountains. The force of the blast was clearly visible in the radiating lines emanating from the epicenter. As two figures clashed amidst the chaos. One, a woman with long brown hair, in a crimson and black outfit, launched a fierce attack. A blinding flash of light erupted as the impact of their blows sent shockwaves through the air, the resulting explosion obscuring the immediate aftermath. The dust settled to reveal a scene of devastation. A figure lay broken and bleeding. his body ravaged by the intense power of the attack. His purple hair was matted with blood, his eyes wide with pain. Elsewhere, another woman, her body battered and bruised, fell to the ground. A man's voice boomed out, ordering someone named Dongpil to capture her. Back at the scene of the initial explosion, the woman in red stood over her defeated opponent, her expression grim. Dongpil, responding to his master's command, affirmed his obedience. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the woman's hands, her eyes blazing with fury as she unleashed a powerful attack. "You dare," she shrieked, the force of her words echoing the raw power emanating from her. The energy swirled around her, a vortex of raw power threatening to consume everything in its path. Her face contorted in a mask of rage, her eyes burning with an unholy light. Long, sharp nails extended from her fingers, adding to the terrifying aura she projected. With a guttural roar, quab, she launched her attack. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, met her assault head-on. He launched a swift, powerful kick. A blinding flash of light marking the impact as he countered her attack. The two clashed in a flurry of blows, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The blonde-haired man's movements were precise and deadly, a stark contrast to the woman's raw, untamed power. A pained grunt, "Cook," escaped the woman's lips as she stumbled back. The woman, her face bruised and bleeding, fell to her knees, a look of disbelief washing over her. Why didn't my revealing spirit ghost eye technique work on him, she wondered, her voice barely a whisper. Meanwhile, a group of men in traditional robes watched the scene unfold, their faces etched with concern and confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with apprehension. A group of martial artists, clad in dark robes, confronted a figure. Their leader, radiating authority, thundered an accusation: how dare they attack the patriarch within their territory and cause such chaos? The accused, a young man with intense red eyes and dark hair, was visibly sweating. He thought, with a grim expression, "Do you think you'll be spared for this, even as the demon lord's disciple?" The leader's voice boomed again, demanding the release of the patriarch and immediate kneeling as a condition for mercy. A beam of blue energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing the leader. His face contorted in shock and anger. The source of the attack revealed herself, a woman with fiery red hair, introducing herself as the third young lord of the divine cult and the inspector general, warning the leader to adjust his tone. She continued, issuing a stark warning: ignore this attack, and the Jiaxa family will escalate their response, shifting their mission to the annihilation of the cult. The leader, enraged, spat a single word: "You bitch." The inspector general responded calmly, stating that while they would likely die in the process, the leader should prepare to lose at least an arm. The cult would be informed, of course. She concluded, with a cold finality, that the family's end was inevitable either way. A large, ornate weapon, resembling a warhammer with serrated edges, is shown. Intricate carvings adorn its surface, and a glowing blue energy pulses from within its metallic form. The wielder, a figure with fiery red hair, stands defiantly amidst a group of armed individuals. He commands them curtly to move aside, stating that he only needs the woman, not the patriarch. He strides forward, his confident gait betraying no hint of fear despite the tense atmosphere. The others watch him, a mixture of apprehension and resignation on their faces. One of the onlookers, a man with dark hair tied in a bun, speaks, acknowledging the situation but explaining that their hands are tied. Another individual, their face partially obscured, states that debating who struck first is now pointless. A third person, a man with a serious expression, steps forward and offers a proposition: free the patriarch and provide an honest report in exchange for their release. The red-haired man questions this offer, incredulous that they would simply let them go. The other man assures him that while wary, he will trust them on this matter. Two figures, clad in formal robes, stood before a gathering. One, older and more imposing, addressed the crowd, his voice carrying a note of warning: should they persist in their demands, violence would be the only recourse. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair observed the scene from a distance. He noted the speaker's demeanor was different from the volatile second patriarch, though he found his tone rather irritating. The young man, Xiao Riang, approached, his question cutting through the tension: "Are you representing the patriarch?" One of the figures responded, his words measured and precise: "To my knowledge, the second patriarch assumes command in the patriarch's absence." "Am I mistaken?" The other figure confirmed, simply stating, "You're correct." Xiao Riang's patience snapped. He barked a curt order: "Stop being arrogant and stand down." His face, contorted with barely suppressed fury, betrayed his inner turmoil. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The older figure, taken aback by the unexpected rebuke, stammered, "What did you say?" The second patriarch, his voice dripping with disdain, retorted, "You keep yapping away from the back. I don't want to waste time conversing with some bastard with no authority." A stern-faced man, his expression hard and unforgiving, addressed his companion. "Stand down," he commanded, his voice carrying an undercurrent of menace. "Further interference will not be tolerated." The second patriarch, ever cautious, responded, his words laced with concern for the patriarch's safety. He stressed the importance of avoiding any provocation, warning that even a minor misstep could have dire consequences. His patience wearing thin, the first patriarch's face contorted in a snarl. "Shut up and stand down," he roared, his voice filled with barely contained rage. The first patriarch continued his tirade, his threat echoing with the weight of his authority. He warned that any further transgression would be met with swift and harsh punishment. He then spat out a final, contemptuous remark, calling the other man an egotistical idiot. A third man, his expression grim, observed the escalating conflict between the two patriarchs. His gaze was sharp, his demeanor suggesting a deep concern for the situation. The third man approached, his concern evident in his words. He noted the first patriarch's poor condition, his face pale and bearing the marks of a recent, brutal struggle. He explained the severity of the first patriarch's injuries, revealing that they were the result of the black-bone snake shadow palm technique. He grimly predicted that without intervention, the patriarch would not survive more than 3 days. Offering a proposition, the third man proposed in exchange an antidote for the patriarch's injuries in return for the handover of the patriarch himself. An unseen speaker described second patriarch Hong Sango, noting that while not as strong as Hong Quan, he remains a supreme peak martial artist. Xiao Riang, the prince, grimaced, feeling the poison coursing through his veins. A figure, unseen, asks if Xiao Riang knows something. The unseen figure informs Xiao Riang of his dire state, severely injured and poisoned. Yet, despite his condition, he is standing so close to his attacker. The attacker asks if Xiao Riang plans to attack and take him hostage. Xiao Riang confirms, stating precisely that he does plan to take the attacker hostage. The attacker lunges at Xiao Riang. Xiao Riang's eyes glow with a fierce intensity. Xion Hajin, the master assassin, lay wounded, his breaths shallow and ragged. A dark crimson stain bloomed across his finely tailored robes, a stark contrast to the pale skin of his neck. Two glowing eyes, violet and cerulean, pierced the darkness, watching him from the shadows. As a disorienting sense of wrongness washed over him, he felt a flicker of unease, a subtle discord in the familiar rhythm of his senses. Hajin's vision swam, the world tilting precariously. His eyes snapped open, but the familiar surroundings were gone, replaced by a disorienting blur of color and motion. As he found himself upside down, the ceiling now the floor. Confusion clouded his mind, something was profoundly wrong. A silent question formed in his mind, why was the world upside down? A majestic, golden-furred fox emerged from a swirling vortex of purple and teal energy. Its piercing eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The creature seemed to carry a young man on its back, his dark hair cascading down its flanks. A group of martial artists watched in stunned silence as the fox appeared, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them, a man in a traditional robe, voiced their collective astonishment, "What is that beast?" The fox, seemingly unfazed by the onlookers, suddenly lunged forward, a swift, deadly strike ending with the young man falling to the ground, a crimson stain blooming on his clothes. Another man, his blonde hair catching the dim light, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of surprise and concern. He muttered to himself, "Is that Goldie? When did he grow up that much?" A woman with long, dark hair approached the fallen young man, her expression a mix of relief and curiosity. She spoke, her voice soft yet firm, "Well done. I was worried because you were behaving oddly these past 2 days, but it seems it was all for this surprise." She gently stroked the fox's head, her touch tender. The young man, his hand stained purple, observed his own body with a newfound awareness. He thought, is it thanks to Goldie's spiritual chi? My body is healing. Despite the sudden transformation of his familiar spirit, Goldie, a sense of comfort washed over Qion Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Xiao Riang. A feeling amplified as he stroked Goldie's now magnified fox-like head. The creature seemed to understand his unspoken anxieties. An older man, his face etched with concern, approached. He questioned Xiao Riang about the heavenly demon cult's continued defiance of the Divine Justice Alliance. Xiao Riang, his patience wearing thin, retorted that the patriarch and the cult were not to be trifled with, implying their superiority. The man, undeterred, declared the cult rotten to the core, accusing them of arrogance and a sense of entitlement. He challenged Xiao Riang to make a decision, suggesting that negotiation was out of the question, and that the prince was now in charge of the cult's response. Xiao Riang, facing a group of stern-faced cult members, felt the weight of his position. A warning echoed in his mind, continued arrogance would spell doom for his family. The scene shifts to a nighttime view of the heavenly demon cult's headquarters, a sprawling complex of buildings under a starlit sky. A report was being compiled, detailing the embezzlement of funds within the heavenly demon cult. The evidence was irrefutable. Further investigation was hindered by the current circumstances, but a more detailed revisit was recommended as soon as possible. The investigator, having documented everything, sent the report. Meanwhile, Xiao Riang, the prince and patriarch of the cult, lay injured in his bed. The investigator insisted that the truth of the matter would be made transparent in their report. Several figures stood around a table laden with documents, observing the scene. Among them were individuals who appeared to be high-ranking members of the cult. One of the observers, a supervisor, stated that they were merely reporting what they had seen. Another individual, seemingly unfazed, suggested that they avoid unnecessary personal grudges. The urgency of Xiao Riang's condition was highlighted. Without immediate treatment, the demonic energy inflicted upon him would reach his core. Therefore, they were urged to prioritize the patriarch's treatment, leaving no time for pursuing those responsible for the report. The situation was framed as a mutual safeguard, implying a tacit agreement between the parties involved. A messenger pigeon, carrying a small scroll, flew through the air. The command, "Make way," echoed silently, a clear indication of urgency.
The pigeon continued its flight, its wings beating rhythmically against the wind, carrying its vital message towards a distant, mountainous region.
Xiao Riang, the prince, sat in quiet contemplation amidst a bamboo forest.
His body, miraculously healed, was a source of wonder to him.
He mused, my body recovered so quickly. I get it now.
A nine-tailed fox, Goldie, appeared beside him.
Riang pondered why a mythical creature can communicate with me using shapeless qi. The answer came to him in a flash of insight, it's because of the spiritual bamboo. A flashback showed a solitary bamboo stalk. He realized, so that bamboo was the core of the solitary bamboo grove.
I had taken it. The fox's presence was explained. He understood, Goldie was drawn to the bamboo's core, not to me. Goldie's golden eyes, filled with an ancient wisdom, gazed upon him. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, spoke quietly, his voice barely a whisper. He vowed to return the energy he had received, though he was uncertain when that would be possible. He sat cross-legged, a small, crimson object clutched in his hands. Beside him, a large, golden fox-like creature watched him with gentle eyes.
A faint glow emanated from the object, bathing the scene in an ethereal light.
A serene picture of quiet contemplation, undisturbed by the world outside. However, unseen, a woman with fiery red hair and a sword at her hip watched from the shadows. The woman, her face partially obscured by an eye patch, approached cautiously. A man offered her a small gourd. She questioned him about his injuries, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. He replied that he was fully recovered. The man expressed surprise at his resilience, noting the severity of his internal injuries. The young man downplayed the extent of his injuries, claiming he hadn't fought that hard. The woman agreed, taking a drink from the gourd. Her gaze was sharp, assessing. Her eyes, visible beneath the patch, held a hint of suspicion. She questioned his subdued demeanor after leaving the cult. He denied feeling down, his expression unchanging.
The scene ends with a close-up on his face, leaving his true feelings ambiguous.
A muscular woman with fiery red hair stood with her back to the viewer, her gaze fixed on a blonde-haired man in dark robes. He had a stern expression, his eyes narrowed.
You so are complicating this situation. The blonde man's thoughts drifted to a small fox. Makes sense, that fox was no larger than my forearm. How did he grow so much? The woman responded, I'm not sure.
All I know is that their bond remains unchanged.
Was Goldie truly the mythical guardian of the solitary bamboo grove?
The scene shifted to show two men standing protectively over a small, golden fox. One of the men spoke, I am certain that as long as Goldie's with the young master is safe.
The blonde man replied, I cannot deny it.
The woman stated, I'm satisfied as long as the young master is safe.
The blonde man sighed, I just don't know what I should do now.
A woman with fiery red hair, partially obscured by an eye patch, stared intently ahead.
Her expression was one of steely determination, her gaze unwavering.
She and a man in dark robes stood before another man, clad in a striking red outfit.
The man in red asked if they were all right.
The woman and the man in dark robes both replied that they were fine, their words confirming their outward composure. They had much to discuss, but that could wait.
The man in red inquired about their next destination, the Jiaoyang family.
He confirmed they were headed there, but needed to verify something first. His expression hardened, a serious look settling on his features. He needed to know why a certain item was with the Jiaoxa family and the current location of the secret demon queen.
The final panel showed a woman bound and helpless, lying on the floor.
A woman with dark hair and tattoos lay on the ground, eyes wide with terror, mouth agape in a silent scream.
Her body was contorted, suggesting a violent struggle.
The camera angle shifted to reveal an ornate wooden carriage, its doors flung open, seemingly abandoned in the midst of a dusty, desolate landscape. The woman, now identified as the assassin Xion Hajin, was thrown violently to the ground, a blur of motion suggesting a powerful blow. Dust and debris erupted around her. She landed hard, a sword piercing the ground beside her head.
A voice, cold and mocking, asked, Did you have a nice nap?
A man with long brown hair, dressed in dark red robes, stood over her. He stated, We're not in a hurry, but I don't like to waste time. So, respond as thoroughly as possible to my questions. The man, his face obscured by shadow, held a glowing sword aloft. The blade was positioned menacingly above Hajin's chest. He lowered the sword, leaving it embedded in the ground near her. His question, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. What ties do you have to the secret demon queen? A woman's hand, stained crimson, clutched at a wound. She muttered, convinced that the seal could not be undone. She mused that to seal the energy core would require someone who had mastered demonic powers, a feat she deemed impossible. Then, a question arose in her mind, was there a method to use pressure points for sealing? The woman, bound and lying on the floor, declared that the sealing technique was unrelated to demonic studies. However, she noted that while significantly altered, it resembled the Orthodox faction's sealing technique more. Her thoughts turned to the Mount Tai and Big Dipper, specifically the Shaolin's technique for manipulating pressure points. A sudden, sharp pain racked her body as she gasped. And she collapsed onto the floor. The scene shifted to a wooden cart, where a figure lay unconscious, groaning in pain. A woman with long purple hair lay on the ground, a sword piercing her chest. Her eyes were wide with shock and pain, her mouth slightly agape. A crimson glow emanated from the blade, staining the earth around her. Above her, a man with long brown hair, dressed in a dark red robe, stood with a sword in hand. His expression was stern, his gaze unwavering. He addressed the fallen woman, stating that he was not in a hurry but did not like to waste time, demanding thorough answers to his questions. The man's sword still dripped with blood as he loomed over the injured woman. His first question was pointed: what ties did she have to the secret demon queen? Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she struggled to comprehend how he knew about her master. She desperately needed to find a way out of this situation. She cried out, a desperate plea for time, a desperate wait, escaping her lips. Ignoring her pleas, the man swiftly moved, his blade arcing in a deadly crescent, striking the woman again. She was left bound and helpless on the ground. A young man with dark hair, his eyes wide with a mixture of defiance and apprehension, is shown in close-up. The word next question he floats above him in his speech bubble, hinting at an impending interrogation. The camera focuses on a woman with long, flowing blonde hair, her expression one of intense scrutiny. She asks, how did you meet the Jiaxa family? A bound woman lies on the ground, blood staining her clothes. Her face is pale, and she struggles to speak, managing only a weak, I cannot answer that. A sudden burst of energy erupts from the scene, suggesting a violent action. The perspective shifts to show a pair of boots standing over something on the ground, the implication being that the violence has resulted in death. The blonde woman's face is shown again, closer this time, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She presses further, your sorcery and the Jiaxa patriarch's demonic arts meshed well. Was there a deal between you two? The bound woman's face is shown again, sweat beading on her brow as she struggles to maintain her composure. She finally answers, I only met the Jiaxa patriarch following master's orders. Two figures stand in the background, one with blonde hair and the other with red hair, their expressions unreadable. The blonde-haired figure seems to be crying. The chapter opens with a gruesome sight, the bound feet of a young woman, her skin bruised and pale, lying on the dusty ground. A soft groan escapes her lips, a testament to her suffering. A man with dark hair and a stern expression stands over her, his crimson robe stark against the muted landscape. He holds a blood-stained sword, his gaze fixed on the woman. That's not what I asked. Pull yourself together before you answer me again. Understand, he demands, his voice sharp and impatient. The woman, her face now visible, struggles against her bonds, a pained groan escaping her lips as she fights against the ropes that bind her. Her eyes flash with fury as she spits out a venomous curse, you son of a bitch. With a swift, brutal motion, the man raises his sword and brings it down with deadly precision, the blade piercing her shoulder. A choked cough escapes her lips as blood blossoms across her clothes. He sheathes his sword, his expression cold and calculating. I'll spare your tongue since I need your answers, but you'll still pay for your insolence. He looks down at the wounded woman, a hint of something akin to amusement in his eyes. Looks like you're starting to grasp your situation. Let's begin again. A sinister grin stretched across Xiao Riang's face, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. His body, inhabiting the shell of the heavenly demon cult prince, was racked with pain, yet his eyes gleamed with a cold determination. The sound of a violent struggle echoed through the forest, a testament to the fight for his life that had just transpired. Elsewhere, a group of figures moved with grim efficiency. They were ordered to secure a captive and transport her. One of them, a man in a dark red robe, examined his bloodied hands, his expression grim. He was clearly injured, but his resolve remained unshaken. Another member of the group questioned the necessity of keeping the captive alive, suggesting a more efficient solution. The man in the red robe considered the suggestion, his thoughts clouded by the pain and the weight of his mission. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring about the departure time for their next objective, the Jiaoyang family. A younger man, seemingly concerned, approached the injured man, asking if he was all right. Xion Hajin, his internal injuries miraculously healed, reassured his companion that his other wounds would also heal quickly. He stated, I'm fine. My internal injuries are all healed, so I'm sure the other injuries will heal fast too. The companion continued, noting a change in Hajin's demeanor. You seem quite different from your usual self. That's why I'm worried. He elaborated, attributing the change to a recent encounter. You've completely changed after that woman appeared. You almost seem unstable. Hajin's companion apologized for his intrusion, offering to accept any punishment for overstepping boundaries. He said, I'm sorry. I only mentioned it because I'm worried about you. If you feel I've overstepped, I will accept any punishment. The companion then addressed Hajin by a name, Dongpil. Hajin, seemingly lost in thought, began to explain his current situation, stating, I can't explain everything right now, but I've chosen a path in life. He continued, foreshadowing a dangerous and transformative journey. It will be vastly different from before. It will be dangerous. Xiao Riang, the prince, despite his inability to use qi, remained loyal to Qion Hajin, the assassin inhabiting his body. He pledged his unwavering allegiance, even knowing that Hajin might use him as a pawn. A loyalty born not from fear or ambition, but from a deeper, unspoken bond. His devotion was absolute, regardless of Hajin's position within the cult or his martial prowess.
He would follow him down any path, no matter the cost. Cheon Ha-jin, observing Ma Dongpil's unwavering loyalty, felt a mixture of satisfaction and something akin to guilt. He knew Dongpil would obey any command, but still felt compelled to offer a choice, a gesture of respect for the man's unwavering devotion. Ma Dongpil's loyalty, however, surprised Ha-jin. It challenged his preconceived notions about the heavenly demon cult, eroding his prejudice against them, prompting him to instruct Dongpil to inform their squad leader of their impending departure in half a day, specifying that they were not joining the Jeoyoung family. Dongpil, curious about their destination, inquired about their next move. Ha-jin revealed their destination, a long-forgotten treasure storage. A young woman with long brown hair, dressed in a vibrant red and black jacket, rode atop a large, golden fox-like creature. They traversed a snowy landscape, the woman's gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A hand reached out, seemingly to touch the woman's cloak, but stopped short. The scene was shrouded in a soft, ethereal light. A man with blonde hair, tied back in a topknot, stood before them. He wore a dark blue robe and carried a sword at his hip. He announced their destination, instructing the woman to inform their squad leader and the patriarch of the Jeonjang family to meet them in Plain Village Valley with all necessary documents. The woman and her fox-like mount continued their journey. She added a final instruction: to tell the patriarch that non-attendance would be considered a failure on his part. The scene shifted to a formal-looking building, the Jeonjang family home. Inside, members of the Jeonjang family discussed the Inspector General's order, deeming it an abuse of power, deciding to send a message to the cult instead. The family members debated the wording of their message, ultimately deciding to relay the Inspector General's instructions exactly. One man explained the risks of defying the Inspector General, who was directly appointed by the Demon Lord. The imposing figure of Zhang Rizan, the Jeojeon family patriarch, filled the panel. His stern gaze and thick beard spoke of years of authority and unwavering resolve. Zhang Rizan questioned the suggestion of compliance, his concern stemming from the potential repercussions from other influential families. His younger brother, Zhang Riqian, unconcerned with the opinions of others, firmly stated his indifference to their views. Zhang Rizan, his eyes narrowed, sharply questioned his brother's audacious statement, his voice laced with disbelief and a hint of menace. Riqian immediately apologized, recognizing the gravity of his words and the potential consequences. Despite his apology, Riqian maintained his stance, anticipating further objections. He emphasized the absolute authority of the divine cult, highlighting the futility of resistance to their decrees, regardless of justification. The finality of the divine cult's word was underscored, leaving no room for dissent or alternative courses of action. The panel shifted to a new character, his profile suggesting acceptance of the divine cult's authority, implying a passive resignation to fate. A grizzled man, his face etched with the weight of unspoken burdens, observed the scene with a knowing gaze. His words hung heavy in the air, that was the crux of the relationship between the 7 families and the divine cult. He continued, his voice a low rumble, but you've been trying to free us from that ridiculous relationship. His words were sharp, laced with accusation. He was cutting to the core of the matter. The attempt to sever ties with the divine cult to secure the autonomy of the 7 families was a self-serving act, much like the actions of the Jiaxa family, who were only looking out for their own interests. A stern warning cut through the air: refrain from saying such dangerous remarks. A tense silence followed. Then, a grudging concession: all right, but if you do as the Inspector General says, we will never achieve our goal. A quiet resolve hardened his features. He needed time to think. He excused himself. A dangerous thought sparked in his mind: what if he were to alter the records? He realized the Inspector General's message wasn't a genuine evaluation, it was a thinly veiled excuse. Mount Hong was nearby, and he had no choice but to go. A young man, his face etched with apprehension, inquired of a stern, older man with a thick beard: you called, sir? The older man, his gaze unwavering, issued orders: tonight, we're leaving for Mount Hong with the Sea King Guards. Gather all the ledgers for the journey. He paused, a thoughtful expression clouding his features, before adding: Inspector General, this is Mount Hong, but it's not a path that people usually take. This is the right place. The scene shifted to reveal a secluded cove, nestled between towering cliffs. Several carriages, accompanied by a contingent of guards, were visible. Instructions were given: leave the carriages and horses here, along with the Berserk Demon Squad. The entrance is narrow. It's spacious inside but not enough for 100 people. A woman with fiery red hair questioned the plan: then we're gonna have them on standby here? The older man responded: yes. You must come as well. Inform your team to avoid any rash actions. A man with dark hair, dressed in rich crimson and black robes, spoke with a calm yet serious expression. He stated that if the Jeojeon patriarch was wise, he would arrive within 2 days, and they needed to complete their task before then. A woman with vibrant red hair and an eye patch, her gaze intense, questioned him: what task? He replied that she would understand once they were inside. The scene shifted to a rugged, mountainous landscape. She responded that she would be hiding behind him if anything went wrong. He countered that it depended on her performance. As the man walked across the rocky terrain, he reflected that these were the conditions that had brought him here. He had expected to feel excited upon arrival, but he found himself surprisingly calm. He believed this place would mark the start of his second life. The man with dark hair, his expression serious and focused, gripped a rock. He was calm, despite the circumstances. He wondered if his calmness stemmed from having a clear goal now. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, nervously questioned his superior. He voiced his apprehension about entering the dark cave ahead. The entrance to a dark cave loomed before them, shrouded in shadows and overgrown with vegetation. A lone figure, presumably the young man from the previous panel, stood at the mouth of the cave, his back to the viewer. He was followed by two others, one in a striking red robe and another in dark attire, both seemingly seasoned warriors. Inside the cave, a muffled voice cried out in protest. An apology followed, revealing the speaker's frustration with the darkness. The leader of the group, impatient, urged the others to continue their journey. But the young man, hampered by the darkness, lamented his inability to see. His inability to navigate the darkness was met with criticism from a fellow warrior, who questioned his competence as a leader. The young man defended himself, claiming his style was more about brute force than precision, explaining his earlier misstep. A young woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch, her expression one of urgent concern, called out to a figure shrouded in shadow. She demanded an answer. Meanwhile, a woman with long dark hair, her face partially obscured, reflected internally on the situation. She acknowledged that she should have anticipated this turn of events. She mused that more than mere inner energy was required to navigate this place, explaining that the dark scent emanating from the cave entrance severely impaired one's senses. The two women, the fiery-haired one and the dark-haired one, continued their descent into a cavernous chasm, the distorted, glitching visual suggesting a disorienting environment. The dark-haired woman voiced her concern that without her hypersensitivity, they would be hopelessly lost within the cave's disorienting depths. She then reassured her companion that they were nearing their destination. As they pressed onward, the fiery-haired woman remarked on the length of their journey. The dark-haired woman countered that it had only been a few minutes. Suddenly, both women recoiled, overcome by a wave of nausea. Cheon Ha-jin, the master assassin, found himself in a precarious situation. He had escaped the Divine Justice Alliance, but his wounds were severe. A profound weariness settled over him as he reflected on his arduous journey, muttering to himself, "It's been so long." His consciousness drifted, and he awoke in the body of Seo Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, a prince who could not use qi. He surveyed his surroundings, recognizing the location as his own creation. He thought, my finest hideout in Hunan, created during my days as an assassin. But this was no ordinary hideout. As he explored further, a wave of awe washed over him. He exclaimed, "Whoa! What is this place?" The cavern opened into a vast, subterranean chamber, glowing with an ethereal light. 3 figures stood within, 2 individuals flanking a central figure, all seemingly members of the cult. The sheer scale and opulence of the hidden sanctuary left him speechless. From the entrance, a view of a tranquil waterway was visible, adding to the mystery of this hidden location. The scene was both breathtaking and unsettling. He surveyed his surroundings, his eyes falling upon various treasures. He murmured, "I don't need anything here, but..." His companions noticed the large jars filled with pills and phosphorescent pearls. One of them exclaimed, "These are Daegu pills. We could survive on these for at least 5 years." Another added, "Wow. Look at all these phosphorescent pearls. Just one is worth at least 2,000 niang." A question arose regarding the nature of the texts before them. Were these secret techniques? Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be medical texts. Seo Riang, the prince, observed the others handling the books without permission, and noted the significant effort invested in this place. It was far too extravagant for a simple hideout. Even assassins wouldn't furnish their hideouts so lavishly. The red-haired woman, visibly irritated, made a sound of annoyance. The red-haired woman and Seo Riang expressed their shared bewilderment. What kind of cautious person would create such an extravagant space? The red-haired woman, whose name is Eui Hungrian, gazed out at the vast cavern, her expression one of awe. Seo Riang sat pensively, his thoughts turning to Eui Hungrian. Eui Hungrian approached the blonde man, inquiring about what he needed. The blonde man responded curtly, simply stating that it was brief. Seo Riang, or rather, the master assassin Cheon Ha-jin inhabiting Riang's body, stared ahead with a grim determination. His expression betrayed none of the turmoil within. The prince's body, weakened by a mysterious qi deficiency, was a far cry from the peak physical condition Ha-jin was accustomed to. A woman with vibrant red hair and an eye patch, her features sharp and commanding, addressed him. Her voice, though unspoken, echoed with an air of authority, "Work under me." Within a hidden chamber, 2 individuals explored a vast collection of books. One of them, a woman with fiery red hair and a striking eye patch, voiced her astonishment. Wondering aloud about the cautious nature of whoever had created this remarkable place, a veritable treasure trove of martial arts techniques. Her companion, a young man with dark hair, pondered the collection. Correcting her assessment, it was more than a treasure trove, it was a refuge. The young man's thoughts drifted to his past life, revealing a poignant truth. He had been the world's greatest assassin, meticulously preparing for his escape, only to find himself reborn into someone else's life. An older man, his face etched with the marks of time and battle, observed him, reflecting on Cheon Ha-jin's past and his ultimate sacrifice for freedom. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, reflected on his past failures. Had he prioritized success from the outset, he mused, perhaps he would not have met his end. His gaze fell upon his attire, the crimson robes of the heavenly demon cult, a stark contrast to his previous life. But now, reborn as Seo Riang, a prince of the cult, a new resolve hardened his expression. In this life, he vowed, he would truly live. Seo Riang, still weak from his resurrection, began to walk, his heavy boots thudding softly on the stone ground. He found himself in a desolate, rocky landscape, where he encountered Eui Hungrian, a woman with fiery red hair, who watched him with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Another figure emerged, a man with blonde hair, his presence adding to the growing tension. Seo Riang, his expression hardening, addressed them, demanding brevity. Eui Hungrian, her gaze unwavering, responded to Seo Riang's demand. She referred to him as a certain person, her tone hinting at a deeper knowledge of his true identity. A young woman with vibrant red hair, a striking eye patch obscuring her left eye, and a hint of apprehension in her gaze is shown in close-up. Her expression is a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, her lips slightly parted as if she is about to speak. A translator's note clarifies a previous line of dialogue, explaining that the phrase used is a very direct translation and in Korean, it means work for me. The scene shifts to a tranquil, dark blue body of water, where ripples spread from a central point. A speech bubble appears, indicating a conversation is about to begin. The woman from the previous panel speaks, suggesting that this is not the right moment for a confession of love. She then adds that he shouldn't look so serious if he's joking. A man with dark hair, dressed in dark robes, responds, insisting that he is not joking. The woman states that she doesn't know much about him, addressing him as young master. The man simply replies, I'm aware. A terse exchange unfolded between two figures. One of them, a woman with fiery red hair, made a pointed observation, to which the other responded with a defiant, you don't know much about me either. The red-haired woman continued, you're also right about that. Why do you want someone you barely know to work for you? A third individual, a man with blonde hair, entered the scene. He stated, as you pointed out, I don't know much about you, but I do know one thing. The red-haired woman's expression shifted as she heard him say, that you're useful. A subtle blush crept onto her cheeks as she processed his words. The blonde-haired man's internal monologue revealed his own conflicted feelings, TCH. What the heck? I don't like feeling like I'm being evaluated. But at the same time, hearing him say that makes me happy. Meanwhile, a fourth individual, a man with dark hair, reflected on the events, I thought something was off ever since we left the cult, but I didn't want to pry. His calm demeanor suddenly shattered as he launched into a swift, aggressive attack. Even while wreaking havoc amongst the Jiaxa family, a thought occurred to the observer, surely, there were reasons behind his actions. But witnessing him speak those words, a question arose, why the drastic change? His resolve hardened. He had to persuade Eui Hungrian, no matter the cost. He recalled their shared experiences, facing life-or-death situations together in the solitary bamboo grove. He had been saved countless times by Ma Dongpil. But this situation was different. A powerful energy surge erupted from him. Their shared history lacked the depth of his bond with Ma Dongpil, she couldn't blindly trust him. Yet, she commanded a battle squad. Her actions would dictate the movement of the entire Berserk Demon Squad. Therefore, he needed to subordinate her, and quickly. Shion Hajin, the master assassin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, felt the cold stone beneath his feet. He was in the heavenly demon cult, his new reality a far cry from his past life. A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper, I. A resentment simmered within him, a burning hatred for the Steel Blood Fortress and the righteous Heavenly Alliance. It was a feeling so profound, so deeply rooted, that it defied comprehension. Two figures observed him from afar, a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch, and a man with blonde hair, his expression grim. The woman commented that any member of the divine cult would despise the Steel Blood Fortress and the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Seo Riang, however, revealed that his feelings ran far deeper than mere dislike. No. I don't just hate them, he thought, his gaze hardening. A weight of past trauma and betrayal settled upon him, a burden he carried silently. He stood amidst towering bookshelves in a library, his back to the observers. His dark eyes scanned the spines, searching for answers or perhaps, a plan. The red-haired woman and the blonde man exchanged a look of surprise as they watched him from the doorway. The blonde man uttered a surprised, "Huh." The blonde man, addressing the red-haired woman, explained that he hadn't been particularly invested in the succession competition before, but that had changed. Back in the library, Seo Riang declared his intention to eliminate the two individuals he had been observing, regardless of the cult's plans. The red-haired woman reacted with a questioning, you mean? Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, declared his ambition, he would become the successor to the demon lord. His crimson eyes burned with fierce determination, reflecting the darkness within him. His declaration was met with shock and disbelief. Eui Hungrian's eyes widened in alarm. As he explained his reasons for seeking her out, he emphasized that her skill as an assassin transcended allegiances, she would strike down any opponent given the right motivation. Eui Hungrian's, a master assassin with a striking appearance, fiery red hair and an eye patch, stood before him, a picture of unwavering resolve. Seo Riang promised her an experience filled with adrenaline and excitement if she chose to join him. He sealed his offer with a simple, yet powerful, promise. Doubt clouded Eui Hungrian's face as she questioned his ability to succeed as the Demon Lord. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, resolved to risk his life in a desperate bid for freedom. His determination, though extreme, was noted by an unseen observer who found it reassuring. The observer, a woman with fiery red hair and an eye patch, revealed herself, her confident posture hinting at considerable power. She offered Hajin a choice, urging him to make up his mind. Intrigued, the woman examined a small, ornate box she produced, her expression shifting to one of surprise. The box contained a potent, top-tier miracle medicine, though not as powerful as the heavenly demon orb. It was presented as both a bribe and an offer. A golden orb rested within, signifying the seriousness of the offer. The woman, however, admitted a dislike for using her brain, revealing a certain impulsiveness. Despite her reservations, she ultimately accepted the offer. Xiao Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood with his arms crossed, a pensive expression on his face. He was silently observing a woman with fiery red hair, her features partially obscured. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his uncertainty. The red-haired woman, animated and agitated, argued with another girl with dark hair. She demanded a new sword, while the other girl exclaimed about the value of some medicine that had been taken. The dark-haired girl continued to press her point, arguing that the medicine was not as good as the heavenly demon divine orb. A blonde-haired man, seemingly a leader of some kind, entered the scene. He dismissed their argument, stating that they were overestimating their worth. The blonde man, identified as the Berserk Demon Squad leader, addressed the red-haired woman directly. He pointed out that her request for a new sword was excessive. He then produced a sword, declaring it sufficient. The red-haired woman looked surprised. The sword was revealed to be the Tiger Cannon Sword. A powerful weapon. The image focuses on the Tiger Cannon Sword, showcasing its impressive design and detailing. A divine weapon, once known as the White Tiger Sword, was presented. It was deemed perfect for its recipient. A woman with fiery red hair, partially obscured by an eye patch, stood poised, the sword held with practiced ease in her hands. The narrator explained that the sword was now one of the 4 legendary divine weapons. The woman, her eyes wide, nervously gulped, admitting that the weapon wasn't bad. Her reaction shifted to childlike wonder as she admired the sword's shine. Observers noted her unusual behavior. She was instructed to sit while they administered miracle medicine, as time was short. The process was explained. They would concentrate all the chi in her energy core in a single day, demanding her full attention to avoid wasting the precious chi. She expressed fear, questioning the extent of their involvement, even helping with chi circulation. A hand, imbued with fiery red energy, was placed on her back, initiating the chi concentration process. A young man with dark hair tied in a ponytail, his face etched with worry, contemplates his uncertain future. He questions whether he will even survive the coming year, despite significant investment in his survival. His thoughts continue, focusing on the precariousness of his life. He wonders if he'll even be alive in a year. A surge of energy, a vibrant blue and red flame, erupts before him. He focuses his attention on it. The young man sits cross-legged, a woman with fiery red hair sits before him, her back to him. He places his hands on her shoulders, a swirling energy connecting them. The scene pulses with mystical power. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. 2 figures approach, their words echoing through the barren valley. They identify themselves as members of the Jeojeong family, sent by the Inspector General. A large contingent of soldiers, organized and disciplined, marches into view, their presence imposing and ominous. They advance towards a lone figure, their spears pointed, ready for action. A powerful man, Zhang Rizan, the Jeojeong patriarch, stands at the head of the troops, his stern gaze fixed on the lone figure. His presence commands respect and fear. The patriarch's imposing figure is highlighted, his name and title clearly displayed. Jie Dukyan, captain of the Berserk Demon Squad Team 2, stood firm before his squad, a picture of unwavering resolve. A moment later, an older man with a stern expression approached Dukyan, his words a curt request for patience. Dukyan, however, responded with a simple, questioning "huh?" The older man, clearly irritated, chastised Dukyan for his lack of basic etiquette when summoning a patriarch. His displeasure was palpable. Dukyan, sensing a disturbance in the chi, resolved to avoid conflict until his squad leader returned. He noted that his squad had already taken a different path. Meanwhile, 2 of Dukyan's squad members explained their position. They were merely following orders to stand watch. One of them questioned the patriarch's actions, wondering why he would summon them and then make them wait. The patriarch, radiating power, appeared before Dukyan, leaving Dukyan feeling utterly perplexed by the situation. A close-up on a man's intense gaze. His eyes, narrowed in suspicion, convey a silent threat. The accompanying text reveals a condition: if a certain individual doesn't appear within the hour, consequences will follow. The scene shifts to a figure whose boots are the only visible part, standing on cracked earth. A blue energy crackles around their feet. Internally, the figure grapples with the daunting task of maintaining composure in front of such an intimidating presence. A man in blue robes stands before a group of soldiers, his presence commanding attention. Another figure, clad in darker attire, stands opposite him.
A woman with vibrant red hair observes from a distance, her expression unreadable. The question, "Who's there?" hangs heavy in the air. A sharp retort follows the question, questioning the need for leniency towards such a blatant display of disrespect. The red-haired woman steps into the foreground, her confident stance and smirk radiating power. A blue energy flows around her, enhancing her already imposing figure. She descends from a rocky outcrop, her movements fluid and graceful despite the power she exudes. A close-up on her face reveals a hint of something cold and calculating beneath the surface of her confident exterior. The red-haired woman, now identified as the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, runs towards a large group of soldiers. The scene is dynamic, emphasizing her speed and the impending confrontation. A blurred figure, seemingly falling from a great height, was greeted by a chorus of voices proclaiming, "We greet the leader." A man, his face partially obscured, questioned, "That woman Zui Hungryon, the Berserk Demon Squad leader?" His gaze fixed on the approaching woman, he muttered, "Her demonic energy exceeds my expectations." Eui Hungryon, the Berserk Demon Squad leader, retorted, "You're rather arrogant. That is not how a mere squad leader should address a patriarch of the 7 families of the demon cult." She continued, addressing the patriarch, "If you wanted manners, you shouldn't have acted so arrogantly in the first place." The patriarch scoffed, "Arrogant? I can have you killed with just a word." Eui Hungryon responded defiantly, "If I was scared of death, I would not be the Berserk Demon Squad leader." The patriarch's expression darkened, "Such audacity. It seems like you really want to die." A surge of dark energy emanated from the patriarch as he prepared for battle. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes glared, a sinister smile playing on her lips. "You can try," she hissed, the air crackling with barely contained power. The word "enough" exploded from the page, mirroring the intensity of the moment. A man with dark hair, dressed in red, stood calmly amidst a group of armed guards. He observed the brewing conflict, a hint of annoyance in his expression. He remarked, "I sent you to welcome our guest, yet here you are, nearly starting a fight." The red-haired woman, her face etched with frustration, watched the scene unfold. The man in red addressed his subordinate, his voice calm despite the tension. He noted, "Calm down. You're struggling with the demonic energy from the miracle medicine and chi circulation, aren't you?" The red-haired woman winced, a pained AGH escaping her lips. The man in red smoothly diffused the situation, apologizing for his subordinate's behavior and urging the others to hold no grudge. A large, imposing figure approached. The man in red, surprised, thought, "The Inspector General is the one greeting me first. I'm astonished he would extend such courtesy after summoning me here." A stern-faced man with a thick, dark beard greeted the Inspector General. The Inspector General, a young man with long brown hair, suggested they skip unnecessary pleasantries. He indicated that they should proceed swiftly. Ledgers from the past 3 years were presented. A woman with fiery red hair questioned the Inspector General about the young master's well-being. The Inspector General explained that the young master's condition didn't seem consistent with someone who had just diffused the effects of miracle medicine into his body. He noted that stabilizing the internal energy of someone who had mastered a demonic art was no small feat, and reassured the woman that the young master was more powerful than they could imagine. The Inspector General claimed he wasn't worried, only to be interrupted by a sudden exclamation. The ledgers burst into flames, prompting a shocked inquiry from the woman about the Inspector General's actions. Xion Hajin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, stood amidst a desolate landscape. He declared his intention to abandon his mission, stating that the ledgers appeared authentic, signifying the completion of his task. His declaration was met with disbelief by a nearby figure, who questioned his sudden change of heart. Another individual, seemingly in a position of authority, approached Hajin. He offered to provide a fair evaluation in his report, suggesting a conversation to discuss the matter further. However, his intentions were less than altruistic. He emphasized the need for Hajin's cooperation for the sake of the heavenly demon cult. Hajin, now inhabiting the body of Xiao Riang, a prince of the heavenly demon cult, stood defiantly, his expression hardening. He faced the man who had just spoken, his sword at his side. The other man, clearly suspicious, questioned Hajin's intentions. A high-ranking member of the cult explained their current predicament. They were aiming to dismantle a powerful organization but lacked sufficient manpower. He revealed the target of their operation, the Combat King demonic clan. Hajin, listening intently, showed a flicker of interest. His expression turned serious as he contemplated the implications of this new information. A group of individuals, their faces obscured, plotted the shutdown of the Combat King demonic clan. Their plan centered around a young man with long brown hair, his expression serious and intense. News of the planned shutdown reached an older man with a stern expression. His shock was evident as he exclaimed, "What? Shut down?" He was stunned to learn that the target was one of the 7 families of the demon cult. The revelation caused a ripple of disbelief among those present. A blonde man and a red-haired woman stared in shock, prompting a stern-faced man to demand an explanation for their actions. The man, seemingly unfazed, simply stated that he was following orders from the executives. But this response only fueled the outrage of the others, who insisted that the 7 families were not to be trifled with. A close-up on a young man's face, his expression unreadable. The words above him accuse him, "You're doing what the Jiaxa Patriarch did." The camera focuses on a smirk playing on the young man's lips, a hint of defiance in his eyes.
A Korean word, likely an exclamation, is written next to his mouth.
The scene shifts to show the young man, now identified as Seo Riang, confronting an older, imposing figure.
What? The older man demands.
The narration box explains that Seo Riang was frustrated by the lack of reasoning from the divine cult.
The older man continues, incredulous, isn't it obvious that we would react like that?
Seo Riang's face is shown in close-up, his expression hardening. He is clearly unconvinced.
He challenges the older man, would you defy the divine cult's orders without a reason?
The panel shows 3 sharp, downward slashes, suggesting a sudden, violent interruption. The scene shifts to reveal a large group of soldiers standing rigidly at attention behind the older man, who is now visibly tense. The older man, now identified as an inspector general, states calmly, the inspector general can share the reasons if he wishes. Cheon Ha-jin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's oppression, stood defiant before a formidable army. His escape attempt had been brutally thwarted, leaving him grievously wounded. The soldiers, a mix of orthodox and deviant martial artists, surrounded him, their expressions a blend of hostility and apprehension. A voice, calm yet resolute, cut through the tension, but there is no obligation. The speaker, a figure of authority within the heavenly demon cult, observed Ha-jin with keen interest. His gaze was sharp, his thoughts unreadable. He posed a question, his tone laced with curiosity. Now, I'm curious.
What's your view on the divine cult? His words were a subtle probe, designed to gauge Ha-jin's loyalty and understanding of the complex power dynamics at play.
He continued, his voice hardening slightly, do you think you're equal to the cult like those orthodox fools think of their allies? Ha-jin, now inhabiting the body of Prince Seo Riang, found himself struggling to articulate a response. His new body, weakened by a chi-blocking disorder, limited his ability to fully express himself.
A stammered denial escaped his lips, that's not true.
The interrogator remained unmoved, his expression unwavering. He pressed further, his words dripping with sarcasm, but even the righteous Heavenly Alliance has the authority to command their affiliated clans and sections.
But you're complaining about things even the orthodox bastards wouldn't complain about.
Perhaps. Ha-jin's eyes, usually filled with cold calculation, now burned with a fierce intensity. His face was a mask of barely controlled rage.
The implication of his words hung heavy in the air. The question hung unspoken, yet palpable, had he betrayed the demon lord? The tension escalated as a nearby soldier voiced his concerns, his words laced with suspicion, lost your loyalty to the demon lord?
Another soldier, an inspector general, added his voice to the growing chorus of doubt.
His words were a mixture of concern and accusation, isn't he crossing the line too much, even for an inspector general? If the patriarch would just give us the order.
A violent impact rocked the ground, sending up a spray of dust and debris. Seo Riang, the prince of the heavenly demon cult, let out a pained cry.
A wave of disorientation washing over him as he struggled to comprehend what had just transpired.
What, he thought, his mind reeling from the sudden attack. Standing amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, his crimson robes billowing slightly in the dust-filled air. He held a long sword, its edge gleaming menacingly. Your arrogance has gone on long enough, for the sake of your patriarch's image, he stated, his voice cold and sharp. He surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping across the fallen bodies of the heavenly demon cult members. A deep fissure ran through the ground, a testament to the power of the attack. But you are not entitled to my patience, the figure continued, his tone hardening. The figure's eyes narrowed, his expression turning grim. If you show your bloodlust one more time without knowing your place, I will kill you all, he warned, his voice laced with a chilling threat. He drew his sword, the movement fluid and precise, a stark contrast to the carnage around him. The blade seemed to hum with barely contained power. The figure sighed, a sound barely audible above the wind. As you know, I'm a busy man, he said, his voice weary. He brought his foot down hard, creating another fissure in the earth.
So I'll ask you for the last time. Please answer seriously. Will you help me?
Cheon Ha-jin, a master assassin weary of the Divine Justice Alliance's relentless pursuit, stood defiantly before his pursuers, a massive sword held firmly in his grasp. His crimson robes billowed slightly in the wind, a stark contrast to the muted tones of his pursuers' attire. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in a fierce glare. He had escaped their initial ambush, but the question remained, would he truly manage to break free, or would he succumb to their relentless pursuit? The ground beneath him cracked, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. A voice, sharp and suspicious, cut through the air. It questioned his allegiance to the divine cult, a question that hung heavy in the tense silence. His pursuer, a man with a weathered face and a thick, dark beard, watched him with a mixture of suspicion and apprehension. Tears welled in his eyes, betraying a conflict within. The question hung in the air, had Ha-jin truly abandoned his loyalty to the cult, or was this a mere ruse? Ha-jin's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, his expression hardening into a mask of cold fury. The flames of conflict flickered in his gaze.
The narration box explains that the outer wall regions are located north of Zhongyuan. The term Zhongyuan is not used to refer to regions outside of its own borders. However, there are 4 representative sects in the outer regions, the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea in the north, the Sword Palace in the east, the Heavenly Dragon Palace in the west, and the Beast Palace in the south. These 4 are known as the 4 outer wall palaces. though they are underrated due to their remote locations and the overwhelming power of Zhang Yuan's Nurim forces. However, the situation could change if these sects become involved in Zhang Yuan's power struggle. A man with glasses and long hair looks concerned. He wonders about the 4 outer wall palaces training with orthodox and unorthodox forces and infiltrating Zhang Yuan. It is revealed that the Sword Palace is involved. The man with glasses examines a map amidst a large collection of books and scrolls. At the Heavenly Demon Cult's Divine Strategist's residence, a servant informs someone that the first guardian has arrived. A stern-faced general strategist addressed someone off-panel, his voice laced with a hint of grim recollection. He inquired about a past event, a shameful incident where the Internal Enlightenment Facility's delivery squad had been ambushed by the Beast Palace's forces. The scene shifted to show Mudam, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's first guardian. He responded curtly, stating that such an incident would be hard to forget. Ho Yozong, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's general strategist, was shown reacting to Mudam's words, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ho Yozong continued, explaining that while a tracking team was being assembled to investigate the ambush in Guangdong, their origins and identities remained unknown. He delicately prepared a cup of tea, his movements precise and deliberate, adding a pinch of something to the steaming brew. Then, turning to address Mudam again, he asked if the first guardian was aware of the situation. Ho Yozong explained that given the Guardian Court's formation of a tracking team, it seemed there was someone in the Guangdong region who needed protection. Mudam, observing Ho Yozong, internally commented on the strategist's sharpness. A man with a stern expression and a neatly trimmed beard, his brow beaded with sweat, pondered something. He questioned whether his counterpart had deduced a certain fact from their brief conversation. The man confirmed that his deduction was correct. His female companion, wearing glasses, responded with a confused, "Eh? What?" The woman questioned why such sensitive information was so readily revealed, pointing out that it should have been kept secret. The man, his gaze unwavering, explained that the first guardian was not one to hide things. He contrasted the first guardian's straightforwardness with his own methods, noting that he used smiles as a shield for covert attacks. He concluded that he wouldn't gain anything from superficial conversation. The woman, her eyes narrowed behind her glasses, seemed to consider this. 2 figures, silhouetted against a dark, mountainous landscape, fell from a great height. One appeared to be carrying the other. Despite the precarious situation, a voice cautioned that they must remain prepared for any potential risks. The woman acknowledged the concern, as the sound of liquid pouring into a cup filled the air. A lone figure, presumably Cheon Hajin, sits in contemplation. His thoughts, though unspoken, reveal a growing unease. The expert martial artists pursuing him will not target him directly. Their true target is different. The scene shifts to a conversation between 2 men. One, older and more formally dressed, inquires about the identity of their target. He asks, "Do you know who our target is?" The other man, younger and more casually dressed, responds curtly, "No. That's strictly the Guardian Court's business." The older man sips his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seems unconvinced. He presses further, questioning the younger man's certainty. "Then how can you be so sure?" The younger man explains, "Because I know who they're after." The older man, still curious, presses for more information, asking, "Who are those people?" The younger man firmly concludes the conversation, stating, "That's enough. Any more detailed information is strictly my business. I would have informed you earlier if you needed to know. But if you insist, I can reveal." 2 figures, one with dark hair and a purple robe, the other with a beard and dark clothing, sat across a low table, sipping tea. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. "Would you like to know their identities and objectives?" The bearded man's face was partially obscured, his expression unreadable. He mused, "The general works differently from me, but he is absolutely loyal to the cult. If he believes I don't need to know, it must be for the cult's benefit." The other man responded, his voice calm and reassuring, "You're right. I was just anxious. I apologize." The bearded man, now fully visible, sighed, a hint of worry in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "I've never been like this before. I wonder if I'm getting old. I keep worrying about the politics of Zhong Yuan." His companion gently corrected him, "It's not because you're old." The man in the purple robe took another sip of tea, his expression thoughtful. He explained, "It's the instinct of a martial arts master." He continued, his gaze intense. "Despite his age, he was once the fiercest of beasts." The bearded man's eyes narrowed. He stated, he's sensing the invisible signs of an impending storm with his instincts. His companion added, a hint of concern in her voice, perhaps his subconscious is already aware of who's bringing the storm clouds. Amidst a swirling vortex of unseen energy, a figure stood silhouetted, their back to the viewer. The individual, clad in flowing crimson robes, seemed to be the epicenter of the turbulent force. A man with a formidable presence, his face a mask of sneering disbelief. He scoffed, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he questioned the validity of the threat. The figure in red turned, their face now visible, a sharp retort cutting through the air. Their eyes burned with intensity, challenging the man's skepticism. Their voice was calm, yet firm, as they insisted that the man simply answer their question. The question, posed with unwavering resolve, pierced the tense atmosphere. It was a direct challenge to the man's loyalty to the cult. A curt, single-word response hung in the air, a stark declaration of his position. The man's loyalty, it seemed, remained steadfast.
A plan was set in motion, a departure scheduled for that very night. The figure in red instructed the man to gather his forces. Despite his unwavering loyalty, the man refused to participate in the planned attack on the Combat King demonic clan. Squad leader Ui explained the historical ties between the cult and the Combat King demonic clan, highlighting the centuries-long allegiance despite their current opposing sides.
Orders were swiftly issued. The Jeojeong family, once a respected branch within the heavenly demon cult, was now branded as traitors.
Further instructions followed, demanding immediate reinforcements to replace the Jeojeong forces. And the deployment of expert martial artists, anticipating potential resistance from the disgraced family. A subordinate, a woman with fiery red hair, responded with sharp obedience. Meanwhile, a figure emerged, his presence commanding attention, the Inspector General, a man of imposing stature and stern demeanor. He addressed a subordinate, his words carrying a sense of finality. Their departure was imminent. A sudden outburst of energy erupted from the subordinate, a display of raw power. But also a warning about underestimating the consequences of his actions.
The Inspector General's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within.
A disembodied voice, heavy with implication, declared, "This chi and bloodthirst." A question hung in the air, posed by a woman with fiery red hair partially obscuring her face. "You're fine with me interpreting it as a challenge?" The woman turned, her back to the viewer, a fiery aura surrounding her as she prepared for battle. A resounding yes confirmed her acceptance of the challenge. A powerful man with a beard and a staff charged forward, his movements imbued with a violent energy. His expression was one of righteous fury. His powerful legs driving him forward with unstoppable force. The man's voice boomed, filled with righteous anger. "I respected you in the divine cult. But you pulled some nonsense and framed us as traitors." He unleashed a powerful blow, his words echoing his conviction. "It's clear you were never on our side." A low, menacing voice responded, "That's right." A close-up on a woman's face, her lips curled into a cruel smile, eyes narrowed. Crimson energy crackles around her, hinting at immense power.
Xiao Riang, the prince, jolted awake. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he stammered, what?
His eyes widened, reflecting the disorienting light and energy surrounding him. The woman from before stood before him, her expression cold and resolute. She declared, "I've chosen to label you all as traitors." She sheathed her sword, the movement precise and deadly. Her voice, sharp as a blade, continued, "If you refuse to assist in dismantling the Combat King demonic clan." Her gaze burned with an intensity that spoke of unwavering resolve. Another man, his face contorted in rage, reacted with a powerful punch, shouting, "What kind of?" His outburst was cut short by a furious retort, "Bullshit is that?" A fierce battle raged between two figures. One, clad in flowing blue robes, wielded a long spear, its tip crackling with energy. His opponent, in crimson garb, met his attack with a sword, a crimson arc of energy deflecting the spear's blow. The warrior in blue paused, a cough escaping his lips. "How can you hold such a high position yet be so petty?" he rasped, his words laced with disbelief. He lunged forward, spear aimed at his opponent's heart, the ground cracking under the force of his movement. But the crimson-clad warrior deftly dodged, his sword flashing as he countered. "Am I wrong?" he muttered, a hint of doubt in his voice. A third figure appeared, his face grim. "Can you swear that you are still loyal?" he demanded, his voice heavy with suspicion. The crimson-clad warrior looked up, his expression hardening. "I've told you. I've never once sought independence from the divine cult," he roared, his voice echoing with defiance. His face contorted in a snarl, eyes blazing with fury. The accusation of treason hung heavy in the air. The third figure's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. The weight of the accusation was undeniable. A close-up on a man's face, his expression etched with worry and distress. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow, his eyes wide with fear. A powerful figure, clad in blue robes, stood defiantly, a spear held aloft. He addressed someone unseen, his voice carrying an air of authority. He declared that their desires would be met. The unseen individual, partially visible, wore crimson attire. They were sternly addressed, reminded of the leniency shown to them and their family. The focus shifted to a woman reviewing documents. She calmly asserted that the documents themselves were not the issue, it was their mindset that truly mattered. She continued, explaining that the ledgers were authentic. Had they been falsified, they would have been immediately branded as traitors. The scene returned to the man in blue robes. He explained that this was why he had given them another chance. He questioned the other's intense reaction, asking if they were truly that upset. The crimson-clad individual, now clearly visible, responded with a challenge, questioning their opponent's eagerness for a fight. They drew a large, ornate sword, the action emphasizing their readiness for battle. An observer, unseen, noted the Inspector General's demonic energy. An energy that surpassed all expectations. A group of martial artists, their faces etched with alarm, witnessed something unexpected. A massive tiger, its form blurred by motion, appeared before them. Its presence causing immediate shock and confusion. The Inspector General, a powerful figure wielding a staff, moved to engage the beast. He questioned his judgment, a doubt clouding his usually steely gaze. A spectral, nine-tailed fox materialized before Seo Riang, its ethereal form radiating power, while a massive tiger lay slain at its feet. The scene a testament to the raw power unleashed by the creature. The air crackled with residual energy, a silent echo of the battle just concluded.